The essence of Edia lies hidden deep within every soul. Upon reaching a certain stage of life, individuals begin to feel and awaken Edia, enabling them to summon it in any physical form. Initially, it was a miracle that captivated the entire world, ushering in an era of hope and excitement. However, that joy was short-lived. Society quickly established a harsh class system. The stronger one's Edia, the higher their status. Those with weak Edia were mercilessly scorned and oppressed. What was once a symbol of freedom and equality had now become shackles binding their destinies. Schools, too, could not escape the whirlwind of stratification, gradually transforming into training grounds for warriors. It was a place where those with the highest grade Edia were trained to become the vanguard of war. In such an atmosphere, the Special Training High School, or HEI High School, emerged as a fierce battlefield. Students here conjured weapons from Edia as naturally as breathing, and relentless duels became an essential part of their lives. A boy named Jin Zung with a common F-grade Edia merely watched in silence as two students, a senior and a junior, fiercely dueled in a quiet corner. But it was precisely because of this that his teammate who had just participated in a match with Jin Zung was greatly enraged. As soon as the match ended, he dragged Jin Zung out and assaulted him, unleashing all his frustration. No one in the classroom showed any interest, nor did they try to intervene. Gaze filled with contempt glared at Jin Zung as if he, an F-grade student and the lowest in the school, had no right to even be there. Jin Zung simply bowed his head, enduring, suppressing his pride and wishing for it all to end quickly. But that very patience only provoked his attacker further. Enraged, he continued to throw punches. Surprisingly, Jin Zung, despite his low-grade Edia, moved with incredible agility, dodging every attack with astonishing precision. He repeatedly cried out for surrender, but they paid no heed. They were determined to hit him 10 times to satisfy themselves. At this rate, Jin Zung's lunch break would be entirely gone. Knowing he could no longer endure, he had no choice but to resort to a last measure. Yet even escaping was difficult. Students quickly surrounded him, blocking all escape routes. 4 students even cautiously reminded each other not to use Edia, as if tormenting Jin Zung was mere amusement. In the blink of an eye, he was thrown to the floor, his body receiving a barrage of brutal kicks. The sounds of kicks, laughter, and contemptuous insults echoed throughout the classroom. In their eyes, Jin Zung was no different from trash. He was useless, unworthy of existing in this school. He knew clearly that the team's failure wasn't his fault, but no one believed him. Instead, they grew angrier. The situation only ceased when teacher Jiang Ho entered. The students who had been violent moments before instantly changed their expressions, smiling cheerfully and greeting him politely as if nothing had happened. Amidst the snickering, Jin Zung returned to his seat with a heavy heart. Teacher Jiang Ho soon announced important news. HEI High School had officially been recognized by the government. Immediately, his friend Bai Rang, known for his laziness, subtly frowned in discomfort, sensing that new cumbersome regulations would be added. However, a government order was not something teachers or students could defy carelessly. Teacher Jiang Ho said with a voice full of pride, "Thanks to the outstanding performance of our third-year seniors, our school has been designated as a pilot operational zone for the military system. From today, each student will be assigned a military rank based on their conduct." No one in the classroom showed much interest. Nevertheless, this was a national decision. It meant that all HEI High School students would now officially become military recruits. Jin Zung asked what would happen if someone didn't want to follow the path of a soldier. The answer was truly harsh. They could apply for a transfer, but the opportunity, he emphasized, was slim. Teacher Jiang Ho specifically mentioned Jin Zung's name, telling him to consider this decision carefully. Jin Zung tried to speak but was immediately drowned out by the noisy questions of his friends. They were merely curious why the government had suddenly transformed the school into a military training ground. Without keeping anyone waiting, Teacher Jiang Ho brought a large box filled with sergeant insignias. "This is a result we achieved thanks to our third-year seniors," he proudly introduced. Each student except Jin Zung received their insignia in turn. He briefly thought the teacher had mistakenly omitted him, but then a voice full of contempt was revealed. "There is only one person in the entire school who does not qualify for a soldier rank." Teacher Jiang Ho's cold gaze stopped on him. Jin Zung was the only one who would have to start as a trainee. Early in the morning, Jin Zung was called by Teacher Jiang Ho and headed to the faculty office. He entered the office and politely greeted, "Teacher." Teacher Jiang Ho seemed indifferent. Despite the student's presence, he remained engrossed in his work, not even looking up. Curious, Jin Zung asked directly, "So why did you call me in so early, teacher?" At that moment, Teacher Jiang Ho stopped what he was doing and replied, It's nothing major. I just thought we should discuss your future." He handed Jin Zung a stack of white papers and began their conversation. "I won't mince words. What do you think about transferring to another school?" As soon as Jin Zung heard this, his whole body trembled and he stammered in fear. "What a transfer?" Teacher Jiang Ho flipped through the papers in his hand and continued, "I think this school might be too hard for you. With our school transforming into a military academy, I've come to realize something. You won't last long, Jin Zung." Hearing that, Jin Zung tried his best to defend himself. "Teacher, you should see the hidden potential within me. What if I suddenly become good?" "Ha, what foolish talk." As soon as he heard Jin Zung's impromptu excuse, Teacher Jiang Ho asked back in surprise, "What did you say?" But then he immediately scoffed at Jin Zung with contempt. "Jin Zung, you really are amusing." There was absolutely no trace of a serious, teacher-like demeanor. Jin Zung revealed another thought internally. This teacher has laughed at me ever since he first saw me." He paid no mind to Jin Zung's displeased expression and continued his lengthy monologue. "Jin Zung, ever since the grading system was implemented to categorize students, your school life has been very difficult. As you know, I don't have the luxury of caring for isolated students." Jin Zung, without answering, hung his head and thought, "It's just as I suspected. The teacher thinks I'm good for nothing but taking a beating. He just doesn't want an F-grade student in his class." Seeing the teacher's arrogant and unpleasant expression, he surmised. Perhaps he thought Jin Zung would be bullied daily until he quit school on his own. He frowned, speculating, "There's absolutely no reason for F-grade Edia." Jin Zung mustered his courage and asked him one more thing. "Teacher, I'm curious, do you think souls also have grades?" In contrast to the seriousness of his question, the teacher guffawed as if watching a comedy. "Are you mocking me? Of course they do." Jin Zung also laughed, holding his stomach. "I know, but," he boldly stated his opinion, "I don't think they do." Soon the bell signaling the start of class rang. Teacher Jiang Ho, dressed in slippers, hardly befitting a military school teacher, strode into his beloved classroom. From the doorway a booming voice rang out. All right, quick, take your seats. The bell has rung." He picked up a piece of chalk and was about to write something on the blackboard when he turned his head and announced, "Now that our school has converted to military operations, all sergeants report your personnel." A student from the first group reported, "Company 10, Platoon 1, total personnel 10, present 10, absent 0. The next group followed with their report, "Company 10, Platoon 2, total personnel 11, present 11, absent 0. Jin Zung, sitting at the back of the classroom, listened to all these reports as if they were a ridiculous play, merely sneering with contempt internally. "Why do we have to play soldier?" After waiting for a long time, the next report didn't come. Teacher Jiang Ho began to urge them. "Third platoon, no report." Dui Jang, perhaps unable to bear this comical situation any longer, raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, do we really have to do this?" He immediately turned his attention to him and commanded, "Third platoon sergeant, Dui Jiang, no questions, just do it." Dui Jiang, hearing this, became annoyed. He gave a perfunctory report. "Total personnel 10, absent 2, one bastard went to the bathroom and the other one should just disappear. Present 8, end report." As soon as he shouted this, the entire classroom erupted in loud laughter, noisy as a marketplace. Other students took the opportunity to chime in. "Hey Dui Jiang, your platoon only has 9 people. Other students sitting next to Jin Zung also pointed at him, joining in the mockery. "Are they even counting you as a person? He told you to just disappear." Their ridicule didn't stop there, it went further. "Teacher, should we count trainees too?" "Hey, don't count him." Teacher Jiang Ho showed an indifferent attitude, not seeming to care much about the students' petty antics. All right, so no issues with the personnel report. Moving on, he then made another announcement. "Today, instead of class, we'll have an event on the sports field. Government investigators will be mixed among us. Even the school won't know where they are. The investigators will not reveal their identities for the purpose of a survey. They will observe how you react to sudden environmental changes." Some students couldn't hold back and demanded, "Teacher, get to the point." Someone next to them agreed. "That's right." Teacher Jiang Ho sighed and continued to explain, "You're all so impatient. All right, we'll form combat teams consisting of first year, second year, and third year students." Teacher Jiang Ho briefly outlined the rules. "Matches will be selected by the investigators." The students below murmured incessantly. "Weren't only third-year students supposed to fight? They don't even care about us." Teacher Jiang Ho immediately had to calm them down. All right, settle down." Jin Zung yawned a few times, finding these matters very boring. "Good, I guess I can watch to pass the time." Teacher Jiang Ho paused and asked Dui Jiang, "Dui Jiang, are you C grade?" He replied with an unpleasant attitude, "Yes, what about it?" Teacher Jiang Ho didn't answer him, instead asking, "What's your overall combat grade?" Dui Jiang, upon hearing this, immediately flared up in anger, unable to restrain himself even towards a superior. "Why are you asking so many questions? Don't worry, I can defeat all my opponents." Teacher Jiang Ho was very satisfied with his quicker-than-expected response. Not missing the opportunity, he set up an irreversible chance for him. "All right, the first match will be your team fighting Platoon 1, Company 153. Dui Jiang, as if struck by lightning out of a clear sky, immediately shot up and reacted violently. "What?" Teacher Jiang Ho calmly ignored his consternation at facing such a strong opponent. "Now all members of the 3rd platoon head to the sports field. The 3rd platoon has 20 minutes to prepare for the match." Some students took this opportunity to constantly taunt, "Go 3rd platoon, hey trainee, don't die, how pathetic." "Will they even get any points fighting those guys?" All the 3rd platoon members muttered amongst themselves. Everyone whispered a few words into Dui Jiang's ear, making his head ache so much he wanted to cover them. "We're screwed. They're the best 3rd-year team. This is crazy. We have an F-grade guy. We're going to lose anyway. Or should we just go down and try our best?" But another member of the team, upon hearing this, rudely blurted out in dissatisfaction, "Are you stupid? Try your best with an F-grade guy?" Seeing this, Dui Jiang furiously slammed his hands on the desk and chair. He approached Jin Zung, who was completely slumped over his desk. Jin Zung, still unaware of what was happening, was grumbling, "So sleepy. I'm sick of fighting with 3rd-year students." Dui Jiang stood arrogantly in front of Jin Zung's desk. As soon as he opened his mouth, no kind words came out. "Hey trash." Jin Zung, groggy from sleep, gave an awkward fake smile upon seeing him. "Yes, did you call me sergeant?" Dui Jang, enraged upon seeing his face, didn't hesitate to hit him on the head and added contemptuous words. "You damn piece of trash." He didn't stop there, roughly grabbing a handful of Jin Zung's hair and continuing his disrespectful remarks. "The way you yap drives me crazy," he threatened him with increasing ruthlessness. "Do you want another beating before the match?" Dui Jang mercilessly shoved him backward, knocking him off his high chair, and declared in a powerful voice, "But Senior Jin Zung Ho, platoon leader of Company 1 153rd Battalion, is a monster." Seeing Jin Zung sprawled amidst the messy desks and chairs, he was very satisfied but didn't stop sneering. "Even if all the aces in our class fought together, it would be tough. So if an F-grade guy like you whimpers, isn't the outcome obvious?" But Jin Zung still smiled foolishly and brightly in front of him. "If we're going to lose anyway, does it matter if I'm here or not?" Upon hearing this, Dui Jang immediately flew into a rage, lunging at him like a madman, grabbing him by the collar, dragging him like an object, and yelling uncontrollably into his face. "Do you think we'll end up as pathetic as you?" Dui Jang pointed at his forehead and retorted, "If my rank drops, can you take responsibility?" Jin Zung showed no fear, instead engaging him in a verbal sparring match. "I'm not sure your senior rank is that great, so why are you so worried?" Dui Jang, who was already furious, became even more enraged. Veins popping out on his face, he snarled, "What did you just say?" Jin Zung hastily excused himself. "Nothing, Sergeant." "I didn't say anything." Dui Jang finally let him go. He ran a hand through his hair, looking like a growling hooligan. "You damn bastard, I can't hit you because we have to go outside." As he let go, Jin Zung immediately added a few flattering words. "What a relief. What's the difference between being beaten by warriors and being beaten by high-ranked individuals?" Unexpectedly, Dui Jang had another, more cunning plan. "You know what, I'm going to make this damn bastard my 3rd platoon sergeant." Dui Jang sat down next to him, stroking Jin Zung's head as if petting his pet, and said in a gentle voice, "Can you do it?" Jin Zung naturally couldn't immediately turn his back on him and feigned obedience. "Of course, Sergeant, I'll do anything you ask." Hearing the satisfactory answer, Dui Jang roughly grabbed his collar again. He firmly declared, "From now on you'll be my human shield." "Got it, you piece of trash." And Jin Zung truly became a human shield. While others used shields to block attacks, Dui Jang used Jin Zung's body as a shield to ensure his own safety. An ominous sight unfolded before their eyes. All the students were gathered on the sports field. Teacher Jiang Ho, as the teacher in charge of the first match, was tasked with making the announcement. He held a microphone and called out a few times, "Mic check." Other students, whose turn it wasn't yet, stood in orderly lines around the main combat area. The 2 teams from both classes were in the center. The scene was bustling and lively. Teacher Jiang Ho began the introductions. "Platoon leader of Company 1, 3rd Battalion. Platoon leader of Company 10, 2nd Battalion." And Zung Ho, platoon leader of Platoon 1, the third-year monster Dui Jiang had spoken of, now stood ramrod straight under the dazzling morning sun of the school. In contrast to his upright and solemn demeanor, Dui Jiang swaggered about, hardly resembling a 3rd platoon leader. Moreover, his attitude was uncooperative, constantly looking at people askance. Teacher Jiang Ho approached them perfunctorily, patting both students on the shoulder simultaneously, and kindly asked, "Third platoon ready?" Teacher Jiang Ho was especially pleased with Zung Ho, almost focusing solely on him. "Zung Ho, no, platoon leader." And Zung Ho, instead of encouraging Dui Jiang, he cheered for his opposing team. "Show off your skills, the recruiters are watching." And Zung Ho still humbly bowed his head. "I will cooperate with my comrades and do my best." Teacher Jiang Ho even thoughtfully consoled him. "Good, good. I'm sure you'll do well." But for Dui Jiang, without a single word of encouragement, he immediately got to the point. "All team members take your positions." The 3rd platoon members looked very bored, as if they had met an overwhelmingly difficult opponent. They showed almost no interest as they entered the match. Both sides faced each other. Teacher Jiang Ho waved his hand in the middle, declaring the start of the match. "The platoon versus platoon showdown begins now. Each platoon leader will receive a bracelet." Immediately, Dui Jiang, just as he had said before, pulled Jin Zung forward and used him as a human shield. "Come here, trash." Simultaneously, the explanation for the platoon leader's bracelet flowed through the speakers. This bracelet uses the power of Edia to protect the wearer from impact, but it will break if subjected to an impact beyond a certain strength. If the bracelet breaks, you are eliminated from the match. Dui Jiang had designated Jin Zung as the team leader, but he had snatched the protective bracelet for team leaders to safely protect himself. "If I have this, I can last a little longer." Jin Zung couldn't help but say, Sergeant, could you please not hold me like this? I feel like I've become a dog." Dui Jiang lost his patience and said firmly, "Stop whining, you're just a shield." Hearing that, Jin Zung merely sighed helplessly. "I'm not even an animal, just an object." Just then, an advantageous announcement was made. However, this time, considering the experience gap between 2nd and 3rd year students, Platoon 2, Company 10 will have an additional condition. If you endure for 5 minutes, you will be considered victorious. As soon as the 3rd platoon members heard this, they clutched their heads and screamed, "With these members, I don't know if we can last that long." And to think we have to fight against these people, but they didn't even have a chance to hesitate. Immediately after, the match was ready to begin. Jin Zung was also calculating an escape route for himself. We have to win in 5 minutes. If we win, will the teacher consider my transfer request? In the arena, there were only teacher Jiang Ho and numerous students eagerly anticipating an interesting spectacle. Government investigators watched everything from a high platform. The signal quickly blared. Both sides salute, and Zung Ho saluted his opponent seriously, like a soldier. Dui Jang, on the other hand, was still bewildered and cursing. Damn it, how could this be? Teacher Jiang Ho seemed quite pleased with the current situation and immediately started the match. Then let the battle begin. As soon as the whistle signaling the start of the match ended, Dui Jang dragged Jin Zung along as if he were a giant garbage bag. Jin Zung was so flustered he had no time to react. The other teammates of the third platoon, seeing this, were bewildered like headless snakes and unconsciously surrounded Dui Jang. Jin Zung continued to shout as he was dragged across the arena. "Wait, Sergeant!" Dui Jiang lost patience and warned him. "I told you to shut up earlier, you piece of trash." He hoped to buy time and win by relying on the organizer's victory time limit. We just need to last 5 minutes. But what awaited them was not a bright future, but the fiercely approaching members of Platoon 153. Everyone was bewildered. "Hey Dui Jiang, at least give us orders. What formation are we going to use? The seniors are coming." In an instant they were surrounded in a closed circle with no escape, becoming increasingly frantic and flustered. "Dui Jiang, you have to give orders," but he made a cowardly and bizarre decision, thinking only of his own safety. "Shut up, third platoon, just protect me. If we last 5 minutes we win." But Platoon 1 had no intention of leaving them alone. Moreover, they were invincible combat machines. One senior girl stepped forward and kicked the arrogant guy from the third platoon in the abdomen. And Zung Ho, true to his reputation as the monster everyone feared, easily dealt with one person by twisting their hand and reversing it as soon as the match began. They easily snatched the third platoon leader's protective bracelet as if it were a piece of cake. The only female member of Zung Ho's team now held both bracelets and leaped over the crowd, targeting the cowardly Dui Jiang, who was trying to escape by sacrificing his teammates. Her eyes were sharp, and she seemed to have spotted Dui Jiang, who was busy trying to escape from a distance. There was not a trace of compassion in her eyes. Dui Jiang was startled and terrified by just that look. "She's looking at me." At the same time, he pulled Jin Zung in front of him and used him as a shield. Even though she hadn't touched a single strand of his hair, she instantly rushed towards both of them. Zung Ho passed by like a storm amidst everyone's bewildered gazes. The cowardly Dui Jiang with C-grade Edia mercilessly used Jin Zung, who had F-grade Edia, as a substitute shield and ordered him to block. "You trash, I told you to block." Jin Zung resolutely did not retaliate, because he had no such ability. "How can I, Sergeant?" When things didn't go his way, he cursed him as useless. "Damn it, just block somehow, you piece of trash." Meanwhile, the only female member of Platoon 1 was still charging fiercely. Jin Zung, being dragged, barely got a chance to speak. "I mean, shouldn't we escape in a different direction?" Teacher Jiang Ho, finally realizing his predicament, showed absolute satisfaction and gave a thumbs up. He shouted from outside the arena, "I'll handle your transfer problem." Jin Zung never expected to get an unexpected windfall in this rather awkward situation. He unexpectedly leapt, freeing himself from Dui Jiang's interference. His actions slightly flustered the only girl from Platoon 1. Internal conflict, but her target was the team leader's bracelet, and her intention was seen through by Jin Zung, whose hand, which was suspended in the air in surprise, was lightly caught by him. She herself was surprised that Jin Zung had suddenly become strong and suddenly intelligent, her eyes wide as if she had encountered something unbelievable in the world. He retaliated with incredibly sharp eyes. It was a side of Jin Zung that no one had ever known, but feeling that today's opponent was a bit difficult, she summoned her armor. Her school uniform immediately transformed into a shining armor that could block all physical damage. The only female member of Platoon 1 stood majestically in her armor, showing no weaknesses. After 2 seconds of looking cool, Jin Zung returned to his original innocent, foolish and useless self, praising his opponent lavishly. "Senior, your armor is really cool, both its appearance and function are Edia." But she was not easily fooled by his familiar flattery and directly questioned him. "Don't act foolish, you reacted to my speed just now, didn't you?" Even in the face of her overwhelming aura, Jin Zung showed no fear, even pointing directly with his hand at Dui Jiang, who was looking for an escape route in the distance. More importantly, there's the platoon leader who's running away. While her attention was diverted and focused only on Dui Jiang, he checked his watch, saving every second. "I need to check the time first," but only half the time had passed. How could they survive and win? He couldn't help but complain. Damn it, there are still 3 minutes left. So he decided to stop her by any means necessary, standing in front of her. Then he put on an act of a foolish and quirky boy. "Can I call you Nuna? I'm not flirting." To buy time, Jin Zung didn't hesitate to ruin his image. "Oh, I'm sorry. Are you angry? Then I'll call you Senior." But none of these tactics worked on her. She firmly refused. "It's no use trying to stall for time. Summon your Edia." Jin Zung was terrified when he heard the Senior crack her knuckles. "But since we've met, it's fate, so I should introduce myself." The Senior not only showed no interest but spoke even more fiercely. "If you keep refusing to summon, I will fight you." In the end, Jin Zung couldn't stop the Senior and had to ask her to act along. Wait, please wait a moment, she couldn't help but say directly. Hurry up and take it out, yours might be more valuable than your teammates. He was drenched in sweat all over his body and said nervously in an annoyed voice. Why are you in such a hurry? You should know that a cool head is an important factor. The senior began to get angry, veins popping out on her face. Jin Zung continued to stall for time. Don't do that, that's what my dad always says when he gets scolded by my mom. The senior could no longer contain her anger and stormed over, intending to take his life. As her footsteps grew closer, he finally gave up. All right, I'll show you, he haggled. Can I take it out now? Edia began to be summoned from Jin Zung's right hand, and the senior also hoped to gain a considerable advantage from him. But today the senior was destined to be disappointed. Jin Zung's Edia was an F-grade Edia dagger. Overall combat ability was F-grade, just an ordinary dagger with no special skills. The senior made a wry smile with a blank expression, speechless as she saw the innocent boy in front of her proudly showing off such an ordinary dagger. How could such a guy? Seeing her caress her hair, Jin Zung asked worriedly, Senior, are you feeling unwell? You should go to the infirmary. The senior, as if helpless, questioned him. Let me see, are you that F-grade guy they talk about? He replied innocently. Yes, I am that infamous F-grade. The senior heard that and painfully ran her hand over her face. It felt as if all the effort she had just put in was in vain. But Jin Zung was very proud of his ordinary dagger. But to me, this dagger is an S-grade among ordinary daggers. The senior couldn't stand this humiliation and turned her back to leave. Jin Zung immediately called out to stop her. Senior, where are you going? The senior said without looking back. I thought you had value because of the way you reacted, but it seems I was just lucky. Jin Zung still kept grabbing her from behind. Wait, don't go, you're the one I wanted to see, you can't just leave disappointed like this. Jin Zung deliberately held onto the senior to buy more time. If you keep going, I'll secretly attack you from behind. Last warning, did you hear me? The senior was forced to turn around and explain. There's no reason for me to waste time on you in this time-limited battle. But surprisingly, Jin Zung was ready to ambush her with that small dagger. When she turned around, he was already standing right behind her, looking for an opportunity to attack. Jin Zung also admired her. I thought she would keep ignoring me. She's a really straightforward senior. The senior directly faced the dagger, and probably because Jin Zung had no threatening power, she didn't even think of avoiding it. As a result, when her left arm instinctively went up in a defensive motion, the dagger's attack immediately stopped, and a deafening metallic sound echoed in the middle of the arena, and the senior's face was filled with a huge question mark. When the attack failed, Jin Zung grinned like a child playing with a toy. As expected, it's as hard as it looks. This directly baffled the senior in front of him, making her unable to understand what had happened. But in fact his heart was crying without shedding a single tear. He thought that perhaps the dagger might work a miracle and turn the tide. But now it seemed completely useless. At this moment some classmates burst into laughter, holding their stomachs. As expected of an F-grade, even that senior is flustered. Did he really do no damage? The movement between Jin Zung and the senior stopped, unable to continue. Ju Yi turned her head. Even if your reaction is good, all Edia is just this level. Since we've confirmed it's ineffective, let's stop here. Jin Zung scratched his head, looking a bit disappointed. I should have stalled for more time. Then he looked down at his watch. Still 2 minutes left. Bai Rang appeared and spat contemptuously. You piece of trash, you can't even last 5 minutes? Ju Yi walked up to him and retorted, and you who tucked your tail and ran away are saying that? He flusteredly stepped back but still replied arrogantly. Senior, I was just going easy. Internally he screamed, please don't believe me. Stop there. Ju Yi sneered. Oh, you don't need to go easy on me. Then let's see your skills. If you want to surpass in Zung Ho, prove it more. Bai Rang kept backing away in fear. Damn it, I'm having such bad luck today. Suddenly his foot tripped on the edge of a rock sticking out of the ground. Below it was an enormously large rock. Bai Rang flashed a sinister and devious smile. A rock appeared just in time. That big rock must be scattered all over the place. Ju Yi saw him keep backing away and seriously questioned him. So when are you going to prove yourself? Bai Rang's lips curved upwards as if he had come up with a dirty plan. If Senior wants, I'll show you. And then he suddenly knelt on the ground. Ju Yi was puzzled by his action. What is he doing? Jin Zung sensed danger. Startled, he turned around. Bai Rang's Edia? No way. Was he hiding that? He immediately shouted a warning to Ju Yi that it was dangerous. Senior in armor. Bai Rang's hand touched the ground, and at this moment he used his ability to pull out a large rock from the ground. Dust billowed with the movement, and Bai Rang's lips curved again as he muttered, and throw. An information window appeared. Pulls out something that is stuck and throws it. Edia grade BC, overall combat ability B. If this is a stuck object, it can be used as a weapon. The fixed weight of the pulled out object can be ignored depending on the user's ability. Some classmates shouted in surprise. Oh, that Nuna is a third year, will she be okay? Hey, but that rock is huge. Ju Yi's eyes sharpened at this scene. She asked with a faint smile, so you're not running away now? You waited for your Edia to appear to use that rock, didn't you? Bai Rang lifted the large rock, then tried to slam it down like a madman. Nuna is indeed a reliable third-year senior. Now disappear. And so he threw the rock at Ju Yi. Bai Rang continued to say, become the path I can trample to show my essence. Is third year the best? Bai Rang will win. Suddenly a tall shadow appeared behind him and spoke. Excuse me for a moment. Second year. Bai Rang frowned and turned around. This voice. Before he could finish speaking, he was forcefully pressed to the ground by Jin Zung. He still shouted rudely, questioning him. Damn it, why is a third-year senior attacking sneakily like such a coward? On this side, Ju Yi was struggling to block the rock. It's stronger than I thought, but thanks to my Edia I can endure. Suddenly, a voice startled her. I will definitely catch you. After that, the rock in front of her suddenly shattered into several pieces. It was Jin Zung who had dealt with it for her. But Ju Yi ground her teeth, displeased. She looked down and questioned him. This was a good chance for me to show my worth. Why did you interfere? Platoon leader Jin Zung immediately explained. That attack was a bit dangerous. I was just doing my duty to protect my teammate. Ju Yi felt ignored. You mean I couldn't handle that? Jin Zung's expression was full of embarrassment. Ju Yi, you probably could have handled that rock. But he looked behind him. This guy won't just do that. Bai Rang was holding a stick at this moment, trying to strike him from behind. I will definitely catch you. Jin Zung forcefully threw him to the ground. I will definitely catch you. Edia grade BTR overall combat ability A, can definitely catch all desired targets, can move freely within a fixed distance, and time will also be forgotten. Jin Zung scratched his face at this moment. Oh my goodness, big brother is an idiot, Sergeant. He was terrified by Jin Zung's demonic glowing eyes when he turned around. That second-year student. Jin Zung's hair stood on end and he screamed, I surrender, I surrender. And Zung had a slightly puzzled expression. He warned Ju Yi earlier when that guy activated. Why did he do that? He stammered an explanation. Well, our platoon leader can't control his anger very well, so I decided to do that because I didn't know what he might do. He admired him as he approached. You're a really good liar. Jin Zung's face turned pale. Wait, I said I surrendered, but Jin Zung still charged forward and used his skill. I will definitely catch you. He gripped the hilt of his sword with one hand and the opponent's collar with the other. Jin Zung, startled, pleaded for him to listen. Unexpectedly, the sword he had thrown into the air fell into his other hand, which he quickly caught. Jin Zung continued to speak while attempting to cut his opponent. When someone else is speaking, he swung the sword forcefully. And Zung quickly retreated to avoid it. He asked with a doubtful gaze, that second-year student, who is he? As soon as he asked, and Zung exuded a powerful aura. Jin Zung, marveling internally, wow, he's not kidding. Then replied confidently, I am Park Jin Zung from Platoon 3, Company 10, 2nd Squadron. My Edia grade is F. And Zung suddenly became calm. I see. Jin Zung looked down at his wristwatch and was flustered again. Hasn't the time run out yet? And Zung seeing his lack of focus, reminded him. Look over there, second-year student. Jin Zung scratched his head and forced a smile. Senior, your gaze is a bit scary. Internally he thought, there's only 1 minute left. Then he said, as if trying to divert attention, excuse me, senior, look at the crowd over there. Everyone seems so excited to see me scared. It's really the worst, isn't it? Internally he cried out. Time passed quickly. And Zung realizing his intention, exposed him. Are you trying to stall for time? I dislike people like that. Jin Zung's expression was exaggerated. What can I do alone? It's useless no matter how much you dislike me, senior. Then Jin Zung said, why don't you try to defeat me? He shrugged and said nonchalantly, try, I'm F grade, what can I do? Then Zung offered advice, not a warning. These words made him hard to understand. He continued. Everyone says that the guildmaster will select students who don't perform well in this competition, and those with insufficient skills will be expelled. Only then did Jin Zung realize expelled. So that's why the homeroom teacher had that expression. Then he suddenly called out to the senior, and Zung wondered. Yes, he approached him. I don't want to be expelled. And Zung immediately reminded him, then do it properly. Jin Zung took a combat stance. If senior is my opponent, I don't know if senior will be alright after the match. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange power emanated from his body, his eyes wide and his face covered in throbbing veins, making him look very eerie. A strange red smoke swirled around Jin Zung. The F-grade Edia dagger also had an F-grade overall combat ability. It was an ordinary dagger with no special abilities. The corners of Jin Zung's lips curled into an eerie smile. Notification messages kept appearing. Your stamina has increased to 3 times your original stamina. You can see the opponent's fatal weaknesses and their Edia. You know the most effective way to destroy the opponent with your current skills. You can only stop by completely destroying the opponent's Edia or taking their life. You are gripped by a murderous impulse. A true S-grade Edia killer. Jin Zung covered his face for a moment and remained silent. And Zung stared at his opponent, pressing his lips together. He suddenly said, I see that an F-grade dagger isn't the entirety of Edia. Then he used his skill. I will definitely catch you. Edia grade B, attack power increase. You can definitely catch all desired targets. You can teleport within a fixed distance. Jin Zung narrowed his dangerous eyes. B grade. Weaker than I thought. As soon as he finished speaking, and Zung felt a murderous aura, he said in disbelief. No way, you can see other people's Edia? The corners of Jin Zung's lips once again formed a crazy smile. With a killer-like face, he pointed his sword at his opponent. I'm sorry, but I can't hold back anymore. Senior will stop me, right? He looked like a bloodthirsty demon, his face dark, only his lips appearing red, and Zung Ho frowned. What terrifying bloodlust. Then he wondered, your emotions aren't more mature than your age, are they? Jin Zung's eyes flashed. I know Senior will be fine. I can trust Senior, right? His classmates watching from afar now began to wonder among themselves, why is that guy still standing? And Zung Ho Senior probably thinks he's not even worth fighting one-on-one. The red-haired friend couldn't help but shout, hey, why aren't you moving? I came to see that guy get beaten. And Zung Ho, sweating cold, was tense. He didn't seem to have any intention of defending, but he also didn't show any openings. The two had already entered the combat zone on this side. Ju Yi also felt a strange power. What is that energy? It's different from the last match. This atmosphere, I don't think I can leave that kid alone. Something's wrong. She was flustered as she saw Jin Zung's crazy expression. Ju Yi's body unconsciously trembled. She said, I order all team members to attack. Immediately, the entire team rushed at Jin Zung. Ju Yi subdued him from behind and another person blocked, and Zung Ho. Ju Yi gritted her teeth, struggling to suppress Jin Zung's terrifying power. Then, with a loud impact, smoke billowed up. After a moment, everything stabilized again. Jin Zung, his head held down to the ground, looked back and laughed. Ah, Senior, you're too heavy. And Zung Ho wondered, what's going on? Ju Yi explained. Just as you protect your team, I wanted to protect mine. And Zung Ho said, no need to protect, then stopped and looked down at his teammates. Suddenly a voice was heard. Senior, are you really okay? We just attacked him for a moment. Everyone attacked Jin Zung together, but Jin Zung, like a demon, laughed mischievously and was excited. He couldn't react to the barrage of attacks. And Zung Ho said, honestly, I don't know. But the corners of his lips curled up uncontrollably. Ju Yi got goosebumps seeing that expression. That guy is smiling, he continued anyway. Ju Yi, release him before your Edia breaks. Ju Yi heard that and exclaimed in surprise, what did you say? A piece of armor on her forehead was destroyed, followed by her entire body armor shattering. That quick attack caused this much damage? Other teammates also looked down at their wrists in confusion. My bracelet broke, mine broke too. What is this? Why did everyone's bracelet break? Maybe it broke by coincidence. And Zung Ho was silent in this situation, thinking, then suddenly called out, Park Jin Zung. Jin Zung had an innocent expression. Ah, great teamwork. You're too heavy. And Zung Ho still looked at his opponent without a word. He wondered. Senior me, he asked him. Are you okay now? Jin Zung smiled brightly. Senior, 5 minutes are up. Can I go somewhere else now? Ju Yi stood up and Zung Ho turned around and said, next time I want to have a match without interference. Jin Zung waved his hand and said, next time, what do you mean? I'm only okay with this once. And Zung Ho, even as he walked away, didn't forget to remind him, you'll have a few things to do before that. This advice made him shudder. Aha. Then he reached out his hand and called, wait, Senior, I said there wouldn't be a next time. At this point his teammates started to follow him. Let's go. Jin Zung lay weakly on the field. Damn it, I'm tired. At this moment the group of second-year students began to whisper loudly. Platoon 3, Company 10, 52nd Battalion, by Rang 1. He won, a complaining voice was heard from the principal's office. Ah, advisor, why have you come to such a humble place? Haha, I came secretly. Anyway, did you bring the file I requested? Li Xin sat comfortably, crossing his legs in a chair and asked with a laugh. The principal bowed deeply and handed over the documents. Here they are. Li Xin quickly flipped through them. Is this Zung Ho guy famous? The principal smiled flatteringly. Zung Ho is an outstanding student globally. Ha, he is the pride of Hay High School. Ha ha. Li Xin pondered. He had no awards in middle school, but he won every competition in high school. Did he awaken? The principal continued. If his A grade had been a bit better, it would have been wonderful. What a pity, Li Xin said. No, you can't get this far with just a B grade. Then he stopped at another page. There's an intern. Li Xin was curious. The principal quickly explained. Ah, he's a student with a lower grade than first years. We placed that child in the combat class after he had an argument. Li Xin tapped his forehead with his finger. I asked a few questions about interns. This is quite interesting. Then he said that this student's past resume was behind it. The principal replied, yes, but there's no need to read it. Li Xin quickly read. A special case who lost his parents at the age of 8. Perhaps his Edia didn't awaken due to the shock. He was exploited by his E-grade aunt and uncle for a long time. At age 10, robbers broke into their house. His aunt and uncle suffered severe physical and mental damage and were admitted to a mental hospital. As a result, Edia awakened that day. His eyes sharpened. Edia didn't appear at age 8. The principal confirmed. Yes, there's a slight change. Usually, Edia appears at age 8. Robbers broke into their house when he was 10. As a result, Edia awakened that day. Li Xin pondered. He awakened late in special circumstances, but he's F grade. Then he continued to ask, has his combat ability still been F grade since age 10? The principal said, I don't know for sure, but he's been F grade since he entered our school. Li Xin admired. F grade combat ability is too much. What is his purpose in hiding his ability? Then he requested, I want to meet Park Jin Zung separately, which flustered the principal. That child is still F grade, so I thought he would be promoted soon. Li Xin put down the documents. Is that so, principal? But advisor, his expression was still calm. Yes, principal, first of all. The principal asked why they made their school a military school, and this stopped Li Xin's movements. His sharp eyes turned towards the opponent and he thought internally. Dangerous question. That's a secret government project, a military plan. I don't know, and I don't want to know. The principal, terrified by that gaze, broke into a cold sweat and quickly waved his hands. I apologize, I shouldn't have asked. Li Shin smiled and said, we were ready to accept North Korea's mockery. But with this system, we have hope that there will be students who can help us change the past. My morning routine is like this. I wake up at 6 a.m. and get dressed. Jin Zung encouraged himself in the mirror. I have to do my best today too. And at 6:30 a.m. I leave the house. Let's go. The reason I go to school so early is that recently I've had to take on all kinds of cleaning and errands. As I walked cheerfully, Jin Zung was stopped by the student disciplinary committee. The long-haired student at the front said, second year. I don't think we need to dress as well as that guy. Jin Zung smiled brightly again and replied, yes, that's fine. One person quickly said, wait a minute, isn't he the only intern in our school? He still smiled brightly and scratched his head. Haha, have I become that famous? Seniors are exaggerating too much. Then they began to evaluate again. He looks dumber than I thought. The guys in company 1 seemed too complacent. He gave an awkward laugh and let it pass. Haha, those guys are getting worse and worse. Your Edia is just a sword, right? That's useless. How can you face in Zung Ho Sr. with that? Even he will make mistakes. A moment later, 2 chalkboard erasers collided, raising dust. Jin Zung was a bit bored. It's not flying at all. They even have government support, so why are they using this instead of a whiteboard? Then he continued to hold the broom and passionately cleaned the hallway. He worked very hard, which is why these things happened. At this time, his classmates started to bully him again. I thought you ran away and did all your work. Why didn't you do that to us from the beginning? They patted Jin Zung's shoulder with contempt. I'm quite impressed too, he continued to sneer. It'll be really surprising if you get promoted to F grade. Everything will definitely be unfortunate. After the company battle with Senior 53, my image in people's eyes gradually improved. As Jin Zung was resting, someone slammed a desk hard and shouted, hey, wake up, you piece of trash. He woke up with sleepy eyes. Sorry, did you call me? Internally, he thought, are they going to hit me again? Bai Rang stood arrogantly with his arms crossed and ordered, you couldn't bring the math materials last time, so you bring them this time. Jin Zung responded without hesitation. Okay, he urged, go right now, I need to copy the answer sheet. Jin Zung scratched his head, puzzled. They're not hitting me? Well, thanks to that incident, they seem to have stopped hitting me. A moment later, while he was mopping the floor, several classmates passed by and kept ordering him. You didn't submit the social studies homework last time, so you submit it for me. Hey, me too. Park Jin Zung, take the textbooks to the faculty office later. Jin Zung sighed tiredly, but instead they started piling all sorts of chores on him. When the bell rang in second year class 10, the students shouted, class dismissed. The teacher was still standing at the podium and reminded them, quiet down everyone. You know today is the deadline for club registration, students? Yes, the teacher continued. This is a mandatory activity for second year students, so if you haven't joined a club yet, hurry up and join. This time Jin Zung thought worriedly, clubs? What club should I join? Who will accept me? Teacher Kong Ho emphasized again. If you don't join any club, we will meet with you individually. Understand? Intern Park Li Shin. The group started to sneer at the topic. No club will accept that F grade guy. They'll probably make him take an entrance exam to see how weak he is. Jin Zung became dejected. All you want to do is make fun of me. Suddenly he realized something. His expression changed to confusion. The paper in front of Jin Zung contained the following. Command training statistics, Edia emergency rescue, platoon combat, individual combat, weapon research, Edia practical, tiger combat skills, ideological struggle training, first aid, advanced weapons, advanced martial arts, advanced offensive skills, combat enhancement, war technology learning 36 strategies. After reading all that, Jin Zung was very curious. What is all this? All the clubs are related to military or Edia usage. The students below started asking each other. Hey, what club are you joining? I'm thinking of joining the platoon combat club. What evaluation did you get? Wait, let's go to the club together. And so everyone left the classroom in high spirits. They had received pretty high evaluations. Oh, I'm excited. Wait, I'm coming too. Jin Zung sat alone and lonely in the classroom. He held his head powerlessly and thought, what should I do? Please, I hope it's a place without class restrictions. This is the HT club. You mean a club made up of connected people? Jin Zung began to analyze each club. Ideological struggle training, all-round disposal specialty, bulletproof attack techniques. HT war technology is not related to Edia usage, it only aims at physical fitness enhancement. Individual combat. After deep thought, Jin Zung exclaimed, oh, and quickly left the classroom. As he walked, he thought, there are no class restrictions, and since it seems like a simple physical training club, not many people will participate. Of course, it's a bit strange that there's only one club using their famous gym. A fierce fight broke out. It's mine, no, it's mine, get out of the way. Jin Zung was still lost in pleasant thoughts. There shouldn't be any problems, right? It explicitly states that it's not related to Edia usage, but when he arrived, why were so many people gathered? Did I come to the wrong place? No, this is definitely it. As Jin Zung looked around, someone suddenly turned around and pointed at him. HMPH, that F-grade senior is here too. HMPH, you're right, that person is a senior but they're actually an intern. So can I approach them impolitely and ask? Glances filled with disdain and contempt were fixed on Jin Zung, and he broke into a cold sweat. Most of them were first-year students and they weren't required to join a club. So why were so many people gathered? Despite Jin Zung's displeased expression, the front group was still boisterous. Oh look, the club president is coming, really? Where? Everyone's eyes lit up. Wow, he's so cool. Jin Zung tried hard to push his way forward. Who is the club president? What should I do? I need to escape. Suddenly, the paper he was holding fell. He's crazy. So the rumors were true. The person inside turned around and looked back. Then he rushed towards the door and shouted, "Park Jin Zung." It was in Zung Ho. Zung Ho approached Jin Zung, ignoring his bewildered expression. The group behind them was in chaos like a troop of monkeys. Wow, he's so handsome in person. Senior, I'm your fan, Jin Zung asked, disbelieving. Are you the HT club president? Zung Ho smiled admiringly. I didn't expect you to come here. Impressive. Park Jin Zung. All applicants, please come in and get ready. Jin Zung's face turned pale as he calculated internally. I need to escape now. If I get involved with that senior, it'll definitely be a headache. Then he turned away quickly. Zung Ho quickly realized where he was trying to go. Park Jin Zung. Jin Zung gave an awkward laugh. Aha, I think I've come to the wrong club. I'll go find the right place and come back, Zung Ho said. There are no other members in this club. You still don't want to participate? Didn't you come here thinking there would be few people? Jin Zung still spoke awkwardly. That's right, but there are too many applicants, Zung Ho said. Come in, this isn't a club just anyone can join. Jin Zung took a step to escape, thinking, surely senior knows, my skills are low so I probably won't be able to get in. So, then he was grabbed by the collar by Zung Ho and dragged inside. Zung Ho dragged him, saying, from now on you'll take the admission test. Take the test with the other applicants. Jin Zung cried out. No, I'm fine. A moment later, the door closed and there were already a few people inside. Zung Ho spoke again. All applicants gathered, quite a few this year. Then let's start the admission test. It's simple. You just have to follow the exercises I do until the end. If you succeed, you pass. One set consists of 30 BPY, 30 push-ups, 30 BPY again, and 30 squats. Some female students' eyes sparkled with admiration. Senior is taking the test too. Wow, he's really strong. His voice is so charming. The more serious group asked again. Wait, is that one set? Can we do that? Zung Ho said. If you can do one set continuously without rest, you pass. Jin Zung powerlessly covered his head and thought, let's just pretend I'm not here. A moment later, as everyone started the test, they all trembled and turned pale, looking as if they were about to die. Zung Ho still pointed out seriously, number 2, too slow, failed. Numbers 5 and 6, your posture is terrible, failed, you have to do it as fast as I do. As he spoke, he performed the movements with great ease. The students who couldn't continue collapsed and writhed on the floor. I can't do it anymore. Me neither. Jin Zung frowned as he watched Zung Ho perform the movements with ease. 30 BPY, 30 push-ups, 30 BPY again, and 30 squats is one set, and he's doing it so easily with no change in his expression. At this moment, the applicant seemed breathless. How strong a monster is hidden inside him? Even those who had struggled this far began to give up. I give up. Zung Ho folded his arms and looked down, declaring the first group is all eliminated. His sharp gaze turned to the second group. Now I'll start the second group right away. The group that had been admiring earlier now shrank back in disgust. What should I do? I don't think I can do it. He's scary but cool. A female student bravely pushed Jin Zung forward. You go first. F-grade senior, me first. That's too much, Jin Zung shouted. Don't push me. But he couldn't escape the malice of the other kids. Go F-grade senior. In the end, Jin Zung was pushed in front of Zung Ho. He scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. Senior doesn't look tired at all. Is senior not human? Senior and I are only 1 year apart. That's a lie, right? Zung Ho replied nonchalantly. You shouldn't say that, Park Jin Zung. Jin Zung got goosebumps all over his body. I don't know what you're talking about. He didn't listen and turned around, gesturing. Second group, start, Jin Zung shouted. I won't do it. A moment later, amidst the sounds of heavy breathing and exercise, drops of sweat fell to the floor. Jin Zung trembled as he did push-ups. Huff, I can't do it. I trained my stamina to endure bullying. I thought I'd be quite strong at this kind of exercise, but this isn't something an ordinary person can do. Jin Zung and 2 others were now on the verge of death, their faces contorted with exhaustion. Zung Ho suddenly said, the second group is doing quite well, should I speed it up? Then everyone's eyes widened in shock. Jin Zung shouted with all his might, no, you can't do that. A moment later, the resting kids started eating snacks and drinking beverages. Wow, F-grade senior hasn't been eliminated yet. Damn, that's amazing. He's been eliminated, so now he can only watch. At this moment, Jin Zung finished exercising with Zung Ho. By now his physical strength must be at least in the top tier. Is his overall combat ability really F-grade? Jin Zung gritted his teeth and exercised. I feel like my soul is leaving my body, even though I exercised at home. Zung Ho was still calm, not even breaking a sweat. Quiet. Focus, Park Jin Zung. The two of them performed the movements quickly, as if sparks were flying. The eliminated students asked each other, how many sets have they done? It's already the 7th set. The long-haired girl shouted in surprise. Wow, as expected of senior and Zung Ho, amazing, so exciting. Her friend sitting next to her continued. F-grade senior is not to be underestimated either. On this side, Zung Ho was satisfied. You're doing pretty well, Park Jin Zung. Jin Zung gasped, mouth agape. It's too much, he continued. I already knew that the reaction speed I saw last time wasn't a coincidence. You'll be able to keep up. Then he sped up again, and the students outside pointed and shouted, senior is going even faster. Incredible speed. Can F-grade senior keep up? Jin Zung gritted his teeth in anger. Is this guy really serious? Everyone was surprised again. He's too fast. He's doing it. The F grade is catching up to the national grade. The two of them pulled up to a new speed again. Jin Zung followed closely behind Zung Ho. The students began to cheer and root for them. "Ah, senior, you can do it. F grade senior, you can do it, just a little more." Jin Zung gritted his teeth and did it. With the final countdown, cheers erupted. 27 F grade senior, you can do it. 28, 29, 30. Zung Ho smiled brightly and praised him. "Well done, Park Jin Zung." Jin Zung's legs gave out after it was over and he collapsed. The kids were still cheering. F grade senior did it. "Wow, isn't he the only one among everyone who passed?" Jin Zung now fell backward, gasping for breath. "I feel like I'm going to die." Then he heard words of praise. "Impressive. Congratulations on passing." He sprawled on the floor in joy. "I'm not bad, I got praised." At this moment, Zung Ho approached and he extended his hand as if to help Jin Zung up. "Welcome to the HT Club, Park Jin Zung." Jin Zung also happily shook his hand. "Thank you, senior, I'll go rest now." Zung Ho pulled him up with force and said, "There's no rush, you can start tomorrow." Jin Zung trembled with anger. "No, senior, didn't you hear what I just said?" Zung Ho still said nonchalantly. "When someone exercises with you, the effect doubles. I've been waiting a long time for someone at my level." Jin Zung's face turned pale, and he pulled his hand away. "Someone at my level, one more set and I feel like I'll die. I thought senior didn't like people liking me." His smiling face became eerie. "It took a year to add one person." Hey, Jin Zung thought angrily. "Damn it, that guy doesn't listen to me at all. I wanted to join a quiet club. This club is ruined." Soon after, the last class of the day ended. Under the beautiful sunset sky, Jin Zung was left alone in the classroom, sighing. "I don't want to go to the club. If I'm there, all eyes will be on me." Jin Zung covered his head, gritting his teeth in anger. "I'm going to join Senior and Zung Ho's club." "What a damn club with only Senior and Zung Ho. That's why I get bullied every day. Why did I join the HT club? Hey, tell me. If I don't go, that guy will keep following me. Everywhere I go, I'll hear Zung Ho calling Park Jin Zung. Jin Zung, Jin Zung. Should I break my arm myself? Damn it." Jin Zung kept shaking his head, calculating. "No, he'll take me to the infirmary and treat me. And as soon as I recover, he'll drag me back again." The voice was heard again. "Ah, you were here. It would be better for Jin Zung to be ignored like this." The person, seeing him standing blankly, called out loudly. "Hey!" Jin Zung screamed in surprise. "Ah, damn it, Nuna, you startled me." Then he looked at the person, puzzled. The person approached and asked, "Are you a student in this class?" Jin Zung cried out in surprise internally. There was such a pretty person in our grade." Then he replied awkwardly, why?" The person held out their insignia and said, "I was told to introduce myself with this." Jin Zung looked down and shouted, "Sergeant!" She was puzzled. "Why don't you have an insignia?" He scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Ah, well." The person raised her voice, startling Jin Zung. "Insignia and name." Jin Zung quickly raised his hand in a salute. "This is trainee Park Jin Zung from Platoon 3, Company 10, 2nd Squadron." Then he suddenly paused, feeling something was wrong. Sohn looked at him with a piercing gaze. "Trainee." Jin Zung turned around and thought angrily, "Damn it, those guys made me practice this so much it's become a habit." Then she ignored him and extended her hand to shake Jin Zung's, introducing herself. "Never mind, nice to meet you. I'm Sergeant Kim Sohn." He gave an awkward laugh. "Ahaha, yes, but why did you call me?" She explained. "You said you were in Company 10, right? I'm transferring to Platoon 10, Company 2 tomorrow morning." Jin Zung said, "Ahaha, Nuna, you're transferring? Then I look forward to working with you. I have something to do." Jin Zung said that and tried to open the door, but Sohn strongly pulled his bag, dragging him back. "Wait." He was pushed back so hard and Sohn put her hand on the wall, trapping him firmly. Jin Zung was confused. Sergeant, I need to go now," she said coldly. "No, I need you as a guide." Jin Zung cried internally. "What is Nuna trying to do? Brother and Zung Ho can find me anytime." He tried to explain. Wait, I have something very urgent right now. Can't you ask someone else?" she said nonchalantly. "No, I find you quite comfortable." Jin Zung's face was full of helplessness. "Nuna, didn't we just meet?" Sohn's face darkened and she said firmly, "Now?" Jin Zung broke into a cold sweat, thinking, damn it, why is she so scary? Then he reluctantly had to comply. "All right, I'll guide you, but where do you want to go?" Sohn said. "Take me to Staff Sergeant and Zung Ho." Jin Zung's face brightened. You should have said so earlier. Actually, I was just about to go there myself." Suddenly, a demonic face appeared outside the door and called out in a dark voice, "Park Jin Zung." Zung Ho came in. Jin Zung screamed in surprise. "Ah, brother Zung Ho." He frowned and said, "Park Jin Zung, you're not thinking of skipping training, are you?" Jin Zung's face turned pale. I was just about to go there," Sohn asked, arms crossed. "Are you Staff Sergeant and Zung Ho?" Zung Ho looked at her with dissatisfaction. "You're a second-year student. You should respect your superiors," she replied confidently again. "I heard there's a skill ranking here." Then she pulled his tie, smiling provocatively. "Are you strong enough to be my superior? I don't think it'll be easy to decide who wins between us." Zung Ho rearranged his tie and asked coldly, "Do you want me to prove it?" The two of them then engaged in a fiery confrontation. Jin Zung hid behind his bag. When whales fight, the shrimp's back is broken. Suddenly, Sohn asked Sergeant N Zung Ho if he was dating anyone. Jin Zung was startled, but Zung Ho calmly replied, "No." Jin Zung thought, "Brother, you don't have a girlfriend," but Sohn smiled warmly. "I guess so. Of course I really dislike people like you." Zung Ho retorted, "Oh, it's fine. I don't like you either." Jin Zung was confused outside. What is going on?" Sohn shrugged. "I don't care. Whether it's a girlfriend or a lover in your heart, I don't care. If you don't want to be disturbed, make something up." Zung Ho said, unable to understand. "What are you talking about?" She explained. "My family is quite noisy and conservative. I'm telling you this for your own good, so don't just brush it off." Jin Zung's face turned pale. "What on earth is happening? Who am I and where am I?" Suddenly, Sohn smiled brightly and approached Jin Zung. "Luckily he dislikes me. Hey trainee, want to go on a date with me?" Jin Zung's face quickly turned red. Suddenly? Sohn persuaded him with a calculating smile. "We're the same height. That's great. I like people who are at the same eye level. Jin Zung was startled and retreated with a flustered expression. I don't know. Son looked at him in bewilderment for a moment, then gave an amused smile. Hee hee, cute trainee. Hey, what's your Edia and rank? Jin Zung turned his face away, avoiding eye contact. Yes, both are F. She had a look of complete disbelief. What? Jin Zung said awkwardly. Really? Son said. Nonsense. How can both be F? That's you. Don't lie. At this moment, Zung Ho intervened. We're about to go train, so you can leave now. A moment later in the club room, Jin Zung was doing pull-ups. Zung Ho always followed alongside him. Finishing his last pull-up, Jin Zung groaned in pain. Done with the pull-ups, he collapsed to the floor exhausted. Son said, at first I thought you were just making excuses to avoid me, but you really were going to train? My opinion of you has changed a little. Jin Zung, unable to get up, asked, why is that senior following us? Son asked, are you okay? Jin Zung's face contorted as he said, if you're here, please save me. Son said, since when did you ask me to save you? Hearing that, Jin Zung inwardly screamed in indignation. Then what was it when you asked me for directions? Then he buried his face and sobbed. He's so cruel. Son pointed again and asked, but Sergeant and Zung Ho, why are you training that kid so much? Zung Ho replied nonchalantly, he's just a recruit, though our ranks are different. If he has a comrade to train with, that's enough. Son narrowed her eyes and gave a knowing, meaningful smile as if she had realized something. She approached the other person. I don't know why you're trying to help that kid so much. Did you perhaps see something in him? Zung Ho frowned uncomfortably. Son continued to push. Tell me the secret he's hiding. You recognized that kid's talent, didn't you? Answer me right now. Zung Ho refused to answer. I don't know what you're talking about. Aren't you the one who has the highest expectations for Park Bai Rang? Son pressed again. You're not going to tell me, huh? Then she playfully rushed towards Jin Zung. Then I'll ask that kid directly. So trainee, you heard us talking, didn't you? Answer me. Jin Zung bent at the waist and laughed awkwardly. Senior, I think you're misunderstanding something. I'm just an F-grade student, so no matter how much you tempt me, it's no use. This action made both of them stare at him with speechless looks. Zung Ho closed his eyes helplessly, then grabbed Jin Zung by the collar. Jin Zung was startled. What? Zung Ho dragged him roughly. I think we've had enough of pretending to be foolish. Let's start the next training session. Jin Zung, terrified, pleaded for help. Wait, why are you so angry? Son, save me. Son, Kim Son Sr. The scene shifted to the classroom. All right, focus, Teacher Kong Ho announced. We have a new transfer student today. Then he turned to the door and said, come in. Footsteps entered forcefully. The person was none other than Son. She stood confidently and proudly. Some students whined, still a transfer student at this hour, another student praised. Wow, she's pretty, Son asked the teacher. Teacher, where do I sit? Teacher Kong Ho looked around the classroom for a moment and replied, there's an empty seat at the end of platoon 1, but first introduce yourself. Son looked down and spotted Jin Zung. She ran down excitedly. I like platoon 3, the teacher couldn't stop her. Hey, wait a minute, let me sit in platoon 3, Teacher Kong Ho said. There are no empty seats in platoon 3 now. The friend sitting next to Jin Zung said, unable to understand. Son ran down, pointed at him and said with a bright smile, I want to sit there, can't you sit somewhere else? The friend said, slightly annoyed, hello second year class 1, even if you say that suddenly, this is my seat. She immediately slammed her hand on the desk and growled with a murderous aura, then you have no intention of sitting somewhere else? The friend quickly changed his expression, ahaha, then I'll sit somewhere else. Then he pulled out his chair and offered it to her. Son smiled kindly again, thank you. Suddenly a voice was heard drawing her attention. Hey transfer student, Bai Rang wore an angry expression. Who are you to act like this? I'm the platoon leader of platoon 3, so state your name and grade first. Son crossed her arms and sneered, is your rank higher than mine? I heard the highest rank for a second year is staff sergeant. I'm a staff sergeant. Then she gestured and called up, teacher, I'll sit here. I'm Bai Rang, platoon leader of platoon 3. Teacher Kong Ho felt dizzy. Another eccentric kid joined the class. All right, sit there. Jin Zung covered his face, feeling helpless. Damn it, Son noticed his action and turned back, asking the trainee, do you dislike me? Why are you so indifferent about this matter? Her expression turned eerie. Putting her arm around Jin Zung's shoulder, she said, I thought we got along very well yesterday, so I sat here. Don't you have anything else to say about this? We don't need to get along well. Jin Zung's face turned pale. I'll let it slide that we don't get along. Sweating profusely, Jin Zung continued to explain, it's not that I dislike you, senior. Teacher Kong Ho clearly saw and called out, Kim Son. Son turned back, smiling, yes, teacher. Shouldn't I at least introduce myself to the entire class? Son's face showed clear annoyance. I'm already sitting, so what? Alright, fine, I'll stand here and speak then. Bai Rang, who had been annoyed earlier, continued to shout, hey transfer student, you have no basic manners. Why aren't you standing in front of the class to introduce yourself? Why are you giving him such a bad look? I don't want to. Even if I stand here, everyone can hear me, Bai Rang said. Senior, really? Son quickly changed her expression and introduced herself with a bright flower-like smile. Hello everyone, nice to meet you. I'm Kim Son, the transfer student who will be joining class 10 starting today. Friends whispered to each other. Why is she like that? She's acting so rude. She probably acted well at her previous school too. Son continued. I am a staff sergeant. My Edia is the white Jade fairy. The whispering friend stopped talking. I don't like her. She seems too hasty, Son said with absolute confidence. Although my family forced me to transfer to this school, I hope we can all improve together. Please take good care of me in the future. Both the teacher and the students gaped, secretly turning to look at her. What? The white Jade fairy from the Kim Beko K family, is that true? Did she really say that? Teacher Kong Ho reminded. Quiet. Everyone quiet. But he couldn't stop the murmuring. Wow, that's amazing. I can't believe we have a white jade fairy in our class. The white jade fairy was the only Edia that was inherited from generation to generation. Edia usually could not be inherited. There was no Edia exactly the same from the beginning. It was because what was imprinted in the soul could not be the same. But some people hoped that they could inherit their Edia and make it stronger, more delicate, sharper, and more dangerous. And the Kim family of Kim Jin, the guardians of King Suro, successfully experimented. The Kim family focused on being forgotten by their own family, and on continuous ideological education and intergenerational combat. They were forced to marry only within their family to protect their bloodline. All their children had white skin, and the Kim Baek OK family successfully acquired an abnormal Edia. White Jade Fairy, World Soul Grade A. The player's body can manifest the White Jade Fairy, however, the White Jade Fairy can only manifest to the descendants of each generation. Their family population rapidly decreased almost to the point of non-existence, and in the last generation, a child born had the White Jade Fairy with a sword. That child's physical and potential abilities far surpassed humans. The last White Jade Fairy woman was able to obtain the highest level of swordsmanship. Kim Seon, born with a silver spoon, was a genius recognized by her family and God. After a spectacular introduction, Seon couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, can I sit down now?" Teacher Kong Ho managed to reply amidst the confusion, "Oh yes, you can sit down now. From today, Staff Sergeant Kim Seon will be the deputy platoon leader of Platoon 3. The entire class murmured and the teacher continued to tap the blackboard. "Quiet, please be quiet." Bai Rang couldn't hold back and shouted, I object, but teacher, how can a transfer student become the deputy platoon leader?" Teacher Kong Ho shouted, "Shut up." He could only swallow his indignation internally. Jin Zung only then turned back to admire Seon. "Wow, senior, you're quite famous too," she replied with absolute confidence. "That's because I'm so beautiful." He couldn't refute. "Oh, I see." Seon's resolute gaze continued. "You yourself are quite unique. The title of F-grade trainee isn't that common either." Not knowing if this was praise or criticism, he could only give an awkward smile, covering his face and slumping over his desk. "Don't say anything more, I'm an ally." Seon laughed out loud with amusement. "I don't want to stop." Jin Zung could only cry out an SOS. Below, Bai Rang gritted his teeth in anger. How can a little kid like a transfer student? He glared maliciously at Seon's desk for a while. A moment later in the cafeteria, appreciative whispers about Seon continued. "I think we should change the platoon leader of Platoon 3. Kim Seon is superior to Bai Rang in every way. That Bai Rang bastard. Kim Seon has a higher Edia grade and better overall combat ability than that bastard. He only keeps giving strange orders in team combat and only tries to make himself look capable. Kim Seon, at first I thought she was too arrogant, but she's really smart and gives good orders, plus her charm in combat is really amazing. I'm completely smitten. It would be great if Kim Seon became the platoon leader. Well, anyway, she'll be the platoon leader soon." They didn't notice Bai Rang sitting there, who clenched his cup upon hearing this. He gritted his teeth. Kim Seon, inside the classroom. "Wow, it's lunchtime." Seon turned to Jin Zung and called out, "Hey partner, let's go have lunch together." Jin Zung quickly waved his hand. "No, I have to clean." She didn't take no for an answer, grabbed him by the collar and pulled him along. "But I have no one to eat with alone," Jin Zung lied and retorted. "Senior, you're the most popular person in school right now." Seon crossed her arms and turned her face away with a displeased expression. "I dislike those kids who approach me for that reason. They keep looking up and never come directly to talk to me." Jin Zung continued to refuse. "Still no, I'm too busy." Then he listed the tasks he had to do. "I have to wipe the blackboard, does the chalkboard erasers, sweep and mop the classroom floor, and bring the supplies for the next class." With each task, Seon's face changed expressions. She said, "Listening to that, it seems like one person doing all that work is too much. Not even a platoon leader could do all that alone, right?" Jin Zung laughed awkwardly and let it pass. "Oh, that's right." Seon rested her arm again and interrogated him coldly. "Nonsense, you're not doing the tasks originally assigned to other platoon leaders, are you?" Her eyes shone like a devil's, emitting a deep murderous aura. "Not only that, but you're doing the whole class's work too." Jin Zung quickly waved his hands. I'm just doing it because I finished my other tasks. Isn't it more complicated if many people do it?" "Don't misunderstand." Seon frowned as if realizing something. She bit her lip in anger. "Misunderstand?" Then she grabbed Jin Zung by the collar and pulled him along. "Hey, follow me." Jin Zung was confused. "Where are we going? I told you I'm busy." Seon opened the door with a displeased expression. "Where do you think we're going to meet those damn bastards who keep dumping their work on you?" Jin Zung was even more flustered and shouted, "What? Wait a minute, it's okay, oh never mind." All of Jin Zung's refusals were overridden. The scene shifted to the cafeteria. Seon appeared in front of the red-haired friend with a smiling face. "Hey, I have something to ask you." The two students eating looked puzzled. "Kim Seon, why? What do you want from me?" "Ah," Seon quickly interrogated. "Yes, you're often in charge of cleaning Platoon 4's classroom, aren't you?" "Then why are you making our recruit do that work?" the red-haired person replied nonchalantly. Because he's F-grade." Seon immediately covered his mouth. "I don't want to hear your excuses. From now on, let's all do the work assigned to each of us. Bullying the weak is really shameful, and I don't want to be in such a situation. Do you understand me?" The red-haired person's face turned pale, his mouth covered. Seon continued, "If I see you doing this again, understood?" As soon as she finished speaking, she let go of his hand, and the red-haired person could only nod in fear. Yes, I understand. I'm sorry." Seon turned to Jin Zung, who was standing beside her, and said, "You're the one he should apologize to." Jin Zung waved his hand and laughed awkwardly. Haha, the red-haired person immediately apologized. I'm sorry, F grade. Son pulled Jin Zung along again. Sorry for interrupting your meal, alright recruit, let's go to the next person. Jin Zung hastily followed. Where are we going again? Wasn't everything resolved? Son said. Where do you think we're going? We're going to meet the homeroom teacher. Jin Zung shouted in surprise. What? Wait. The teacher, having heard the story, laughed. Haha. Jin Zung, that happened to you. Very well, from now on I will take care of assigning the cleaning duties, Son replied with a voice full of pride. Yes, teacher. Jin Zung merely sat by, helplessly covering his face. A moment later, Son picked up a broom and declared, Then I will now assign the duties for our platoon. She began assigning tasks. From today you will be in charge of the blackboard and you will take care of mopping the floor, understood? The two people responded in disbelief. What? Why do we have to clean? That's right. Shouldn't the F-grade guy do it? Son didn't let them finish, hitting their necks with the broom handle. She interrogated them with murderous eyes. Are you resisting the orders of the cleaning officer? They quickly denied. No. At this moment, Bai Rang appeared with a frown. Hey, Deputy Platoon Leader, Son calmly asked. Does Mr. Bai Rang want to participate too? He reminded her. At least call me Platoon Leader, Deputy Platoon Leader. Son asked him, So what do you want? Bai Rang said in a condescending tone. What do I have to want to meet you? I was just talking to my subordinate. She stared at him for a moment. Then she shrugged and said, Well, that's true, but since you're making me uncomfortable, I guess I'll have to be the platoon leader, won't I? Her opponent was enraged. What did you say? Son turned and walked towards the classroom door, not forgetting to retort sarcastically. If you don't want anything, may I enter now? Platoon leader Bai Rang said loudly. Wait, come up to the rooftop after class. We have something to discuss regarding the platoon. Son quickly agreed. Really? Then that's good. Jin Zung, who was in the classroom near the window, heard all of this. When the bell rang, Son quickly headed for the door. He quietly followed her. He very cautiously followed Son up the stairs. As expected, she's going to the rooftop, isn't she? As Son passed through the door, his gaze sharpened. Our platoon leader is going to be quite busy today. Jin Zung followed her up and hid behind the door, hearing Son ask, So what do you want to discuss? Bai Rang approached with a sly expression. Oh, playing dumb are we? Even if you don't want to know, shouldn't you understand by now? As soon as he spoke, several of his subordinates followed him out. Son looked at them and sneered. Our platoon leader is truly amazing. He seems quite popular too. She faced about a dozen men alone. Bai Rang crossed his arms and laughed triumphantly. You're still a member of my platoon. I have no intention of laying a hand on you after this discussion. Son ignored them. So you're saying you can't discuss these matters unless this many people come to help you? Has our platoon leader always been so shameless? Bai Rang suddenly laughed sinisterly. He, I think I need to teach the deputy platoon leader a lesson. Son heard this and pointed at herself, asking back, You're going to teach me a lesson? You're going to teach me? As she snapped her fingers, Bai Rang's anger flared. He had a crazed and arrogant expression. You really need to learn a proper lesson. I'll make you regret acting so arrogantly. Kim Son put on a serious expression. What's the problem? Bai Rang commanded the area, following the sergeant's orders. She heard that and sneered. So you're saying you're stronger or smarter than me? She provoked Bai Rang again. Son explained. No, here, skills are determined by two grades. One, you have to be physically stronger than me, and the other, you have to make better decisions than me to be my superior. Shouldn't you at least excel in one of these two things? She brushed her hair back, looking very cool. Bai Rang gritted his teeth and sneered again. You damn piece of trash. Then he ordered. Everyone summon your Edia. The subordinates quickly obeyed. Son stared at them, thinking, many close-range weapons. Oh, they don't have any special skill ranges. One person held a hammer, another a stick. Bai Rang laughed triumphantly again. Someone with a special Edia like you. These things must seem pathetic, don't they? Son retorted coldly. Not necessarily. Isn't that just how you feel? Bai Rang told her to stop talking nonsense. They charged at her with their weapons, and causing a disturbance by using Edia in school would be punished by the security department. Especially someone with a high-grade Edia like you would be punished just for that reason, Son thought. These weaklings can use Edia freely without getting caught. Bai Rang laughed sinisterly from behind. It'll be fun. I've already gathered 15 kids. Kim Son's Edia needed a blade to unleash its true power. However, she currently didn't have one. So if you compare a character who can't properly use their Edia with a bunch of random people who can, the random people would win. He imagined the beautiful sight of Son being threatened and fleeing from those random people. Even you can't handle this many people. I'll make you regret talking back to me, fairy. He pointed at Son and declared. Son still had a serious expression as if contemplating something. Then she said. And Zung Ho is a very famous person in our school. Doesn't N Zung Ho make you think of anything? Bai Rang had a speechless expression. What nonsense are you talking about? Son continued to walk. You know what my Edia grade is, don't you? Now the question is, what's my overall combat ability grade? Her footsteps were so strong that they kicked up black smoke and the random people recoiled in surprise. Bai Rang looked at them and shouted, It's all fake. Why are you scared of a swordsman without a sword? We have 15 people with Edia. Hey, don't be fooled, charge. Son sighed as if speechless at this group. Shouldn't team combat originally be analyzed like this? Bai Rang snarled in anger. Ah, you damn piece of trash. Son tapped her forehead again and asked, Did you forget what you learned in class? As she spoke, horns grew and an A- grade could face less than 100 A grades. The power of the white jade fairy emanated around her. Edia grade A, overall compatibility B, which could be considered A. The user's body could control the White Jade Fairy. The White Jade Fairy's talent was swordsmanship, and she was an intermediate swordsmanship expert. Sohn bared her teeth and laughed. From a grade, it's considered an overwhelming power. You only get an A- grade if you know how to fight one against many. Even if I only have half my strength left, do you still think you have a chance to win against me? The random people trembled upon hearing this, unsure whether to raise their weapons. Bai Rang loudly reminded them. Why are you trembling? She doesn't have a weapon for her, Edia. Get her, everyone, get her. The boy huddled and cautiously replied, understood, understood. He reassured himself. Kim Sohn doesn't have a weapon. We can do this, he shouted, brandishing his weapon and charging forward. Sohn calmly laughed in the face of the attack. Before the stick touched her forehead, she said, your curiosity is good, but aren't you approaching too honestly? Suddenly, the stick stopped in front of her. The boy's face turned pale. What? No way! Sohn blocked it with her hand from below, then knocked the stick away, pushing the boy back into collision with others. 3 people fell instantly. Sohn calmly said hit. Sohn jumped and moved again. She targeted the big boy standing in front. Just like that, one by one they fell to the ground. Sohn stepped over each of them. Around her a bunch of clueless random people lay sprawled. The boy who had charged tried to crawl and exclaimed, even without a sword she's strong. We're nothing in front of an A- grade Edia. Sohn sat in front of him. You gave up too early. That's why you can't be an A- grade, he shouted in anger again. What do you know? You were chosen from birth. Do you think I don't try to train? Can a chosen genius like you understand the sorrow of someone without talent? As soon as he finished speaking, Sohn calmly stood up. You probably have no choice but to think that way, but the problem is that when I first got my ability, my overall combat ability was D grade, the boy said in surprise. D grade? Bai Rang shouted. You're D grade? Don't lie, there's no one in this country who doesn't know your family. If you want to play mind games, you need to say something more convincing. Who would believe that someone like you has no talent? Sohn shrugged and laughed, replying, I agree, A grade but D grade overall combat ability. It was truly useless. I didn't want to carry a sword, but my Edia wanted to. What could I do? I had to accept it, the random people still stubbornly said. No way, it's a lie, Sohn said coldly. You won't accept the effort I've put in, but that won't change anything. The effort I've put in is being proven even at this moment. Bai Rang's group charged at her in anger. Shut up, shut up. A moment later they all fell again. Sohn stood among them and declared, even without a sword you are not worthy to face me. Still on the rooftop. In front of Bai Rang's watchful gaze, Sohn said, now it's just you left. Sergeant, don't you think I deliberately left you for last? He merely gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. In my opinion, trash is still trash in the end. Sohn sighed. Sergeant, I won't take care of you again. He took advantage of the momentum and provoked her. Yeah, that won't help you. Come and get me, fairy. He unleashed his power. Sohn frowned upon seeing it and thought, what's with that confidence? Does he still have a hidden card? If so. Sohn suddenly charged aggressively. You'd better clench your stomach tightly. Just destroy it. Her fist aimed for his abdomen. Bai Rang let out a sinister and unpleasant laugh. Hee, Kim Sohn, you fell into my trap. I knew you would never hit my face. You know you'd be punished. That punch would be aimed at my face. If I let Kim Sohn hit one cheek, she'd be at least suspended or even expelled. It's a cheap price to mess you up. This was all his calculation. Very mean and dirty. But unfortunately another hand suddenly appeared and blocked Sohn's punch. It was none other than Jin Zung. Watch out. Bai Rang glanced at him and said, trash. Jin Zung smiled at him. Your cute little nose shouldn't be broken, Sergeant. Something in your hand is broken. Bai Rang interrogated him with dirty and ignorant words. You piece of trash, how could you be here? Jin Zung walked over, stepped hard on his hand and calmly said, oops, I slipped. Are you okay? Sergeant, he asked nonchalantly. Bai Rang, shaking all over from the pain, looked up and interrogated Sohn. Did you bring this piece of trash? Sohn pointed at Jin Zung and said, me? Why would I? He just followed me. Jin Zung, displeased, said, what? Then he turned away with tears in his eyes and said, how sad. I'm not welcome anywhere. Sohn stared at him blankly. I've somewhat resolved the situation to change Bai Rang's impression, but he flew from the rooftop door to here in an instant. He opened the door and flew. And he stood between me and Bai Rang before my punch landed. Moreover, he completely blocked my punch. How could he, an F-grade combat ability guy? Jin Zung looked into the distance at this moment and exclaimed, oops, the sun is setting. Sohn still had a doubtful expression. Park Jin Zung, what exactly are you? Suddenly her hand shot up. She looked down at the black fragments in her hand. What is this, plastic fragments, huh? Then she said to Bai Rang, Sergeant, the sun is setting, so how about we end this duel now and go home? He was still angry and shouted, who are you to tell me to end it? Then he frantically pointed at the two of them and said, you two listen. If I, as a sergeant, report to the teacher. Jin Zung had a bewildered and weak expression. What did I do wrong? I just protected you. Isn't it too much to treat me so badly? Sohn continued. Well, this recruit just protected your ugly face. Stop being so funny. Bai Rang's expression became triumphant. Who says so? I recorded this part just in case, with a hidden camera video. Before he could finish speaking, Jin Zung pointed below and asked, are you talking about this hidden camera? He glanced at it and said, what? Seeing the small camera broken, it was what Jin Zung had just held in his hand. He said, oh, it was a camera? I thought it was an ornament. I saw you bring it here. I'm sorry, I saw something stuck in the wall. I thought it was a shock absorber. I didn't know it was yours, Sergeant. Jin Zung said that and scratched his head nonchalantly. Sohn kicked the broken fragments with her foot. The camera broke, your plan shattered. What I want to know most right now is this. She turned and grabbed Jin Zung by the collar, interrogating him. "Trainee, why did you block my punch?" He was flustered and quickly explained, "What? I helped you. Why are you treating me like this?" The random people now stood up and began to wonder. An F grade broke a camera set up by an A- grade. Is that skill or just luck? Sohn stopped her movement and led Jin Zung to that place. "Hey you guys," she shouted. If you want to go somewhere, let go of me." The two boys looked at her, unable to understand what. Sohn said loudly, "Don't complain anymore about being D grade. Look at our trainee here." Jin Zung stared at her blankly. "Hey," Sohn advised him with a very serious expression, "it's not too late, pull yourself together." Then she pulled Jin Zung along. "Let's go, trainee." "Oh, okay." "Sohn, I admit it, you're really like Senior and Zung Ho." Sohn quickly retorted, "Nonsense, who says I'm like that pig-headed guy?" The two left, and as the door slammed shut, the defeated ones were left with unknown emotions. Damn it, the scene shifted and screams echoed in another space. Along with this, someone walked over, holding a blood-stained knife. "Save me, don't come." The shadow cast on the wall was terrifying. "Monster, you're a monster." Another stream of blood gushed out, staining the door red. "You and Uncle have the same desire." "Tell me it's not true, Uncle." The young man flashed a ghastly smile, his face covered in blood. Jin Zung woke up with a start from his dream. At this moment the alarm signaled 6 a.m. and Jin Zung's face was pale. He clutched his head wearily. That dream again. The scene shifted to the street. Sohn, walking beside him, noticed Jin Zung's complexion. She quickly opened her mouth and asked, "Trainee, why do you look so strange today? Is there something wrong?" Jin Zung forced a smile and waved his hand. "No, I'm just a little tired, haha." "But where are we going?" Sohn replied. "The teacher only told the sergeant, so I'm not sure, but since we're divided into first aid teams, it's probably for that." Jin Zung asked, "But why are we outside?" Sohn replied, "I don't know either." Upon arriving in front of a building, Bai Rang shouted loudly, "Everyone stop!" In front of them were students from another school. "Oh, so we're here. Are you guys Heian High School students?" They had mocking expressions. "We're seeing Heian High School kids for the first time. Aren't you a little late?" Bai Rang frowned in anger and stepped forward to confront them. "Who are you guys?" A student from the other school casually replied. "I think Kim Sohn is much better. I heard she's really beautiful and a genius." Bai Rang was furious, almost having a fit. "Kim Sohn is our team leader. If you have something to say it to me." They scoffed again. "Isn't this the ranking system Mom heard about before? The military is really funny. Tell me, who does he think he is?" Bai Rang hastily shouted, "I am a student from Platoon 3, Company 10, 2nd Platoon, 52nd grade of Heian Special Training High School." "I ask again, who are you?" They still calmly retorted. "Us? How do we meet you, officer?" Bai Rang lost control and was about to charge. "You trashy punks." "What trash?" At this moment another person stopped his opponent. "Gova, don't do this. It's a disgrace in front of the other seniors." "I'm sorry, our kids got a bit carried away." As soon as the new person appeared, compliments poured in. "Oh, he's handsome." "Who is he?" The young man extended his hand to Bai Rang and introduced himself. "We're from Seyoung High School. It's a pleasure to meet the Heian High School students." Bai Rang hastily pushed away the other's hand and said, "Stop the theatrics and explain, you trashy punks." Behind him an angry friend was about to charge. "Damn it," the friendly young man then stopped him. "Haha, everyone calm down." Sohn then stepped forward. "Lieutenant, stop. Don't you see our training scores are dropping?" Then she reminded him. "And the same goes for you, Seyoung High School." The young man's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "Wow, aren't you Kim Sohn? Nice to meet you. I'm Lee Wonghua." He smiled brightly and extended his hand as if to shake hers. Sohn looked down for a moment, then coldly refused the handshake and retorted, "Our team is here to participate in a first aid class, so why are Seyoung's kids here instead of them? Can you explain?" Lee Wonghua still smiled brightly and explained, "Haha, the first aid students were looking for her right here. Seyoung High School second year first aid team. I'm really looking forward to today." A moment later, everyone arrived at a place called Narabank. "I don't know why it's called a bank. We just heard that classes would be divided with Hay. I think both schools have a good relationship with this bank. It would be better to make the joint classes of the two schools public. And the bank looks quite good too, doesn't it?" Jin Zung continued to observe his surroundings and said, "It looks like it's exclusively for us, ever since they ran out of customers." At this moment a man in a black suit came out and greeted them. "Are you students here for an internship?" Immediately, gasps of surprise erupted. "Wow, he's really tall. Is this the power of the security guards?" Sohn stepped forward. "Hello, we are from Platoon 3, Company 10, 2nd Platoon of Heian High School. I am team leader Kim Sohn." Although she was small, she looked directly at the opponent with confidence. The security guards laughed and said, "Oh ho, very young but already an adult." "Oh really?" Sohn asked seriously. "Please let us know if there's anything to do today." A security guard tempted. "Haha, I like you. I hope you'll work at the bank when you grow up." Sohn firmly refused. "Sorry, but I decline." Jin Zung observed from behind and thought, "We're being treated like little kids on a field trip." Sohn leaned against the wall, annoyed and displeased. "They're completely ignoring our combat abilities. Anyway, there aren't many students who can work at a bank, but we need more points." Seeing someone pass by, she called out, "Excuse me, Ragoa." He excitedly ran over. "Sohn, you can call me Ragoa." "All right, Ragoa. Divide the class into 4 and assign them to temporary teams. We'll make a good impression on the bank. I'm not even sure if the teacher is here at this point." Over here, the cafeteria uncle kindly asked, "Students, would you like some snacks or drinks?" The children shouted excitedly, "Really? Give us some." Sohn saw this and frowned, saying dismissively, "They're quite lax. They're treating us like young customers. Neither side is talking seriously." At this moment another friend called out, "We'll take some coffee." "How about you guys? It tastes like coffee from a coffee machine. You can take other drinks too." As soon as Sohn heard about ice cream and coffee, her face showed interest. Oh, something seems wrong here. She quickly walked, forgetting the knife she had leaned against the wall. Really? Anything, of course. In another corner, Jin Zung was muttering to himself, everyone's relaxing, nothing much seems to be happening. Then Lee Wang-hwa suddenly appeared with a bright smile. Hello? Jin Zung was startled. Oh hello, he immediately asked. You were next to Kim Sohn earlier, weren't you? Jin Zung was puzzled internally. I thought he was a student from Seung High School Ragoa. Why does he know I was next to senior Kim Sohn? Suddenly he seemed to realize something, smiled brightly, and gave a thumbs up. Would you like help asking Sohn? That's my specialty anyway. Lee Wang-hwa awkwardly waved his hand. No, it's not like that. Jin Zung pulled out an empty pocket. Or should I buy you some bread? I don't have any money today. Lee Wang-hwa denied it again. No, I don't need bread. Jin Zung was puzzled upon hearing this. Not even bread? Then what? He replied with a gentle smile. I just happen to be interested in you. Lee Wang-hwa felt the task was a bit tricky. Ha ha ha. After finishing the task, Lee Wang-hwa smiled brightly and innocently again, asking, Is there anything you want to drink? There's a vending machine over there. Jin Zung nodded and replied, Aha, got it. He thought to himself, should I report to the staff sergeant or the platoon leader? It'll be fine. A moment later, in front of the vending machine, Jin Zung chose a cold drink can, quickly opened it and took a sip. He was not surprised by the coldness. It's cold. Lee Wang-hwa, standing next to him, saw this and laughed. Jin Zung, you're really oblivious, haha. Did he find Jin Zung cute? He then asked, Are you a hidden master of Heian High School or what? At these words, Jin Zung spat out all the water he had just been drinking. Then he laughed and replied, Haha, I'm just pretending to be oblivious. Lee Wang-hwa thought seriously, he seems to be separated from his friends and doesn't fit in well, so why is he so oblivious? Over here, Jin Zung was still laughing excitedly. That's my motto in life, Lee Wang-hwa agreed. Really? That's cool. What's your overall combat grade? Then he proudly and boastfully replied, F grade. He lunged forward in disbelief. How you're lying, aren't you? Jin Zung continued. My Edia is also F grade. An F grade duo champion, Lee Wang-hwa said. Are you making fun of me? He shrugged. No, why would I lie? He cried out internally. Then it's even stranger. Why is he so oblivious? Jin Zung was puzzled. Then what do you mean? He asked, throwing an empty can. The can landed precisely in the trash can. Lee Wang-hwa stared blankly, then excitedly pointed his finger. Wow, how can you do that? Amazing. Jin Zung was flustered by this excitement. I just threw a can, Lee Wang-hwa admired again. No, it's really amazing. Then he reached out his hand and made a throwing motion. Alright, I'll try it too. Jin Zung forced a smile. Haha, yeah, good luck. The can was thrown, missing the trash can. Lee Wang-hwa's face was filled with disappointment. It's difficult, Jin Zung said. Your reflexes aren't very good either. He bent down to pick up the can. I'm bad at fighting. That's why I chose the first aid team. As he went to throw it in the trash, he asked, But Jin Zung, you said you were F grade, right? How can an F grade survive in a combat team? Jin Zung crossed his arms and smiled proudly. Kim Sohn helped me and I was lucky. Then he asked back, What's your Edia? Lee Wang-hwa said, Me? And quickly summoned his Edia. An information window appeared. Blade hand. Edia grade C. Overall combat ability C can transform hands into blades. Jin Zung said seriously, Isn't your Edia already too good? Plus it has a lot of potential for development. Lee Wang-hwa returned his arm to normal and replied with a sad expression, I always hear that, but I've never been promoted a grade. Jin Zung stared at his arm and asked, You wanted to transfer to the combat team, so you were curious how I survived, right? Lee Wang-hwa scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. Jin Zung again put on a gloomy expression and said thoughtfully, The first aid team is much better. You can save people. I think that's much better. Edia only knows fighting. Lee Wang-hwa heard that and felt a little better. Really? Jin Zung bit his lip and said, Of course. Then he patted the other person's shoulder and encouraged him, Be more confident and oblivious. He thought to himself, I'm really envious. I wish my Edia could save people. Then he said, Let's go back, and turned around. The scene shifted to an outside road. Teacher Kong Ho walked over and said, Haha, sorry I'm late. Another person laughed and said, The children have already gone in. Then he pulled out a piece of paper. Heian High School teacher. Time score. Teacher Kong Ho was flustered. But I didn't see anything. The other teacher waved his finger. It's okay. Just grade it roughly. Give high scores to the ordinary and skilled children. Anyway, what would they train at the bank? It's just a formality. Teacher Kong Ho smiled contentedly. Wow, I'm learning a lot from you, teacher. Haha. Thankfully you're easygoing. Then the other teacher graded and said to the paper, I'm done grading, so let's go get some coffee. This coffee is delicious. I know how to make it. Teacher Kong Ho excitedly followed. Wow, then I'll follow you, teacher. I thought Heian High School teachers would be really easygoing. Haha. Outside the door, Jin Zung and the orange-haired girl stood together. He exclaimed, It's really tiring standing in front of the door. The girl continued, Nothing's happening. He smiled brightly and suggested, Sergeant, how about we buy drinks if we lose rock, paper, scissors? She immediately replied, Okay, let's do it now. Then the two started playing rock, paper, scissors. At this moment, the red-haired person appeared, munching on food. Hey, someone's coming. Jin Zung was still focused on the results. What should I drink? At this moment, people in military uniforms appeared. Wow, look at those clothes. Is it group cosplay? What kind of uniforms are those? The security guard quickly turned around. Seeing this, he was startled and quickly fled. Damn it. As he ran, he shouted, Students, get out of the way. The The security guard ran towards Jin Zung. Jin Zung was blank. Haha, what is it? The security guard pushed him aside and charged, blocking a sudden attack. The attack looked incredibly powerful. The security guard used nunchaku skills and the nunchaku became harder and harder. Grade C, overall combat ability B, it gets harder with every impact. He blocked it and shouted to the students, escape through the back door. The students' faces turned pale and they were flustered. Huh? What's happening? What? Is it a monster? Is this training? The attacker's pupils glowed red as he said, it's useless. The security guard looked back again and shouted, what are you doing? Run away. The villain continued. Then blood spurted from the security guard, shocking the students. He collapsed in a pool of his own blood. The leader casually scoffed, see you next time, Korean comrade. The leader had a large, scarred, terrifying face. He radiated dense, murderous intent and smiled chillingly. Comrades, excuse me for a moment. Other security guards rushed over. Who are you guys? The man with a large, bloody knife slung over his shoulder said triumphantly. Comrade seems strong. Can you entertain me more than the previous comrade? A security guard noticed. D, what's that voice? Isn't that a North Korean accent? Another security guard retorted. Are you a North Korean spy? He replied. Spy? I'm just here begging. If you don't want your head to fly off, fill this bag quickly. As he spoke, he indicated for them to throw a large bag. The security guard clenched his teeth in anger. Everyone to your positions. Immediately, a group of security guards came out from inside, all in combat stance. Jin Wong frowned and said again, Comrades, didn't I tell you to fill the bag? You should have kindly followed when I called you comrade. The security guard shouted, shut up, you bank robber. The man gave a ghastly smile. Damn it, I don't know if my Korean comrades are deaf or blind. He swung his enormous knife. Why do you weaklings rush at me like moths to a flame? Son was watching the entire situation from behind. We're no match for him. His energy far surpasses that of an ordinary person. As he said, we're just moths rushing into a fire. But the security guards still tried to resist, blocking his knife and pushing him, using steel shields to stop him. There are students behind them. They'll die in vain. Son was startled and ran over, shouting, get back. Lee and Wong cruelly swung his knife. Comrades, you're blocking my path. Move aside. Son's eyes widened at the scene. The security guards collapsed with a single attack, lying miserably on the floor. The red-haired person recoiled in terror. They're dead? Son stood frozen. He took down a B-grade defensive Edia with a single blow. It was a rather strong Edia, but his attack easily pierced through it. In Wong scornfully spat. Is that all? You're too obsessed with peace. Tisk, are you allowed to use such useless security guards? As he spoke, he viciously slashed the corpses below with his sword. Son estimated his overall combat ability to be at least a grade. She then shouted, everyone snap out of it. She pointed to where everyone could escape. The students quickly got up. Oh, spicy. Everyone run to the tables. And so, a group of students fled into the classroom. A North Korean man pursued them, asking, have all comrades decided to become bank employees? Do I need to take a waiting number from the machine? Son continued to give instructions. Everyone, summon your Edia. Now the sergeants will command their respective teams. At this moment, scraps of paper fluttered in the air. In Wong, still wearing a cheerful smile, asked, can I take some money? The red-haired man clutched his head under this pressure. Why is this happening? Son stepped forward and calmly said, don't be frustrated. We have to hold out until the police or teachers find us. The North Korean man kicked a large bag and said, don't be so cold to fellow Koreans. Shouldn't we help each other? Son was extremely tense and worried. What should I do? I don't know if I can fight him alone. His subordinates also look strong. In Wong continued, our bags are a bit similar, so I'm looking for help. Do all South Korean banks treat customers so coldly? What's your name, comrade? You seem like a brave comrade. To buy time, Son answered him. Kim Son. In Wong laughed triumphantly. Brave? Why aren't you answering my question? What do you think I should do to extract money from bank employees? Son calculated internally. I need to buy a little more time. After that, she answered him. You've come to rob a bank dressed like that, so you don't seem like a spy. You seem like people who escaped from North Korea, and your goal isn't money, is it? In Wong scoffed. People keep calling me a spy, so I guess I should introduce myself first. Son was startled as soon as she heard this. Criminal revealing their identity. In Wong extended his hand in front of his subordinates and proudly introduced himself. You might have heard who we are, but we are the catastrophe unit. Son's face quickly hardened. Peste. Unknown location, unknown history, unknown attire, regardless of race, regardless of rank, regardless of grade. A terrorist organization against humanity worldwide. Not a single ant survives where they pass. They are a brutal organization, and their only characteristic is that no one survives. Peste. Upon hearing this name, the students became even more terrified. Peste. Do they have people in North Korea too? And Wong continued to kick objects around. We said we are the catastrophe unit. So why do comrades call us Peste? South Korean comrades are too Europeanized. Anyway, if you understand, hand over the money. Some tried to surrender to them. Peste, put the money in. We just need to give him everything. If we do that, before the student could finish speaking, Son unleashed her power. In Wong showed interest. Unexpected. Son had already entered a combat stance. She stepped forward and calmed everyone down. Everyone calm down. He never said he wouldn't harm us after we gave him the money. In Wong wore a crazed expression. Really, understood. Son stood facing him and said, you seem to know my family, that's enough then, come on. But she was very worried internally. If his subordinates attack too, there's no hope. I need to lure him into a one-on-one fight. He seems to be the leader." The man smiled deviously as if knowing her intention. "Haha, understood. Clever. Do you think I'd fall for that?" Son shrugged. "I'm just a student. Surely you won't gang up on me with so many?" The man snapped his fingers. "Understood. I like that courage, but it's not surprising. If you're from the fairy clan, you must be a crazy woman too." "No," Son challenged fearlessly. "You talk too much." "So are you going to fight me, terrorist?" He widened his eyes and said, "A cute challenge." After that, Jin Wong forcefully slammed his knife onto the floor. He said with a crazed expression, "Understood. I accept that challenge." Fairy Jin Wong lifted his large blood-stained knife. "Come at me, lady." Son gave a scornful smile. "You're allowing me to attack first. Quite confident, aren't you?" She suddenly thought, "Fortunately, my provocation worked. Peste is behind him. He won't break his promise in front of his subordinates. If I defeat him, I can survive." After that, Son brought her hand back and fumbled with her hair. "I have to win to survive." But no matter how much she searched, it was disappointing. Ah, damn it, her eyes were filled with confusion. Her hand kept searching. Son kept thinking, "Where's my sword?" Son quickly recalled the sword she had placed beside her. "I put it down during the break. Why do bad habits surface at times like this?" The catastrophe unit member behind her startled her and said, "Lady, what are you looking at?" Immediately, he leapt up and demonstrated his swordsmanship. "If you don't attack, I'll go first." Son gritted her teeth and blocked the sword. As a result, she fell under a cloud of dust. A wall cracked. Son thought to herself, "One more hit and I'm done." Seeing the crack in the wall, that blow allowed her to leap high and use a huge piece of the wall as a weapon. "I've found something useful." His eyes were surprised by her action. Once again, Jin Wong said to her, "Another sneak attack. Where's that courage from before?" Son was sitting down, her hair disheveled, and she frowned. "Damn it." Jin Wong, on the other hand, smiled with interest, flying all over the place. "Are you a flying squirrel instead of a fairy lady?" Fortunately, all of his swordsmanship was easily dodged by Son. Below, everyone was excited and whispering about the situation. One said, "He's fighting the boss with a knife," and another murmured, "Kim Son is really amazing." Jin Wong held his large weapon and the two stared at each other. From afar, cheers could be heard. "Kim Son, Kim Son, Kim Son, Kim Son." The shouts of her name echoed into the classroom. "Kim Son, Kim Son." Jin Zung saw this and immediately frowned, thinking, "This isn't the time to cheer. What should I do?" Wang Hua smiled with interest. "Wow, I see why he's so famous. He's fighting the boss of Peste." The friend standing next to him called out Wang Hua's name softly, then calmly placed a hand on his shoulder. "We need to run away right now." Jin Zung approached Wang Hua and whispered softly, "We need to run away right now." Hearing this, he asked again, "How run away now, but where?" Jin Zung grabbed Wang Hua's shoulder and simultaneously looked up at the ceiling. "Going up is best right now. The restroom, storage under the desks, anywhere they can't easily find us." The duel between the two continued. Son still dodged in Wang's swordsmanship. "We have to buy as much time as possible," and a fist flew at her like an explosion. Surprisingly, Son stood up and held her head high. His weapon was covered in blood. Son sat down tiredly. He approached slowly with a satisfied expression. "It's time to end this rat-catching game." "How about it?" This made everyone hesitate. One said, "Did Kim Son lose? There's no one stronger than Kim Son among us." Son pressed her hand to the ground and simultaneously spat out a red liquid. Everyone murmured, "Are we finished now?" His weapon was aimed at her gaze. "Lady, is that all you've got?" Nevertheless, Son retaliated with a bizarre smile. "Perhaps. Why don't you check?" Jin Wong bared his teeth and laughed once more. "Still an annoying woman until the very end." While he threatened Son, a boy in the distance warned, "Everyone scatter." Immediately, Jin Zung grabbed Wang Hua's jacket. "I'm escaping." His classmate seemed to understand the situation. The friend moved quickly and simultaneously said, "Run." One friend and another ran together, looking back in fear. "If we get caught, we'll die. Run away." Jin Wong touched the back of his hair with his hand. "Well, you've made a quick decision then," he asked Peste again, sounding delighted. "How about it, comrades?" Peste immediately answered obediently. "What are your orders?" he continued. "Catch all of that rat-like guys, comrades." The catastrophe unit members placed their hands on their foreheads. "As you command." As soon as he finished speaking, they hastily scattered and began searching. "Even if that comrade is different, these foolish South Korean comrades aren't budging. If the fairy lady buys time, where will they escape to?" Peste began to climb the stairs. "They'll get caught eventually." Son withdrew her gaze, filled with disappointing worry. She thought, he ordered his subordinates to catch them, but he doesn't intend to kill them, does he? But not long after, Son stood up resolutely. "Well, then I can buy a little more time." He placed his large weapon on his shoulder and simultaneously gave a devious smile. "I like the lady's resilience. You've proven to be more useful than I thought." He asked again, "Then won't you join me?" Son refused with a wave of her hand. "What are you talking about? Never." Jin Wong winked with one eye, but his wickedness was not hidden. "Think better. Women are lining up to go with me." Her face began to contort. "Frown. How can I trust a terrorist who robs banks without any proof?" As he said, "Ah, I forgot to introduce myself." A dark shadow suddenly fell. Jin Wong introduced himself softly and calmly. "I am Kim Jin Wong." Upon hearing this, Son was speechless. A red shadow covered the auditorium, and the North Korean sun rose. Son was suspicious. Kim Jin Wong, an image of a leader giving a speech came to mind. North Korea's greatest leader, North Korea's greatest politician, and Jin Wong, North Korea's greatest military commander. The one with the most powerful Edia in North Korea, a true monster with all these titles. He once again made a request with a proud expression. "I was born too early to become the sun and have too many things to take care of. I need a talented wife by my side." Son spread her legs and hesitated, thinking, unbelievable. Kim In Wong himself is in a place like this. Her legs began to tremble. In Wong approached closer. Lady, why are you suddenly stepping back? That's why I usually don't reveal my name, Sohn chuckled hesitantly. Didn't Kim In Wong have a bounty on his head? A global criminal, quite a lot, I imagine. She laughed again, glancing back. With that bounty I could buy my friends steamed buns. Hearing this, In Wong was surprised and delighted, raising his head to look at the ceiling. To be so bold even in this situation. A dark and murderous face reappeared. He thought, so that's why they told me not to come in person. Isn't this what they're aiming for? Sohn kept her distance from him, moving closer to the door, thinking, is the order to rob a bank with students an attempt to use the students? You've really gone to a lot of trouble. In Wong once again tried to persuade her, closing his eyes and looking down. Lady, the winner has already been decided, so shouldn't you obey while I enjoy you? Suddenly a stick fell beside her foot. Unexpectedly the winner was decided so early. She tossed her knife high. I almost died trying to jump down here again, he said, confused. Light surrounded her and she held a knife in her hand. I still have a lot to learn. As the knife opened, a blue light and a dragon appeared behind her. But to properly use my Edia, she gave a delighted smile. The knife stretched out long. I need a sword. A female student, terrified, accidentally stumbled. The man fiercely grabbed her hand and commanded, follow me. She screamed helplessly. Let go of me, but they still fiercely grabbed people. Inside the men's restroom, 2 people had already escaped. Jin Zung scratched his head in confusion and murmured, it's probably so clean because it's a bank. Wang Hua, sweating worriedly, suggested, Jin Zung, shouldn't we go higher? This is only the 5th floor. The other kids are going higher, he calmly said, sounding tired. It'll be fine, calm down. Jin Zung waved his hand with a very optimistic expression. Let's catch our breath now. Wang Hua looked at him, feeling even more anxious, and asked, Jin Zung, are you okay? He was bewildered, not understanding the question. Why? Wang Hua recalled the horrific sight that had just occurred. If we get caught, we'll end up like the security guards. He stared at Jin Zung, unable to understand. Yet he doesn't seem to be okay at all. It's nothing. Wang Hua still tried to persuade Jin Zung. Anyway, if we stay here, we don't know when we'll get caught. Don't you think we should escape quickly? He continued to suggest going higher. How about it? The more Wang Hua thought, the more terrified he became. Sohn can hold out for a while, but eventually, suddenly, Jin Zung with a serious expression shook off Wang Hua's hand. No, escaping is useless. He tried to calm him down. We have to fight them. Wang Hua was startled and trembled. What? He worried in fear. Didn't you see the security guards earlier? Even trained adults couldn't beat them. What can we do? C grade and F grade? But Jin Zung seemed to have found a problem. Wang Hua, do you think souls have grades? He vehemently disagreed. What are you suddenly talking about? Jin Zung had his own reasons. I overheard it by chance before. He hid behind the door and heard important news. Kim Sohn's combat ability was D grade when she was young. But now it's a grade. Jin Zung realized an important rule. Don't you think Edia can be the ultimate criterion for evaluating humans? You don't need to be sad because of your grade. Wang Hua was still standing blankly and the elevator door opened. He gradually understood the situation. His face turned pale, and he realized with a trembling, sweaty voice, Jin Zung, the reason you're saying that now is that person's footsteps are getting closer and closer. Wang Hua panicked and started looking for a solution. They seem to be here. What should we do now? We need to hide. Jin Zung's voice echoed from outside the restroom. Wang Hua, you have a much better Edia than I do. If you go all out, you can add all sorts of cool improvements to it. He tried to stop him. Shush, they'll find us. Jin Zung placed his hand on Wang Hua's shoulder. Wang Hua, listen to me. He turned back, worried. Why? He whispered in his ear. Trust me and do exactly as I say from now on. They entered the restroom and one of them moved around, commanding, come out, you bastards, I hear everything. He threatened fiercely. Our boss hates slowpokes. Jin Zung suddenly popped out from a single-stall restroom. What a wonderful expression. Can you teach me? The man threatened seriously. Don't mess around, you bastard. The boss will understand if your limbs are lost in the process of capture. Jin Zung remained calm. Now that the boss is gone, you're quite chatty. Impressive. The man was also enraged. You damned bastard. Simultaneously, Jin Zung seized the opportunity and said, let's go. A weapon was already in Jin Zung's hand and he brandished it, ready to fight. But the man was not at all afraid, merely contemptuous. What, are you trying to say that's your Edia's true form? The man also changed his attitude. Stop talking nonsense, just be quiet. The man quickly rushed at him, saying, get caught. His legs accelerated from 0 to 100 in 1 second. Tank Edia B overall combat ability B accelerates from 0 to 100 in 1 second when it starts running. At this moment, Jin Zung quickly sent him a message. Wang Hua, you have to run as I told you. Got it? The man also realized their intention. Where do you think you're escaping to? I'll catch both of you. Jin Zung lightly opened his eyes and his whole body transformed. Absolute killing. Edia grade S overall combat ability S physical abilities increase 3 times their usual level. The man first rushed to attack him, already very close, but Jin Zung was 1 step faster, too slow. The man was also startled. You damn bastard. Jin Zung took the opportunity to ambush him. Jin Zung's movements were very agile, and he teased him boastfully. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. The man was engulfed in rage, unable to do anything. You're actually a madman. Jin Zung didn't pay much attention and chuckled lightly. The two were still locked in a tense standoff. Jin Zung had already anticipated his purpose. Wouldn't it be incredibly convenient if he didn't accelerate from 0 to 100 in 1 second? The man was flustered and anxious. You saw my soul, Edia? You saw my soul, Edia? Jin Zung challenged him even more arrogantly. What if I cut your Achilles heel? He pushed him, provoking. What would happen if what you need to activate your Edia is destroyed? Perhaps your grade might drop? Jin Zung started to mock him. Should I stab here? There are too many possibilities. I really can't choose. Humans will be gripped by a murderous impulse. Manhwa stood trembling, watching. Jin Zung's face looked very triumphant. Manhwa trembled and backed away. Jin Zung turned around eerily. Did you call me Mr. Manhwa? He asked chillingly. What's wrong, Mr. Manhwa? Why did you call me? Manhwa's steps trembled. He tried to persuade him in a soft voice. Why don't we stop and run away? But Jin Zung had no intention of doing so. Wrong. Who do you think should be running away right now? He grabbed the man's body and demanded an answer. Here. Jin Zung kept reminding Manhwa that the effect would only end if he destroyed the Edia or killed the opponent. Manhwa was still terrified and kept calling out, Jin Zung, Jin Zung. It was only then that Jin Zung's mind snapped back. Li Manhwa, he composed himself. Jin Zung suddenly shouted, let's go. His glasses also fell off. Jin Zung grabbed the man by the collar. He urged again, quickly. Jin Zung continued to admonish him, run away quickly. Manhwa still stood blankly. Jin Zung, he kept shouting amidst Manhwa's startled gaze. Once your hands transform into blades, he kept trying to make him understand. That guy thinks his body has become a hard sword. Isn't that natural? Manhwa's face turned pale. Jin Zung's steps began to move. Manhwa ran away first, feeling guilty. Sorry for running away first, Jin Zung. Jin Zung helplessly bowed his head. That's not enough, that's really. The man pointed to his head and said contemptuously. Are you crazy? He lifted his head and his eyes were very chilling. Not fun at all. I'll make you turn 3 times. The man still didn't quite understand what. 3 turns? I can't believe there's someone hiding their strength in this situation. I have to inform the leader somehow. Jin Zung calmly dealt with him. Inside the workshop he still maintained a very confident attitude. Finally he understood. Jin Wong stroked his chin, his expression very focused. A beautiful sword combined with a face. She held the sword out in front, ready to fight. If I hit you with that, you'll change your mind, won't you, brother? The man was still very calm. So you think you can face me now? Jin Wong displayed his power at that moment, but Son still easily blocked it. She smiled and said mysteriously, you never know. Jin Wong guessed with a single cross attack. What? You changed the direction of my soul sword? Your sword has sacred energy, but you'll never reveal it. What do I know about your Edia? Do you think that absurd attack was due to strength, not the influence of Edia? The man was still secretly analyzing her. If a knife is difficult to handle, you have to cut along the knife. Jin Wong nodded, glanced, and then commented, quite an unusual sword. That sword might be the soul sword's weakness. Son treated him casually. People say I might lose my family treasure because of rumors about this sword. A brief introduction to this weapon, a sword for fighting powerful enemies, along with 4 tiger hunters. The constellation on the sword is likened to storing the power of stars and depending on the user's ability can cut through Edia itself. Grade A, but she had another interesting point. Go, the most important thing is that I can merge with this sword. Son quickly launched a clone attack. Soul Fusion Sword Art. Soul Fusion Sword Art creates physical attack clones. Jin Wong gradually became interested and called out, what a truly special person. Do you really not want to join my side? But Son clearly looked contemptuous. My family might be impatient, but they would never accept someone like you. The man had a sinister plan. It would be quite embarrassing to kill her like this, wouldn't it? It's a shame, but I have no choice. Jin Wong brandished his weapon violently, no longer teasing her. Son lost her grip and he continued to press. The man raised his voice and challenged her. Woman, aren't you scared now? The blade was swung once more, but fortunately it didn't hit Son. Jin Wong continued to attack with interest. It seems I have the upper hand, but you have no intention of giving up here. You're not even close. Son continued to use her previous skill. Soul Fusion Sword Art, she challenged loudly. Block it again, Son analyzed while dodging the attack. He swings his sword very fast and heavy, but what if I attack while he's blocking the clones? She had to keep defending. But Son was in a disadvantageous situation. Damn it, I can't block it. The more she struggled, the more interested Jin Wong became. I really like you. She was exhausted and sweating, and she began to worry. Damn it, he's much superior to me in direct attacks. The man tried to read her mind. You don't think you can match my abilities, do you? She came up with a temporary solution. It hurts my pride, but I have to keep playing this foolish game and stall for time with illusions. Jin Wong was still very arrogant. Don't you think my skills are enough for you to join my side? But Son was firm. Not even close. She gripped her sword tightly. One person captured kept pleading, I'm sorry, please save me. It was only then that Jin Wong noticed. They've captured a few people. Why did they come in from outside? Son must have guessed the reason for this chaotic situation as well. The police or military must be surrounding the area. They won't be able to act because of the hostages. The man turned around and reminded, hey, isn't anyone going up the back stairs? Why did you bring North Korean comrades from outside? One person quickly snapped to attention and reported, yes sir, we split into 2 groups. Those North Korean bastards came in through the windows and the rest were waiting outside. The ultimate goal was to catch those who jumped through the windows. The person briefly reported, comrades, those who haven't returned are now going upstairs to check for any remaining North Korean bastards. It was then that Son suddenly realized, startled. Wait, what? They were waiting outside? Does that mean the police haven't acted even in this situation? She couldn't believe it. Even if they're trying to be careful, if they consider themselves as nothing, something's wrong. Something's really wrong, the man gestured and said. Hey, I can tell what you're thinking from your expression, In Wong chuckled boastfully. Are you perhaps wondering why reinforcements aren't coming? In such a case, a comrade would have already isolated this area with a demon's sword. Son's face turned pale. Isolated, In Wong proudly added. We can't cause a catastrophe without preparation. This bank still looks fine from the outside. The man chuckled sinisterly. No one will notice what's happening inside. Her eyes were filled with visible worry. No one knows what's happening to us. I thought all I had to do was stall for time until the police arrived. Son was extremely confused. But if there's no report, how can I get out of here? And if I turn back, he'll kill them. She sank into a pit of despair. The time I can hold out is limited and I don't know what to do. Someone's voice suddenly broke through. Lady, what's wrong? In Wong coldly asked the woman in front of him. What happened to your energy earlier? From the controlled line inside, a man suddenly cautiously raised his head and glanced at the catastrophe unit members. He waited for an opportunity as soon as one of them was distracted and turned their back. The man ran forward without hesitation, amidst the startled gazes of everyone present. He quickly rushed towards the phone and muttered to himself in a firm voice, I can't just sit here. The man hastily searched for the emergency call button on the phone. Here it is. As soon as he picked up the receiver, he urgently shouted, Emergency, the bank has been taken over. The man glanced back warily at the people staring at him. Terrorists have raided this place. His hand trembled, but he shouted with all his might, Are you listening to me? Hello? The man's face turned dark, realizing something was wrong. Why is there no sound? Just then a large bag was suddenly thrown at him and a man's eerie voice was heard. Comrade Banker. The man slowly turned his eyes in fear towards where the voice had just come from. In Wong was already standing behind him, and then he smiled sinisterly and said, Didn't you hear what I said earlier? As soon as the man saw his face, he fell to his knees in fear and stammered, calling out. In Wong triumphantly continued, As I told you, comrade, we have an Edia that is a stealth expert. That means those phones and call buttons under the chairs won't work. A student heard that, quickly pulled out his phone and then shouted in confusion, That's right. The student next to him also realized, his face pale. So that's why it didn't work earlier. The banker, suppressing the fear in his heart, loudly questioned In Wong in disbelief. Why is Kim and Wong robbing a private bank in broad daylight? The man said reasonably. Comrade, are you belittling your work? Every job is important. That is the core of great communism. The banker loudly threatened In Wong. If the military finds out you're here, you won't be in one piece. But the man suddenly laughed scornfully. Are you talking about an old-fashioned name like Li Xin? In Wong, holding his blood-stained sword, shouted excitedly. So that old man is in South Korea. The man slowly approached the banker and let out a strange chuckle in a low voice. The sword in Wong's hand suddenly flew straight towards his face and the banker's entire body stiffened. In Wong said excitedly, Now do you understand why you deserve a proper lesson? Don't you, comrade? The banker, gritting his teeth in fear, his face covered in cold sweat, kept backing away. No, In Wong had no intention of forgiving him and resolutely raised his sword high. So don't be too sad. A voice suddenly broke through and the sword in the man's hand stopped in midair. Stop, you North Korean monster! In Wong immediately turned around and unpleasantly questioned the person who had just spoken. Did you just call me a North Korean monster? The man raised his head and groaned as if in pain. Oh, Son tried to provoke In Wong to divert his attention to herself. Come and hit me, she gritted her teeth and asked him to let go. In Wong ignored her words and merely showed interest. You called me by that name, lady. Do you know what it means? The man lightly brought his hand behind his back and gripped his sword. No, you called me wrong. In Wong said that and resolutely swung his sword at the banker who screamed in pain. Then how would you know? Son's face turned pale and she retreated, being careful not to get any blood on her. The man stood in the middle of a pool of blood and mocked, If you knew, you would never call me Kim In Wong by that name, right? The banker was in despair at this point, clutching his leg in pain and shouting, My leg, my leg! He saw In Wong raise his sword high again, ready to strike, and screamed, No, save me! But the cold sword in the man's hand was still savagely brought down. Son squeezed her eyes shut and bit her lip. As the banker's head was grazed and severed, she inwardly scolded herself. The skill gap is too big. I can stall for time, but I can't protect others. Son tightly gripped the sword in her hand and glared at the scene before her with an angry gaze. In Wong's blood-stained blade was revealed once more, and its owner spoke in an eerie voice. Since you asked me to hit you, the man spoke with great confidence, I'm going to cut off all your limbs and put them in a bag to take with me. In Wong triumphantly added, Consider it an honor. Just then the door suddenly opened from the outside. Everyone immediately became wary and turned around. Wang Hua, flustered, hastily raised both hands and said, I didn't want this much attention. In Wong observed him and then unpleasantly questioned, Who are you? Wang Hua forced a smile and said, Hello. A soldier immediately rushed at him shouting, I'm sorry, I'll catch him right now. In Wong suddenly spoke, stopping him. Wait. Wang Hua was still foolishly laughing to himself. He thought in a panic, Jin Zung. Wang Hua's eyes glanced at the trembling hostages and he lamented, This is beyond chaos. The bloodstain next to him also made him frown. What Jin Zung had said earlier now came back to Wang Hua's mind. Downstairs will be very chaotic right now. As soon as I activate my Edia, go down to the first floor and tell them I'm here. He shouted in a daze and anger. I'll go down, then what about you? Jin Zung glanced at Wang Hua, then said confidently, I told you to trust me, I trust you. Wang Hua returned to reality. Sung Hua's face turned pale as he thought, Jin Zung, I did what you said, but In Wong showed interest and suggested, Comrade from the south, introduce yourself. He obediently followed his words. I am Lee Wanghua, a second-year student from Seung High School. Lee Wanghua stammered that the money he wanted was on the 5th floor. In Wong said with a suspicious expression, is such a safe place in such a strange location? Lee Wanghua gradually regained his composure and slowly explained, my friend put it there. In Wong's face darkened again and he repeated, your friend, you say? In Wong spoke sharply, unaware that the two soldiers behind him were trembling. Why haven't the comrades who were searching upstairs returned yet? He suddenly turned around and angrily questioned them. Comrades, there's still one South Korean running around upstairs. Why are you standing here? They immediately knelt before In Wong and exclaimed, Commander Comrade, seriously, adding, we will do as he says. We'll go check right now. The person bowed their head in fear and said, please give me one more chance. In Wong's hand touched his trembling body and he called out in a low voice, Comrade, he whispered in an eerie voice, my hands are busy so I'll give you one more chance. The money in the safe and that fellow upstairs. Bring them all. The guard immediately stood up straight and said politely, Commander Comrade, thank you. In Wong turned around and ordered the others, other comrades go, I won't accept anything else. Everyone immediately exclaimed solemnly. Long live Chosen. His eyes suddenly darkened and he said one more thing. In Wong glanced at Lee Wanghua and asked the South Korean comrade from upstairs. He frowned and threatened him, will you come here yourself or shall I? Kim In Wong come to you? Lee Wanghua, though afraid, obediently replied, I will go. In Wong excitedly exclaimed, clever fellow. I like you. He slowly approached him. While the comrades blindfold your friend, I'm a bit bored, so entertain me. In Wong resolutely walked among the fearfully bowed heads. He pointed his finger at where Son was standing. South Korean comrade, do you see that fairy lady? In Wong excitedly suggested. If you can bring me one of her limbs, I will spare that comrade's life. Can you do it? In Wong quietly held out his hand, simultaneously wearing a triumphant expression. Anyone who brings me one of her limbs will be spared. Only the quiet back of the neatly braided girl was visible, and countless students hesitated in fear. After a moment, someone was clutching two hands neatly placed on their lap. This student had their face bowed with extreme fear etched onto their expression. Can we fight Kim Son? In Wong's lips curled up, forming a triumphant and meaningful smile. A student heard that and shouted, that's not for you to say, are you crazy? She's been fighting for us from the start. Seeing In Wong with his blood-stained weapon emitting an eerie aura, they all trembled. But it's come to this, so the winner is already decided. Someone has to survive, don't they? The two desperate students were startled when they heard another student say, isn't there a clock around here? I need to time it. I'm sick of waiting any longer. A classmate angrily cursed. Damn it, there's no other option. The bespectacled friend sitting next to them was equally helpless. Kim Son's family is very powerful, so even without limbs, they'll provide her with a comfortable life, while Jin Zung was looking down deep in thought with a sad expression. A friend spoke to him. The one who called him was none other than Lee Wanghua, and he slightly looked up at his opponent and called out to Son. Son was startled and immediately turned her face away, trying not to look at him. Lee Wanghua approached his opponent's ear, gently curled his lips and whispered, don't worry too much, just hold on a little longer. Kim Son was surprised to hear that and asked, what did you say? She couldn't understand how he had gotten here undetected and why he had come here instead of hiding. Kim Son slightly turned her body, showing an annoyed expression. You should have hidden. You've only complicated this situation by adding another hostage. Lee Wanghua chuckled pleasantly, very naturally replying, I came to help. When he asked, isn't this the time for questions? Everyone around them had a terrified expression in this situation. In front of those who were wary of her, Kim Son maintained a cold attitude. That's touching. Do you want my right arm as a thank you? Lee Wanghua suddenly called her name again, and she, startled, replied, Ha, Son. He smiled brightly like a flower blooming in spring, his lips pressed together. I've decided to become Park Jin Zung's best friend from now on. Upon hearing that, Kim Son was startled and frowned. This person is really strange. What nonsense is he talking about? Suddenly, In Wong raised his hand and released some power, causing the surroundings to glow violently and dust to scatter everywhere. He clicked his tongue, showing a completely unsatisfied expression. South Korean comrades, if you keep stalling for time, I will not spare anyone. In a space filled with tension, darkness, and the smell of blood, Lee Wanghua's voice continued to calmly resonate. I'm so sorry, Son. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. But I couldn't help it. Kim In Wong, all those who heard and witnessed it broke into a cold sweat with extreme anxiety and fear etched onto their faces. In Wong slightly curled his lips, giving an excessively confident smile. Is that handsome comrade on that lady's side? Lee Wanghua awkwardly laughed and scratched his head, replying, I think so. Upon hearing that, he gave an even more triumphant laugh. Oh, not bad, In Wong said, pointing his finger at the people crouching behind him. Then I will add your limbs to spare more comrades' lives. Now 10 people can live. Everyone was horrified. Someone sobbed and cried. Lee Wanghua looked back at Kim Son and awkwardly laughed. This is truly crazy. Son, you'll protect us, right? Only then did Kim Son cautiously open her mouth. Hey, North Korean puppet. Upon hearing the nickname her opponent had given him, In Wong clicked his tongue in admiration. Does this woman have to use that word? She didn't care and continued what she was going to say. What if I kill everyone here? Then will you, brother, spare me and Lee Wanghua? He paused for a moment, deep in thought, after pondering for a long time. She continuously told him that he must give them an option to escape here alive. In Wong burst into the most joyful laugh, his laughter sounding like a beast. His eyes then turned red and his laughter grew even louder. Interesting, good. If you do that, I will not let you die. Kim Son no longer hesitated and immediately drew her weapon, holding it high. Good. As the sword aimed at them, all the female students trembled. One female student tried to calm her down, saying, "Wait," but she didn't care about those trembling emotions at all. "There's no other way, is there?" The female student could only grit her teeth in fear, unable to do anything. Jin Wong watched everything, emitting a heavy aura from his body. "Why are you standing there doing nothing? Choose one of her limbs or her neck." The female student gritted her teeth, hesitating in a completely passive state. Then she mustered all her courage and said, "Hey Kim Son, in this situation, shouldn't you listen to the option where the majority can live?" In front of her opponent's threatening sword, the female student desperately asked, "Are you really going to kill all of us and escape with just 2 people?" However, Kim Son didn't care about those pitiful words at all, and slightly moved the corners of her lips, shouting the name of her skill, Fairy Swordsmanship, and she ran at full speed, dividing into 3 in the blink of an eye, heading straight for the female student. As soon as the opponent saw the attack, she immediately extended her hand and cast a spell, Deadly Gauntlet. Kim Son still calmly confronted her, shouting the name of her skill, Sergeant First Class, attack with full force. Yi was startled and stared blankly. "What?" As the sword tip gradually approached her face as Son's attack poured down. It was simultaneously the moment she blocked the attack, and a huge gust of wind violently raged between the two. Her gauntlet and Kim Son's sword violently clashed, making a tremendous sound. Not stopping there, Son suddenly disappeared and another form appeared in her place. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi was shocked. Kim Son's illusion can attack as expected. She was strongly struck by Son. The opponent's knee forcefully hit her abdomen. Sergeant First Class's body froze. "Kim Son, you showed no expression." She slowly opened her mouth. "Listen carefully." Although it was unclear what expression Son made upon hearing her opponent's words, her eyes were completely shocked, as if she had heard some bad news. And Kim Son attacked once more, causing Yi to be flung far away. Everyone immediately ran to support her and kept asking, "Hey Son, are you okay?" Someone exclaimed in surprise and admitted, "She's really strong, but didn't you see, her illusionary clone just disappeared. She must be exhausted." "Really?" The classmates watched with expressions of absolute terror. "But isn't the loser next to her easier to beat?" Li Wanghua still maintained a completely unpretentious smile. At this moment Son confidently stepped forward, standing confidently. Li Wanghua stepped back. He was greatly surprised to see that. Meanwhile, Jin Wong's whole body was trembling incessantly, and he chuckled, "Well done." Because of this ridiculous situation, Jin Wong constantly treated this situation as a game and laughed playfully. So excited, is she self-harming? No one who saw him laughed, but rather showed fearful expressions. Son was still not overly excited, her expression more serene than ever. Jin Wong, while speaking, released immense power with his hand, trying to kill himself. Just as he was about to act, a cola can was thrown by someone. The crumpled can rolled and fell right in front of Jin Wong's face. He was angry at this action and glared as if to pierce his eyes. "What is this?" The stair door suddenly opened for an unknown reason. A faint back figure, clad in blood-stained clothes, was visible from below the stairs, slowly descending. This person exuded a confident aura with a meaningful smile playing on the corners of their lips. Jin Wong quietly lowered his hand and picked up the can from the ground. He irritably asked, "What is this?" Li Wanghua, standing behind him, was startled and covered his mouth, thinking, "That can." Jin Wong suddenly excitedly threw the can towards the door and shouted, "I asked what this is." However, he immediately calmed down and said in a low voice, "I was too excited. The comrade who just came down seems to be the person you mentioned." Jin Wong said triumphantly, but no sooner had he finished speaking than Ji Wong launched a series of attacks at him. "First I'll cut off one arm." Jin Wong quickly covered his nose with his hand and dodged the attacks. He shouted angrily, "You damn bastard!" Ji Wong furiously exclaimed. "You throw this and tell me to stop. If you throw this, I, Kim Jin Wong." His words suddenly stopped as he saw the blood-stained shoes on the ground. These belonged to the catastrophe unit comrades. The sound of incessant footsteps echoing from the darkness was very eerie. Jin Wong frowned and asked unpleasantly, "What on earth is this situation?" His body immediately took a stance and he held his sword high. "Are you going to ignore me, Kim Jin Wong?" Jin Wong charged valiantly like a roaring tiger. As soon as his sword light erupted, dust billowed everywhere. A violent noise came from upstairs again, and everyone downstairs looked distraught. Not knowing what to do, Son quickly seized the opportunity and shouted loudly, "Fairy clone," and rushed forward. However, before she could even move, concrete fragments suddenly fell from the ceiling, covering Son and the people below. She was exhausted but still strained to protect the people around her. Son stood firm in front of everyone. After a moment her hands began to tremble, but she still gritted her teeth and endured. Jin Wong saw this sight and showed interest, exclaiming, "She's quite strong for a woman. Stay like that for a moment. I need to go to that comrade who just came down." Son frowned and snarled, "North Korean puppet." Jin Wong still coldly glanced at them and threatened, "And South Korean comrades, if even one of you steps out of that door I will kill you all. Our comrades are waiting outside the building, so don't even think about it." Everyone's faces immediately turned pale at his threatening words. Jin Wong suddenly laughed sinisterly and suggested to them, "Moreover, since you're no longer weak comrades, you can also take the fairy lady's limbs." Son was startled by Jin Wong's malicious and cruel words. After finishing his words he turned and left, leaving behind words that provoked everyone. "Think deeply." She suddenly laughed, mocking Jin Wong. "North Korean puppet, do you think I'll stand here and wait forever?" He laughed with a triumphant and contemptuous voice. "Does this woman think she can lift that ceiling right now? I'll be back in a moment. You all take care of each other." As soon as In Wong finished speaking, his figure shot upwards like an arrow. In Wong leapt upstairs through the hole in the ceiling caused by the falling concrete. Sohn was still struggling to lift the concrete mass, looking uncomfortable. She painstakingly warned everyone, "I don't know how long I can hold on. If you don't want to be crushed to death, get out from under this ceiling quickly." Lee Wang-hwa also agreed with Sohn's idea. He quickly shouted loudly, "That's right, first we need to secure the people under this ceiling." Someone suddenly said, "Wait, if we go out now that lady will be free." Others immediately instigated, "Do you want to see us crushed to death?" A few people started running towards Sohn even while Lee Wang-hwa desperately tried to stop them. "Hey, get out of the way, she just tried to kill us." "Kim In-wong and Kim Sohn, you both know how to save our lives," Lee Wang-hwa angrily explained sincerely to everyone. "Didn't you see Kim Sohn run to save everyone? Do you really think she'll kill us? If everyone breaks this piece of ceiling and rushes out the door at the same time, even if there are enemies outside, this is the way for the most people to survive." The red-haired friend questioned Lee Wang-hwa again, and he closed his mouth, unable to say anything. What if Kim In-wong hears the noise and comes back? Then Seo Yi suddenly came to her senses. She, with her injured body, approached the crowd and said, "Wait!" Kim Sohn, seeing her, cried out with a cold sweat on her face. "Squad leader?" Meanwhile, from another location, Jin Zung glanced with interest at the person who had just arrived. "You're finally here. Hello, uncle." The man frowned and questioned Jin Zung. "Are you alone, comrade?" In Wong pointed to the desolate landscape around him and asked the person who had caused this catastrophe. Jin Zung, in an excited and satisfied voice, readily admitted, "They came in one by one, so I enjoyed myself for a long time." He laughed loudly and madly with a foolish expression. "If they had come in all at once, the battle would have been over already. Then what would be the fun?" In Wong chuckled excitedly. "That fairy-like girl downstairs also surprised me. This bastard surprises me even more." Jin Zung's hand still comfortably held a sharp knife which was already stained with blood. After observing all of Jin Zung's actions thoroughly, the man spoke once more. "You seem to enjoy killing, you bastard. Don't you want to work under Kim In-wong? If you join the catastrophe unit, I'll let you do whatever you want." Jin Zung heard that and narrowed his eyes, considering it seriously, and In-wong said excitedly, "Yes, think about it." Jin Zung suddenly opened his eyes wide and laughed loudly with a cunning face. "All right, good, but uncle will surely love this skill." Immediately, a whirlwind violently erupted with the wind. In Wong quickly ran continuously around Jin Zung, and In Wong, without a moment to rest his hands, slowly composed himself and shouted angrily, "Am I supposed to become like you bugs?" The more enraged In Wong became, the more excitedly Jin Zung burst into laughter. "This is fun." In Wong slowed his movements and focused on Jin Zung, who was rushing towards him, thinking internally, "He's getting closer and closer to the greatsword's range." In Wong narrowed his eyes and thought confidently, "Then I'll surely be able to find his weakness." The man gripped his sword tightly. After that, In Wong quickly seized the opportunity to strike down hard with his sword. Not stopping for a moment, however, Jin Zung had already flown away quickly, and In Wong, completely unaware, still thought triumphantly to himself, "Then how about this?" In Wong suddenly felt something and turned his head. Was my intention exposed? The man focused all his strength on the blade and thought triumphantly to himself, "Don't you know that Kim In Wong's name is thousand-pound draw technique?" The reason In Wong was so confident was because this greatsword was chosen from countless weapons across the country. Made of super material, this rotating technique was absolutely unstoppable. The man dragged his sword across the ground and aimed it directly at Jin Zung. "With this angle and this swordsmanship, I'll surely take him down in one blow." In Wong crouched and waited triumphantly, and Jin Zung flew towards him. Jin Zung revealed a contemptuous jaw and exclaimed excitedly, "Uncle also knows how to make a plan." His words immediately left In Wong dumbfounded. Before he could even understand, Jin Zung had already thrust directly into In Wong's enormous sword. Jin Zung, excited, flipped his body and shouted excitedly, "Why is Uncle's Edia so long?" Jin Zung, after a perfect landing, exclaimed, "That's really fun, Uncle. How did you do that? How can it be so long?" In Wong frowned and dropped the sword in his hand. "He could avoid that attack." "No, it's more than that. This bastard," the man questioned Jin Zung in surprise, "can you see my Edia?" In front of Jin Zung, a system window appeared with detailed information about In Wong. This greatsword was chosen from countless weapons across the country. Made of super material, this rotating technique was absolutely unstoppable. Jin Zung nodded and wondered, "Uncle, how can there be so many parentheses?" Another notification window appeared. Edia Grade A, Overall Combatability S, Forced Enhancement Rate 67. Jin Zung murmured in confusion, "What is Forced Enhancement Rate?" "Uncle, how did you do that?" Oh, the last notification, including In Wong's real name, was revealed to Jin Zung by the system. The form of the greatsword reflects the owner's soul. The sword's momentum is forcibly extreme and unstoppable. The man thought irritably, "I almost succeeded, if he hadn't read it." "You bastard, what's your name?" Jin Zung bared his teeth and laughed loudly, introducing himself excitedly. "I am Park Jin Zung." "Park Jin Zung, you say?" In Wong glanced at Jin Zung with interest and questioned, "All right, Park Jin Zung, you have good insight. How could you see my Edia? You have skill. If you want to join the catastrophe unit." Jin Zung suddenly interrupted In Wong's next words at that moment. "Uncle, I think you're the strongest person I've ever met." The man was puzzled and questioned Jin Zung, "What are you suddenly talking about? Do you want to be a member of the catastrophe unit?" Jin Zung with a serious expression said honestly. I only saw 9. Jin Wong was puzzled and asked again, what did you see? In Jin Zung's eyes, intangible threads emanated from the man's body, revealing his weaknesses. I saw weaknesses that I could use to kill uncle. Jin Wong covered his face and said excitedly, you can see even that. That's truly covetous. Jin Zung proudly raised the sword in his hand, but it was slightly unnecessary, because even one weakness was enough to kill uncle. The man laughed irritably again, but his voice was mixed with contempt. Are you refusing to cooperate? What a pity. When you're half dead, I'll take you to the commander-in-chief. At least I'll get these special eyes. Jin Zung immediately charged, and Jin Wong, not to be outdone, rushed directly at Jin Zung. The two, mixed with immense power and a hint of madness, began to clash, creating an all-shaking war. In the desolate landscape, one person's optimistic voice quietly echoed. Right? Bai Rang comfortably propped his feet on the desk in front of him, then leaned back and exclaimed, the elevator is broken, so it'll take them quite a while to get up here, won't it? That trashy guy will also be able to buy more time. He felt relieved after thinking of a solution for the worst-case scenario. Anyway, I'm in the middle of the city. If I report the current situation to the police or military, they'll surely come. Bai Rang thought cunningly. If I go out too early, I'll become a target, so I should hide here a bit longer. Back to the battlefield of Jin Zung and Jin Wong, Jin Zung continued to charge, unleashing powerful swordsmanship at Jin Wong. Unlike Jin Zung, Jin Wong had to use all his strength to block Jin Zung's fierce attacks. Jin Wong's sword was embedded in the ground by Jin Zung. Jin Zung provocatively glanced at Jin Wong. Jin Wong ground his teeth in anger and shouted, coward, the man said irritably. He keeps avoiding me like a squirrel, never getting caught. Before he could finish speaking, the tip of Jin Zung's sword was right in front of Jin Wong's face. Jin Wong quickly dodged, narrowly escaping death once again. Jin Wong's face turned pale as he thought internally, dangerous. Without a moment to breathe, Jin Zung charged again like a wolf stalking its prey. Ha, coming closer again. This time, before Jin Wong could even escape, his arm was cut and torn by Jin Zung's sharp sword. Jin Wong thought angrily to himself, coward. The man finally realized Jin Zung's intention. So he was just enjoying himself until now. Was he toying with me, Kim and Wong? Jin Zung suddenly brushed past Jin Wong and questioned, are you going to keep blocking like a loser, Grandpa? Jin Zung, excited, thrust his sword into Jin Wong's stomach and shouted loudly, let's end this now. Jin Wong, far from being scared, muttered with a faint smile, if I keep fighting I might die. The man's hand suddenly shot out trying to grab Jin Zung. Jin Zung's eyes moved slightly and he immediately noticed something. Jin Zung quickly pulled his body back abruptly. Jin Zung realized his waist was hurt and shouted blankly, why, Grandpa, what is that? How can you do that? How can you do that? Countless notification windows appeared in front of Jin Zung and Jin Zung shouted in confusion, stop running away. This great sword was brought from the Tiger Cave in Busan. The first monster's left arm, Edia grade overall combat ability, both in Wong. Only then did Jin Wong say triumphantly, now there's no point in running away. Jin Zung was still excited and constantly asked curious questions. Grandpa, what is that arm? What is it? The man exclaimed irritably. Why are you so curious? I came here to avoid bomb throwers, but what did you see? Perhaps I'll go to hell first. Jin Zung understood everything and smiled excitedly. So Grandpa brought out that arm and became stronger? Then it'll be more fun. Let's play. Jin Wong irritably turned around suddenly. Don't make fun of me. If you keep fighting like that, I won't be able to die when I want to. Jin Zung heard that and immediately understood, then mocked the man. Grandpa, are you running away? As soon as those words came out of Jin Zung's mouth, Jin Wong became even more excited. It's been a long time since I heard the word run away, Jin Zung said with a contemptuous smile. Grandpa, do you think you can escape? How do you plan to escape? The man still gritted his teeth with a stern expression. Why should I run away from a girl? Jin Wong raised his sword and said firmly, Park, Jin Zung, I'll remember you clearly. As the sword in the man's hand descended, an immense force erupted. The sword light gradually spread throughout the area. The ground was instantly shattered by the immense destructive power of that skill. Jin Wong still maintained the posture of holding his sword high, and the place where the two stood was now a deep pit with no bottom in sight. Bai Rang, hearing the loud noise, quickly opened the door and rushed out, shouting in surprise. What? He muttered in fear, speculating. No way, it's Kim and Wong, not Kim Son. I have to run. From the bottom of the deep pit, Jin Zung observed Jin Wong's body slowly ascending with interest and exclaimed, it's turned into hide and seek. I think I'll miss Uncle. Jin Zung shouted excitedly. Then shall I speed it up a bit? The man irritably ground his teeth and ordered Jin Zung, don't make fun of me. At this distance we'll never be safe. Jin Zung suddenly rushed at Jin Wong, interrupting the man's words. But I'm not making fun of you. Jin Wong's face turned pale with fear as he thought internally, he's crazy, I have to save myself. Just then, Bai Rang suddenly looked down, and as soon as his gaze fell, he shouted in surprise, Kim and Wong. The man laughed loudly and excitedly. Perhaps fate hasn't completely abandoned me yet. Bai Rang, seeing them come up from the pit, was still bewildered and couldn't understand. What happened down there? He suddenly became terrified when he noticed Jin Zung's gaze fixed on him. Hot trash, why are you here? He rushed madly at Bai Rang, saying excitedly, found another one. Bai Rang shouted internally in fear. No, but Jin Zung's body was too fast for Bai Rang to even notice. Oh, he slightly turned towards where Jin Zung was lying on the ground rolling. Jin Zung painfully crawled to his feet. Bai Rang approached Jin Zung and asked worriedly, "Trash, how did you get up from down there?" Jin Zung, dusting off the dirt and faint from the pile of dirt and rocks pressing on his body, called out, "Team leader Jin Wong." Seeing the scene from above, realized he knows Park Jin Zung. "You saved me." Bai Rang sharply turned towards the man and shouted in surprise, "Kim Jin Wong, aren't you fighting Kim Son downstairs?" As information constantly poured in, he was bewildered. "Damn it, what just happened? Hey Trash, answer me." Bai Rang thought to himself in disbelief. Kim Son tired out Kim Jin Wong that much? This trashy guy can't be relied upon. His face turned completely black and he thought, damn it makes no sense at all. At Kim Jin Wong's words, Bai Rang quickly shook Jin Zung awake, saying, "Hey Trash, tell me what's happening right now." Jin Zung suddenly stumbled to his feet and he shouted in fear, "Why is this monkey-like guy acting like this?" Jin Wong from above continued to say excitedly, "Hey comrade, thank you, thanks to you I could escape from that bastard." Bai Rang shouted irritably but received no answer. What are you talking about?" Behind Jin Zung, his eyes suddenly turned red and the man added cheerfully, "Comrade Kim Jin Wong will never forget a favor." The corners of Jin Wong's lips formed a cunning smile as he muttered, "Although that person might not even know that he did me a favor." Bai Rang's face turned pale with fear and he backed away. The man continued, "Let me give you some advice. If you want to live, quickly run to the first floor. That's the only way you can at least survive, comrade." He widened his eyes with a puzzled expression. "What?" Bai Rang shouted angrily. "You're going down? Your subordinates are still down there." Jin Wong heard that and flew away nonchalantly, not forgetting to leave a mocking remark. "All right then, I wish you survival, comrade. Fortunately, I listened to the commander's words and came to South Korea." The man thought to himself, but he had no idea that Jin Zung, left in the dark room, was stumbling and gradually regaining his senses. "A fairy-like girl and an Lee family bomb thrower. Did you two raise something like this?" Jin Wong exclaimed. Perhaps even the commander wouldn't have imagined it, that there would be a bloodthirsty, despicable madman. From above he looked down triumphantly. A blood-stained body. "I, Kim Jin Wong, never forget a favor." With that, Jin Wong turned and left. "If you want to live, quickly run to the first floor." Jin Zung, seeing that, looked up with a puzzled expression. "What?" Jin Zung from downstairs looked up at the hole above the pit with confusion. Did he really escape? His face was slightly bewildered as he looked around, thinking internally, Kim Jin Wong escaped because of that useless trash? That makes no sense at all. A strong murderous aura emanated from behind Jin Zung's body. Jin Zung shouted internally, "This bastard is F-grade trash." Just then Jin Zung stood up, his face stained with madness. Jin Zung approached Bai Rang. "Ha ha ha, team leader hello, team leader hello." Bai Rang felt the murderous aura and backed away. "What?" Jin Zung tilted his head and looked at Bai Rang with red eyes, a murderous aura emanating from his body. "Because of you he could escape, so you'll play with me, right? His voice sounded mocking and the murderous aura spread towards Bai Rang, right? Bai Rang's face turned pale and he backed away in fear. His face was distorted with terror. "What? His eyes are too scary. This bastard is too dangerous." Just then Bai Rang summoned his weapon, gripped it tightly in his hand and said angrily, "Damn it, what is this again?" Jin Zung bowed his head and his body also fell into the void. "What on earth happened down there? The only thing I know is that trashy guy's mental state is very unstable." Bai Rang grabbed a falling large rock, his eyes still fixed upwards. "The 36 stratagems, running away is the best." From above, Jin Zung smiled like a serial killer, looking down at the team leader below. Jin Zung's face was full of joy and he chuckled. "Do you want to play hide and seek too? Shall I be the one who chases?" Then he bent down, placed his hands on his knees and softly called out to the bottom, "Team leader." Then Jin Zung quickly jumped and chased. Jin Zung jumped as if in joy. "I was chasing earlier too, so shall we do something else?" As Jin Zung almost caught up, he gritted his teeth and glared. On this side, Jin Zung also quickly turned his body to avoid his collision. "Get lost, you piece of trash." Jin Zung's eyes narrowed with interest at the sight. As a barrage of attacks poured down on Jin Zung, he frowned. Jin Zung questioned. He avoided that attack. Jin Zung's eyes became even more insane and he shouted, "Team leader." The very next moment a fist flew into Bai Rang's chest and he fell even faster. Gotcha. The two were still in freefall. Jin Zung grabbed Bai Rang's neck and from below, Bai Rang gasped for breath, grabbing Jin Zung's hand. "Let go, you piece of trash." From above, Jin Zung skillfully spun his knife, proposing with an eerie smile, Team leader, what shall we play? What shall we play? Shall we play a game of cutting fingers, or a game of cutting legs?" At that sight, Bai Rang panicked intensely and struggled. "This crazy bastard." Jin Zung forcefully threw Bai Rang away, uttering a dissatisfied curse. "Play by yourself." Jin Zung flew backward and Bai Rang leaned against the wall, looking down with interest. "Having fun, team leader." Then he rushed forward again and shouted, "Team leader should take care of himself." Bai Rang's body was still in freefall and he grabbed a rock as Jin Zung circled him. Bai Rang was confused. Jin Zung suddenly approached, grabbed his neck and smiled, making Bai Rang's face turn pale. "It's hard to catch you when you keep flying around, isn't it? But now you won't be able to escape anymore." As Jin Zung held him tightly, Bai Rang shouted with dissatisfaction, "Damn it, let go, I said let go." The two were in freefall together. Jin Zung still calmly whispered, "You hate me, team leader." At that sight, Bai Rang struggled to free himself from Jin Zung's arm, but it was no use. "You piece of trash, if we keep falling like this we'll both die. Quickly let go of me, you bastard." From behind, Jin Zung kept whispering, but the hand on Bai Rang's neck tightened even more. Jin Zung's face smiled even more gleefully and Bai Rang's face turned pale. "I don't think I'll die." Bai Rang merely cursed. "Damn it," he thought to himself, "if we both keep falling like this I'm definitely going to die." Suddenly at someone's call, Bai Rang was startled and looked down. Hey team leader, Bai Rang looked up with a puzzled expression. This voice, damn it, this is no time for such useless thoughts. The very next moment he turned his body and threw a punch at Jin Zung, determined. If I'm going to die anyway. As the fist flew, Jin Zung was also slightly surprised. He raised his knife as if startled. Bai Rang threw a punch and shouted, I won't die by your hand, you piece of trash. The very next moment Jin Zung also turned his body to dodge the attack. Jin Zung circled Bai Rang's body once. Team leader, you'll have a hard time moving if you're that slow. Suddenly a sword flew at Jin Zung and he was surprised. Then he looked at the approaching sword and smiled gleefully. Another one coming at my face. Jin Zung swung his hand using his knife to cut the sword's trajectory. Are you going to play with me? The sword flew backward and Bai Rang was still in freefall below. His face turned dark and he was slightly flustered. He changed the sword's direction. What is this guy? No, but more importantly a flustered look was evident on Bai Rang's face. Hey, get out of the way. Saying that he turned his body and aimed his feet downward. As he threw a rock fragment upward, Jin Zung was also falling. Bai Rang gritted his teeth and shouted. The very next moment he threw a rock fragment downward, causing a huge explosion, and his body also flew far away from the impact. From above, Jin Zung also landed safely in a frog-like stance. His face was stained with madness and he stared intently at them, urging, Team leader, let's play together. He looked down at the sword stuck in the ground with curious eyes. He smiled gleefully. The next person to come play will be my favorite person. Before that, a voice was heard from below the building. How long do you plan to hold out like that? Sohn struggled to block the rock fragments with her hands. Her face turned dark and she was puzzled. What, is the spot I was hit earlier still hurting? Her hand as a platoon leader trembled, and though she pretended to be fine, she was actually at her limit. Her legs also twitched and trembled and she could no longer hold out. Then she raised her head, her body still trembling and enduring. Outside, Seo Yi's face turned dark and the people around her stared intently at her actions. She muttered, deadly gauntlet. The very next moment she clenched her hand tightly and gathered energy. Representing Platoon 1 as platoon leader, I will represent us. From behind, people followed and called out to her. Wait, take us too. Hey, in high school, we should go together. Over here, Manhwa also shouted in a fluster, blocking them. Wait, they're your classmates. Didn't you see her save everyone by blocking the fallen concrete ceiling? From behind, In Wong looked at him and blocked him. Shut up, people behind, move aside. Do you want to get hit too? In front, Manhwa was still firmly blocking. Seo Yi shouted, Li Manhwa, move aside, but he kept explaining, annoying her. I'm still going to be here, I'm not going anywhere. A flustered look crossed Manhwa's face and he shouted, how can you do this to someone who fought for everyone? Do you really want to do this? From behind, the girl with tied hair frowned and argued, this game is too difficult for you to understand, but I already have a family. The man next to her said definitively, stop pretending to be nice. Look, this bastard has no other choice. Move aside. From behind, Seo Yi, looking already broken, had a face full of fatigue and turned pale. The students trapped under the rock fragments panicked, clutched their heads and shouted, we're going to be crushed to death, save us. Seo Yi's face turned dark and her eyes, looking at Jin Zung, definitively stated, Kim Son is truly weak. She still moved forward, putting on her gauntlets and shouting, there's no time, move aside. In front, Li Manhwa still blocked with outstretched arms. The very next moment, he too summoned his weapon and shouted resolutely, if you come any closer, senior, I will. She closed her eyes and raised her fist. Then I have no other choice. The very next moment, In Wong turned his body and commanded, stand there, Hey, and 2nd Battalion, 10th Company team leader. She pointed elsewhere and shouted, go save the people under the ceiling. Son's face was still blank. She added, we will start protecting our platoon members. Over here, Son blocked the front and commanded the people, Platoon 1, go save the people under the ceiling. From now on we will protect our platoon members. Kim Son stared blankly at Manhwa behind her. Son struggled to support the rock fragments. The people opposite looked on with flustered expressions. As they began to move according to the instructions, he looked around with a puzzled expression. This place is. Following this, everyone lined up, clasped their hands behind their backs and watched silently. Seeing that, she turned her body and urged, stop acting cool and help me get out of here. This is incredibly heavy. Some people next to her frowned and hesitated slightly. Then she approached and explained, hey student, if you sacrifice yourself and that male student, but Seo Yi quickly raised her hand to stop her. Don't come closer. The other person also didn't understand. Her face frowned and her hand clenched into a fist, glaring at them threateningly. If you come closer, I will use violence. We have found the person targeting Platoon Leader 3, Platoon 3 and the school principal. I will not attack first, but if you come closer, I will have no choice but to subdue you. In front of her fist, the girl raised her hands in fear, backed away and surrendered. Understood. The girl in pink clothes held a bow and shouted, team leader, everyone is saved. The matrix next to her also held a weapon in hand and carefully broke the rock fragments around Kim Son as planned. The very next moment, the rock mass behind quickly shattered into several pieces. The three combined their strength and incredibly splendidly shattered the rock fragments. Son's feet touched the ground. Manhwa next to her looked at her worriedly, and she closed her eyes, rotated her shoulders and sighed, it's finally over. He turned his body with a puzzled expression. Son, what's wrong? But Son merely smiled, placed her hand on Manhwa's shoulder and smiled, pulling him closer to her. I just trusted in the understanding of our platoon members. Manhwa behind her still didn't understand. What does that mean? Son gave an awkward laugh, evading. Well, she recalled when In Wong had rushed at her before. She whispered, did you learn that in school? Are you pretending to be scared? She was blank. What? Following this, she kicked Seo Yi backward and the man behind caught and helped her up. She still looked up at Son with a flustered expression. I was too scared and forgot. This is what we learned in school. The opponent is Peste. Peste leaves not a single witness. After that, she recalled the news she had read. Peste has committed another act of terror, and as usual, no one survived. The reporter laughed. Haha. The international terrorist organization Peste continues to commit acts of terror in many regions. Following this, Seo Yi's face turned dark as if she had realized something, and covering half her face with her hand, she fell into thought. I made the wrong decision because I was too scared. If I had thought more carefully, it would have been different, she concluded. Even if we kill Kim Son, as Jin Wong said, he will never let witnesses like us live. Seo Yi leaned on her platoon junior, who said worriedly, Are you okay, senior platoon leader? She still kept her head bowed and proposed, Platoon 1, I have something to say. Many thoughts still arose in her mind, but Kim Son, even in this situation, would rather die than follow the enemy's orders like a subordinate. Matrix was flustered. Her face was full of a determined expression. This is an order, Seo Yi inwardly cried out. We must act like Kim Son too. Currently, Wang Hua was staring blankly from behind. Son placed her hands on her waist and said, I told you to pretend to be scared. Why are you acting cool? She also snapped her fingers and said, Either way you can persuade people. The very next moment, the ground shook violently. Everyone looked up in a fluster. Wang Hua definitively stated that this was Kim and Wang's trace. Hearing that, Seo Yi shouted worriedly, Jin Zung. She looked at Wang Hua with a puzzled expression. What about Park Jin Zung? He said, extremely tense. Did you forget why Kim and Wang went upstairs? She was still calm. It seemed someone was luring him. He grabbed her shoulder in a fluster and reminded her, Right. Jin Zung lured him. She still stared blankly at him. Son lightly slapped Wang Hua's chest, teasing him. Hey, don't joke, he has good stamina, but he's just an F-grade trainee. Seeing that, he narrowed his eyes and added, Then who else do you think would be there besides Jin Zung? By this point, she also hesitated, lost in thought. The only ones not here are Park Jin Zung and Bai Rang. Bai Rang would never be able to do something like that. The very next moment, Wang Hua turned his body and urged, There's no time. Did you hear that sound just now? She still stood silently and watched, but his hypothesis made sense. In the end, he lost his patience, turned on his heel and ran. Damn it, Wang Hua quickly ran toward the dark stairs. I'll go help him myself, over here. Son still stared blankly at him. What, Park Jin Zung really went to fight? Looking at Wang Hua's face, it didn't seem like a joke. She tried to say something, then fell into thought again. Even when fighting Kim and Wang, there wasn't such a loud noise. He's fighting Jin Zung. Following this, her hands trembled and recoiled. Normally, Kim and Wang would immediately defeat Jin Zung, and he would think this. At this moment, horns grew on Son's head and unknown rage exploded, followed by fear. Damn it, I can never let him die in vain. She turned to Seo Yi. Hey, platoon leader, Seo Yi of platoon 1. She stared blankly. Hawaii. Son's face turned dark and it was slightly cold. I have a favor to ask you. Urgent footsteps were heard from the dark stairs. In the current situation, I can't confront Kim and Wang. Should I go? Both Wang Hua and Son hurriedly went upstairs. She worried, if it's too late, at least I have to save Wang Hua and the others. Eventually, they stood in front of a closed door. She hesitated. Behind this door are Kim and Wang and Park Jin Zung. I've already come this far, so I can't go back. Son turned to Wang Hua and informed him. I'll open the door. The very next moment, the door was pushed open. The two rushed into a room where corpses lay piled on a pool of blood. Son gritted her teeth and panicked. What? From behind, Wang Hua also covered his face and panicked. Everyone's dead. Following this, she regained her composure and looked around, assessing the situation. Park Jin Zung killed them. On the ground, knife marks remained on the walls, and Son fell into thought. These marks show they were killed with a large knife. The damage looks like it's from at least 30 days of fierce combat. She carefully approached the pile of rocks on the ground. Park Jin Zung held off Kim and Wang for so long. Where did the two go? Saying that, Son looked up with a puzzled expression. These rock fragments fell from upstairs. Each floor above had large holes. She concluded, it can't even be compared to what's on the first floor. There was a large hole above her head and light poured in from outside. Kim and Wang, is he really that strong? Wang Hua also covered his face, ran over and panicked. What is this hole? She looked up and someone and rock fragments were falling. It seems both of them went upstairs. Son drew her knife from her waist, her face full of vigilance, and announced, Something's coming down. Her eyes narrowed slightly with worry. Is Kim and Wang coming down, or is Jin Zung coming down? Bai Rang's body was in free fall along with rock fragments, and curses still burst from his mouth. You piece of trash. Seeing that, she also didn't understand. Bai Rang, why is he like that? She looked again at the person falling after him, still holding her knife, and the face of the person chasing him radiated a maniacal, murderous intent from their entire body. She recognized him, but was even more puzzled. Park Jin Zung, but he's strange. Wang Hua also raised his head and looked up at them. Why? What's happening next to her? Son drew her knife from her waist and reminded him, Move aside, Wang Hua. The very next moment, she infused energy into her knife, and inwardly she made her own calculations. Bai Rang is clearly being attacked. I shouldn't swing the knife in reverse to severely injure him. Damn it, what on earth is happening? She quickly threw her knife upward and shouted, Hey platoon leader, move aside. Her face was full of worry and she looked up. Suddenly a hand grabbed Wang Hua's hand. Son. She dragged Wang Hua and fled. A large explosion echoed and Bai Rang's body flew far away. He picked himself up and cursed with dissatisfaction. Damn it, you bastard. The two people next to him also ran over and she said worriedly, "Platoon leader, what on earth is happening?" Seeing that, he was puzzled. "Fairy, you're still alive?" Son's face was full of fluster and anxiety. "Shut up. Why is Park Jin Zung attacking him?" Jin Zung's voice interrupted, and all three looked at him in a fluster. "Team leader," Jin Zung smiled at them. "Manhwa and Senior Son are handsome too, aren't they?" Then together, his face said with a morbid smile, "Let's play." Following this, Jin Zung approached the two. They also stared blankly. Jin Zung's face was full of a maniacal smile. Over here, Manhwa also gave an awkward laugh and concluded, "We shouldn't have come here." Son hadn't quite regained her senses yet, and her face was full of puzzlement. "Really?" Park Jin Zung's body was full of murderous intent, and he looked at them with a crazed laugh as if he had lost his reason. "Hello, hi there, do you want to play with me too?" Jin Zung swayed closer, his body covered in blood. Son and Manhwa cautiously stepped back. Son asked, puzzled, "What's going on?" Jin Zung swept his gaze over them, radiating undisguised killing intent, and smiled with interest. "Such a beautiful sight, but they're all rotten." Hearing that, Son turned back, also puzzled. "What did you say?" Jin Zung muttered meaninglessly. "But still a beautiful Edia. What a waste, what a pity." Son, unable to understand, ran forward in anger and shouted at him, "Answer me, recruit." Beside her, Ju Ram also leaned against the wall and explained, "Hey Fairy, that guy isn't the trash we knew." Son turned to him and asked, "What do you mean?" Ju Rang informed them, "That guy beat Kim and Wong and made him run away." He then turned and reminded her, "Fairy, I'll give you a piece of advice in return for your previous help. When that guy speaks, run away quickly." Ju Rang's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth and added, "Run away, and when he finishes speaking, that's it. Run away quickly if you don't want to die." Saying that, he fled through the emergency stairs. Son called out to him, "Hey team leader, explain it properly." Manhwa also looked at him worriedly. "Oh no, he's even crazier than when he was in the restroom." Hearing that, Son also looked at him. "What, you saw Park Jin Zung become like that?" Manhwa cringed. Yes, but not to this extent. Back then he was still reasonable." Jin Zung also crouched down. Son cautiously stood in front of him, blocking him. But Jin Zung still looked at them with an interested smile. "Hee, how should I kill that woman?" As he muttered, killing intent automatically began to attack, creating a false technique. Son's face darkened and Jin Zung still muttered, "How about this? This will work. Just thinking about it." Jin Zung became so excited that he covered his face and constantly muttered, "I can't take it anymore." Seeing him, Son also frowned and scoffed. "What can you do with such impatience?" She crossed her arms and taunted him. "My husband's position isn't somewhere you can easily take. You don't even qualify to apply." The blood-stained knife in Jin Zung's hand paused. Jin Zung's eyes were filled with madness, and he touched the blade, asserting, "I just need to kill all the other applicants. That will do." He couldn't hold back any longer. Hearing that, Son also closed her eyes and whispered, "Hey Li Manhwa." Manhwa looked up puzzled. Son ran forward and reminded him, "I'll buy time, you run away." Behind her, Manhwa also reached out puzzled. Son, Jin Zung still watched with a crazed smile, and Son running forward thought to herself, "I didn't bring my sword, my stamina is at its limit. 30 seconds is all I have." Jin Zung also rushed at her with a crazed smile. "My dear Son Unni." One slash grazed her head. Son quickly ducked to avoid it, fast and sharp as expected of Jin Zung. Her arm was cut by Jin Zung's knife. "Edia is very powerful but extremely difficult to control. You're just like me." After that, he slashed her thigh once more. "No, your situation is worse than mine. You must be enduring a lot." Son suddenly spoke. "Hey recruit." Jin Zung stopped and looked at her, smiling. "Why Son?" Son held her injured arm and gave a sad smile. "You've worked hard, you did very well." Park Jin Zung. Hearing that, Jin Zung also stared at her blankly. Then he smiled with interest again. "Yes, you too, Son Unni." At that very moment, Jin Zung swung his hand and slashed her neck. "Goodbye." She fell quickly. And Jin Zung still smiled and enjoyed it. His face darkened, revealing his teeth, and he laughed uncontrollably. Memories kept flooding back. One day, not long after entering elementary school, young Jin Zung sat in a classroom with a face full of loss. "Both my parents are dead." A man stood beside him, comforting his shoulder, and a doctor stood in front with hospital records. On the other side, his relatives' bodies were covered in white sheets, bruised and battered, having been murdered by robbers for their possessions. They were severely injured, covered in bruises and unrecognizable. "I was just a child then. I couldn't go home." At the funeral, relatives patted his shoulder, offering condolences. Behind them, relatives looked at Jin Zung. "I went to my uncle's house. His uncle and aunt were of a low rank, with Edia grade F. They roughly tied Jin Zung, and the ropes easily broke if not tied quickly. Edia grade F, overall compatibility F. His uncle held a club with interest. "Since you apologized, you must be punished. You have nothing to say, right?" "Hee." Beside him, his aunt also held a string and laughed maniacally. "Hee, stay still." The whittled wooden stick technique stretched out long. Edia grade F, overall compatibility F. Jin Zung lay on the floor, struggling. I'm sorry, I had to be beaten with that stick every day. Back then my life was nothing but pain and humiliation." Jin Zung cautiously placed his hands on his knees. He sat at his desk with a worried face. Hearing someone call from the front, he also looked up. "Me." His friend looked at him, puzzled. "Why do you always wear long sleeves? Aren't you hot?" A voice called from outside the door. "Hein, what are you doing there? Let's go." Jin Zung was still huddled at his desk. He replied to his friend outside the door. "Yeah, just a minute." Then he looked at him and suggested, "We're going to buy something. Want to come with us?" Hearing that, Jin Zung's face darkened and he seemed slightly startled. Jin Zung bowed his head and said softly, "I won't go." Hein looked disappointed. "Really? Then let's go next time." His friend outside the door hurried him. "Hein, hurry up." He replied, "Okay," his friend whispered, but his voice was loud enough for him, who was bowing his head, to hear. Hey, that guy doesn't have money, didn't you know? His clothes smell and are dirty. I don't even want to go near him." After that, in an alley, a kick landed on his body. The bullies enjoyed stomping on Jin Zung's body. "Jin Zung, manifest your Edia." He crouched in pain. "I don't have an Edia." Hearing that, one of them crossed his arms and retorted, puzzled, "We know you don't have one, that's why we're helping you. Maybe you'll awaken if you get hit." Jin Zung bowed his head and dared not look up. Another one added, "Aren't we really nice, Jin Zung? And so I was constantly beaten and bullied, whether at home or at school." One sunset, to avoid the beatings, Jin Zung walked past a playground. "I came home very late." He suddenly turned his head and looked into the bushes. "Huh?" Jin Zung's eyes widened and he looked with curious eyes. "Huh, what is it?" A dog covered in dirt crawled out with a happy face. "Woof woof." The dog wagged its tail happily and approached him. "Woof woof." He also reached out his hand and looked at the dog. "Ah, dog." And I met a dog covered in dirt on the street. He bent down and petted the dog, and the dog closed its eyes and enjoyed it. "Haha, you're dirty too, just like me." Hearing that, the dog also came over and licked Jin Zung's face. He also hugged the dog happily. "Haha, so cute, puppy." We became friends. Every evening I spent a lot of time playing with the dog at the playground. Time passed quickly. Eventually, his uncle came looking for me. Fearing people would criticize him for being irresponsible at the playground, his uncle approached him angrily. "Park, Jin Zung, why aren't you home?" Jin Zung, playing in the sand, turned his head in surprise. "Uncle." His face darkened and he was flustered. Because from the sand the dog angrily ran out barking. He stopped the dog and reminded it. "Puppy, no." His uncle's face darkened and he shouted angrily, "What is this dirty dog? Is this why you came home late?" People gathered hearing the noise. "The baby is scared. Is that person our neighbor? What's going on?" Seeing the crowd gather, his uncle's face darkened and he cursed unpleasantly. He then spoke in a soft voice, crossing his arms and looking at him, suggesting, "If it's because of that dog, just take it with you." Jin Zung, holding Puppy from below, said blankly, "Huh?" He asked again with a happy face. "Really? I can take it. Thank you, uncle." That night at his uncle's house, Jin Zung, covered in a blanket, read a book and played with the dog. The dog licked his face and he laughed happily. "Haha, so cute, puppy." Suddenly a sound came from outside. "Park, Jin Zung, why aren't you sleeping?" Hearing that, both the dog and the person were startled. He then went over and turned off the light. "Ah, yes." At that very moment he spoke to the dog again. "Good night, puppy." The dog also barked in response in his notebook. Jin Zung drew Puppy and himself running in a meadow. The next morning at Jin Zung's house. Uncle." Jin Zung held Puppy and cautiously looked at his uncle. "Can I go out and play with Puppy?" His uncle sat in a chair and waved his hand, allowing it. "Why? Do whatever you want." Hearing that, both the person and the dog looked happy. "Thank you, uncle." Jin Zung then put Puppy down and walked towards the door with a happy face. "Let's go, Puppy." At the playground, Jin Zung laughed happily, playing in the sand with Puppy. "Now I have a friend too." After that, he hugged Puppy and rode the slide excitedly. A friend to play with at the playground. The two played tag together on the sidewalk. "A friend who always follows me." After that, he hugged Puppy again, and Puppy stuck out its tongue trying to lick him. "A friend to share joy with." After that, the sun slowly set. Jin Zung looked up slightly startled. He shouted with a flustered expression. "It's this late, uncle will scold me." At that very moment he quickly turned and ran home. "Puppy, let's go." That night in the dining room, his uncle questioned him angrily. Beside him, his aunt also looked at him with an angry face. "So you're saying you only came home after dinner?" "Jin Zung, do you think we're joking with you?" Jin Zung bowed his head, cowering, and explained softly, "I'm really sorry. I didn't know it was this late." Hearing that, his uncle put a beer can on the table and got angry. "This is your reason? Have I been too easy on you lately that you've become so impudent?" Then he stared at him, reminding him, "Jin Zung, do I have to be wary of old folks and noisy couples now?" Hearing that, he still stood cowering. "I'm sorry, uncle, I'll be more careful." Suddenly, Puppy barked fiercely, and he was startled and tried to stop Puppy with a frightened face. "Puppy, what's wrong?" Seeing that, his uncle became even angrier, clenching the can tightly, his face darkening, and shouted, "This dog dares to do this, or should I make him into a stew?" A large shadow covered his small body and Puppy. Jin Zung looked up with a frightened face and Puppy still barked. "I'm sorry, I'll re-educate Puppy. Please forgive me this once, uncle." Seeing him resist, his uncle didn't hesitate to strike, sending him flying, his face even angrier. "Get lost, you dare!" His uncle's face contorted and he gritted his teeth in anger, staring at Jin Zung. "You dare to talk back to me just because I've been a little easy on you? I'll teach you a lesson." "Honey, tie him up." His aunt picked up a string viciously and approached him. "Aha, this kid has been too free lately, he's gone crazy." Puppy still barked fiercely, and seeing that, his uncle also stared at him and screamed maniacally. His dog still won't shut up. He raised his leg, growling, and tried to kick the dog. "Shut up, you dog." Jin Zung's eyes widened and he was too flustered to react. He screamed. "Puppy!" On the other side, Puppy's body hit the wall hard. Puppy bitted in pain lying there. Seeing that, his uncle scoffed, narrowing his eyes and looking at the dog. "Now you know how to shut up." On the other side, his aunt tied Jin Zung and he still called out to Puppy. "Puppy, are you okay, Puppy?" His aunt tightened her arm even more, giving a strange laugh. "Ah, be quiet. If you struggle like that, it's hard to tie you up." Jin Zung glared at his uncle. He gritted his teeth and was angry. Seeing that, his uncle also picked up a club and stared at him contemptuously. "You dare to look at me like that?" Only then was he slightly flustered. His uncle quickly brought the club down, not stopping for a moment. Beside him, his wife covered her face and smiled. Voices of blame echoed through the house. "You're crazy. Who taught you that? Did your mother teach you that? Or did your stupid brother?" He still screamed and was afraid. I'm sorry, uncle," his uncle replied with even more anger. "If you know you're wrong, then stay still and let me teach you." Jin Zung's body trembled as he lay on the floor, his hands and feet tied, sobbing. "HMPH, I'm sorry." His uncle narrowed his eyes and stared at him contemptuously. "Such a weakling, yet he dares to be arrogant. He's just like that girl." This made his uncle even more interested, and he gave a strange laugh. "So I beat them to death." Jin Zung's eyes widened when he heard that, and he was blank. "Huh?" Beside him, his wife, realizing her husband had made a mistake, covered her mouth and reminded him. "Honey, what if he finds out?" His uncle still scoffed arrogantly. "Who would believe such a weak, trashy kid?" Only then did Jin Zung get up. He muttered in disbelief, "My parents were killed by robbers." Hearing that, his uncle also recalled the events of that night. His uncle and aunt tied up Jin Zung's parents and beat them to death. An unfortunate thief opened the window and crept in. "That incident, I was angry and beat them to death. Who told them not to lend me money? But what's with that idiot suddenly crawling in through the window?" Saying this, his uncle couldn't help but look up and laugh loudly. It was truly funny to see that guy constantly defending his innocence in court. Beside him, his wife laughed heartily, and only Jin Zung sat there blankly. It was truly a funny thing. Just thinking of that face, ah. Jin Zung's eyes were filled with anger and he glared at them. He gritted his teeth and killing intent gradually emanated from his body. "So the murderers of my parents are my uncle and aunt?" "Yes." Seeing that, his uncle became even angrier, gripping the club and looking down. "How dare you look at us like that?" On the other side, Puppy also stood up angrily and growled. Suddenly, Puppy rushed at him and attacked, and his uncle also turned around. At that very moment, his hand was strongly bitten by the dog. His uncle raised his hand, gritting his teeth, struggling with anger and pain. Jin Zung's eyes widened and he screamed in a panic, "Puppy, run away!" Puppy held on, refusing to let go, and his uncle became even angrier, raising his hand ready to strike with the club. "This damn dog!" He looked at his bitten arm and muttered, "Oh, please don't let it be rabies." Puppy lay on the ground, covered in blood. Jin Zung also ran to Puppy and hugged him worriedly. Puppy, tears streamed down his face and he sobbed. "I'm sorry, Puppy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I brought you to this house. You just wanted to play with me. I'm sorry. He closed his eyes, trembling all over, and cried sorrowfully. "If only you hadn't met a jinx like me." At that very moment, Puppy, with all his might, got up and licked his tears. He froze, dumbfounded at the sight. The dog whimpered and smiled as if comforting him, then collapsed onto its side. He watched the dog quietly lie beside him and mumbled blankly, "Puppy, Puppy, Puppy." But there was no response from above. His uncle narrowed his eyes at the sight. "Is it dead, that dog? I wanted to beat it more to vent my anger." His aunt chuckled with a malicious and regretful expression. "Aha, I was going to fatten it up and eat it." Hearing that, his uncle also sneered and mumbled, "That trashy dog isn't even worth eating. Throw it in the trash." He screamed internally. Why did you kill my precious puppy? How can you kill a life so easily?" Jin Zung no longer heard their words at all. "Our Jin Zung, that's enough for today." "What, so you won't listen to me? I guess I'll have to keep educating him." "Hey, what if he dies, honey? If he dies, that's it. He's no help to us anyway." "Hey," he screamed internally. "Is killing so enjoyable?" Suddenly, Jin Zung's eyes turned red. He mumbled to himself, "Ah, it's annoying." A knife was in his hand. Immediately, he quickly cut the ropes binding him. Pieces of broken rope were in his hand. He rose holding the knife with a ghastly face, and dense murderous intent filled the air around him. He laughed madly. He. His uncle, seeing this, still looked down at Jin Zung's knife, then struck the wooden stick on the ground and evaluated it. "What's that knife? Where did you get it?" He then remembered something, raised his head and scoffed at him. "Wait, it's Edia." Following that, they laughed loudly as if amused. Jin Zung still advanced with his head bowed. "Ha, so you're so angry you can only summon Edia?" As expected of an F-grade, his uncle again gripped the wooden stick tightly and pointed it at his chest. "You F-grade brat from F-grade parents. How ridiculous. Are you imitating us?" Jin Zung also bared his teeth and laughed at the sight. "Hey," his uncle sneered and mumbled, but before he could finish speaking, a knife flew quickly towards his neck. "Your parents in hell must be proud." Blood flowed from his mouth and his body fell in a panic. His aunt, who was beside him, also rushed over quickly, but her arm was also cut by the knife and she screamed in pain, "Honey, my arm, my arm." Jin Zung held the blood-stained knife in front of him with a ghastly expression and smiled, unconcerned by their screams. "My arm?" Immediately they cowered and continued to plead, "We're sorry, nephew, we're sorry." But he was still consumed by madness. Blood splattered all over the room. "Why aren't you saying aha anymore? Aha. Jin Zung's voice was full of mockery. "Uncle, where are you going?" He rushed to the door, but Jin Zung quickly pursued him. He lay trembling in a pool of blood. Jin Zung looked down at him from above and reminded him, "Uncle, tell me properly." He then approached his aunt even closer. The surroundings were filled with blood and his uncle screamed in fear, "Please save me." But Jin Zung replied coldly, "I won't kill auntie." Immediately the tip of the knife was aimed at her eye and her face turned pale with fear, tears streaming down. Jin Zung laughed mockingly. "Killing auntie like that is too easy. All of you are the same." He then raised his head and laughed madly. The surroundings filled with blood and 2 corpses lay quietly there. "Why did you do that to my parents? What did my parents do wrong? Don't you think not killing you will make you suffer more?" Suddenly he calmed down and raised his head to look at the ceiling. Ah, he admired, gripping the blood-stained knife tightly. Amazing. At this moment Jin Zung suddenly woke up with wide eyes in confusion. He was lying in a hospital room gripping the blanket tightly, his body still rigid, breathing heavily in fear. Immediately a young entered, pulling back the curtain with hospital records in hand. "Oh, you're awake?" Only then did he get up from the bed. "Nurse then." She looked at him and reminded him that this room was the nurse's lounge. Her hand touched his chest, pushing him back onto the bed, emphasizing, "You shouldn't get up yet." She still wore a pleasant smile, but her strength was immense, pushing Jin Zung forcefully onto the bed. "Rest a little more." He then raised his hand and mumbled, "My head feels like it's splitting, but why am I here?" Suddenly the image of his blood-stained hands flashed, startling him. After that he remembered something and shot up again, clutched the blanket and tried to jump off the bed. The nurse saw this, sighed and placed the hospital records on her head, saying, "You should rest." As she spoke she reached out her arm to calm him. "Can't you calm down a little?" But he became even more agitated, grabbing her collar and questioning her. "Are the bank people okay and my friend Lee Wong-Hwa?" She just closed her eyes and sighed. Suddenly he remembered something and mumbled with a flustered face, "Kim Son." Thinking this far he collapsed back onto the bed. Seeing this she also bowed her head and reminded him, "Hey Jin Zung, take a deep breath." Jin Zung was still flustered and heard nothing. "That's right. Son was in front of me." He then raised his head, his face pale and agitated. "Nurse, how about Son?" A young still extended her arm to calm him. "Ah, everyone's fine, Jin Zung." Jin Zung cried out with a pained expression. "Then what about Kim Son?" He also screamed internally in confusion. "The last thing I remember before losing consciousness was stabbing Kim Son." She quickly replied, "Calm down, Son will be here soon." Hearing that, Jin Zung remained lost in confusion, holding his breath and kneeling on the bed, constantly lost in thought. Coming to the nurse's lounge. Is she alive? But why the nurse's lounge? Was she seriously injured and moved here? Thinking this far, he crawled off the bed. "I'll go out for a moment," she screamed before she could stop him. Jin Zung, the young, unable to stop him from behind, could only watch him jump off the bed. Jin Zung had a resolute and confused expression. "I have to go see for myself how she's doing." Immediately he disappeared behind the infirmary door. The door also closed. Seeing this she also pulled back the bed curtain, narrowed her eyes and sighed regretfully. I wish he hadn't remembered. After running madly he was sweating and breathing heavily, his body not normal, his bare feet ran incessantly on the ground and his mind was not calm. If too much has happened because of this body, he ran even more frantically, his face turned pale. "Then why can't I stop this damned Edia?" Elsewhere a song echoed, and the person held a bag in their hand. Rayon hummed cheerfully as she walked down the street. "La la la, la la," Jin Zung screamed internally as soon as he saw her. "Son." Only then did he calm down a little, his face filled with confusion, tears about to fall. "She's fine, she wasn't injured and moved here, then I didn't cut her neck." Seeing him, Son also approached in a fluster. Sergeant Jin Zung bent over, stopped running, placed his hand on his chest, took a breath and sighed in relief. "Thank goodness, I didn't kill her." She also approached him in a fluster and he knelt on the ground, trembling. He breathed heavily. "Why are you suddenly kneeling?" She placed her hand on his trembling shoulder. "You ran all the way here, so you must be feeling a little better now, right?" He then screamed madly again, startling her. Jin Zung screamed internally, "Thank goodness." She also knelt in front of him. Why are you crying? Are you hurting somewhere?" "Ah, why are you crying?" He screamed internally. "Thank you." Son approached and complained, "Hey, don't cry, people will think I rejected your confession." "Damn it." She tried hard to calm him. "Stop it." He still mumbled internally, "Because she's healthy, because she's alive." After the Peste incident, Heian High School was temporarily closed for a week. On the day of the incident, Bu Rang quickly reported the news upon seeing Kim and Wong retreat. Ji Rang, consumed by madness, grabbed a stranger who was also flustered. "Hey old man, lend me your phone." It was a tragedy that killed 17 security guards and 13 bank employees. They quickly launched an investigation. But fortunately, all students from both schools were safe. Public opinion was focused on the students of Class 10 second grade of Heian High School who defended against the Peste attack. In particular, the White Jade Fairy Kim Son's profile was investigated. She who had directly confronted In Wong. After that she went to visit Jin Wong, who was lying in the hospital room, and pulling back the curtain she spoke with a tired expression and bowed head. "Interviewing is harder than fighting. I shouldn't have brought up the story about Ri Wong of North Korea." She looked at him, lying unconscious. "The reporters won't believe it. You can't wake someone who's been in a coma for 3 days, can you?" Jin Wong was still in a coma, his breathing regular. She thought internally, "It's hard for me to believe it even when I saw it myself." She remembered when Jin Wong cut off the horn on her head. Jin Wong, confused, moved his body back to avoid the cut. Immediately smoke erupted from Son's horn, startling her. "Ah," he laughed playfully, but his face was full of fatigue. She said in confusion, "Park Jin Zung, you." Immediately he fainted and collapsed, and she was startled and caught him in her arms. She hugged his body in confusion. "Hey Sergeant, Park Jin Zung." Her legs gave way powerlessly and he, unconscious, did not hear her calling. Hey. Currently, Son grabbed his wrist and pulled him. "If you're done crying, get up." Jin Zung cried like a child, his eyes swollen. Immediately she surprisingly bowed her head, pulled him close and shouted, startling him. "Hey, stop it. I'm not joking, you didn't cut me." Edia also manifested without any problems. Her face looked at him in confusion. Then it's still not working, but you keep crying and can't stop. Jin Zung stood up and kept crying, wiping his tears. Son crossed her arms and looked at him, crying, annoyed. What will the nurse think when she comes back and sees him like this? Look at him. Let's go, you're a good boy. Okay. A week later, a peaceful morning returned to school. The students outside whispered, Class 10, Class 2 has a very different atmosphere. Is it because they fought Peste? That's cool. I wish I was like that too, over here. Jin Zung heard that and just sighed. His face darkened with helplessness, and he thought internally, even when they were criminals trying to kill us. Jin Zung remembered killing with his hands stained with blood. He walked down the hallway, clenching his fists. I thought I could control Edia, but I was so mistaken. So many people suffered and died because I couldn't control Edia. He then gritted his teeth and thought, Son is truly a miracle. I didn't kill her, and she even let me control Edia. Jin Zung stopped in front of a door and fell into thought. To prevent this from happening again, I need to find a way to control Edia myself. He then calmly opened the door and entered. Someone must have seen my Edia and be skilled enough to give me advice. Inside, Seong-ho was hanging from a pull-up bar. He looked at him and judged. Perhaps Senior On Seong-ho has already reached his limits and improved himself. Seeing him, he also opened his eyes and looked at him. Park Jin Zung, shouldn't you be in the hospital by now? From below, Jin Zung raised his head and looked up, suggesting, I have something to ask you, Senior. Hearing that, he also narrowed his eyes. He then lowered his hand and bowed his head, looking at him in confusion. What? Seong-ho then stood on the ground and said, Park Jin Zung. Jin Zung stood in front of him with his head bowed. Senior On Seong-ho, do you think that everyone's soul has a blank space depending on their Edia grade? Saying this far, he also looked at him with suspicious eyes. Jin Zung's face was still dark, and he said in a small voice, Edia is the grade chart of the soul. Power and everything we can do are determined by grade. After that, Seong-ho also reached out his arm and explained, and he also opened his eyes wide in confusion. What you're asking is if the grade. Does it determine the blank space between a person and their soul? As he spoke, Jin Zung again placed his hand on his chest, sweating and slightly tense. Yes, that's right, he mumbled internally. I was right, but he refuted. No, Jin Zung raised his head and opened his eyes wide in confusion. Seong-ho explained to him with a calm expression. What is expressed may vary depending on the grade, but the blank space of the soul does not, he added, emphasizing. And he also was startled, unable to control his tears, which flowed. There is no grade in the soul. After that, Seong-ho again approached and emphasized, there is no grade in the soul. Jin Zung clasped his hands together. He bowed his head and glanced around, slightly uncomfortable, but he also knew. Finally he decided and raised his head, opening his eyes wide and questioning. You're saying that each person's expression differs according to their Edia grade ranking? Seong-ho also narrowed his eyes and did not deny it. That's right, it's fundamentally different, but that doesn't create a difference between people. Jin Zung was still suspicious, but before he could finish speaking, he cut him off. Park Jin Zung, he then continued nonstop. Seong-ho exposed, you're looking for an answer to a question you already have. Jin Zung also flinched, placed his hand on his neck and looked around slightly flustered. He added, because of my words. Hearing that, he looked down at his feet, imagined a pool of blood. I always thought there was no connection between Edia and the soul in the body. He thought of when he was immersed in infinite murderous intent because of a mad soul he couldn't control. When it went mad, it wanted to kill everything it saw. A bloodthirsty soul and a rampaging soul. His eyes were consumed by reason, leaving only madness. The terrifying image of his uncle flashed before his eyes. His Edia awakened when he lost control. Jin Zung's body became increasingly consumed by this madness. Edia consumed his body by acknowledging that Edia and the soul in the body were always combined. I have to accept the reality that it is very difficult to control this crazy emotion. Jin Zung's eyes were dim and he had lost control. A mad voice echoed within him. Is killing so enjoyable? An incarnation of evil, your soul is truly terrifying. Killer. He internally understood his madness, his crazy emotions, his ruthless rampage, his uncontrollable rampaging emotions. In fact, Jin Zung bowed his head and said nothing, and the surroundings were silent. Seong-ho stared at him, then bent down and picked up a dumbbell. I felt it from the first time we met. I told you to be diligent. Seong-ho also glanced and recalled, at that time I thought you were lazy. But there was always something unusual about you. You complained all day, but you always came to HT. Seong-ho remembered when Jin Zung first rushed in, opening the door. He said uncomfortably, Brother, my muscles hurt too much today. Please go easy on me, he added. My training is not something you can diligently follow with ordinary determination. At that time, Jin Zung threw things on the floor, his face pale from excessive training, and he closed his eyes and groaned. I'm dying, Seong-ho judged, but you were still able to understand and follow along. Hearing that, Jin Zung's face darkened, and he was plunged into confusion. He hung his head and clenched his fists. Ahead of him was Senior On Seong-ho, still adjusting the weights. He then thought about the contrasting physical conditions of A and B grades. The principle of the Edia grade chart was that the higher the grade, the higher the overall combat ability. That's why people always hope to have a special Edia. He recalled Senior Seong-ho taking down his opponent in the arena again. Jin Zung muttered to himself, but what if someone has a low-grade Edia but shows a much higher overall combat ability? The announcer declared that he was still standing tall in the arena while his opponent could no longer get up. Senior On Seong-ho, another victory. the immense strength of a person with a low-grade Edia. He emerged victorious after defeating all other players. Seong-ho judged inwardly, "My soul's Edia grade will be meaningless if I strive to perfect myself every day." Currently, Seong-ho bent down, grabbed the weights and prepared to lift them, looking at Jin Zung. "I know you didn't come here to increase your combat ability." His body was calm, and he lightly lifted the weights. "You want to confirm through me that someone can have a low-grade Edia but a very high overall combat ability, right?" he added, and Jin Zung bowed his head, unable to refute. Edia is just one of many factors. Thinking this far, Jin Zung also fell into thought. He confronted his own insane personality. As his senior had said, that was how he tried to forget the Edia with homicidal impulses and the rampaging soul he possessed. But he couldn't, it was always there. Such bloodthirsty emotions couldn't be recognized just because of a high grade. Over here, Seong-ho was still lifting the weights. Jin Zung smiled as he watched him, thinking inwardly that he had always wanted to learn from his senior because of his effort to perfectly control and train his Edia. Suddenly he smiled, looked at him and asked, "So how does it feel?" "On Seong-ho, will my efforts be the answer you're looking for?" In front of him, he was still madly lifting weights. He fell into thought. Someone developed their overall combat ability from B grade to A grade. His senior always showed him that he could keep moving forward with continuous effort. After that, Jin Zung bowed his head, hesitant and lost in thought. This person, senior on Seong-ho, is a role model I should follow. Thinking this far, he seemed to make up his mind, looked up to face his senior and suggested, "Senior, I have something to say." As he spoke, he put down the weights, confirming, "All right, so the condition you showed in team combat was?" Seong-ho understood the problem and reiterated that it was his true Edia. Hearing that, Jin Zung was slightly startled. "Senior, do you trust me?" He said his Edia grade was F, but in reality it was S grade, and he was the one who defeated Peste. After putting the weights back on the rack, he looked at him and calmly reminded him, "What do you gain by lying? I see no benefit." At these words, Jin Zung's face also turned red, trembling with emotion. "Thank you for trusting me." As he spoke, he sat down in the chair, gestured towards him, and suggested, "To put it simply, you don't want to be controlled by an Edia with homicidal impulses, do you?" At that very moment, he also sat down and explained, "I thought I could at least control myself, but when I stabbed a Peste member who invaded the bank, my string of reason snapped and my homicidal impulse exploded, becoming uncontrollable." He recalled when he lost control and attacked Jin Wong. "At that time, my reason was completely dominated by a crazed homicidal impulse. After that, Jin Zung massacred the people there, and blood and corpses were mixed on the ground." He added, "No matter how hard I try, I can't control that emotion." He was disappointed in himself. His senior also squinted beside him, staring at him. "I don't want to be controlled by my Edia anymore." Suddenly, Jin Zung turned his body and asked, "If it were you, senior, what would you do?" "Senior, how can I avoid being affected by my Edia?" Hearing that, he also closed his eyes and calmly suggested, "You have to build a healthy body and a strong mind. Only consistent training could create a healthy body." Hearing that, Jin Zung also jumped up excitedly and shouted, "I always trained my body, I even trained harder, but nothing changed." Beside him, Seong-ho still calmly looked up at him and explained, "There are a few common problems that people who can't control their Edia experience." After that, he put his hands on his waist and somewhat unpleasantly asserted, "It's that they can't love themselves." Jin Zung stood beside him, unable to understand. He then turned his body, pointed downwards, and explained, "Such people often tend to dislike themselves and deny what they've worked for. You've trained hard enough. Be proud of yourself." He grabbed senior Seong-ho's hand, his face dark and expressionless. "Love, that's funny." He smiled bitterly at the faint, insane killer-like personality behind him. "I'm just a murderer, someone who finds joy in killing others." Seeing that, Seong-ho still calmly looked at him. "Park Jin Zung, did you train hard to become a murderer?" Jin Zung stood blankly. "Ah." At that very moment, he also closed his eyes and smiled, reminding him, "Stop having negative thoughts," he added, and he was still maniacally engrossed in his murderous self. "You are not Park Jin Zung, who is possessed by murder." Suddenly, the murderer paused behind him. Jin Zung's reason grabbed his arm. Seong-ho's voice continued to resonate. "You are simply Park Jin Zung." Jin Zung trembled, clenching the knife handle so tightly that his hands bled. After that, he concluded, and he also understood completely, "You are just someone who trained hard to control the rampaging will within yourself." Having said this much, he also sat down. From above, he still calmly looked down. "I always wanted to be the best." He thought of his muscular body, but his Edia was nothing special. After that, Seong-ho spoke of his failures. "No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't achieve that goal. It wasn't normal, not even a peak but a deep abyss." In the arena, Seong-ho continued to be beaten. Throughout his 3 years of middle school, he never once advanced to the upper rounds. He was discouraged by his weaknesses. It tormented his mind. Gritted his teeth, covered his eyes with his hands, lay on the ground and doubted himself. "I hated my useless low-grade Edia." That made things even worse. Seong-ho's face was filled with determination. "And I asked myself, do I really understand my Edia?" After that, he trained incessantly. "I analyzed my Edia and found my current limitations." Seong-ho madly shouted during training. He then rushed forward and firmly grabbed the model in front of him. Finally, he controlled his energy, used his strengths, and covered his weaknesses. "I must confront my Edia." Once again in the arena, his opponent laughed at him and waved his hand. He then struck his opponent's blind spot, knocking him down. That was how senior Seong-ho grabbed his opponent's arm. As he perfectly took down his opponent, the opponent fell to the ground. I am overcoming myself and getting stronger every day. Currently he had removed his shirt and it lay at his feet. And so am I now. Seong-ho's face was full of pride and he constantly boasted about his body, which was continuously overcoming itself. I will be the strongest even if I have an ordinary Edia. He then looked at him with suspicious eyes. What about you, Park Jin Zung? At that moment, Jin Zung still stood blankly looking at him. He then took off his glasses and his gaze was vague and unclear. After that, he threw his glasses to the ground and made up his mind. I will be like senior. He then rolled up his sleeves and his face was full of determination to overcome himself. Elsewhere, screams echoed incessantly. Now everyone knows that weapons like handguns are ineffective against Edia users. This was why many weapons had become useless since the advent of Edia. The students inside clutched their noses and coughed. Everyone struggled to open the door. A masked person shouted from inside the room. But chemical warfare is a different story. The moment they shed their Edia and returned to ordinary humans, everyone would die. Inside, Bai Rang ran towards the door but couldn't give up. The others lay helplessly on the ground. Are they mocking me if I'm going to die anyway? He pounded on the door in anger and shouted, What's the point of cultivating strength to fight them like this? He cried out in despair. Open the door quickly, a masked person reported. Team leader of Company 10, the CS gas concentration has exceeded their limits. Even if Company 19's morale improved after the incident, this is too much. The team leader of Company 10 squinted through his gas mask. He then waved his hand and ordered the students to sing the national anthem. I'll give extra points to anyone who can sing the song to the end. People were still screaming madly. Save me, open the door quickly. Jin Zung stood in the middle of the room, closed his eyes and shouted, The East Sea's waters run dry. Others also shouted, Mom. He still stood and sang, Until Mount Baekdu wears away. Everyone knelt on the floor in pain trying to open the door. That very moment the door opened. Toxic gas leaked out. The students outside pointed at the toxic gas in the room and shouted, Platoon 3 is coming out. What is this dense gas? I can't see inside well. Supported by the chemical unit members, everyone came out and only Jin Zung still walked out steadfastly. He then approached the chemical unit leader, stood with both hands behind his back and politely said, Chemical unit leader, all my superiors have fainted, so I will report on their behalf. He took off his gas mask but had to cover his nose because of the smell from his body. All right, he added. Platoon 3, 10 people were assigned to the mission. 10 people are without staff sergeant ranks. The remaining students lay on the ground in pain and 10 fainted during the gas chamber training. His face filled with seriousness. He submitted the report. The record file stated, Officer's basic observation ability. First place, trainee Park Jin Zung, not found, no enemies. Second place, Staff Sergeant Kim Son, found 3 enemies. Third place, Staff Sergeant Bai Rang, found 7 enemies. Special note. Someone provided information about their hiding place. He caught them one by one, including the camouflaged Edia user. Another challenge. Jin Zung moved around finding people and they were startled. Found them. He muttered to himself. This way no one can say anything, the record above stated. Officer's basic observation ability. First place, trainee Park Jin Zung, not found, no enemies. Second place, Staff Sergeant Kim Son, found 3 enemies. Third place, Staff Sergeant Bai Rang, found 7 enemies. Special note by team leader of Company 10. It must have been very dark so he couldn't have seen anything. Normally, even if someone knew their location in advance, they wouldn't be able to find them. This is very strange. He didn't miss a single small sound and his perception was already at a monstrous level. Jin Zung judged inwardly, I must get my rank back by any means necessary. After that, numerous challenges followed. Crawl training first place, trainee Park Jin Zung. Crawl training first place, trainee Park Jin Zung. High-speed crawl training first place, trainee Park Jin Zung. Special note. In all crawl training he completed it 5 seconds faster than the second place Staff Sergeant. Jin Zung lay on the ground and crawled. Note by team leader of Company 10. His crawling ability is considered national team level. Individual combat training, enemy position capture. Jin Zung ran desperately and Khan chased him from behind in surprise. First place, trainee Park Jin Zung. Second place, Staff Sergeant Kim Son. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, I will overcome myself. Special note. Kim Son ran in a straight line but Park Jin Zung ran in a Z pattern. Note by team leader of Company 10. Running like that will unnecessarily drain his stamina. Another stealth page was added to the record above. First place, trainee Park Jin Zung. Special note. No one could find him until the training leader announced the end of the training. It took an hour to find one trainee. Note by team leader of Company 10. We thought he had left the training area. The principal looked at Park Jin Zung's report card. Park Jin Zung again. Park Jin Zung. Opposite teacher Kong Ho stood reporting. He flipped through the papers, puzzled. This F-grade trainee has abnormal stamina for no reason. Tisk. First place, trainee Park Jin Zung, not found, no enemies. Second place, Staff Sergeant Kim Son, found 3 enemies. Teacher Kong Ho then hastily added, other trainees have already passed the standard score, but the principal's face darkened as he asserted, it's still not enough. Seeing that, Teacher Kong Ho laughed awkwardly, puzzled. He rubbed his forehead and explained, I received information that the 998th Transport Brigade is preparing to target us. Hearing that, Teacher Kong Ho was even more flustered. The 998th Brigade? The principal judged, it seems they don't like Heian High School receiving national support. If this continues, our school will definitely be reprimanded. At that very moment a report was thrown onto the desk. The principal looked at the calendar marked for the 3rd year. It's fine for now, I can just tell the 1st graders that their training isn't over yet. He frowned, rubbing his chin, and thought, the problem is the 2nd graders. We'll intensify the training. Teacher Kong Ho was puzzled. What kind of training is the principal talking about? Hearing that, the principal pushed the calendar back in front of him. Short-term combat strength enhancement training. The principal's face was full of cunning, and he rested his chin in his hand, laughing. Doesn't that sound familiar? After that, boxes were stacked. The Sundan team students helplessly carried heavy loads. They held their necks and complained, how much further do we have to go? What's inside these? Suddenly, Ion saw Jin Zung carrying 2 boxes and was puzzled. Hey trainee, why are you carrying 2 boxes? He smiled, carrying the boxes, and calmly said, since I'm training anyway, I also want to build some muscle. Her face darkened and she interrogated him. But you already did muscle training during lunchtime. He still smiled and explained, that was then, this is now. Hearing that, she also sighed and walked ahead. Ha, let's go, Mr. Infinite. Jin Zung complained from behind. Did my nickname change from trainee to Mr. Infinite? Behind them, people were trembling under heavy boxes. Jin Zung was puzzled. But Son, why are they looking at you suspiciously? These 2 boxes, he added. Everyone is always watching her. Beside them, Khan was still calm and the 2 walked without showing any signs of fatigue. Doesn't this happen often? Someone like you wouldn't know, but this is my daily life. Jin Zung retorted. Wow, arrogant. Suddenly, he felt something and turned back. From behind, people were looking at him. He suspiciously reminded her, I said that because they seem to be looking at you more than usual. Seeing that, Son calmly explained, this time they're not looking at me. It's you, understood. Trainee Park Jin Zung. Jin Zung's eyes widened, puzzled. Me, why me? He then sneered, and her eyes also widened in surprise. Am I handsome? Son's face darkened, and she said with a mocking curl of her lips, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. He was hurt from behind. What? That's too much? He then squinted and looked around, suddenly bumping into someone. Okay, but their eyes were burning too brightly. Jin Zung's body swayed. He then bent down and propped up the fallen box. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking ahead. From above, Jurong looked at him indifferently. Seeing that, he broke into a forced laugh, sweating. Ha ha ha, platoon leader. He frowned and glared angrily, then quickly left, not forgetting to curse. Tisk, watch where you're going when you walk, you piece of trash. He watched that shadow from behind. Jin Zung, unable to understand, asked Son, platoon leader has changed lately. Is something wrong? He pouted her lips, then covered her head, looking at him suspiciously. Brother, do you really not know why platoon leader and the others aren't bothering you lately? Jin Zung looked worried. Is it because I'm with you, sister? Hearing that, she just covered her face, looking as if she wanted to hit him. It's because you've changed lately, brother. She turned her body, kicked the door open, and nonchalantly entered, leaving him behind. Damn it, it's so annoying. He followed her from behind, but Son walked ahead, looking anxious. Jin Zung again? What? When? Why here? Jin Zung asked a pointed question, and Son's eyes widened and she hesitated. Aren't you curious about my Edia? On this side, she put down the box and said, I'm not curious about that. He smiled from behind. She was still deep in thought. Sister, I'll explain everything to you. Son suddenly smiled and reminded him. Hey, Mr. Infinite, you shouldn't say things like that to other girls. Her face was flushed and she put her hands on her hips, still trying to act calm. I'm fine, but other girls would probably faint. On this side, Jin Zung also put down the box, glanced at her, and emphasized, understood? Jin Zung still calmly turned and smiled. Doesn't it just mean no other girls? I've already told Senior An Seong Ho everything. Hearing that, Son got angry, grabbed him by the collar and shouted, What? Jin Zung's face was filled with fear. She shouted in displeasure, You told Staff Sergeant An Seong Ho, do you want to die? She shook his body, and Jin Zung's face also turned black and he became even more afraid. Why didn't you tell me first? Tell me everything before I knock you out, sister. Seeing them, Jurong just bit his finger, displeased. That piece of trash. He recalled the moment he was furiously killing, but the pressure he felt was like death itself. Kim and Wong also fled in fear from the north of Riwang. After that, he scratched his head and said, unable to understand, Damn it, why did it turn out like this? The very next moment, Jurang ignored the two fighting and turned and left. Currently, I can't acknowledge it until everything is confirmed. On this side, Jin Zung also smiled flatteringly. Hee, there are a lot of people watching here. I'll tell you when we're alone. She also gradually calmed down and let go of his collar. Son brushed off her hands and said, Hey, don't say things like that to other girls. Only I can endure it, understood? Jin Zung grabbed his clothes and asked in confusion, But why do we have to carry these boxes? Beside her, she also looked down at them and explained, Didn't you hear? It's prepared for training. He also tilted his head, a little vague. What kind of training? On this side, she walked towards the door and very seriously went outside. Jungle. Someone gently picked up a red stick. On this side, in front of the two quietly vigilant people, the people behind moved quietly. Kim Son carried a huge backpack on her shoulder and grumbled unpleasantly. Damn it, why do we still have to do this? Jin Zung, walking beside her, sighed softly and said, I should have brought 5 kilograms more. Hearing that, Son was startled and asked, Hey you, are you tired and crazy? He carried the backpack, turned around and replied, Me, she asked again, half believing. Then why did the person who used to run away from HT until Senior An Seong Ho dragged him come all the way here? Sighing softly, Son just grumbled helplessly again. Why do you suddenly want to overtrain? Not hearing the other person's answer, she was a little surprised. Why aren't you saying anything? They arrived at a place with yellow tape all over the door. Son thought this place was. Jin Zung smiled excitedly. Now that I think about it, Senior On Seong-ho probably carried 10 kilograms weights in both hands. Hearing that, her face flushed, then turned pale, then green like a banana leaf. Okay. Just then, a cheerful voice came from inside. 10 minutes break. At these words, she gritted her teeth and anxiety surged in her heart. What? Why here of all places? Looking at the empty landscape of Narrowbank, Sohn kept thinking, I know their intention, but how can they be so indifferent? Jin Zung saw her standing there blankly, and also saw her palms trembling, so he asked, What's wrong? Sohn looked at him as if she was not okay at all. She frowned hideously and cautiously asked, It's my turn to ask, are you okay? Jin Zung smiled slightly and pointed behind him. Because of that, seeing his cheerfulness, she was dumbfounded and realized in her heart that she had worried for nothing. Just then, a person wearing red shoes stopped beside her and spoke first. Hey sister, aren't you the famous Senior Kim Sohn? Sohn turned around and slowly replied, That's me. There were not just one but many people, young and old, male and female. They competed to praise her. She's really white like Snow White. The future of Korea is here, so young and so outstanding. Sister, please give me your autograph. You're much prettier in person than on TV. Please give me your autograph. Sohn saw this scene and smiled kindly and gently. She clapped her hands and did not forget to thank them for their love, so she thought, since it's near the school, it must be the principal's intention, a strategic break spot to promote the school. The bank where the Peste incident occurred, the famous second-year students of Heian High School attracted media attention. This was effective promotion. Moreover, people could also raise complaints related to training and receive direct feedback. The store owners were still happy, even though we were blocking the road in front of their stores. The store owner did not forget to encourage everyone. Keep up the good work, young people. Everyone bowed politely. Thank you, sir. The teachers might have talked to them beforehand. A man held a wad of money in his hand and laughed, saying, There's no need to prepare for this. Just promote and be proud. Killing two birds with one stone. But what made Sohn suffer and unconsciously cover her hands was that this was an inhumane act. It showed no consideration for the victims of this incident. Class 10. Disgusting. The man in the red hat said with an awkward expression, all right, everyone, thank you for your help, but we need to move now. He urged everyone to get ready to leave. Jin Zung, seeing her look tired, asked worriedly, Sohn, you haven't rested at all, are you okay? Sohn sighed and replied calmly, Don't talk to me. My throat hurts too much. He now slowly looked up at Narrowbank above and a faint thought passed through his helpless eyes. It would be a lie to say I don't feel anything. After that, Jin Zung resolutely turned and left, but because he was determined he had to become stronger, no longer be affected by anything, and change. The scene changed to a man happily talking on the phone with someone on the other side. Kim Sohn, right? Okay, everything is going according to plan. The principal slowly opened the door to the room, his hand still to his ear. He continued his unfinished words. It was really effective to deliberately set the route to pass by there. Okay, the road length has increased by 5 kilometers, right? He expertly pressed his car key and the car immediately responded with its lights. Now I'm ready to leave. The principal sat in the car with the phone to his ear and continued to reply, The role of the commander is to personally visit and encourage the students who are exhausted from training, so this school cannot operate without me. After that, the scene of the white car driving on the road continued, but his cheerful laughter was mixed in. The scene changed again to a bumpy road. A resolute voice rang out, Stop! Teacher Kong Ho, with his hands behind his back, said in a very calm and clear voice, The next section is a steep slope, so we'll stop longer. Stretch your legs. Sohn was the first to put down her backpack, and as she opened it she said, Hey, you show off. Jin Zung heard that and clicked his tongue, his face showing extreme helplessness. Sohn, no other nicknames, there are so many good names. She didn't care and only focused on her question, Want some chocolate? At the word chocolate, his eyes immediately brightened. Trainee Park Jin Zung gratefully forced a smile for the chocolate. While Sohn was handing Jin Zung a chocolate bar, a white SUV was speeding towards them. He looked at her with the sound of movement and both of them stared blankly. Car. The white car quickly stopped and parked directly in front of the two. A foot quickly descended from the car, not forgetting to complain about the weather. Damn it, why is it so hot outside? Teacher Kong Ho immediately approached and saluted respectfully. Greetings, principal. The principal quietly closed the car door and nodded. Okay. Hello. Then he happily and excitedly approached Sohn and asked in a friendly manner, Sohn, is the march okay? She calmly nodded and replied nonchalantly, Yes, principal, no problem. He laughed with delight, and this sight did not make her put on an exaggerated expression. As expected of Sohn, the ace of Heian High School's second year, when the principal turned his gaze to Jin Zung, he saluted seriously and clearly introduced himself, Trainee Park Jin Zung, principal. He frowned slightly and his face showed a deep, meaningful expression. Really? After that, the principal put his hands on his waist. Park Jin Zung, didn't I teach you that you should call me commander during training? He paused slightly, then quickly corrected his posture. I will correct myself, commander. Sohn, who was watching this from the side, had her own thoughts. That person is too overtly biased. The principal looked Jin Zung up and down, but he didn't show any signs of fatigue like the other students. He smiled brightly like a spring flower and tried to explain, yes, usually an HT. But his words were cut off indifferently. Open your backpack. Hearing that, Jin Zung's face stiffened. Not understanding the other person's words, the principal leaned slightly against the car and slowly explained, I need to check the items inside. The commander of Company 10 brought the list of necessary items. Teacher Kong Ho immediately followed the order. Yes, understood. When he opened his backpack, the items inside were neatly organized. On this side, Sohn kept thinking that he was trying to find fault with Park Jin Zung. Park Jin Zung is not someone who would deliberately steal items, but if he had accidentally forgotten even one thing, it would be marked on the list and everything would be over. Teacher Kong Ho reported that everything was there. Commander. Hearing that, the principal took the list and observed it, and he had no choice but to admit that he still had all the items. But his face changed strangely after that. But even after taking out all the necessary items, it seems there's still something in your pocket. What are you carrying? Jin Zung was not afraid at all, and instead said very innocently, "This." He took out a few sandbags and placed them on the floor, saying, "I brought a few sandbags to train during break time." The principal froze on the spot. Sandbags, 4 of them, 20 kilograms. He was honestly speechless, and his whole body stiffened like a stone on the spot. "Do you know what this training is?" Jin Zung raised his hand and replied cheerfully, "Yes. Jungle combat training and physical fitness." He nodded in agreement. "That's right, and during this training, Son on the side didn't like it much. Is he still trying to bother him?" Teacher Kong Ho unexpectedly appeared in front of him and forced a smile, saying, "Commander." While she was surprised, the teacher awkwardly explained, "We need to leave," the principal said in surprise. "Really? Then leave." He didn't talk to him anymore and got straight into the car. Teacher Kong Ho did not forget to drive safely. Son still looked unpleasantly at the other person's car. Meanwhile, a man above watched the people slowly walking in a line. "They'll arrive soon." Ju, the man in the red hat, also said, "Kim Son is the best student among them. She's the white jade fairy, shall I test her?" But the other person stopped him. "Ju, among the second-year students you need to be careful of Park Jin Zung." She bit her lip slightly and smiled triumphantly. "That guy who carries a knife, I know you value him highly, but after that." Ju nonchalantly waved his hand, his voice mixed with a hint of boredom. "I don't know much about him." He recalled the moment Jin Zung had dueled him once, and another duel with an impressive sneak attack. She clicked her tongue in admiration. "But his Edia isn't that strong. Do I really need to be careful of him?" The other person never looked at her once. "Of course," Ju smiled slightly, and his voice also lowered. "Platoon leader, aren't you overestimating him because he's in the HT club? You seem to think he's more valuable than our platoon 1. He frowned, his expression cold and sharp. "Because he deserves it?" she asked again as if struck by lightning in disbelief. "What did you say?" he explained in a low voice in more detail. "Not only is he superior to Platoon 1, but he's stronger than the entire Company 1. Ju's eyes widened and his face was full of a dark expression. "Platoon leader, say that again. Who is stronger than whom?" Ju approached Seong Ho in a corner and said, "Platoon leader, no, Senior on Seong Ho." "Say that again." Senior expressed her point of view through what she had done in her ability assessment. Her opinion of Park Jin Zung was only based on the team combat at the beginning of this semester, and his subsequent efforts were not considered. Ju became even more stubborn when asked to reconsider. She frankly stated that he had only joined HT 2 months ago, and considering the blank period, was it worth reconsidering? Seong Ho approached Ju more closely. He was very confident in what he said and told her to see clearly the results of the past 2 months. Because of his confident demeanor, Seong Ho was even more certain that this jungle training would be a stage solely for Park Jin Zung. He finally arrived at the pre-arranged rest stop. As Jin Zung stepped inside, he was slightly bewildered by the unique design. This building seemed newly constructed. But why were the rooms structured in a military style? After that, Jin Zung quickly unpacked his belongings. He counted the number of people there. There were a total of 300 students. He smoothed out the number on his chest, adjusting his clothing. "My number is 300. I'm still at the very end." Before the students could even get accustomed to their new accommodations, they were surprised by an announcement from the school. "Attention, entire camp, report the current student count to the PT center immediately." Jin Zung immediately recognized the voice of the person reading the announcement. He thought to himself, "Is that Senior Seong Ho's voice?" The rumors seemed true. Other students collapsed to the ground, groaning. "We're doomed. All this jungle training is useless." Seeing their discouraged attitude, Jin Zung also froze in place. Seong Ho stood before all the students and began roll call. "All second-year students present," he began by introducing himself. "Welcome everyone, my name is On Seong Ho. I will be the instructor for this jungle training. I will make a few announcements before dinner." Seong Ho decided to divide the groups according to their individual abilities. Top-ranked students would use Room 1, while Jin Zung and the lowest-ranked students were grouped together as per regulations to use Room 10. The remaining students were assigned consecutive rooms in numerical order. The number on Jin Zung's chest also held a specific meaning. As you may already know, the number you are wearing is your overall combat ability ranking, carefully assessed and sorted by the school. Seong Ho specifically emphasized one very important detail. However, while you are within the scope of this training, your scores will be treated entirely separately from your rank. This jungle training will contribute a significant portion to your final performance. Some students exclaimed in surprise. "Entirely separate?" He explained this new regulation in great detail. "Based on what you demonstrate in this training, your combat ranks within the school can fluctuate significantly." The students began to murmur, "I've never heard of anything like this." Seong Ho checked his wristwatch and calculated the time. "It is now 12 p.m. Lunch will be finished by 1 p.m. and you will rest until 2 p.m. The assistant instructor will announce the next schedule. He loudly commanded everyone, understood? They replied in unison, understood. After finishing lunch, some young men were still feeling hungry and lamented, I'm starving, what do we do now? Unfortunately, they hadn't received good treatment or privileges, so they could only clutch their growling stomachs and lament. The people who arrived before us ate all the food. All that's left are scraps, and how can we fill our stomachs with just kimchi and fried rice? Perhaps, due to extreme hunger, they had a reckless idea to escape this urgent situation. Hey, do you want to intentionally injure yourself to escape from here? There's a private infirmary here too. Don't do anything stupid, that's why I got into big trouble. Suddenly Jin Zung opened the door and entered, his face excited, carrying many food bags, big and small. Hey, eat up guys. The food he poured out was plentiful enough for everyone to eat. The young men excitedly grabbed the food and asked about its source. What is this? You're Park Jin Zung from class 10, right? Where did you get this? Jin Zung assured them that he was very trustworthy. I didn't steal it, don't worry, just eat for now, but keep it a secret. In fact, to feed his comrades well, Jin Zung had to seek help himself. Senior. I'm starving, Seong-ho corrected his address, saying, call me trainee 300. He replied obediently, yes, understood, instructor. Seong-ho seemed quite pleased with his change and good attitude. I heard you were criticized during the last assembly training. You'll be much better now. Jin Zung skillfully chose his words to get what he wanted. Yes, that's right, senior. When I'm full, I can perform at over 100 of my ability. Seong-ho turned around and generously granted his request. How much do you need? Jin Zung didn't miss the opportunity and stated the required amount. 15 servings. Seong-ho prepared the food for a moment. He agreed with a gentle smile. A student named Jin Wong was startled to see Seong-ho about to take all the items from the room. Hey instructor, what's that? He tried to explain, hoping for at least a little to be left. Those are the snacks the teachers gave us. Seong-ho's face darkened. He turned to him. The assistant instructor needs snacks. Are you saying you're hungry right now too? Jin Wong hastily waved his hand in denial. No, just take it. Seong-ho handed everything over to Jin Zung. Jin Zung was very grateful for the generous heart. Thank you, senior. Jin Wong teared up with regret. Ju, I miss you. In an instant, the entire room completely emptied the brazenly acquired food. This bread is really delicious, Jin Zung carefully asked them. Are you all full? Everyone was happy and proud of Jin Zung's righteous act. Thank you so much, Jin Zung, you're our hero. I admit it, we're much better thanks to you. Thank you so much. They were all thrilled by Jin Zung's sharing. We'll probably be hungry again before dinner, but it's great to be able to eat like this. It's better than nothing, right? Like a single bite is better than no meal at all. I'll repay you later. However, he remained silent for a while. He gathered his courage and announced his wish to the entire room. If you really want to repay me, just promise me one thing. They were all surprised. A promise? Jin Zung clasped his hands tightly and said passionately. For this jungle training, don't give up halfway and do your best. The young men were all bewildered. They thought it was impossible with their abilities. But we're room 10. We're the weakest among the 15 second-year boys. Even if we do our best, I knew some people were already discouraged. You know our Edia is useless too, right? He turned around gently. More useless than mine. Hearing this, they all fell into deep thought and reflected on themselves once again. Everyone admired Jin Zung's strong resolve. Park Jin Zung, you've changed lately. Yes, you're so different from before. I want to change like you too. Me too. The two young men looked at each other for a moment. It was as if they understood each other's intentions with just a glance. One person representing the entire group elected him as their leader. Does anyone object to Park Jin Zung being our room leader? All in one voice. No. Once he confirmed that everyone was obedient to Jin Zung, he asked again to be sure. So everyone agrees, right? No one should give up. Time flew by quickly to the jungle training ground. 3 p.m. Everyone was desperately running according to Seong-ho's instructions. 3 more times. On the other side, some people were repeating strength endurance training 1 6 times and 9 4 times. Other team members were surprised by their training methods and whispered to each other. Those people, aren't they the ones we fought at the beginning of the semester? It was a fight for honor. Ju was also bewildered by this strange sight. He's laughing. Seong-ho was very proud of their positive and serious attitude. As expected, our HT members are truly different. Ju was still amazed. Not only that, she immediately noticed the iron-like spirit and passionate attitude of the entire team, not just Park Jin Zung. Not only Park Jin Zung, but all the members of Room 10 have changed so much. Ju froze at the sudden change. What on earth is happening? At sunset, Seong-ho declared that today's training would end here, as he informed them about the next training schedule. They all collapsed to the ground, exhausted and panting. The new schedule has been announced, so check the plan. Seong-ho specifically mentioned one individual, trainee 300. When his name was called, Jin Zung answered clearly, present. However, he didn't meet Seong-ho's request. Haven't you eaten yet? He shouted even louder. Yes, Seong-ho kept his promise. He fulfilled his promise to the team he considered the most excellent. Good. As I said, I'll give extra points to all members of Room 10, including Trainee 300, during lunchtime. Upon hearing this joyful news, the entire room became excited. They were moved, hugging each other and celebrating. We did it. As it became completely dark, night enveloped the entire forest. Jin Zung was slowly walking in that direction. He checked his watch, wondering if he had arrived too early. A silhouette emerged from the darkness. Mr. Infinite. She had beautiful, lustrous blonde hair. Sohn slowly approached Jin Zung. She quietly asked him, "Have you been waiting long?" Sohn casually approached Jin Zung. She smiled brightly and joked, "Mr. Infinite, have you been waiting long?" Jin Zung just laughed awkwardly. He replied comfortably, "It's not that late yet." Anyway, Sohn walked and talked with Jin Zung. "We're on the same team because we're ranks 1 in 300. Not bad, but how long are you going to stay at the bottom?" He thought for a moment, then replied honestly, "Probably after this jungle training." She was somewhat surprised by his resolve. "Oh, full of confidence, are we?" Jin Zung didn't seem to be joking at all. He was confident he would prove his words. "Just wait. I'll get my rank insignia next week." Sohn still didn't believe it. She said meaningfully, "Still a private or a staff sergeant?" Jin Zung said firmly, "I might even be promoted directly to staff sergeant. I'm even aiming for sergeant major." Sohn burst out laughing, thinking it was a far-fetched dream. "Dreaming big, are we?" And then she suddenly grabbed his hand. Sohn said in a serious voice, "Perhaps that wouldn't be so bad." Jin Zung asked again in surprise, "What did you say?" Sohn hastily denied it. "Nothing." The next morning at the training center, all the students were putting their full effort into the group running test. Bai Rang was already exhausted. He sighed, "What is this, so early in the morning?" While he was still dazed, another silhouette quickly brushed past him. Ju Rang immediately recognized that the outstanding individual was Jin Zung. Ju firmly gripped the railing and watched Jin Zung's movements during the training. He's 2 laps ahead of the group behind him. Li Wenghua observed intently and then gave an objective assessment. "Jin Zung is Jin Zung, all right. The rest of them look like zombies." Ju agreed with those words through this training and revealed one more important thing. "Remember yesterday, no one could avoid the training." Li Wenghua asked Ju about the strange events of yesterday. "Since yesterday, no one received any treatment or recovery. Do you know what that means?" Hearing this, Ju exclaimed in surprise, "No recovery, they really are zombies." The students on the sports field still had to run desperately for a very long time. Seong Ho found their new nickname amusing, "Zombies, a zombie corps, cool." After training, a list of students with outstanding skills was announced simultaneously. 5 points awarded to the top 20 in the morning run. An instructor stood before all the students. They were all neatly lined up in a long queue. He deliberately turned around. He was so terrified by their fierce determination that his face turned blue. The instructor couldn't believe their training methods. "Are these guys really the weakest in room 10, second-year students?" A voice called him from behind. "Assistant instructor." The assistant instructor was still uneasy about what he had just seen. Such terrifying eyes. The voice continued to resonate. "Assistant instructor." When Jin Zung approached and placed a hand on his shoulder, he was startled. Assistant instructor, however, he had no choice but to maintain a calm demeanor in front of the students. "Yes, trainee 300, Jin Zung asked in a gentle and friendly manner. "I'm curious about this." The assistant instructor scanned him and checked his complexion. "This fellow looks normal." The assistant instructor showed no sign of uneasiness at all. He tried to appear enthusiastic and friendly. "The guys behind seem to be going crazy. I should talk to this fellow to relieve some tension." "All right, the instructor isn't here, so feel free to ask. Is this your first time with this kind of training?" Jin Zung was very grateful for his kindness and enthusiasm. He didn't hesitate to ask, "Thank you. Can you tell me how to get through the obstacle course quickly?" The assistant instructor wasn't particularly thrilled to hear Jin Zung's wish. "I don't recommend you do that." He was surprised by his strange answer. "Why don't you get more points if you're faster?" He said earnestly, "That's right, but once you finish the training," the assistant instructor knew well the outcome of excellent performance. "Instructor An Seong Ho will take you back to the training ground and make you train more until everyone else finishes." He tried to give Jin Zung the wisest advice. "And since you'll be the first ones done, it'll take a long time." So they all wore sly smiles. Understood. Everyone heard that right. Unexpectedly, this was one of their high resolves they were aiming for. "The faster we are, the more points we get, and the more training we can receive." The assistant instructor was speechless. "So this guy is the leader of those madmen?" On the other side, another student was struggling with arm exercises. Right next to him, another instructor was diligently guiding him. "Trainee, descend carefully." The other 2 instructors observed the students' progress with binoculars and conversed. "Hey, are you guiding them properly? Why did they arrive so quickly? Look at the training report." They were surprised by the list and numbers of successful participants in this training. "What is this? Everyone passed the obstacle course, all of them," one instructor said, very confused. "You guys wouldn't have seen those fellows earlier." He re-explained all the previous events. As soon as trainee 300 told them to run, they immediately jumped up. In several other exercises, they were equally determined. As soon as he told them to cross, they crossed immediately. Every action was skilled and professional. As soon as he told them to jump, they jumped immediately. He mentioned some more information about Jin Zung. "Trainee 300 is that guy who ran in the previous team competition, over there." Jin Zung was encouraging his comrades. "You can do it." Bai Rang turned around, seeing him infuse himself with energy. Perhaps sensing Jin Zung's enthusiasm, he quickly climbed up. After all the members passed the final round, they all cheered and celebrated. "Well done, everyone passed." The 2 instructors, observing from afar, froze, dumbfounded. "Look, now they're going to the training ground." Jin Zung's team was filled with passion and determination. He mentally prepared himself to lead the way to the training ground. "You still have energy left, right?" The 2 instructors also felt ashamed of the students. "Should we switch places? How enjoyable." Day 3 training ground. Seong-ho loudly announced the start of a new training session. From now on we will train. He explained the relevant regulations to everyone in more detail. This training was originally scheduled for a later time. However, due to a heat advisory, the order was changed. After the training, they could return to the dorms and rest. Some students whispered quietly, "It's time to rest." Seong-ho took advantage of the change in the training schedule due to the weather to create a rational plan. But it's fine. High temperatures lower one's endurance. As it turned out, this was also one of his goals for the students. The purpose of this training was to enable trainees to continue fighting with Edia, even if their endurance was depleted. Seong-ho was well aware of the unique method and great significance of awakening a hidden Edia, which was different from using Edia as usual. This training helps to find the power of a hidden Edia when one is extremely exhausted. This was exactly what he wanted most for his students. After this training, trainees with strong willpower would ponder more deeply on how to properly use their Edia in the future. Seong-ho began to immerse himself in the lecture. He briefly introduced it to them. "Alright, let's begin. This training is about the power of Edia." Seong-ho pointed to the large rocks at the back for everyone to see. "See those rocks over there?" Yes, he made a very difficult proposal. "Break them with all your might." The male students trembled, unsure of what to do. Seong-ho asked each of them to try in order. "Go in order. Summon your Edia and do your best. Anyone who cannot summon their Edia should yield their spot to the next trainee." Below, the students murmured about their abilities in the upcoming demonstration. "It might be okay, but your Edia is large. How can I break something like that with my Edia?" Seong-ho noticed their thoughts and asked, "Some of you might think it's not advantageous for you." He turned his head towards the rocks and intended to show everyone first. "Most of you probably know what my Edia is." Jin Zung already knew his abilities. He quietly analyzed, "Senior's Edia, I will surely catch it." It was a close combat Edia. Seong-ho approached the rock ready to perform his skill. Even if he's a senior, he has to break that rock. He mumbled a few incantations, his eyes firm. "I will surely catch you." Seong-ho focused on his target and said softly, "I am confident I can catch you." He poured all his strength and ability into the rock in front of him. As his fingers touched the rock, it slowly began to crumble. Jin Zung watched this sight and was astonished by his ability. "Senior, have you really become stronger?" The large rock was slowly lifted from the ground. Unbelievably, Seong-ho supported it with his bare hands. Poured all his internal energy to accomplish it with ease. Moreover, the rock shattered into several pieces. Seong-ho maintained a cold demeanor from the beginning. Jin Zung was astonished and muttered to himself, "Has his Edia really become stronger?" Seong-ho used a very special and outstanding technique. Edia grade BCCC, it can surely catch a selected target within a certain distance. The time required to move is shortened, allowing for training beyond human limits. When throwing a target, it can ignore some of the target's weight. It can ignore up to 4 times its own body weight. Jin Zung was astonished by Seong-ho's ability. He can only ignore some of the weight when throwing a target. The male students below turned pale at the strange phenomenon and whispered to each other. His fingers pierced the rock. Is he not human? After the demonstration, Seong-ho instructed the students to do the same. Understood. When there was no answer, he turned pale and snapped, "Trainees, did you not hear the instructor's command?" All the students answered in unison, fearfully. "Understood." Seong-ho returned to his spot and called out the numbers in order. "All right, starting with number 1. Trainee number 1. Son came out with small horns on her head. The white jade fairy. She gracefully and proudly held her sword, preparing for training. Son gently brushed her hand over the sharp blade. Seong-ho gave the signal to start. Son used her skilled and professional fairy swordsmanship. With just a few sword techniques, she could easily break the rock. Son sheathed her sword very coolly and naturally. The male students also expressed their admiration for her excellent technique. "Kim Son, you're truly amazing. That was the white jade fairy Edia of the Kim Baekuk family. Weren't they the ones who defeated Peste?" Ju looked at Son with admiration, as expected. Her innate talent was on an entirely different level. Seong-ho called out the next number. Trainee number 2. A large tree was uprooted and dust billowed. Bai Rang roughly pulled up the tree and mumbled, "You guys are really something." He gritted his teeth and with an unpleasant expression vowed to prove his abilities someday. He lifted the large tree high, then brought it down towards the large rock, intending to kill their disgusted expressions. Bai Rang extended his arm and brought the tree down onto the rock with immense force. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break the rock. He became increasingly anxious. Break. Ju silently watched him perform poorly. "Was it Bai Jang?" She quietly assessed Bai Rang as he stubbornly carried out his task. "That kid is like me. Damn it, the tree I pulled up is all torn." Seong-ho, seeing him irritably slam the tree to the ground, couldn't help but comfort him. "Don't worry, I'll consider your Edia when I give you points." He called out the next number. Many students tried in turn, but their abilities only managed to scratch the surface of the rock. Finally, Seong-ho called out the last number. Next, his friends were astonished to see Jin Zung walk out confidently. "You're the last one." He stood blankly in front of the largest rock there, past all the smaller ones. His friends couldn't understand Jin Zung's choice. He chose that huge rock. There are other rocks still available. Wasn't that rock meant for people like Senior On Seong-ho or Kim Son? They couldn't help but wonder about the true abilities of the top-ranked students. "But he's the leader of Room 10. Haven't you seen the kids from Room 10 before?" He paid no mind to the ridicule directed at him and coldly drew a small knife. Then that guy must also. The students were speechless upon seeing Jin Zung's small weapon. He tightly gripped the dagger. Before starting his demonstration, he turned towards Seong-ho and called out, "Senior." Jin Zung nodded slightly, sending some kind of signal. Seong-ho also nodded quietly in response. Jin Zung slowly closed his eyes, feeling the spiritual energy enveloping his mind. Red energy emanated from his hand. Bairang's eyes widened, and he cursed inwardly. That damn trash, he's doing it again. Son felt worried again about his demonstration. An excessive man. Seong-ho gave him the signal to start. Number 300, begin. Jin Zung covered his mouth with one hand and rushed towards the rock holding the dagger. He fiercely swung his knife at the rock, making small sparks fly. Jin Zung's face was very calm even after dealing with the situation, and he wore a satisfied smile. Suddenly, he instantly changed his expression, looking worried. "Don't resist." Ju Yi saw this sight and exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell?" Seong-ho looked at his watch and announced the time. "Time's up now." Jin Zung was kneeling motionless amidst the dust. His face was contorted in a frown due to his current predicament. As expected, I can't stop immediately. Seong-ho leaned forward and seemed to want to help him, saying, "Tell me if you need help," but he politely refused. "Thank you." Jin Zung gritted his teeth and endured. He resolved to rely on himself to try harder. "I can't keep relying on others every time I want to turn off Edia." He firmly gripped the ground and encouraged himself that he could do it. "Turn off Edia that isn't even fully on. I want to be able to do at least that much myself. Focus, focus, focus." Indeed, his efforts did not betray him. Jin Zung successfully completed the task in front of everyone there. "What's going on? Where did the rock go?" "He can do that with just a dagger." Seong-ho was also very satisfied. He praised him. "This time you seem to have succeeded." Jin Zung still humbly said that it was all thanks to his help. Senior, part of Musel, Edia grade uses part of the absolute combat ability of Musel. The more parts that are unsealed, the harder it is to control, and control ability is affected by the user's mental state. Unsealed body parts use the user's absolute Musel technique. The currently unsealed part is the right hand. Jin Zung excitedly rushed to the car to announce the news. "It's not perfect, but I did it." She was barely surprised by his training either. "Really, I was dying of worry about you." Jin Zung's friends were also happy for him. "I don't know what you did, but you did well. Leader, you're really cool. I thought our leader could do it." They lifted Jin Zung up in celebration. Son was quietly watching from the side. An excessive man and the guys who follow him. "They're exactly the same." She smiled slightly. "It's okay to let him have the spotlight for a day, right? I guess I'll leave him to them today." In the evening at the school dorms, Jin Zung knocked on the room door and called inside, "Is she in there?" But when there was no answer, he thought to himself, where did the nurse go? The trainees in his room hadn't recovered their strength because no one had dropped out. He hesitated a bit outside. To have to come all the way here. "I'm proud of them, but there's a limit to natural recovery. I need the nurse's help." As Jin Zung hesitated, a voice called out to him. "Who is it?" Jin Zung turned around and realized it was his teacher. Homeroom teacher. He also recognized him. "Is that Park Jin Zung?" The homeroom teacher's face darkened. He interrogated him. "Why are you here? Don't you know that trainees are punished for coming here without permission?" Jin Zung suddenly felt uneasy and worried, and his face darkened. Teacher Kong Ho approached Jin Zung and warned, "Do you know that trainees are punished for coming here without permission?" He backed away in fear. Teacher Kong Ho still didn't let him go. "I don't know why you're here, but if you're here," as Teacher Kong Ho approached Jin Zung, he screamed in fear, but the teacher quietly told him, "Shush, if you're caught, you'll just be punished." Teacher Kong Ho decided to forgive Jin Zung this time. "Go back quickly before other teachers see you." He was very curious. Why is this person acting like this? While the two were talking, another person happened to overhear them and approached, asking, "It's so nice outside. What's going on?" Teacher Kong Ho made an excuse. It's nothing." When the other teacher came out, Jin Zung suddenly realized the teachers are having a meeting. Then the nurse too. The teacher looked at him and was surprised. "Oh, who is this? Isn't this Park Jin Zung, number 102, the only one in Heian to receive 2 ranks? No, not just Heian, but nationwide?" The teacher approached Jin Zung and said sarcastically, "What brings you here, or did you come to complain to the teachers that the training is too hard?" Teacher Kong Ho quickly diffused the awkward situation between the two and sent him back. "Park Jin Zung, did you not hear me? Go back to the dorms quickly." He put his hand on Jin Zung's shoulder and said sarcastically, "Hey, why are you being so cold? That's why room 10 is full of pus." He rudely tried to pull him into the room. "Now, since you've come all this way, drink some water and rest before you go back." He even showed hypocrisy by offering him a meal. 3 days from now I want fast food. There's a delicious Korean restaurant nearby. Let's go there tomorrow. If we go to a Korean restaurant, we have to eat bibimbap, everyone. Number 300, double rank. Jin Zung couldn't stand this room. He looked at his phone and cursed inwardly. This place is a nest of bugs. This rude teacher kept pretending to be friendly, holding Jin Zung tightly and whispering, "Double rank, there's no guide here, so you can do whatever you want." He just politely replied, "Yes, thank you." The man couldn't stop talking, continuing, "The training is really hard, isn't it? Seong-ho is too strict." Jin Zung was very annoyed by this attitude inwardly, but still had to pretend to be cheerful and friendly. "But you guys are doing useless things here. Do you think you have the right to say that?" "Not necessarily. I think the training is fine, Teacher Kong Ho skillfully said to help him. Jin Zung, it's time for dorm roll call, isn't it? I'll tell them, so go back now. The teacher tried to grab him again. Hey, there's still time. Why are you like this? Suddenly, he looked at him suspiciously and asked, then Frank, why did you come here? Jin Zung calmly replied, I came to see the nurse. The teacher still said rudely, look at this kid. I don't think your standards are frank. Hey nurse A Young, this student came to see you. Unlike that teacher, A Young asked very kindly, Jin Zung, did you get hurt somewhere again? Jin Zung explained the situation to her. I'm not hurt. I came to ask about room 10's stamina recovery. The rude teacher also looked anxious. Teacher P, can I use your computer for a moment? That room is really struggling. Have the weak kids in my class recovered? As he logged into the leaderboard, he was shocked by the results. What? Park Jin Zung is number 1? Other teachers also rushed over to see for themselves and whispered unpleasant words. What? Trainee 300 is number 1? Isn't that an error? This kid is number 1, he must have bribed someone. Jin Zung was speechless at their unexpected attitude. He thought to himself, these people haven't even checked the students' scores for the past 3 days? These irresponsible teachers gossiped about Jin Zung. They made a commotion. Hey Frank, did you bribe On Seong Ho in the HT club? On Seong Ho isn't someone who's easily swayed by his comrades. Kim Seon was only number 2, but even the strongest in other classes were pushed down because of room 10. He had endured their rudeness from the beginning until now, but as they became even more rude, he couldn't help but speak loudly. They must have bribed him collectively. Senior On Seong Ho isn't someone who's blinded by money, but the man didn't believe such words and stubbornly said that he thought there was a hidden motive behind it. Number 300 beat number 1? Then what happened? You are a strong Frank among hundreds of millions of people, but you also took first place in Edia training today. How can Frank be number 1 in Edia training? Moreover, all the students in room 10 ranked in the top. Jin Zung stood up to reclaim his honor. All those points were earned by me personally, and room 10 has always been honest. That shameless teacher stubbornly blamed him to the end. What? I was kind to you because I felt sorry for you being frank. This rude kid. Teacher Kong Ho quickly pulled him away to avoid a fight. Stop, Park Jin Zung, go back quickly. I'll take you there. As the two prepared to leave, he deliberately scorned and criticized them. Are you protecting that kid just because you're the class 10 homeroom teacher? How perfectly reasonable. That's why you couldn't protect your students and they were attacked. From tomorrow I'll have to keep a close eye on them. They're such an eyesore, clearly manipulating scores. Kong Ho held Jin Zung tightly as if to reassure him. Let's go, Jin Zung. Jin Zung could only clench his teeth in anger as he left the room. Jin Zung couldn't hold back and shouted, if that teacher asks in surprise, if what? At that point he had already regained his composure and was thinking rationally. You live an easier life with a more relaxed attitude. Jin Wong slowly emphasized each sentence. What if all of class 10 rank within the top 30 in front of everyone? He turned around and spoke in an unusually endearing voice. What if such a miracle happens? All the teachers were momentarily dumbfounded, and everyone burst out laughing, scorning him. Stop talking nonsense. If you take this seriously, you'd be great at comedy. You really have a talent for this. You should quit school and become a comedian. Jin Zung still laughed cheerfully, asserting it was 1000 true. It's absolutely, truly real. The teacher patted his shoulder again, teasing him. All right, Frank. Jin Zung really excited. He proposed a very excellent and trustworthy bet. All right, if such a miracle happens, I'll repay it with a miracle of my own. How about those kids getting promoted directly to staff sergeant? Oh, interesting. But if even one person doesn't make it into the top 3, everyone will be demoted. Jin Zung showed great confidence in this enormous bet. Only then did he turn back. Cur 20, at least one person makes it to the top. Damn it, Cur 100, no one makes it to the top. Teachers, keep your promises. This bet is too much for a timid guy like a rabbit. A young, believing he wasn't thinking straight, quickly chased after him and asked, Park Jin Zung, what are you trying to do? She called out to stop him loudly. Hey wait, Jin Zung. As he came out, he seemed to regret his actions. I'm sorry for causing trouble. A young replied awkwardly, I'm the one who should apologize. She blamed herself, feeling guilty. If I had gone out with you earlier, it would have been fine. Jin Zung took the opportunity to speak honestly. You heard the bet just now, right? To make it all a reality, I need your help. A young understood his intention. She sincerely agreed to his request. All right, so I just need to help them recover, right? Jin Zung was very excited. He was very confident. Yes, if class 10 recovers, they'll easily make it into the top 30. A young was touched by his determination. You have truly amazing confidence. Shall we go right away? But he, embarrassed, asked her to postpone it for a moment. I think it would be better if you came after I've tidied up. They haven't even washed yet, so they're probably messy. A fight was breaking out in Jin Zung's dorm room. Where's that guy? A thug leading his subordinates shouted as they caused a disturbance. Our boss's number 300 target, that damned Frank. Do you think we don't know he interfered earlier? Jin Zung's friends were pushed to the ground by them, looking very pitiful. One friend stood up to defend Jin Zung's honor. He didn't do anything. Immediately, he was kicked in the face by the thugs. They excitedly caused a ruckus, swaggering. Don't mess with us. Failures like you have a lot of pride. Jin Zung returned but didn't step forward immediately, quietly observing. They're angry. I need to hold back for now. They just want to fight if I call a teacher. Immediately formulated the most rational plan. Considering their attitude just now, they definitely won't come. It's probably best to call a senior. Jin Zung could only helplessly watch his friends being abused by them. "Hurry and call out your boss, you subordinates." The friend, fallen on the ground, lifted his face and saw Jin Zung hiding in a corner. Jin Zung, startled, his face pale, said to his friend, "Don't come out, I'm sorry." Sensing movement, the thugs realized he was back and provoked him. "Hey, number 300, come out, you finally showed up." Jin Zung bravely stepped forward to confront them. "What are you doing?" the arrogant thug mocked him, saying it was as if he was hiding and then trying to act like a boss later. Jin Zung remained unfazed by their rude attitude and warned them, but he recklessly spoke rudely again. "If you leave now, I'll pretend I didn't see anything." "What if we leave? Are you going to go outside and call a teacher or a leader?" He came very close to his face and spoke provocatively. On Seong Ho is backing you up, isn't he? You're first in assault training, but you can't even fight for yourself?" They laughed loudly throughout the room in mockery, just as I thought. This guy, he can't do anything without cheating. Jin Zung thought this was truly ridiculous. So in these guys' eyes, but he paused for a moment, covered his mouth and reconsidered. "They think I cheated. They're trying to provoke me into getting angry and acting. These damn guys want proof. There's nothing I can't do, you idiots." They protested his irrationality. "You guys are all brawn and no brains? Are your eyes on the back of your heads, or are you just stupid?" He began to criticize his foolishness. "If you want to fight him in the trenches tomorrow. Where were you hiding all day yesterday?" The thug's subordinates also joined him, proposing a fight. "Hurry up, show that guy the power of number 752. Jin Zung's friends also desperately hoped for them to get justice. "Show those losers," but Jin Zung clearly knew what he had to do. At this moment he still showed them patience. "I have to endure. Fighting these damn guys will cost more than I gain," but he still prioritized the bet goal for the entire team. "I am the hope that this entire room will be acknowledged." Jin Zung struggled to suppress his emotions. "Even if I'm angry, if I endure, the nurse will come and treat us." The thugs continued to provoke him. "Are you scared, kid? So what are you going to do?" He cunningly smiled, trying to quickly deal with Jin Zung. "I won't leave you in peace," he loudly declared. "I'll train you." Jin Zung was startled. He used Edia. As soon as he finished speaking, he wrapped his arm around his neck. Too slow to react, he held his body tightly and said arrogantly, "All right, showtime." Jin Zung also mocked his posture. "Look at your arms and legs hung. You look more like you're trembling than a thug." When mocked, he got angry and choked him. Still able to blabber, he held Jin Zung's body tightly and said arrogantly, "Why aren't you cheating anymore? Like you did in training." He leaned close to his ear and whispered provocative words. "Before I break a few bones." Jin Zung's face was bruised and contorted from the abuse. "I can't breathe." "Hold on, number 55. Jin Zung barely held on. He sweated, struggling to breathe. The thug took the opportunity to mock him. "Aren't you going to do anything?" "Of course not, right? Because from now on you can't use your dirty tricks anymore. You're just a kid who wants to show off. If I just leave him to it, once he's satisfied he'll just leave. The nurse will be here soon anyway." So there was no need to act impulsively. He took the opportunity to humiliate him in front of his comrades. "See, your leader can't do anything but use these cheap tricks. Didn't you see properly, you pieces of trash?" Jin Zung's friends, seeing him being abused, got angry and criticized him. "Leader, release the leader, you damned bastard." The thug glanced at them and said contemptuously, "Hey, then why don't you go and save him?" Provoked, they rushed forward in anger. Jin Zung struggled to stop them. "No, just leave it, he'll stop on his own." But as they approached, he stopped them with a single blow. Everyone was taken down with the first strike. "You guys need to learn that if you're weak, you need to find somewhere to hide." One friend barely managed to get up and said, "We've always lived like that, but the leader is different. He probably doesn't remember." But Jin Zung was also startled by his friend's confession. "The day Bai Rang took Kim Son to the rooftop, I was there too." He recalled the thug's past. "Back then I was still an idiot full of ambition, a guy who only knew how to use his fists." He admitted to past wrongdoings even when the leader stopped them. "We thought he was more useless than us because he was F grade," another friend confirmed. "I was there too, and what was most memorable to them was also a great memory for Jin Zung. But we didn't succumb to Bai Rang Zhang's violence. The leader acted like us to stop them." He listened to their sincere words and pondered deeply. So the leader, all the friends had a special place and affection for Jin Zung, someone more respectable than us. The thug kicked them again, blocking them. He said mockingly, "Are you guys filming a melodrama right now?" He said in a rude voice, "This is precisely why you need to clearly prove yourselves." Jin Zung felt guilty at this moment. "I was wrong." Seeing his comrades doing their best for him, he felt very sorry. "I told them never to give up." But Jin Zung was conflicted between two things. If he steps forward, there will be great losses. If I fight now, earning my rank insignia is hopeless. Wait, next week I'll get my rank insignia. He still vividly remembered the promise he made to A Young. "Although the badge is what I want, if Class 10 recovers their stamina, can easily make it into the top 30, but that's not what the zombies want." Jin Zung was conflicted between everyone's united spirit and heart. Now he was in an extremely difficult situation. The zombies don't want to give up, and I urged them to change. Really pitiful. Jin Zung tightly gripped the shining dagger in his hand. "Dagger?" The thug understood that he was trying to resist, but thought arrogantly about his sturdy defense. "It's not the first time I've seen it, but that Edia dagger is really weak." "What are you going to do with it while tied up?" Jin Zung loudly signaled to his comrades. "Class 10. Zombies, listen up." Jin Zung spoke frankly to his face. "If you only use Edia, you won't even be able to defeat this pigworm." He tightened his grip on his body, warning him, "I was going to go easy on you, but now you're provoking me again?" He was not afraid but rather mocked his attitude. "You go around all day acting like you're great, but everything just depends on Edia." Jin Zung began his demonstration by throwing the thug away, reminding him that he had forgotten to train his body. "You damned bastard." He pulled out his dagger and taught him a lesson. "You don't need Super Edia." He was still dumbfounded, unable to understand what was happening. "This damned bastard, why did he suddenly get so strong?" Jin Zung approached him and taught him manners. He said contemptuously, "Your calf strength is useless too." Jin Zung immediately inflicted a bleeding wound on him. He writhed in pain, falling to the floor and screaming, "It hurts." He again calmly scoffed at his pain. "You don't even know how to distract yourself from pain. I only cut you once, don't exaggerate so much." This time the thug pleaded for forgiveness in fear. "Stop." "I'm sorry," he boldly added a few more words of accusation. "A weak and shameless guy like you." The thug backed away in fear and Jin Zung took another step towards him. He remained coldly silent for a moment. Jin Zung turned around and shared his experience with his comrades. "You guys can also take down this guy with just physical strength without needing Edia." His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Moreover," Jin Zung said to him contemptuously. "Shall I prove it?" he shouted in surprise. Jin Zung pressed him down hard onto the floor as if torturing him. He and his friends looked down at him together, criticizing him. He fell over with just that much. He was boasting so much earlier. Next he intended to deal with his subordinates as well. "Now who are the accomplices that came with this worm?" He criticized them with insulting words. "Will you guys clean up this dirty trash?" The next morning at school, Bai Rang was running, panting. Once again a familiar shadow quickly passed him. He immediately recognized that it was Jin Zung and was displeased. "Damn it, this bastard again." Suddenly, Bai Rang paused for a moment, and a group of exhausted male students were following him. "Who are these guys now? I want to chase, but I've been overtaken by that damned guy. That group is probably all trash too." Ju observed carefully from above. "So it came to this." She asked about the condition of trainee number 7. "How is he?" A Young honestly answered about the student's health condition. "I did my best to restore him to his original state, but the psychological shock is too great, so it will be very difficult for him to return to training." She also looked exhausted from the numerous overflowing tasks. The Class 10 kids also received the best treatment after the fight, but because of it, their bodies cannot fully recover their stamina now. So from now on it will be very difficult for them. Seong Ho then called Jin Zung's name. "Trainee number 300, present." He already knew why he had been called. He severely reprimanded him because of the incident that day. "So instead of punishment I gave you demerit points." "Yes, trainee number 300. He was originally first, but after the demerit points his rank was now 300th. Jin Zung's face darkened and became sad. After that he instructed the students to rest. "That's enough." Class 10 moved to the lounge. He still regretted his score. "Although I avoided punishment, I'm at the bottom again." But on the other hand he gained a little hope and comfort. Maybe it's thanks to the nurse and the senior covering for me." Jin Zung's comrades, seeing him being unfairly treated, complained. "That's too much, instructor. Did you thoroughly investigate what happened then? The Class 1 guys attacked us first." "Instructor, trainee number 300, the leader, only did it to protect us." Seong Ho still firmly ordered Class 10 to move to the lounge in an orderly manner immediately. Everyone became angry and felt sorry for Jin Zung's situation. "Leader saved us, so why is he being punished? Isn't that too harsh? Isn't that too harsh?" When they didn't listen to his words, Seong Ho directly punished the entire room, making an example of them. Class 10 refused the commander's orders and did not follow the rules, so all of you will receive demerit points. Some, angry, could no longer endure it. "Tisk, I'm giving up. What the hell is this?" They threw their training badges to the ground and complained. "No matter how well we do, we'll only be stepping stones for others." Seong Ho called them again seriously. "All of Class 10, only Jin Zung," shouted from the entire room. This startled Park Jin Zung. The other members also froze. "Leader, quickly kneel down and do push-ups. Accept your punishment in front of everyone." All the members of Class 10 decided to accept the punishment. The other members also stiffened at his strict attitude. "Leader, there's no one as crazy as our leader. We will accept the punishment." An Seong Ho sternly asked all of them. "Class 10, anyone with a complaint?" "No, sir." He then announced important news that even Park Jin Zung would find noteworthy. Friday afternoon's training gives the highest scores of the entire training. Park Jin Zung already seemed very reassured and trusting of them. He declared, "Show me your improved selves." "Don't be lazy, understood?" Park Jin Zung passionately replied loudly. "Yes, sir." 36. The wristwatch showed 7:41. 20 minutes until mealtime. I should let them rest now. Following this he said, "Class 10, stand up." Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Class 10 shouted in unison. Park Jin Zung smiled and said, full of energy, "All right, now move to the common area." The team members shouted once again. After a moment everyone walked and whispered, "Is there any food left?" "Probably only dry rice and kimchi." "Let's just share whatever's left." Just then the homeroom teacher of Class 6 opened the door and came out. As soon as he saw Park Jin Zung he immediately greeted him. "Oh, is this the famous Staff Sergeant Park Jin Zung? Are you finally eating now?" Park Jin Zung politely bowed and replied, "Yes, teacher." "Did you enjoy your meal, teacher?" This teacher had a cunning and malicious expression. "Haha, the food didn't really suit my taste. Ramen would have been better." Park Jin Zung could only laugh in response. "Ha ha ha," the members behind him sighed. The homeroom teacher of Class 6 continued to boast, right, I heard you came in last in this morning's short distance run. I guess you were just messing around last time, ha ha ha." Park Jin Zung could only laugh in response. I was probably hungry and lacked energy, haha, then we'll go eat now, but he moved even closer. I heard one of the delinquents in my class got beaten up last night. At these words he flinched. Damn it, that bug must have been one of his class kids. This teacher exuded killing intent. I heard he got beaten by the famous Staff Sergeant Park Jin Zung. He patted Park Jin Zung's shoulder and burst out laughing. Haha, isn't it funny? That guy is really playful. How could a brat from class 7 lose to trainee 300? At least play a believable prank, right? Nurse Edia is very lenient with trainees, you know. Park Jin Zung clutched his aching shoulder and thought to himself, he thinks I can't beat that guy. So he's already made up the situation in his head, the teacher continued. Anyway, as I've already informed you, the teachers will also participate in the training tomorrow morning. It'll be a bit bothersome, but preventing cheating is also the teacher's job, isn't it? Park Jin Zung was truly losing his patience. These people can't do anything. My mealtime is almost over now. Just then, Teacher Kong Ho and Nurse A Young came out and defended him. Class 6 homeroom teacher, mealtime is almost over. Come on, students, hurry up and eat. The Class 6 homeroom teacher quickly changed his expression. Ah, understood. Staff Sergeant, I'll see you later. The Staff Sergeant team quickly ran to the dining hall. Wow, he finally left. Damn it, less than 10 minutes left. Please let there be food left. Park Jin Zung looked exhausted. I have a bad feeling about this. A moment later a voice echoed from elsewhere. That's wrong again. Instructor, I don't want to participate in this training anymore. Perhaps I've already given up. Just then, the Class 6 homeroom teacher noticed Teacher Kong Ho. He gave a thumbs up and praised him. Oh, as expected of the PE teacher. You're really skilled at physical therapy. Teacher Kong Ho replied coldly. You flatter me. Ju Yi also felt something during training. The atmosphere isn't good today. The teachers are watching us. And these guys aren't even training, so the atmosphere has become too heavy. These guys are all sitting down because they couldn't recover their stamina with the nurse's help. Especially the kids from room 10 who were like zombies before are now trembling and can't even breathe properly. This also broke the morale of others. The influence of this room is greater than I thought. Thinking this, she looked up at Park Jin Zung. What are you going to do in this atmosphere, platoon leader? Upstairs, Park Jin Zung spoke to the trainees. I know you want to conserve energy in trench warfare, so each room will choose one representative to duel. The room that gets the highest score can rest. Now the most confident people from each room step forward. Teacher Kong Ho was about to step forward as the teacher's representative, but the Class 6 homeroom teacher maliciously grabbed him. Haha, if the PE teacher is the representative, the kids will feel too sorry. I'll do it, Teacher Kong Ho thought, unable to understand. Didn't he boast about being a former Special Forces member just a few days ago? Following this, he replied, understood. This man stepped forward and laughed gleefully. Haha, then shall I test the trainees? The students stood in a line. This man stood right behind Park Jin Zung. Everyone's legs are trembling. Park Jin Zung calculated that it wouldn't be bad to come in first and earn them some rest. But if I exert too much strength here, I won't be able to do well in trench warfare. Just then, the Class 6 homeroom teacher bowed and laughed, speaking to him from behind. Staff Sergeant, shall we have a match? Park Jin Zung laughed and replied, yes. Park Jin Zung spoke again from upstairs. Trainees who complete the task first will advance to the next round, and trainees who can't keep up will be eliminated. The rooms with representatives will go back and continue physical therapy. Park Jin Zung bit his lip, worried. Actually, to recover stamina, I can't waste any more time. Then Park Jin Zung continued to say that the instructors would evaluate the accuracy of each task. Now repeat action number 8 4 times. The trainees quickly lay down on the floor and began the action. The Class 6 homeroom teacher was very excited. Repeat number 1 2 times. Some students, very exhausted, followed along. Too fast. If you fall behind, you'll be eliminated, a scream echoed, and an announcement stated room 6 2 eliminated. The Class 6 homeroom teacher continued to act maliciously with an unpleasant expression. Are your muscles just for show? You're too cute. Next, just then another voice echoed. Repeat number 9 4 times. He was surprised and mumbled to himself, Park Jin Zung, this guy is faster than I thought. Room 8 3 eliminated. Seeing this, he quickly sped up, sweating. That guy is just a staff sergeant. I can easily win if I want to. Park Jin Zung continued to read the results. Repeat number 11 4 times. He turned his head and looked in disbelief. What? Just then this malicious teacher, although already exhausted, continued to try to torment the students. He thought to himself that things wouldn't end quickly because of this Class 6 homeroom teacher. Class 1 eliminated. She was worried. My body won't be able to keep up with that demanding person. When it was time for push-ups, Park Jin Zung shouted, repeat number 4 4 times. The Class 6 homeroom teacher gritted his teeth and followed. Damn it, let's see who wins in the end, Staff Sergeant. Park Jin Zung jumped up again and shouted. Repeat number 1 2 times. He quickly jumped down, then did squats. Repeat number 11 2 times. Repeat number 9 3 times. He continued the actions non-stop, getting faster each time. The Class 6 homeroom teacher could barely breathe. His face turned pale. He turned around in anger and shouted, I won't just stand by and watch your room rest. Ju looked at this man with contempt, thinking truly vulgar. The Class 6 homeroom teacher is useless. Park Jin Zung gleefully continued the actions. Repeat number 11 3 times. Repeat number 9 5 times. Repeat number 7 2 times. Repeat number 1 3 times. The spot where the Class 6 homeroom teacher was training was drenched in sweat. Finally, in a standing kick posture, he collapsed to the ground and said, Monster. The result echoed. Teacher's room eliminated. Park Jin Zung announced Class 10, rest in the shade until class ends. The rest of you, prepare to practice action number 6. Just then, the members approached Park Jin Zung and asked worriedly, Hung, are you okay, leader? He smiled and said, the Class 6 homeroom teacher lasted longer than me, didn't he? Following this, he slumped under a tree and reminded them, everyone stretch. Everyone quickly obeyed. Yes, leader. Just then, Park Jin Zung's body was constantly trembling. Just then, someone spoke into the microphone. Now we will begin the final part of Heian High School's Edia Special Forces training, trench warfare. Some students will complain that they are at a disadvantage. However, in a battlefield, there will be many situations you cannot control. I hope that through this training you will find the strength to overcome difficulties. Park Jin Zung shouted vigorously into the microphone. Next, the details of the training are. Just then, another person suddenly appeared and said, I think I've arrived just in time. It was the principal and other teachers. Seong Ho, you're working hard. He had a malicious and vile expression because trench warfare was the final part of the training. As commander, I will personally oversee this. From now on, I as commander will oversee this. Seong Ho approached him and bowed. Welcome, sir, the principal replied gleefully. Yes, Seong Ho, you've worked hard. He raised his head with a worried face and said, Commander, you said you would leave the Special Forces training to me, he explained nonchalantly. Ah, right, but since trench warfare is the final part of the training, I thought it most appropriate for me to take over personally. Park Jin Zung simply obeyed. Understood, good, Juyi. He reached back, took the documents and handed them to the principal. These are the documents regarding the trench warfare plan and schedule. He received them with satisfaction. Oh, you're always meticulous. As he looked, he praised. Very good. Your ideas are excellent but too complex. I'll make them simpler and more efficient. Following this, he handed the documents to the Class 6 homeroom teacher. He announced into the microphone again. Aha, well done, trainees. Welcome to the final part, trench warfare. I hope you all do your best. Park Jin Zung was startled to hear this and said, Oh my God. The principal continued to speak from above. Then I will explain the rules. Under my on-off command as commander, Edia combat and non-Edia combat will proceed alternately. Falling off the arena is considered defeat. Raising your hand to surrender is considered defeat. Surrender. Losing consciousness during the match is also considered defeat. That's all. Rule explanation over. Park Jin Zung heard this and then asked, Commander, how do you plan to divide the training participants? He again excitedly spoke into the microphone. I forgot to mention the most important part. This trench warfare will include all second-year students. All 300 students will participate simultaneously. Everyone was bewildered. Individual scores, survival combat. He had gone mad maliciously. The longer you last, the higher your score, and defeating anyone will earn you points. It's very simple. The rule is to select the last person standing. Young asked, Principal, what about the rules for rescue bracelets and those who break their bracelets? He then said, as if just remembering. All right, I forgot. Everyone will receive a rescue bracelet from the nurse. The usage is the same as what you used in the last training. If anyone is seriously injured, that injury will be absorbed by the bracelet, and the bracelet will break. Normally, if a bracelet breaks, it's considered defeat. But if you still have the will to fight after it breaks, I will respect that and allow you to continue participating in the training. Young exclaimed in surprise. Oh my God, Ju gritted her teeth in anger. Not only did he discard the commander's plan, but he also added all sorts of ridiculous rules. Below, Park Jin Zung also looked worriedly at the bracelet in his hand. There's no other way. I have to last as long as possible and earn points. Although I was able to control Edia yesterday, it will be difficult to control it in my current state. The principal, as if not yet finished, continued to babble excitedly. Ha, why are you so surprised? You've been taught to adapt and remain calm in any situation, comrades, trainees. And it's now 1:58 p.m. Very good. The battle will begin at 2 o'clock sharp. And we will begin. His face was as sinister as a snake. The members clutched their heads and sighed. Is he not even giving us time to adapt? With these rules we will. Park Jin Zung looked up in anticipation. Senior on Seong Ho. Seong Ho merely saw his helpless face and Ju Yi saw the number turn to 2 o'clock. Trench warfare begins. Just then a group of people charged at him shouting, Ignore Group 1 and deal with Kim Un-jang of Kongmoonbong first. Kim Un-jang gritted his teeth and shouted, What, you damn bastards? They chased after him. Where are you running? Come here. Kim Un-jang, you damn bastards, I'll deal with you before you find something to use. Hey, Kim Un-jang sneered. Ha, you cowards, are you all collectively blind? He put his hand on something. Immediately, that strange pillar appeared, startling everyone. What? Impossible. Kim Un-jang pulled something up. You damn bastards, how dare you disregard my Edia? The red-haired friend and his subordinates turned in fear and fled. Run away quickly. Kim Un-jang gritted his teeth and brought that object down. Too late, die, you cowards. Elsewhere, Son stood in the middle of Seo Jin Wong's group. They're fighting over there. Aren't you going to fight? Or are you going to hold me until Edia combat ends? Then, since these fairy horns have grown, try to hold me. Following this, Son jumped onto a pile of mud. He's gone. In Park Jin Zung's group, the members asked worriedly, Leader, what should we do? Only those with strong Edia will be favored by the general affairs in this way. He pondered deeply. Senior On Seong Ho would have made us accustomed to the trench warfare rules, separating Edia combat and non-Edia combat, and scoring based on each student's skill. I had planned to get a lot of points in non-Edia combat with zombie Edia and try not to lose too many points in Edia combat. But with this method, those strong in Edia will take all the advantages before the training ends. Suddenly, a member shouted loudly, "Leader, look over there." Another group stood in front of them, pointing and saying, "Room 10. Sorry, but we have to eliminate you before non-Edia combat begins," Park Jin Zung calmly said. "So it's come to this." Following this, he took a fighting stance and reminded everyone, prepare for battle." The enemy group charged at him like madmen. "Eliminate the kids from room 10 before Edia combat ends." Park Jin Zung did not forget to remind his room members. "Everyone hold out until non-Edia combat." Upstairs, the principal crossed his arms and laughed gleefully. "Haha, well done, brats." Park Jin Zung turned around worriedly. "Commander, these trainees haven't even warmed up yet. Those who can use Edia have too much of an advantage." Yes. The Class 6 homeroom teacher, who was the trench warfare instructor, still called Park Jin Zung a trainee and reminded him that he was the commander. The principal squinted and waved his hand, saying, "Haha, it's all right, Class 6 homeroom teacher. You should also know how much Seong-ho struggled to prepare all of this. Isn't that what a teacher should do?" The Class 6 homeroom teacher laughed flatteringly, and the principal was very satisfied. "Haha, the commander's words are absolutely right." Behind them, Seong-ho glared at the two. The principal rubbed his chin and smiled maliciously. "Then I suppose we should give the trainees a little more time, shouldn't we?" He then spoke into the microphone. "This is an announcement from the commander. 30 seconds remaining until the switch to non-Edia combat. I repeat, in 30 seconds, we will switch to non-Edia combat." Jin Zung held on with difficulty, shouting, "Everyone, 30 seconds left." Sohn confronted a group of people. About 30 people," she then said very confidently. "Know that you cannot leave as you please." Fairy swordsmanship. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged straight into that group of people. Several were sent flying. Bai Rang was still confronting many people, holding a large pillar. "Damn it, there's not much time left to use Edia." After that, he furiously swung the object in his hand. "Die, you damn trash." Many people fell because of him. Outside, the principal laughed triumphantly. "Indeed, Kim Sohn and Bai Rang are truly amazing. I want to see more Edia combat." Seong-ho was worried, but the principal stopped him. Enough, my goodness. Seong-ho has no patience," the principal announced into the microphone again. "Trainees, please turn off your Edia immediately. Everyone turn off your Edia." The students were dismayed. "Is time already up? It's not worth fighting them in non-Edia combat." Jin Zung's group was panting and exhausted. "We're alive, but can my stamina last to the end?" His body was already somewhat exhausted, a voice echoed. "Stand in place until combat mode restarts. We will not be defeated in non-Edia combat. If there's no Edia and only rooms fighting each other." Their group was extremely confused. "They won't be able to easily catch us. No one is safe during combat. Room 2, room 3, keep your promise now." Then the two held firm. The red-haired friend turned back in a panic. "What are you guys?" A group of people came running, shouting. Mud splashed everywhere. "Hey, are you really going to attack our team?" The couple laughed gleefully. "We need to reduce the competition. Yesterday, when they were resting in the rooms, we negotiated with other rooms. Who would have thought it would end in this big fight?" The red-haired friend, already with his head in the mud, couldn't finish his sentence properly. "See you next time, you guys." Jin Zung's team was bewildered by the confusing sight. "Leader, what should we do now that it's the non-Edia combat we've been waiting for? How should we move? These zombie bugs' bodies are already at their limit. They won't last long once it switches to non-Edia combat." Jin Zung's face turned pale with worry. "What can I do? How can I last longer?" As he remained silent, his comrades turned to him, and one friend spoke loudly. "Leader, we know you plan to waste your stamina for us, but now the zombie bug team can only do one thing." As Jin Zung stared blankly, other comrades continued. "Leader, go and catch them. Prove that damn principal wrong." The zombie bug stepped forward. Her resolve was very firm. The opposing team exclaimed in surprise. What's with these guys suddenly? I thought their stamina was depleted." Jin Zung's team charged and attacked them. "We're giving up stamina preservation. Everyone grab one person each, grab them and drag them out." The opposing team tried to escape in fear in their eyes. "These guys are going too far. Run away. If we get caught, we'll be dragged out." All the members of Jin Zung's room had red eyes. They charged like zombies trying to tear people apart. Jin Zung remained in his original spot, staring blankly at the sight. Bai Rang exclaimed in admiration, "What are those things? It's like a zombie movie." Then Sohn suddenly appeared beside him and greeted him, startling him. "Were you saving your strength?" he shouted in a panic. Fairy, get lost." Bai Rang was confused when many people appeared behind Sohn. He shouted angrily, "Why did you bring so many people?" She casually asked back, "Are you jealous because I'm popular?" Bai Rang continued to curse. "Damn it, you intentionally lured them here, didn't you?" Sohn extended her hand. "I have to go now. Team leader, you've already earned enough points in the preliminaries, haven't you?" Bai Rang said. "Who says?" "Still haven't," the people behind them murmured as they saw the two conversing. "Those two, they formed a team. You can't win if you team up in Edia combat. We have to push them out by any means necessary." Just like that, Sohn and Bai Rang were lifted into the air by the people. "I don't have the strength to block anymore." Bai Rang continued to curse. "Get lost, you trash. Put me down. I said put me down." The Class 6 homeroom teacher turned back in a panic and called out, "Home commander, Kim Sohn and Bai Rang." The principal was still happily tapping on his phone. "Are they giving another demonstration? They were really excellent in non-Edia combat too." The Class 6 homeroom teacher shouted, "They've already been eliminated." Then he panicked and climbed up, looking down. "What? That's impossible," Seong-ho said calmly beside him. "It was as expected." The principal heard that and hurriedly turned back to challenge him. What? He explained. While the two can easily fight any opponent in Edia combat, it's difficult for them to win against overwhelming numbers in non-Edia combat, so to deal with Kim Son and Bai Rang, others formed teams in the non-Edia combat situation. Clearly, those two would be the top elimination targets for other teams. The principal squinted and forced a laugh as if he understood everything. Oh ho, indeed, Seong-ho. I thought so too. From now on, Son and Bai Rang will reflect and improve. Seong-ho still smiled gently. Yes, I hope so, the principal calculated internally. The comms officer isn't here yet, but those two have already been eliminated. However, there are still people with good Edia left in room 1, the class 6 homeroom teacher shouted again, startling him. Commander, what's going on? Seong-ho focused on observing the situation, thinking that Kim Son's husband still had a lot of strength left to counterattack. Is it because of Park Jin Zung? He wore a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, the principal gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, I thought this would be a cool ending with only the aces left, so I told the comms officer to come late for training. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it. After that, he began to adjust the microphone. This is an announcement from the commander. In 30 seconds we will switch to Edia combat mode. I repeat, in 30 seconds we will switch to Edia combat mode. Below. Jin Zung smiled bitterly. I tried to help them, but in the end I was the one who received help. One of the opposing team members pointed at him and said contemptuously, Hey F grade, even if you're in senior on Seong-ho's HT club, we'll be stronger in Edia combat. The voice was very confident. Jin Zung calmly replied, concerned that Edia would become uncontrollable due to stamina depletion. I shouldn't control my Edia, especially in this terrible situation, the man sneered. What? Why are you talking to yourself? At this moment, others quickly reminded him. Hey, stay away from Park Jin Zung. The mud-covered thugs turned back in confusion. His friend was also flustered. Sister, what's wrong? He quickly explained. Park Jin Zung is very dangerous. The fight between Park Jin Zung and the zombie bug group yesterday flashed in his mind. That was his true strength. We have to stop him. I hoped he would use all his energy protecting the zombies and be eliminated early. But where have all the zombies gone? An announcement quickly echoed. Turn on Edia mode. You can use Edia now. The mud-covered thug from a moment ago turned back triumphantly. Haha, it's Edia combat F grade. Be careful of external forces like zombies. Before he could finish speaking, a fist flew to his cheek. The man was hit by the fist and stiffened, unable to move. The one who threw the punch was none other than Jin Zung. Someone exclaimed in shock. Just one punch, even though he was wearing a safety belt. Jin Zung's punch landed. The remaining thugs' faces turned pale and sweat poured down. What? A groan echoed, but someone still charged at him, trying to attack. Damn it, get him. Jin Zung stood there quietly, not dodging. The next moment, before the attack landed on his head, he moved quickly among them. The thugs looked back at him in confusion. That wasn't an attack. After that, they charged again, trying to attack. Is he trying to escape? Don't miss him. We have to catch him. Suddenly, all the weapons in their hands broke and shattered. Jin Zung stood uneasily and said darkly, Hey, get lost. His gaze stared blankly at the group, and it was very strange. Everyone fell silent, their faces pale, and they quickly raised both hands. We surrender, instructor, we surrender. The couple clung to each other, and the girl asked in a panic, Sister, what happened there? The boy was equally worried. That guy, Park Jin Zung, is really dangerous. Jin Zung was now in a fighting stance, and a dangerous aura emanated from him. He looked at the opponent with a calm, faint smile. At this moment, a friend patted the boy's shoulder and said, Hey, we agreed. You and your girlfriend would take on the top-ranked guys in Edia combat and we wouldn't touch you. He shook off the opponent's hand and shouted, What? Number 300 is top-ranked? The opponent, angered by the reprimand, retorted. You also know that guy got first place in all the trench training, don't you? The girlfriend tried to persuade him. Honey, what's wrong? In Edia combat we're much stronger than number 300. But the boy was very flustered. You didn't see what that guy did last night. That guy is really dangerous. Just then a dark voice echoed. Hey, you two, stop whispering. Charge. Jin Zung's expression showed he was out of patience. The couple panicked as he approached. In the end, the friend drew his weapon and swung it. Damn it, this is a cunning leather whip Edia. Grade B-, overall combat ability B-. The whip's power varies depending on combat readiness. As the whip flew towards Jin Zung, he drew his knife and shouted, Right hand. His gaze was cold and he asked himself, You can't kill them, can you? The friend gritted his teeth and swung the whip, confused. What's wrong with that guy? He's talking to his hand. Jin Zung smoothly dodged the attack. The friend gritted his teeth, disbelieving, and swung the whip wildly again, attacking. Unable to bear it, he shouted, This is ridiculous. Jin Zung smiled gleefully. Is that all you've got? Ha ha ha. Oh no. The friend saw Jin Zung's grotesque smile at this moment. Control it, control it. The girlfriend quickly sensed danger. That guy's attitude is strange and he can block all my boyfriend's attacks. The friend couldn't hold out any longer and turned back, shouting, Hey, are you guys just going to stand there and watch? Hurry up and help. The people outside heard that and replied, Are you crazy? What if I get hit by your leather whip and get eliminated? The principal, observing the situation at this moment, was dumbfounded. That student whose name I can't remember, isn't he the 5th-ranked student in the 2nd year? Yu Yi also thought to herself in disbelief. That's impossible. He's on a completely different level from when he fought the rock yesterday. How can he perfectly block that leather whip attack? Then she couldn't help but call out to Seong-ho, who was standing beside her. Platoon leader, Jin Zung, seeing Seong-ho still calmly looking down, thought again, Isn't he surprised? Jin Zung fought the whip, swinging his knife, and continued to question. Are you just going to stand there and swing the whip? He continued, approaching the opponent as if using a light stepping technique. Then I'll come to you. The girlfriend at this moment stood in front of her boyfriend and blocked the attack with her outstretched hand. I have to protect my boyfriend. Love shield. Love shield. Edia grade B, overall combat ability B-. When protecting loved ones you become stronger. A pink heart-shaped shield appeared in front of the two. The boyfriend shouted. Ahaha, no, the girl replied. It's okay, I'll show you the power of my love for you. Jin Zung from this side tried to cut the shield and it immediately cracked. The next moment, while the girl was flustered, it shattered into several pieces. Jin Zung grabbed the opponent's face and threw the girl backward, making her collide with her boyfriend. The girl shouted indignantly, That's impossible, my love's power was broken by that dagger. Then the bracelet in her hand suddenly broke. Even with increased defense, the bracelet that absorbs impact broke. Everyone's faces turned pale. The boyfriend quickly regained his composure, hurriedly took off his own bracelet, raised his hand and shouted, We surrender, we'll leave here. We lost. Meanwhile, the girlfriend was still pale and muttered in disbelief, I can't believe my love was so weak. Just like that, the couple surrendered together and exited the combat zone. Hurry up, honey. The remaining thugs watched the sight with wide eyes. Jin Zung rotated his wrist at this moment. Has it become easier to control now that my personality has changed from yesterday? The remaining thugs despised the surrendered couple. Damn it, that damned couple, they can't do anything. We didn't expect anything from those two anyway. Jin Zung said to them, There's no time, charge quickly. The principal, observing from above, grew angry, his face darkening, and shouted, Hey you damned failures, you can't even take down one F grade? Jin Zung seriously thought as the two swung their weapons and attacked him simultaneously. A clone? No, those two Edias are different. Are they twins? His gaze sharpened. The stick in the attacking person's hand began to grow like a giant pillar, he shouted triumphantly. Grow? This is a transformation stick. Edia grade C, overall combat ability C. Extending the stick to its maximum puts a burden on the user as well. The pillar slammed down powerfully. Jin Zung tilted to the side to avoid it, but mud splashed on his face. Jin Zung shouted, Mud got in my eyes. The child behind him saw that and smiled with great satisfaction. An extending staff, Edia grade C, overall combat ability C. When the staff is fully extended, it affects the user's durability, and this time the staff stretched out long and attacked him from a distance. Jin Zung remained still with mud still in his eyes. Not easy. But before the staff's tip could reach Jin Zung's body, he swung his arm, drew his knife, and blocked it. The child watched, disbelieving, and said, How did he block it without even looking? Jin Zung turned, grabbed the extended staff, and smiled eerily. This staff is pretty good, isn't it? As soon as he finished speaking, he strongly pulled the staff towards himself. The attacker, unable to cope with the strong impact, was pulled along with it. Jin Zung squinted and said again, Since you used a staff, I should too. The friend who was holding the large pillar looked at Jin Zung, flustered. What? Before he could even understand what was happening, Jin Zung strongly brought the long staff down on the pillar, breaking it. What's wrong? Wait. Pieces of the broken pillar began to fall from the air towards a group of people standing below. It hit the pile of mud hard, sending mud splashing everywhere. Jin Zung looked down at the long staff again. Let me use it a little more. The child who had been pulled along lay half submerged in the mud, still firmly replied. Do you think I'll agree? Absolutely not. Jin Zung smiled dangerously. Then just keep holding it. Then he swung the staff hard around him, and the child at the staff's end was swung along with it. Several were hit by the staff, which was swung in a circle and sent flying. Another friend gritted his teeth and reminded him, Reduce it, you idiot. Then both were thrown at each other, looking miserable. The staff disappeared from Jin Zung's hand. He suddenly said, Damn it, I wish I could have used it a little more. Now I need to get ready, he said, drawing his knife. You never know when the principal might attack, right? Now I seem to be ready. The remaining children began to panic, seeing Jin Zung's actions. What's that damn number 300 trying to do? Surround him, we have more people. Teacher Kong Ho watched this scene from above and fell into thought. Jin Zung, I didn't know you would go this far. I know you've worked incredibly hard, but I've ignored that effort until now. Because your Edia was F grade. I dismissed you. I thought you were just a student who would soon transfer. I didn't realize how strong you were despite being F grade. Whether it was the result of your efforts or a hidden talent. I completely missed the opportunity for you to become even stronger. Thinking that, he closed his eyes and bit his lip. He recalled the first time Jin Zung came to him and asked, Teacher, do you think there's a connection between souls? Teacher Kong Ho fell into thought. After a moment he chuckled. Are you really asking that seriously? Ha 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 ha. Teacher Kong Ho was filled with regret. A teacher's role is to help students grow, but even after hearing your thoughts I was trapped by my own prejudice at that time. Jin Zung just laughed along with the instructor's laughter. Haha, I know, well. I thought that couldn't be the case. At that time, Teacher Kong Ho still hadn't stopped laughing. That kid just likes to fool around. Currently, Teacher Kong Ho covered his face and said very emotionally, I didn't even think about helping or advising you, but you, Park Jin Zung. Suddenly he cried violently, shouting, I'm sorry, Jin Zung. The principal turned around in surprise and shouted, Hey, what's wrong all of a sudden? Teacher Kong Ho continued to shed tears. Keep fighting, Jin Zung. Show them who you are. The principal's face turned red with anger. This person really, Teacher Kong Ho continued. Go forth, Jin Zung. Go forth, Jin Zung. The principal, annoyed, told Company 666's team leader to drag him out. He, flustered, said, Ah, yes. And then began to drag Teacher Kong Ho out. What are you doing, team leader? You said it was a jungle. He still struggled, crying. Show them, Jin Zung. Show them what you can do with your training. The principal's face darkened as nothing went his way. Damn it, why does everything have to end like this? Talented students like Kim Son have already been eliminated. And a useless, worthless F-grade kid is getting all the attention. This can't be. I have to eliminate him before the reporters arrive. Can he make combat advantageous for a specific individual? Close combat Edia users are struggling to attack simultaneously. Is it because their Edia ranges are different? No matter how high his stamina and endurance are. He thought for a moment, then shouted, "Disable Edia." He calculated that to deal with multiple people, his endurance would have to run out. The principal continued to shout, "Everyone, disable Edia, stop using Edia." Below, Jin Zung heard that and scoffed. "Principal, no 30-second warning. Well, of course I expected it," he thought seriously. "The wall behind me is quite thin. Perhaps it was built in a hurry or they cut corners, but a wall of that thickness would be easier to break than the rocks in the training ground." As he drew a line, cracks began to appear in the wall. The very next moment, a large hole was pierced in the wall and intense light poured in. People nearby screamed and covered their faces with their hands. "Ah, is he crazy? Is he trying to blind us temporarily by breaking the wall and then escaping?" Jin Zung scoffed. "Escape? I have no intention of escaping. You're the ones who will have to escape." The hole in the wall was large enough for a person to pass through, he declared. "You're the ones who will have to escape." Everyone looked blankly at the spot, flustered. As they realized what was happening, they screamed and fled. We're being sucked outside. Run! Those who couldn't escape in time were all sucked outside. Ju saw that and was annoyed. That wall was newly built. After a moment, the mud piles began to dry, and as a result, 104 trainees were eliminated after exceeding their limits. Jin Zung walked through the broken wall and threw off his shoes. People inside were startled and stood up cautiously as soon as they saw him. Jin Zung said, "Still quite a few. Quickly form up. We have to take that guy down," one person said with difficulty. My legs are too heavy to move." Jin Zung approached them thinking, "That's because your shoes are full of water." The principal gritted his teeth, furious. "Damn it, how meaningless, annoying. How can they not take down just one kid like that?" Manhwa merely calmly analyzed internally. This combat was planned as a combat training to properly train teamwork and problem-solving skills, but because of the individual scoring system, trainees unconsciously prioritized their own safety, leading to a decrease in quick decision-making ability. Despite being numerically superior, they couldn't fully utilize that advantage. The principal's rapid switching between Edia combat and non-Edia combat is continuously changing the battle situation, further confusing the trainees. Moreover, the 5th-ranked trainee is blindly focused on eliminating Park Jin Zung. In a corner, the couple clung to each other, even as combat ensued. "Honey, it's cold. Shall we just hold hands here?" Jin Zung was fighting many people by himself. Manhwa continued to think. "This is a completely random combat situation. Each individual gets points based on their performance and ability. Focusing on taking down Park Jin Zung is the wrong choice. The prejudice against Park Jin Zung, whom they underestimated for having an F-grade Edia, is clouding their judgment. Because the difference in his combat ability between then and now is too vast. This training should have been chaotic, but thanks to you, the second-year students have learned a great lesson." Thinking this far, he smiled with satisfaction. A moment later, when the attack ended, Jin Zung took down yet another group of people. The remaining enemies surrounded him. They swayed, pushing each other. "Who goes first? You go first." Suddenly, Jin Zung's face turned pale and his body sagged, looking unwell. They seized this opportunity to attack simultaneously. "Let's go!" A group of people pressed Jin Zung down with force. "That damn bastard, he can barely hold on. Pin him down completely. It's finally over." "Just an F-grade. There are 5 of us. How is he still holding on without Edia?" They didn't feel relieved and turned back, calling for more people to subdue Jin Zung. "Come on, come here quickly." Everyone pressed him down. The principal, seeing that, was again filled with joy and excitement. "Oh good, that's how it should be." Then he looked at his phone screen and calculated. The editor-in-chief of Edia Time seems to be coming. Park Jin Zung is still holding on, but in this state, he'll be eliminated before the editor-in-chief arrives. Thinking that, he answered the phone with a bright, fawning smile. Yes, this is the principal of Heian High School. Please come in." Internally, he continued to calculate. It would probably be better to let him use Edia. It would look more impressive. Then the principal spoke excitedly into the microphone. This is an announcement from the commander. From now on, Edia can be used. We look forward to the amazing efforts of the remaining trainees. Sincere congratulations." His face was very wicked and vile at this moment. But before he could even finish speaking, a loud tremor echoed from below. His face turned pale again. "Impossible." The children pressing Jin Zung down shouted, calling for more people. "Hey, come here, that guy is subdued and can't move. Wait, don't press me. If I get hurt, I'll be eliminated, right? Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, that damn bastard." Jin Zung, pressed down, thought calmly. "They're not pressing hard anymore. If they had cooperated as tightly as the terrorists in the bank, I would have been eliminated." His body was drenched in sweat from exerting force. One opponent shouted. That guy stood up again. "Quickly press him down." Jin Zung was pressed down once again. Indeed, my right hand alone isn't enough." Just then a grotesque power erupted from his hand. With a shout, Jin Zung broke free from the restraint with all his might, and all the people pressing him down were sent flying. Killing intent spread everywhere, and he swung his knife with a faint smile. "You're all just pathetic. The principal, sweating profusely, his face pale, said, "Is that guy a monster?" Tisk, he turned back and saw that the editor-in-chief had already entered with 2 cameras. "Hello, principal of Heian High School," the principal, flustered, said awkwardly. "Oh, you've arrived, editor-in-chief." The 2 shook hands and the editor-in-chief smiled excitedly. "Thank you very much for allowing me to observe such an important training outside of school grounds." The principal laughed awkwardly. "Haha, I'm even more grateful for your interest in Heian High School." He squinted. "Thanks to the immense efforts of the trainees, I believe we'll be able to capture this training well. Principal of Heian High School, thank you for inviting us." The principal gave an awkward smile. "Haha, editor-in-chief of Edia Times, you must be tired from your long journey. Let's go have some tea." He tried to drag him away to buy time, but the editor-in-chief quickly moved to the observation area and looked down, exclaiming, "Oh, many people have been eliminated. I wanted to film this magnificent match from beginning to end, but I'm afraid the students wouldn't train hard because of the cameras." He turned back and praised him with a bright smile. "Principal, you really show such careful consideration for your students." The principal stammered, "Haha, I do indeed." The editor-in-chief, very excited, reminded the 2 cameramen, "All right, let's just film the remaining parts from now on, everyone. Set up your cameras." He unexpectedly saw Manhwa. "Oh!" The editor-in-chief immediately ran towards him with a very excited face. "On Manhwa, you're the instructor for this training, aren't you? Do you remember me? We interviewed you before." "On Manhwa, have you observed any remarkable students?" Manhwa replied seriously. "All the second-year students of Heian High School are showing very good performance, but if I had to pick one person to focus the cameras on." The principal, startled by that sight, stood in front of him trying to block him. "Editor-in-chief, unfortunately, all the most outstanding students have been eliminated." The editor-in-chief heard that and was puzzled. "Oh, why?" The principal calculated internally. "I need to stall for time until that damned F-grade guy is eliminated." Then he began to ramble, blocking the judge's view. Perhaps they were overly confident, engaging in such large-scale close combat, you see. "As a teacher, I hope this opportunity allows those excellent students to reflect on themselves and become more diligent in the future." He covered his face, pretending to be moved. The editor-in-chief heard that, clapped, and admired him. "Indeed fitting for the renowned principal of Heian High School. I wish to pay my respects to the noble qualities you bring to your profession as a teacher." Suddenly, a cameraman shouted, "Editor-in-chief, there's a truly outstanding student here. This shot will be amazing." The editor-in-chief ran excitedly to that spot. "Principal, please wait a moment." The principal, his objective foiled, merely reached out his hand. "Who is that guy?" Below, Jin Zung was fighting countless people alone. He blocked arrows flying from behind without even looking back. People discussed among themselves. "Those with Edia close combat weapons, go attack him. Do you think we're crazy? What if we get hit by your attacks and get eliminated before we even reach him?" The editor-in-chief saw this sight, his eyes gleaming, and turned back to the principal asking, "Principal, what's that student's name? He's truly talented. He deserves a B grade. No, he's even close to an A grade." The principal wiped his sweat, laughing awkwardly. "Haha, was that student B grade?" Suddenly, Manhwa appeared and shouted, "He is F grade." The editor-in-chief heard that and was puzzled. "F grade? Are you joking?" Teacher Kong Ho was very firm. "Why would I joke? Jin Zung is standing there thanks to his own efforts." The principal was shocked and froze in place, then ran to him trying to stop him. "What are you saying in front of the editor-in-chief? What are the other company team leaders looking at?" Teacher Kong Ho continued, "Jin Zung, please pay attention to Park Jin Zung." 666 appeared at this moment and subdued him. "Company 10 team leader, stop immediately." The editor-in-chief, with a very excited expression, said to the principal, "Principal, I want to know more about Park Jin Zung." The principal's face turned pale. "Ha ha ha ha, well." Internally he continued to curse. Damn it, go damn it, for God's sake." At this moment, Jin Zung was slowly growing exhausted. "My body feels like it's going to shatter. My mind can't hold on anymore." But his hand still swung the knife, blocking attacks. "But strangely, even though I spread killing intent everywhere, Edia controls the killing intent too easily." Jin Zung again gave an eerie smile, and as killing intent erupted, everyone panicked. "What is this? Do you feel it too? That guy is really scary." "Danger is approaching." Jin Zung laughed terrifyingly and asked, "Where are you trying to run, you guys?" Humph! Then a strange red power emanated from the knife. This was dense killing intent. As Jin Zung swung his knife, the blade absorbed blood. Edia grade D, overall combat ability B for close combat. Bloodthirst. It tests the target and allows the user to freely control the target's body. Jin Zung grinned again. "Haha, as long as the body meets the minimum activity standards, the user can rampage as much as they want." He couldn't hold back and laughed madly at the sky. "Not only can I control Edia, but I can also unleash it. I did it. It wasn't in vain. Are you watching, guys?" The others were very bewildered by his appearance. Jin Zung conveyed his thoughts to everyone internally. "Senior, are you seeing this?" Manhwa smiled proudly. "Son, did you see?" Son, also happy for him, shouted loudly. "Show off, knock them all down." Jin Zung smiled brightly. "Yes," and then he started to move his feet. He swept through the bewildered people who hadn't yet reacted like smoke, and after clearing a path, Jin Zung stopped. Immediately, the bracelets on everyone's arms shattered into pieces and fell to the floor. Blood was still flowing, leaving everyone confused. "I got hurt even with a bracelet on. I surrender. I give up. It hurts. Assistant instructor, please save me. I surrender." Jin Zung looked down at his knife and admired it. To have something so useful at this moment, haha. Confused screams echoed and the principal above had his mouth agape as if in disbelief. This is a nightmare. Ah, save me. The editor-in-chief saw this chaotic scene and his expression became excited. One person against 60. When Seong-ho spoke, he paused. If you include the students he took down before the editor-in-chief arrived, trainee Park Jin Zung has taken down a total of 150 students. He turned back in surprise. How really? Seong-ho continued with a serious face. And the final count is over 200 students. At this moment below, Jin Zung stood among his fallen opponents. The scene changed to another location in the darkness where Li Xin entered a secret room. Inside, Jin Wong was waiting. He smiled slyly and said, "Hee, long time no see, old man." Li Xin looked at him with a frowning face. Jin Wong, his voice annoyed and anxious. "Speak quickly if you have something to say, otherwise I might end you." Then Jin Wong shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Why are you making it so difficult? It makes me a little sad thinking about the old days." Li Xin clenched his fist. "You provoked me first." He touched his chin and scoffed. "I provoked you. You really have no interest in my affairs at all." Li Xin, in anger, slammed the table hard and snarled, "Don't pretend you don't know. You were plotting to escape through the West Sea." Jin Wong still smiled calmly and said, "What fool would try to cross an old man like that? I just needed an excuse to call you. It's been a long time, old man." The scene changed to a rocking boat on the sea with dense smoke rising. At that moment, Jin Wong was injured and bleeding all over, and Li Xin was grabbing him by the collar. He said, "Comrade Li Xin, the supreme leader has summoned you. He wishes for you to come to Panmunjom at dawn." Returning to the present, Li Xin interrogated him. "So many of your subordinates drowned. What do you have to say?" Jin Wong replied. When I first came to South Korea, I met some pretty interesting guys." Li Xin asked back. "Are you talking about the Heian high school students?" He laughed and waved his hand. "Some old man was training kids, so I went to check it out and I got beaten badly after greeting them." Li Xin was startled to hear that. "What are you talking about?" Jin Wong opened his hand and asked, "Why don't you understand? Do I have to say I ran away from the kids for you to understand?" Li Xin's body stiffened. "What did you say?" he thought in confusion. "I know this guy ambushed the bank and then fled, but he fled because he was cornered. This isn't a trick or a lobby, is it? Who would dare?" Li Xin clenched his fist. Seeing that expression, Jin Wong kept hitting the table and laughed excitedly. I get it. The old man doesn't know, does he?" Li Xin opened his eyes wide and snarled, "What is it that you don't know?" He still said arrogantly, "You're not good at lying. I thought you were the ace you secretly trained, but you're nothing special either." Li Xin lost his patience and slammed the table as he stood up. "Answer me properly, Jin Wong." Jin Wong laughed at the sky again. "Ha. If you don't know anything either, I guess I'll have to make the first move. I called you to talk, but I've gained quite a few unexpected things." He licked his lips as he spoke, looking disgusting. Time passed quickly to the evening of day 5 of jungle training. Where am I?" Son stood beside him and said, "Are you finally awake? Next time you better tell me first how long you're going to sleep." At this moment, Jin Zung was lying with his head on Son's lap. His eyes were hazy as if he hadn't fully woken up yet. Jin Zung thought, "Is this a dream?" internally and touched Son's face. Her face flushed and she said, "Oh, excessive man." Jin Zung, still not fully awake, pinched her cheek. Pinching hard, he admired. "Wow, so soft. Hee, so soft." Son looked at the foolish male student with a frown. Then there was a slap sound and Jin Zung shot up, rubbing his head and groaning. "Ouch." Son crossed her arms and sighed. "That's how you wake up," he said in a fluster. "I was just fighting in the trenches," Son explained. "Don't you remember after taking them all down you looked at me and said, 'Son, did you see?'" The scene of Jin Zung running around foolishly and shouting came to mind. Son, did you see?" Jin Zung narrowed his eyes and looked at her. "I remember that." She turned her head to the other side and tutted, then turned her head back to him and pinched his cheek. "After everything was over, you fainted and then woke up." Jin Zung said in disbelief. "Fainted? Son, are you so weak that you can't even handle me?" His cheeks continued to be pinched. Jin Zung felt helpless. "I just woke up and you're already teasing me." Following this, he retorted, "And I won't get married." Son let go of his hand and tempted. "Hey, don't be like that. Let's live happily together," he exclaimed. "If I say yes, you'll just tease me." Son smiled beautifully and asked back, "So are you fully awake now?" Jin Zung's face flushed and he felt embarrassed from being teased. "Still beautiful even when I woke up. It would be really nice if she didn't tease me." Suddenly, Son handed him something. "Now that you're awake, I'll give you this. Your rank insignia." Jin Zung's eyes sparkled as he received the rank insignia. "Rank insignia? So I'm not a trainee anymore." Son smiled kindly. "Your homeroom teacher will give you the certificate later." Jin Zung said, "Certificate?" Son smiled brightly again and congratulated him. "Congratulations on first place in jungle training." Then his expression turned to disappointment. Thank you." She was puzzled by that expression. Why are you reacting so blandly?" Jin Zung was slightly displeased. "Now that I think about it, why am I a private?" Son guessed. "So you were surprised to be promoted 2 ranks. That's because you worked hard in training and were recognized for it." He denied it. "No, I made a bet with the class 6 homeroom teacher." She asked. "A bet? What kind of bet?" Jin Zung said. "The teacher said if the zombie hacker team and I got high scores, he would promote all of us to staff sergeant." Son said, unable to understand. So your hard work was because of that bet?" But before he could even finish speaking, Son flicked his ear once. "Ouch!" Jin Zung drooped and covered both ears. She encouraged him. Fortunately, the teacher promoted everyone except you to staff sergeant, so don't worry too much, and thanks to you, the nurse is very busy right now, so you should definitely go and greet her." Recalling Nurse A Young, tired with dark circles under her eyes, Jin Zung exclaimed in surprise, "I forgot about the nurse." Sohn smiled and said, "Let's go together, hand in hand, and thank her." Then he refused. "No, I want to go alone." Sohn laughed and said, "No, I said let's go together." Jin Zung remained firm. "Sohn, it's not your fault. This is something I have to do alone." Then Sohn pinched his cheeks once again. "What's wrong?" "Sohn," she interrogated him with dissatisfaction. "Do you dislike me that much?" He quickly denied it. "No, but why do we have to go together?" Hearing the words of this blockhead, Sohn just exclaimed helplessly, "How truly foolish." On this side, Teacher Kong Ho was greeting a bald man. "I'm sorry, the battalion commander has gone out now." The bald man had an unpleasant expression. "It seems your management system is still unstable." Teacher Kong Ho seemed a little confused. "Ha," he continued. "Another battalion commander contacted you in advance and the person who responded was a superior." Teacher Kong Ho explained. "I'm truly sorry. I was on duty today." But the other person suddenly burst out laughing. The bald man slammed the armrest of his chair and laughed rudely. "Anyway, how can a school suddenly operating military facilities instantly manage a military system, as well as our 998th Brigade? I was just expecting too much. Ha 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 ha." Teacher Kong Ho bit his lip and thought worriedly. Special Training Brigade 998 was established to train warriors under the control of the Korean military. It replaces high-level training in special military facilities. They recruit students with Edia combat specialization from all over the country. Their foundation consists of elite educators with extensive military knowledge. Students are trained under a strict system and tactical education programs. Another option for higher education, Korea's most powerful military base, focuses on Edia combat. After he finished laughing, the bald man drank his tea, put down the teacup, and then continued to ask, "So when will the principal of Heian High School arrive?" Teacher Kong Ho wondered internally if he had called the principal to disrespect him, and then he replied respectfully, "He will arrive soon." The bald man stared at him intently and sneered. Your expression doesn't look good." "Teacher Kong Ho, I don't want to be arrogant, but don't you think it's rude coming from another unit?" He scoffed. "Another unit? Right, another unit. I apologize, I've been a bit rough because I'm here to challenge you." Teacher Kong Ho was startled to hear that and exclaimed, "A declaration of war?" The bald man's expression became malicious. "As you know, your two intelligence networks are too weak, so you're hearing this story for the first time, aren't you?" Teacher Kong Ho, recalling what he had heard before, exclaimed in a fluster, "Then it's true." The bald man still waved his hand nonchalantly. "Aren't there students like An Seong Ho or Kim Son at Heian High School? There are so many famous students, but I don't know. It seems you haven't heard the news about the students' strength lately." He picked up the information about that person. "Ah, people who showed good performance in jungle training." Teacher Kong Ho, "Are you talking about the F-grade killer?" Jin Zung's data appeared. The bald man said, "I saw it, but he's F-grade, that's not rational, is it? How can someone with an F-grade Edia survive in an Edia specialized high school?" He threw the documents on the table as he spoke. "This is too exaggerated. If that story is to be believed, you shouldn't lie so much." Teacher Kong Ho thought internally. "It seems Brigade 998 doesn't have specific information about the second-year assignment." At this moment the principal opened the door and entered, smiling brightly. "I apologize, I'm late, haha." The bald man immediately stood up and shook hands with him. "You're welcome, Battalion Commander of Heian High School." Teacher Kong Ho exclaimed internally. Just now he called him principal, and then he stepped back. "Then I'll be going first." The door closed and Teacher Kong Ho sighed deeply. "Phew, that was tough." Suddenly he heard something. What's going on today?" The second-year students were going to their club activities. Numbers were heard from the room. 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. A group of students were panting, exhausted after some activity. Jin Zung approached Seong Ho and asked, "How was it, senior?" Everyone bit their lips, tense, waiting for the results. Seong Ho scoffed. "Pahaha, what are you asking?" And then he loudly announced the results. "Zombie hacker team members, congratulations on your admission." As the results echoed, everyone looked at Jin Zung in surprise. He smiled and nodded at them. And then a loud cheer erupted. Teacher Kong Ho listened from afar and said alone, "Teacher is cheering you on." Jin Zung will silence those damn guys, he muttered as he walked. Inside the principal's office, the bald man handed over a stack of documents. "I heard the contents were already pre-approved by our brigade commander. I was asked to have you sign and stamp them." The principal received them and replied, "Haha, I see." Internally, he calculated. "The preliminary match for the Heian High School versus Special Training Brigade 998 counter-training. This is disadvantageous for us." But the bald man, having completed his mission, bowed his head. "Thank you for the approval. I will return to the brigade," the principal replied. "Understood, you've worked hard." The bald man quickly left the room, and the principal gritted his teeth, clenching them in anger. "This humiliation, I will surely repay it someday." On the screen, Jin Zung was seen confronting many people alone. The editor-in-chief was watching the previous test video again. He thought deeply and admired. "The F-grade killer is truly amazing material." And the editor-in-chief looked down at the documents. It was a memo that read, "Delete this article with a grade pressure." The editor-in-chief guessed that they would cut the video to be published. He leaned on the table and stood up. A grade pressure? What on earth is the government doing? The editor-in-chief looked coldly out the window. The era when the media manipulated public opinion with images and words ended long ago. Most people would probably think this is Hay and School's production or a disguised advertisement. Who would believe that a B-grade student with an F-grade Edia took down 200 people? If I hadn't seen it myself, I would have thought it was nonsense. If so, why are they hiding his talent? Is it to protect outstanding students because they receive military support from the government? No, if that were the case. They would have also deleted the interview with Kim Son, who was the central figure in the Peste bank incident. Thinking this far, he suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, Peste?" The editor-in-chief rushed to his desk. He began searching for the list of witnesses related to the Peste bank incident on his computer, and his expression brightened. As expected, my hunch was correct. Suddenly, a voice was heard from outside the door. "Editor-in-chief, it's me, Editor-in-chief." Come in," the person entered and informed him. "This is internal information, but Brigade 998 and Hay and School are," the editor-in-chief, as soon as he heard, exclaimed with joy. It was truly a God-given opportunity. The scene transitions to a building at night. Jin Zung smiled and praised everyone. "You all did well today," the other members replied cheerfully. "You too, leader. It's the first time in my life I've had someone so reliable. Now that we're staff sergeants who can stop us, it's all thanks to you, leader." Jin Zung chuckled helplessly. "Ha ha ha, I'm still a private," one friend said seriously. "Senior On Seong-ho training with us was just a warm-up for him," Jin Zung asked again. "Did Senior train every day since then?" Another friend's face turned pale. "Wow, we still have a long way to go." Then the friend looked around, searching. "But I don't see Sister today," Jin Zung was curious. "Sister, you don't mean," the friend immediately explained. "Kim Son told us to call her that." A scene appears with Jin Zung talking to people, reminding everyone. "Hey, if Park Jin Zung is the leader, then call me Sister," Jin Zung hastily retorted. "What, Sister? No, you guys keep teasing. The leader doesn't need to be embarrassed," Jin Zung said. "Anyway, Kim Son was waiting, but I told her I needed to train one more set. So Kim Son left early," the children continued to tease. "You shouldn't say that to someone who's waiting, leader, should you?" Sister must have been angry. "Are you two going on a date this weekend?" Sister gets angry easily and is strong too. "I'm really envious." Jin Zung's head buzzed at those words. His face turned pale and he shouted, "Stop calling her sister." Suddenly, someone appeared before his eyes. It was none other than Li Xin. He asked, "Are you Private Park Jin Zung?" Jin Zung was startled and internally exclaimed, "I didn't sense anything." Everyone looked at him in silence. Li Xin smiled again and said, "Haha, you must be surprised by my sudden appearance. My apologies." Jin Zung's body stiffened and he said awkwardly, "No. It's fine, Advisor Li Xin." Li Xin smiled with interest. "Good, you recognized me?" Jin Zung scratched his head and forced a laugh. "Who in this country doesn't know you, Advisor? If there were a spy, they'd probably know you even better." Li Xin, "Haha, you have a sense of humor. Are these your friends?" He pointed to two of Jin Zung's subordinates. Both of them shouted in unison. "Yes, he's our leader, Hung." Jin Zung helplessly thought, "My name isn't leader." Li Xin said, "Oh, your subordinates have a lot of positive energy." They spoke in unison again. "Yes, our energy is very good thanks to our leader." Jin Zung's face flushed and he covered his face. "Ah, how embarrassing," Li Xin then said. "Shall I talk with the leader for a moment?" They quickly obeyed. "Yes, we'll leave immediately." Li Xin said, "Thank you." "And about meeting me today?" The children replied with understanding. "We'll keep it a secret." Li Xin smiled with satisfaction. "You're quick-witted." They disappeared in an instant as if their legs had motors. "They're truly energetic kids. A bright future awaits them. Anyway, is there somewhere quiet we can talk?" Li Xin said to Jin Zung. "My apologies for disturbing you on your way back." Jin Zung was curious. "Advisor, do you have something to tell a student like me?" he said honestly. "I came to meet you because of the trench warfare video." Jin Zung scratched his head and forced a laugh. "It's an honor that you watched it. But for a busy person like you to personally come and see a student like me who is only DC grade," Li Xin cleared his throat, interrupting him. Then his face turned serious. "Jin Zung, do you believe that there is a connection between souls?" Jin Zung was startled and internally exclaimed, Why is the advisor asking me such a question?" Li Xin covered his mouth and said awkwardly, "My apologies for asking such a sudden question. Anyway, getting back to the point, I'm the one who chose Heian High School as a military school." Jin Zung was surprised again. "You," he continued quite cruelly, "but I hoped that students like you would grow even in the worst environments. I had high hopes for Staff Sergeant An Seong-ho, but not everything went smoothly as expected." Jin Zung hastily retorted, "No, we received a lot of inspiration from Senior An Seong-ho. If it weren't for Senior, my friends and I wouldn't be here." Li Xin smiled brightly and explained, "Haha, I misspoke. I saw An Seong-ho's efforts and hoped that the students of Heian High School would work hard together. Like you." As he spoke, he placed a hand on Jin Zung's shoulder. "You finally appeared. I'm very happy that my judgment was correct after meeting you in person." Li Xin smiled hopefully. Jin Zung was cautious of this attitude. "You flatter me." Li Xin fell into deep thought. Is he just a student? The secret weapon Kim and Wong mentioned, something I could never know. I was very surprised after watching the jungle training video, but that alone wouldn't be enough for him to defeat Kim and Wong. Judging by his ambition, he will surely become much stronger in the future. He's exactly what I'm looking for. Li Xin's eyes were lost in deep thought, but the energy he was feeling at this moment wasn't very strong. As he remained silent for a long time, Jin Zung called out to him, Advisor, Li Xin immediately lowered his hand. My apologies, I suddenly got lost in thought. Then he frowned again, pondering. This could be a ploy by Kim and Wong to confuse me or some other cunning plan I'm unaware of. After finishing his conjectures, he said, our conversation is over. Thank you for your time, Private Park Jin Zung. Jin Zung smiled and replied, you're welcome. Li Xin walked outside. Well then I'll be going. He suddenly turned back and smiled. And it would be great if you win. Jin Zung's face was filled with confusion. Win against whom? Li Xin waved his hand from afar. Haha, you'll find out soon. Go back carefully. Jin Zung watched him bewildered. What is he talking about? The scene transitions to the training ground. Seong-ho was diligently lifting weights with his muscular body. After a while he put the weights down. Is it only 11 o'clock? Seong-ho clenched his fist with satisfaction. The time it takes me to reach my limit has significantly decreased thanks to Park Jin Zung and the new friends who joined the team. The training atmosphere has improved astonishingly. It's been a long time since my muscles recovered this much. Park Jin Zung, you're becoming more and more adorable. As he spoke, he smiled and put on his clothes. After a while, Seong-ho was running alone on the road. To be a good role model, I need to work even harder. Suddenly, he heard a snapping sound. Get lost, get lost. Around the corner, a group of thugs was harassing a girl. Come play with us? The girl trembled in fear, shouting, help me, help me. They approached even closer. Oh, don't be like that. We didn't say we'd kill you, just come with us. Let's play for a bit. He approached the girl with a very lecherous expression. Seong-ho quickly appeared and stopped them loudly. Stop, he frowned unpleasantly and warned. Do as I say, this is a warning. Stop immediately. The thug looked down at him with a sly expression and said, why are you protecting her? Are you from the same school? Do you think you're the protagonist on stage? Power emanated from Seong-ho's hand as he said firmly, I'll catch you. He instantly grabbed the thug's arm. The guy was flustered and gritted his teeth. What is this, teleportation? Seong-ho coldly twisted his arm once, making the thug fall to his knees in pain and scream. The rescued girl looked at him in surprise and exclaimed, oh, Staff Sergeant On Seong-ho. Seong-ho said, I'll deal with these trash, so go to a crowded place. The girl hastily ran off. Yes, thank you. Another thug tried to stop her. Where are you running? Seong-ho immediately bushed towards him, slammed his head onto the road, and with his other hand was still pulling the guy in the blue shirt. I told you I'd catch you all. The other thugs were flustered but still spoke strongly. You bastard, do you think you can leave here safely? I warned you. He dealt with two guys with both hands. He forcefully threw the two guys towards the rest of the gang. Just like that, everyone piled up and fell. Seong-ho dusted off the dirt from his hands and warned, you'd better stop this damned act. Your intention was to lure me into this alley, wasn't it? From the dark alley, someone appeared. The guy smiled slyly, with a villainous expression. What, you figured it out? I thought I could hide my presence, Seong-ho said coldly. Long time no see. Kong Jin-ho, a scrawny guy with chicken shit-colored hair and a short fat guy appeared. They stood before Seong-ho triumphantly. Seong-ho was short and Kong Jin-ho teased him. Did you get taller? Seong-ho still asked with a calm expression. Did you put in all that effort just to annoy me? Yep. Kong Jin-ho lifted his chin to the sky. What do you mean? I was just taking a walk with my comrades and talking to a pretty female student anyway. On Seong-ho, are you from Brigade 998? Kong Jin-ho glanced at him slyly, then rubbed his chin and laughed gleefully. Hey, you're quick-witted. How did you know? Seong-ho calmly analyzed. First, that female student is a second year, and she called me Staff Sergeant On Seong-ho even though she was wearing our school uniform, the guy said, unable to understand. So, you're a staff sergeant, Seong-ho continued. It hasn't been long since the school converted to a military system. Everyone isn't used to military ranks like staff sergeant yet, especially second-year students. They use the term senior more often. That female student just accidentally used a word she normally uses when addressing me. Kong Jin-ho smiled bitterly. I thought you figured it out because that female student was a terrible actress. Heian's subordinates are more confusing than I thought. Seong-ho continued. You two, he pointed to the thugs lying on the ground. You call these damn guys comrades, not friends but comrades? That means you're a soldier. The guy still laughed with his mouth wide open. So it's my fault, I just said it out of habit. Seong-ho moved on to another topic. I hear Brigade 998 and Heian are having joint training soon. So if there's a student who uses military terms, they're probably from Brigade 998. Kong Jin-ho ran a hand through his hair and praised him. Hey, you have good deduction skills with so few clues. You're a sharp one for a bastard just loitering around a high school. Then he suddenly radiated killing intent and growled. But you're too noisy. Should I deal with you now? At this moment, the fat guy beside him was startled and stammered. Jin-ho, is this On Seong-ho? Seeing his expression, Kong Jin-ho gritted his teeth and said with disgust, can you shut up? Seong-ho introduced himself friendly. I am On Seong-ho and you are. The fat guy pointed to himself with a respectful expression and exclaimed, IMC. Jin-ho poked the guy's shoulder and said, this bastard is he. The fat guy hastily turned around and retorted, why do you say that? Then he turned to Seong-ho and introduced himself. I am Du Dong-ho, nice to meet you. Seong-ho was curious again. Du Dong-ho, what's up? The guy laughed. Nothing much. After a moment his face changed, becoming sly. I just wanted to hit you once. Kong Jin-ho smiled cunningly. I won't have to deal with him myself, go for it. He. Du Dong-ho rubbed his hands together, very excited and confident. Alright, On Seong-ho, how can you defeat me? Seong-ho frowned and reminded him. You're underestimating me. Kong Jin-ho laughed gleefully. You won't be able to defeat this damned fatty. Do Dong-ho, I'm not just a fat person. Ah, he knows he's fat. Seong-ho coldly extended his arm and released power. I'll definitely catch you. Do Dong-ho flinched and looked at his hand. I'll catch you. Seong-ho suddenly rushed forward and grabbed him by the collar. The fat guy, however, became excited. Heh, incredible strength, but I told you I'm not just a fat person. Seong-ho immediately noticed something strange. The scene transitions to the school the next day. As soon as Jin Zung entered the classroom, he saw everyone with discouraged expressions. He sat down and asked Son, "Why is the classroom atmosphere like this? Is something wrong?" Son had a serious expression. "You don't know anything?" Jin Zung was bewildered and understood nothing. About what?" Son turned her face away, avoiding him. "I thought you'd know. This morning all the newspapers and media reported it extensively." Jin Zung asked again, "What are you talking about? Peste again?" Son tapped the back of the person below her with her finger. "Hey, show him the news you just saw." The student exclaimed in surprise. "How, you're in the same club as Senior On Seong-ho and you don't know?" Jin Zung still didn't understand. Son urged, "Just show him." Jin Zung received the information, curious. "Why Senior On Seong-ho? See for yourself." Jin Zung anxiously looked down at the screen. The screen showed Seong-ho fighting Kong Jin-ho and Do Dong-ho. "Senior, why are you in this alley?" At that moment, as he was about to grab and slam the fat guy's body suddenly began to swell. As this force pressed down, the road cracked. Seong-ho's entire body trembled, enduring the heavy body weighing hundreds of tons. As the fat Do Dong-ho pressed him, he gritted his teeth and held on. Jin Zung's expression became serious as he watched this video. At this moment, the fat guy's massive body crushed Seong-ho. The guy had a triumphant and sly expression. Seong-ho was crushed onto the road, bleeding profusely. After watching the entire video, Jin Zung's face darkened. "Senior On Seong-ho lost. Who is that damn guy?" Son said silently. "Special Training Brigade 998. Jin Zung was startled and exclaimed, 998? After a while, Son informed everyone with a cold expression. "Our military school will have a friendly counter-training with them for 15 days. In the meeting room, Ju informed everyone, "Everyone's here. I'm sure you all know what happened to Commander On Seong-ho. The 9 people here are the most capable students from each grade. Although we third years will strategically divide territories, I want you all to share your opinions." Jin Zung raised his hand and voiced his opinion. "Senior Ju, what did Senior On Seong-ho say?" Ju's expression was not good. "The commander is under surveillance, so even club members can't go near the infirmary, even if that weren't the reason. For safety reasons you can't visit him," Jin Zung said disappointedly. "Yes, I understand." Myung-ho gritted his teeth in anger. "Ha, that damn guy, On Seong-ho again." Staff Sergeant Na anxiously asked Ju, "What should we do? On Seong-ho, who should have taken on the leadership role, is like this." Myung-ho asked again, "What can we do until On Seong-ho fully recovers?" Ju calmly explained, "He's under surveillance, so even if he fully recovers, he can't participate in the meeting. I called this emergency meeting. At least we'll agree on an emergency strategy." Myung-ho was slightly confident. "As expected. I'm the only one qualified to be the leader, aren't I?" Ju honestly asked back. "Do you really think you're qualified to bear the responsibility of leading the entire school?" Then he exclaimed in disbelief. "What?" Woo Young added at this moment with an unpleasant expression. "Excuse me, but are we here to watch you seniors fight over who's better?" Myung-ho boasted that he was a senior and said, "What? You second-year brat, we only called you here because it's an emergency. You just sit there and wait for orders." Ji Wong awkwardly muttered to himself, questioning if the seniors were really strong enough to give orders. They didn't seem very smart. Lieutenant Na heard this and angrily slammed the table, shouting, "What did you say? Aren't you the famous white Jade fairy? You seem insignificant." The senior's face flushed with anger and he tried to stand up. Amidst the noise, Ju slammed the table again and shouted even louder, "Stop! If you keep discussing useless topics, I'll report it to the school." Lieutenant Na could only sit back down. "Damn these arrogant brats." Ju urged the second-year students to refrain from provocative remarks. They replied, "Yes, understood." Ju started pressing the projector control panel. "First, I'll share the information the school received." A map appeared on the screen. At each end there was a container with a button. The first team to reach the opponent's container and press the button wins. The rules are very simple. As everyone knows, Heian High School has about 900 personnel. Our opponent, Brigade 998, has about 3,000 personnel. A student hearing this shouted exhaustedly, "That's 3 times more." The girl next to him, flustered, said, "How can we win?" Ju coldly reminded them, "Be quiet, it's the first year and I'm still explaining. They outnumber us 3-1, but Heian High School has a geographical advantage in defense. To break through such a strong defensive line, they'll need 3 times the strength. And one more thing, if we successfully defend for 5 hours, we win. In other words, if we defend well, we can win." Next is information about the 2 people involved in the fight with On Seong-ho. First, the student who took down the team leader is Do Dong-ho. He's a third-year student. And while his Edia isn't definitively known, based on video information, his Edia likely has weight manipulation properties. He didn't show any special abilities. But Jin Zung frowned and added, "It was a really terrible fight with Senior On Seong-ho." Ju agreed and continued, "That's right, the team leader tried to use his Edia to capture Do Dong-ho, but he couldn't take him down and was instead overwhelmed by his weight. If an enemy with such an Edia were to attack us from above with all their weight, we would surely suffer heavy casualties." Jin Zung unpleasantly thought, "I don't think that's the only reason Senior lost." Ju continued, mentioning Kong Jin-ho. "Next is the guy who stood behind Kong Jin-ho. Although he didn't do much in the video, he is currently Brigade 998's ace and our top priority target to eliminate. He's a guy with very powerful combat capabilities. He transferred to Brigade 998 just before becoming a third year, and he studied abroad in Australia during his first and second years of high school. Moreover, in middle school, he was the runner-up in the National Edia Olympics. When facing Kong Jin-ho in middle school, On Seong-ho had a record of 5 wins and 5 losses. Jin Zung noted that crucial information. He's an opponent Senior On Seong-ho couldn't defeat in middle school. He immediately asked, "Senior Ju, is there any known information about Kong Jin-ho's Edia?" Ju replied, "There's no detailed confirmed information, but according to an old article he has an Edia that enhances his physical abilities when he gets angry. That's all I know." Jin Zung felt like he'd been struck by lightning. "He has the same characteristic as me," Ju continued. Kong Jin-ho, the guy who took down the team leader in the past, and Du Dong-ho appeared in recent events. Along with these two protagonists, Brigade 998 will stage an overwhelming match to show that Heian High School's On Seong-ho is nothing. Jin Zung gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing this. "Damn it, that's ridiculous," Ju continued to analyze. "And this is information obtained from the person who distributed the video. This is the location where the video was filmed. Investigations revealed it to be an abandoned house," Jin Zung quickly realized. "An abandoned house? So it was a trap," she asserted. "That's right, Brigade 998's hidden card and an enemy capable of overpowering the team leader went there to trap the team leader. This is the conclusion we reached by combining the above information." Her fist slammed hard on the desk. "But even though the situation was a trap, there's no evidence to prove it in the video. The media only focused on the most sensational part. The team leader's defeat," Jin Zung unhappily speculated. "They might have given Senior On Seong-ho something to hurt him before the match started, or there might have been another reason why Senior couldn't fight at full strength," Lieutenant Na coldly reminded him. "Hey, second year, aren't you the F-grade killer from the rumors? Stop being oversensitive whenever On Seong-ho is mentioned. You're interrupting the meeting," Jin Zung, flustered, said. "I'm sorry." But then a first-year junior suddenly pointed and snickered. "Ah, Senior is your real name, Park Jin Zung. I didn't recognize you at first, but I kept wondering who it was." He looked at the junior, unable to understand. This first year nonchalantly continued. "As Lieutenant Na said, we just have to accept that Lieutenant On Seong-ho lost. Honestly, he doesn't seem special other than being able to launch some surprise attacks." Jin Zung, provoked by hearing On Seong-ho being so despised, widened his eyes. He exuded killing intent and coldly warned, "Hey, first year, watch what you just said." This guy still snickered, ignoring him. "Wasn't this proven after the last incident? His ability is only to trap others. Haven't we overestimated him too much? He's just hiding his technical flaws," Jin Zung said again. "Watch what you just said." Then the junior said, "But you're just a private, aren't you, Senior? I'm a staff sergeant with an Edia grade of B. Why should I listen to you?" "Senior, isn't that right, Private Park Ji-young?" Jin Zung's face darkened. "First year, report your military rank." The junior continued to speak presumptuously. "How can a private say such things to a staff sergeant? This isn't the Tang Army." The girl next to him reminded, "Stop it." Jin Zung gloomily repeated, "Report your military rank." Then the junior triumphantly refused. "My military rank is higher than yours and my Edia grade is also higher. Didn't you hear? I won't." Jin Zung's voice darkened. "Report your military rank." The first year snickered. "Oh, why are you so stubborn?" Immediately he was overwhelmed by the pressure of oppressive killing intent and became immobile. Jin Zung looked at him with cold eyes and the surroundings were filled with killing intent. "I told you to report your military rank, you damn squinty-eyed bastard." Private Jin Wong, sitting next to him, also cautiously looked at him. This first year tried to say, "Staff Sergeant." Then his body trembled under the pressure of that power, making it difficult to breathe. Jin Zung withdrew his killing intent, frowned and said, "Still presumptuous. For damn bastards like you, calling you squinty-eyed is enough." Then he called Lieutenant Na, who was on the opposite side again. He was nervous. Jin Zung said, "Senior, I might be a bit sensitive about what happened to Senior On Seong-ho. Please understand." A strong threat was clearly visible in his eyes. Lieutenant Na awkwardly cleared his throat and said, Understood." The atmosphere instantly became tense and awkward. Jin Zung raised his hand first and said, "Senior Ju, did Senior On Seong-ho previously set up any formation or strategy?" Ju analyzed the situation and continued. "The formation he was testing was a 1-3-1 formation with 3 in the center and 1 on each flank. He hasn't developed a detailed plan yet." Myung Wong, hearing this, exclaimed in surprise, "What? Why would he do that? What's he going to do if both flanks are overwhelmed?" Jin Zung explained in more detail. "Both flanks are narrower than the center." But Myung Wong was still very flustered. "But it's still too wide. The enemy might exploit that and focus on both flanks. If both flanks are pushed back, the center will also be attacked from the sides." "Understood?" Jin Zung deeply pondered why the senior chose this formation, then continued to speak to the opponent. "Brigade 998 will concentrate on the center." Ju asked skeptically. "Why do you think that?" Jin Zung asked again. "Brigade 998 proposed this match, didn't they?" She asserted. "That's right." Hearing this, Jin Zung analyzed, as Senior Ju said. "The rugged terrain favorable for defense and the condition that Heian High School wins if time runs out may seem fair on the surface, but they intend to make us passive and force us to focus on defense. They simultaneously ambushed our side's commander and ace, On Seong-ho, to demoralize us. Brigade 998's objective is to publicly overwhelm Heian High School. Instead of following Senior On Seong-ho's plan, we should reinforce the center with most of our forces and deploy a small number on both flanks. Jin Wong gritted his teeth in anger and disagreed. What? Reinforce the center? Are you crazy? Then he analyzed again. Let's assume everything you're saying is correct. Those Brigade 998 bastards will concentrate all their forces on the center to annihilate us. If that's the case, we'll be able to attack their flanks through both wings. And even if they do concentrate on both flanks, as I said, we'll still have enough troops to at least hold out. At least it seems to align with the strategy Senior On Seong-ho established. Ju also added, that's right, I agree with Shim Myung-won. Changing to the formation you proposed is too risky for the benefits gained. Jin Zung bit his lip, worried. Basically, both seniors are correct, but looking at Kong Jin-ho's attitude in the video, that guy is very satisfied when he sees others fall at his feet and get trampled. I know him well because I have a similar Edia to him. That guy will have to pay the price. Jin Zung, snapping out of his thoughts, firmly presented his plan. And finally, I'd like Senior On Seong-ho to participate in defending the last point. As soon as this idea was presented, everyone was startled. What? The senior on the opposite side, unlike Ju, continued to snicker. That's fine. What kind of spirit would a guy who disgraced the team and lost twice have to fight again? Agreeing with his friend's opinion, she looked at him and asked in disbelief. Park Jin Zung, do you also think the team leader will lose again? Jin Zung, noticing her concern, firmly said, Sister, don't worry. Senior On Seong-ho won't lose. Hearing this affirmation, Ju was even more puzzled. Then why are you trying to place him on the last front line? When asked, he replied in a resolute voice, because Senior On Seong-ho is the strongest person. Hearing this answer, Ju was more confused than before. Then it doesn't make sense. Not only her but the remaining third-year students in the room had the same opinion, no matter the reason. As long as On Seong-ho is there, I agree too. Son, who had been silent all along, offered her opinion. While saying Lieutenant On Seong-ho is the strongest person isn't entirely correct, he definitely has his own calculations. Since Son said so, Ju reluctantly accepted and ended the meeting. Alright, then for today, we'll accept the information, and from tomorrow we'll adjust the strategy. If anyone has an opinion, please report it. As no one spoke further, she declared, Alright, everyone did well. Lieutenant Na went outside, frowning and clutching his head. Damn it, thinking is really hard. Hearing his friend say that, Myung-won snickered. Don't worry, if you listen to me, everything will be fine. Conversely, Bunji Rang also had the same thought as the lieutenant. Even coming to school wasn't this tiresome. Jin Zung also left the meeting room, but after a few steps he was stopped by someone. The name Private Park Ji-young was called, and he slowly turned around. What's up, squinty-eyed staff sergeant? Before the guy could even say, Jin Zung approached and applied pressure. Let's see, did you lose your nerve against me earlier, and now want to regain your honor? He heard that and stepped back in fear as the situation became tense. Ju appeared out of nowhere. What are you guys doing? Jin Zung quickly changed his expression and said very amiably, Nothing, Senior Ju, I just thought the junior needed some guidance. She glanced at them once and understood but didn't stop them and left. Don't overdo it, okay? The staff sergeant, seeing this contemptuous attitude, was displeased. Don't look down on me, you're just a private. Jin Zung, fearing that he wouldn't believe him, pointed at himself and arrogantly declared, I will become the strongest person at Heian High School. Even stronger than Lieutenant On Seong-ho and Mad Kim Son. This arrogant attitude didn't satisfy him at all. Looks like I need to properly teach this guy a lesson. The two soon went to the school playground and prepared to fight. I'm a senior staff sergeant first year, so I'm a completely different class from you. You can attack first. Jin Zung narrowed his eyes at this contempt and sighed deeply. Then he quietly used his reconnaissance ability, and immediately, all the information about his opponent appeared. Edia Grade B, Combat Ability B. Focus on targets within sight and grasp their dynamic energy, accurately determining how strong they are and how much they can achieve. However, the user cannot grasp abilities they themselves are not aware of. Reading all that information, Jin Zung cursed inwardly. You're telling me to attack first because your ability measures the opponent's skill, aren't you, you damn squinty-eyed bastard? He thought so inwardly, but outwardly he still complied. Alright, here I come. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Zung flew at the staff sergeant, who exclaimed in surprise, Faster than I thought. Slightly surprised, he quickly flashed a cunning smile. But in the staff sergeant's eyes, Jin Zung's attacking figure was already there, and he only needed to lean back and dodge. I've already seen it, but that silhouette didn't match him at all. Wait, realizing this, the staff sergeant gritted his teeth and tried to dodge. This guy changed his attack direction using more force than inertia. Seeing him dodge, Jin Zung thought for a moment, then reversed his grip on the knife. The staff sergeant was slightly flustered by this situation. It's different from what I knew. At that very moment, the staff sergeant suffered a slight scratch on his face, and realizing the small but painful wound, he was slightly scared. What kind of ability is this? He didn't stab me with the knife, but it's too dangerous. Moreover, the source of the power overlapping with his actual movement was too dangerous. Despite being in a difficult situation, the staff sergeant still decided to believe in himself. Was I not focused enough? I need to be more careful this time. Seeing the opponent's wary attitude, Jin Zung provoked him. You like dodging too much, don't you? Should I increase the difficulty? As soon as he finished speaking, he charged and attacked again, and the result was the same. With unwavering faith, the staff sergeant still desperately tried. It's okay, I just need to watch carefully and dodge. And the next moment 3 different silhouettes appeared, but none matched Jin Zung's movements. What? All 3 are afterimages? Seeing the 3 afterimages, he was horrified and realized, that means he's 3 times faster than what I saw. Jin Zung then continued to attack without giving him a chance to dodge. As he was continuously attacked, the staff sergeant barely managed to block. What? I still haven't been hit? Realizing that he was still safe, he was horrified. Only 2. As if knowing his surprise, Jin Zung began to speak. Since you're the challenger, don't ask for money. Hearing this, the private realized his clothes were tattered and looked blankly. What money? He paused for a moment, then asked curtly. You want to be the strongest, right? As soon as this question was posed, he immediately fell silent. Jin Zung seized the opportunity and began to scoff. Those who rely solely on Edia and train lazily will never surpass Senior An or me. After a long speech, he finally said, understand? Squint-eyed staff sergeant. After a brief and light conversation, the main event finally began. Jin Zung, dressed in his uniform, leaned against the wall and assessed the situation. There's no other way. We just have to do our best. The reason for the current situation goes back to the last meeting where I couldn't convince the seniors. After much discussion, everyone came up with a plan. The final plan was for the staff sergeant to guard the weak points according to the team composition, with number 53 on the left flank and number 52 in the center. The right flank would be for the first years. Me and the zombie team. Returning to the present, Jin Zung looked at the group and couldn't help but sigh. While the first and second years formed the line, number 53 would deploy the flank formation. The strongest team combat members would concentrate on the left flank to break through 998's formation. Since their forces are so numerous, a frontal assault would be the correct choice. After observing all the forces, he rested his chin in his hand and thought. But the problem lies with Jin Zung. I hesitated a bit because I felt it was difficult to speak at the meeting. Recalling that person, Jin Zung felt extremely uneasy. Perhaps that damn bastard will attack the third year's defensive line. He will try to find the weakest point by any means necessary. He yearns to completely defeat Senior An and achieve a perfect victory. Thinking about this problem, he became a little depressed. My zombie team alone won't be enough forces. Just then, the private appeared. Senior Park Jin Zung. Jin Zung looked blankly when called that. Senior, he cautiously turned around and saw the private standing neatly and saluting. What are you up to again? Squint-eyed staff sergeant. Greetings, Senior. Seeing this obedient demeanor, Jin Zung felt a little unaccustomed. What's wrong with this guy? As he looked at him with suspicious eyes, the private said excitedly. On second thought, I was too naive, Senior. I misunderstood you, and now I know the truth. Please forgive me and help me in the future. These words made him even more bewildered. What misunderstanding? As soon as these words were uttered, he rattled on. Every word was like a direct punch to him. Yes, just like you bribed team leader An to take first place in the guerrilla training, or identified the instructor's weaknesses to boost your scores, or even bribed the media with headlines like "One person fights 200. Every word he heard made Jin Zung's heart sink. I didn't know this guy was so crazy. He thought everything would end here, but the private spoke at length again. Upon reviewing it, I found those rumors to be accurate. I'm truly impressed by your progress, Senior. I want to be like you. Please accept me, Leader. The situation worsened when the rest of the group came and interfered. Leader, who is this? As the two appeared, he immediately raised his hand in greeting. I hear he's the leader's disciple corps. Hello, I'm a first year. Hearing the private's introduction, the group began to tease Jin Zung. You even got a first year? Wow, Leader, you really have charm and magic. Hey, don't speak carelessly. I want to work with Senior. Listen to me. I finally got rid of you. He wearily rubbed the back of his neck. Hey, squint-eyed staff sergeant. Jin Zung looked at the person in front of him seriously and warned, if you want to follow me, it means you have to join my corps. And that means you have to join Senior An Seong Ho's club, which you despise. At first, he hesitated a bit, but he quickly became serious. I deeply regret what I've done. Please guide me from now on. This serious demeanor moved Jin Zung. If you say so, can you follow my orders in this training? The private replied excitedly. Please command. The first years in my team will follow your words. This enthusiasm finally made him trust completely. Not bad, alright, Squint-Eye, you've joined my corps for a while. Having achieved his goal, he couldn't hide his joy. Yes, thank you, Leader. I'll do my best. Seeing that his forces had increased slightly, Jin Zung began to harbor expectations for the future. This situation is quite positive. I need to make the most of this advantage. At the same time, Command was confirming the situation. This is Delta 1. Alpha, respond if you hear me. Immediately, a long message poured out from the other side. A preemptive strike on the target on Delta 1's side has been confirmed. Begin the attack. Hearing this, the people at Command said, understood. As planned, Delta 1, before he could say a few words, the comms officer frowned and pushed the headset closer. Delta 1, your transmission signal is very weak. Delta 1, respond immediately if you hear me. Seeing the commander's frowning face, the people next to her asked worriedly, what's wrong? Did they use Edia to interfere with or cut off the signal? She didn't answer and continued to speak. We're fine. Is there a problem on your side? However, the voice that followed startled the comms officer. Hello, is Delta 1 listening? Can you hear me on your side? He immediately cut the signal and took off his headset. This is Alpha. Who is this on the other side? Unlike the demeanor of Command, the other side was full of scorn. I am Private Park Jin Zung of Company 10, Platoon 3, Hay and Special Training Facility. As soon as this name came out, the group immediately fell into doubt. Park Jin Zung, I've never heard that name. Just then, the person next to him quickly gave him information. He's the one who spread fake news about defeating 200 people by himself. As soon as he finished speaking, the person next to him began to speculate about the reason for this situation. And it would be the last day of the week for their frontline team. Did they contact us with emergency Edia after cutting off the signal? When this opinion came out, the commander didn't quite agree. Heian isn't bad, right? But if he infiltrates the enemy lines alone, just then a scream was heard from the other side. Run away, you bastard, don't chase me, don't push me, stop. That guy's a zombie, a damn zombie, you bastard. Hearing this, everyone's faces darkened and they didn't want to speak. Realizing he was a little rude, Jin Zung smiled and said, "It's a bit noisy here. I think I understand the situation. Please send reinforcements here." This suggestion was immediately met with opposition from one of the team members. Understanding the current situation is the top priority. Tell Delta 2 to reconfirm Delta 1's situation. At the same time, contact was made on the other side. "This is Bravo 2. Bravo 2, respond if you hear me." As soon as contact was made, the other side urgently shouted towards Alpha. "Please respond." The group also hurriedly replied, "This is Alpha, continue." However, there was no reply from the other side and only the command echoed, "All forces of Bravo 1 are retreating." I repeat, all forces of Bravo 1 are retreating. It has been confirmed that we are under Edia attack from the left. Grasping the core, everyone was bewildered. Under attack? Wasn't there no Edia user that strong among the third years of a high school? At this moment, in a ruined area, Jin Wong was lifting a giant rock using his ability. These damned low-ranking guys are doing well even when gathered together. He successfully lifted the rock and smiled wickedly. But now I will make my move for checkmate. At this point, one must talk about Jin Wong's ability. Pulls and throws whatever is caught. Edia grade BC, overall combat ability B. Anything caught on the ground can be used as a weapon. When something is pulled, it becomes weightless for him, and the size of the object depends on the Edia user's mental ability. Having made his preparations, he threw it forward with all his might. "Begone, you damn trash." Seeing the giant rock flying from afar, people turned pale with fear. "It's coming again. Everyone take cover." Many people scattered and fled without thinking. If I get hit by something like that, even with a shield, the result will be nothing but being hospitalized, nothing different. Jin Wong, having successfully thrown the other side into confusion, dusted his hands with satisfaction. "Refreshing." Ju Yi came up from behind at this moment and asked for his thoughts. "How is it? Didn't I tell you your Edia would be the most effective Edia on the battlefield, right?" Before he could answer, she pointed to a sign nearby and laughed. "Even though this is a defensive-themed battlefield with hidden ruins, its usefulness depends on how we use it." Hearing this, Jin Wong didn't care. "She's just annoyed that I was the only one who came to the third years. But I saw those trash guys from 998 suffering, so I'll let it slide." Ju Yi didn't pay attention to his words. "I think your value would be higher if you spoke more politely." Pointed out in this way, he didn't even bother to listen. "Let's see what the seniors will do. I'll just watch comfortably from here." Provoked like that, she didn't back down and summoned her familiar armor. "Alright, now it's time to prove the value of 53. The armor glowed continuously, increases the combat ability of those around the Edia user. If the user believes they can block an attack, they take damage. Fully equipped, she encouraged her group. "Company 3, Platoon 1, Team 1. Even without our platoon leader, let's show them what we've got." As soon as she said this, everyone charged and the other side was flustered. Heian High School's experienced team is coming. Everyone assumed battle formation when the three individuals each separated. Ju Yi also used her armor to break through the opponent's guard. Eyes, she then jumped and easily took down one person. Seeing their friend fall, the rest of the group also stood in place with great momentum. "Close combat team, we will reinforce the front line and the team led by Ju is coming." The ranged team retreat behind Jin Wong's hideout and prepare to support the front line. When that group was in place, Ju Yi's side was also ready. Company 1, Platoon 1, Team 1 moved to tactical formation number 3. With all preparations complete, she solemnly declared, "Let's show those despicable guys from 998 the power of Heian High School." While everyone was seriously discussing tactics, a drone was observing everything. 998 retreated to the next front line. After a short pause, she declared, "We will quickly regroup and advance." Before she could finish speaking, a shadow appeared behind Ju Yi. Jin Ho glared at her unpleasantly. "How pathetic for those damn bastards to have to retreat in the first battle." He paused for a moment, then slightly bent his body and raised his hand ready to attack. "You're the fodder unit, right? Get out of here quickly." After saying this much, Jin Ho quickly reached out and punched and said, "Bring me the skilled team." Ju Yi had no time to dodge the sudden attack, so she was sent flying far away. Seeing their leader fly, the people were flustered. "Assistant team leader, are you okay?" She got up a little dizzy and consoled them. "That attack was nothing to my armor." Hearing this, Jin Ho scoffed. "It might be quite interesting to deal with you once." After calming down, she approached him and sneered, "Kong Jin Ho, you really love fighting, just as recorded in the report." Hearing this, he became annoyed. "Now that I look again, you're quite pretty. For a bug crawling under a fodder rock, that is." Not stopping there, Jin Ho teased, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Asked such a question. Ju Yi sighed. "Just by your way of speaking, I can guess your worth." Despite this disgusting attitude, he didn't give up. "Don't say that. What do you think? I'm a very kind and gentle man to my girlfriend." She still replied unpleasantly, "If I hear your trashy words for even one more second, my ears will grow legs and run away." As soon as she finished speaking, Ju Yi sternly ordered her group behind her. Everyone assume battle formation, we must make up for the platoon leader's loss. Seeing this resolute attitude, Jin Ho scoffed. You're bugs under a fodder rock, aren't you? You'd better surrender, don't you think? As these fodder rock guys said nothing, he irritably scratched the back of his neck. It's a bit annoying to see you guys acting like you're the best. You're not even worth my attention. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Ho unleashed his power. This is Edia A, overall combat ability D due to neglected rage. Stage 1 defense can convert rage into thermal energy. The longer in a rage state, the stronger the ability becomes. The sudden attack barely allowed the surrounding people to block it. That heat is no joke. No one go near him, unless you want to get burned. Ju Yi heard this and loudly commanded. Retreat. Now let's wait for this steam to subside. This again annoyed Jin Ho and darkened his face. You retreat because of something like this? You guys are really annoying. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings became peaceful again. The steam is all gone, they probably need time to recharge. Saying that, the two looked at each other, exchanged glances and then charged, and she was surprised. Wait, we need to analyze the situation further. Despite her words, the two were still resolute. He'll need time to recharge that skill. If we attack now, we might inflict some damage. Before the two could even attack, Jin Ho exploded and grabbed both their hands. I told you annoyed me, you damned bugs. The very next moment an explosion occurred and the two fell to the ground writhing. My hand. Seeing her two comrades lying painfully on the ground, Ju Yi was afraid. Even with the shock-absorbing bracelets, the residual impact is enough to break bones. She looked carefully at Jin Ho's hand and was surprised. Wait, it's impossible. He must know this. Ju Yi in fear hastily ordered everyone. All team members, we will first rescue the injured. Whether injured or eliminated, he will continue to attack. At this command, Jin Ho was bewildered. What, you're going to save these bugs? As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his hand and attacked first. Bring it on. At such an attack, she was surprised. Is he firing condensed steam with his punch? Realizing this, Ju Yi quickly dodged. This incident didn't deviate much from his expectations. I like your fighting style. Why isn't it mine? Ju Yi still said unpleasantly. Do I really have to answer your dirty question? His words finally angered him. I was going to go easy on you. Before he could attack, an intense light burst forth. While Jin Ho was in pain, she embraced the two and fled. Quickly move the injured out. All team members attack him. But before that, we must defend thoroughly. As nothing went according to plan, Jin Ho exploded. A little annoying, this sight made Ju Yi hesitate a bit. Just then he used all his strength. Should I beat you to death? After both sides engaged, everyone was either injured or unconscious. Only Ju Yi was still holding on. Although she was holding on in the face of continuous attacks, she too could not grit her teeth and endure. Jin Zung continued his assault, but seeing the shield hold firm, he grew increasingly irritated and attacked even harder. It's too tough. No matter how fiercely he attacked, Ju fiercely defended. At the same time, she glanced back and assessed, he's fighting 50 people alone, so I need to buy time until the others recover. A moment later, seeing her still unharmed, Jin Zung finally exploded. Is this annoying brat just going to keep defending? Call on Seong Ho. After sustaining numerous hits, Ju gradually became exhausted, but she still kept her mouth shut, saying nothing. Do you think you're worthy of meeting our senior? These words ignited Jin Zung's fury, causing him to pour all his strength into defeating the opponent before him. I'll rip your mouth off. Ju recoiled at the sight. Just then, a notification came from behind a nearby rock. Senior Ju, we've moved them. Upon receiving the notification, she smiled with satisfaction and made her shield disappear. I'm done playing with you. I'm leaving now. As soon as she finished speaking, Ju suddenly felt her body falter. Seeing that reaction, Jin Zung let out a satisfied sneer. Who said you could leave? Do you think I'm that free? It was only then that she looked down at her feet. Since when were my feet buried in the ground? Having successfully provoked the opponent's psychology, he smiled contentedly and raised his hand to continue his attack. Since her feet are stuck, what if I attack from the side? As soon as this idea came to him, Ju immediately froze. Simultaneously, Jin Zung attacked from the side as he had said and successfully inflicted damage on her. In this situation, Ju thought that with her feet trapped she would lose balance and find it difficult to maintain her shield. As she thought this, she looked at the rapidly spreading cracks and became even more determined. No, I can do it. After throwing a punch, Jin Zung looked at the cracks with astonishment. What? The magic shield broke? Realizing this, he gave a wicked smile and leaned in close to her face, initiating a psychological attack. Hey armor, everyone ran away. After a brief pause, Jin Zung laughed maniacally and threatened, will you be buried alive first, or will I break this magic shield first? After his threat, he laughed and told the opponent to speak. I'll listen. These words successfully shook Ju's resolve. What should I do? Seeing no reaction from her, Jin Zung grew annoyed. Hey, are you ignoring me? You're annoying me again. He didn't notice the unfamiliar object flying towards him at all. It was only when the object was very close that he registered it. Without thinking deeply, Jin Zung leaped backward to dodge, and at the same time the shield around Ju also disappeared. Just then, someone loudly reminded, Step back, senior. Hearing this voice, she immediately turned her head. Not only that voice but countless rocks rained down, interrupted mid-action. Jin Zung gnashed his teeth in frustration. Damn it, I was so close to finishing her. While the rocks fell on him, Ju escaped and fled, and a few more rock pillars fell, successfully forming a wall. She ran to the person and expressed her gratitude. Thanks, you allowed me to retreat. At her words, the person gave a bitter smile and replied, weren't you planning to show off the strength of a third-year senior? Though his words were strong, Bun Ji-rang's face was very exhausted and his body was trembling. The situation seemed urgent, so I threw everything I could. It hurts. Seeing this situation, Ju was a little speechless. All right, I can't leave him like this any longer. She gave a proud smile and praised, you're the most useful person on the left flank. You need to rest. Hearing this, an awkward smile appeared on Bun Ji-rang's pale face. Ha, you just realized that now? After saying that, his body swayed and he collapsed straight into Ju's arms. If only he'd fix that damn mouth, he'd be even more useful. At the same time, the rest of the group also approached and asked about the situation. Senior Ju, are you okay? Before she could even reply, the others poured out questions. This path is blocked. What should we do now? Should we concentrate the combat team in the center? No, I'm not sure if Brigade 998 can break through. At this assertion, Ju frowned and analyzed. He won't easily pass this way. He'll have to be wary of Bai Rang's attacks. But a surprise attack on the left flank was part of the plan, and now it's blocked. Hearing this, one of the group members asked curiously, what happened to Jin Ho? Was he taken down? Asked this, she looked thoughtfully at the other side of the rock wall. Given his abilities, dodging would be easy for him. Since the commander isn't here, he'll come from another direction. Hearing this, one of the group members asked curiously, where do you think Jin Zung will go? Asked this, Ju thought for a moment and then speculated, if he knows the commander isn't on the front line, there's only one place he'll go. Having said this much, she replied briefly, the center. At the same time, Jin Zung also said something similar. Shim Tae-sa's side. Hearing this opinion, Shim Tae-sa hesitated and analyzed. He knows we're the weakest team and will come here. Jin Zung didn't deny it and explained in more detail. He must have already known that our main force is on the left flank and Senior An Seong-ho is in the rear. Now that the first bridge is destroyed, he doesn't need to worry about the second and third bridges. After a brief pause, he presented his conclusion. Then he'll come to the closest center, which is the closest rear. Hearing this conclusion, Shim Tae-sa swallowed nervously. Unable to accept this fact, he spoke in a panicked robotic voice. Then what will you do? Although we managed to hold on for a while, with an unexpected attack they've sent reinforcements, so we're trapped. Faced with these facts, Jin Zung was speechless. After much thought, Jin Zung calmly stood up, narrowed his eyes and asked briefly, can you break through this difficulty and change this war with just the first years? Asked the question, Shim Tae-sa was bewildered and couldn't follow. Seeing his bewildered expression, he presented his plan. Brigade 998 will return to the center. To stop them, we need to break through this difficulty. Hearing this plan, Shim Tae-sa was surprised and somewhat understood. Is he planning to go to the center with these brats? Realizing that he understood, Jin Zung said firmly, yes, if the first years can endure. Knowing the plan, he looked thoughtfully at the people who were happily chatting. After observing for a moment, Shim Tae-sa smiled confidently. Let's do it. Team 1 will repel all attacks. Seeing him agree, Jin Zung said with satisfaction, understood. As soon as he said that, he approached the people and spoke enthusiastically. Team members, gather at the command post. After organizing everything, Jin Zung turned to leave. Since even that irresponsible guy is working so hard, I need to test my limits too. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Son and CO Jin Wong were talking before entering combat. Isn't he overdoing it? Even though he's the commander, he's too strict. Without further discussion on this matter, Son prepared for combat, extending her sword forward. So the left flank plan failed and now we'll wait in the center. That's the key. I need to work harder. I have to defeat them before Kong Jin Ho arrives. Hearing this, CO Jin Wong raised his hand excitedly, and seeing his belligerent appearance, the men couldn't help but feel discouraged. As no one dared to step forward, this person pushed that person, saying, hey, help CO Jin Wong use his Edia faster and stop him. Hearing that, the person cried and refused. How can I? Explaining that his comrade might not believe him, he explained everything. Every time I try to increase my weight, she immediately cuts it with her knife. Absolutely not. Hearing this, the person asking CO Jin Wong for help turned pale. If Kong Jin Ho finds out we were blocked by one person, he'll finish us off first. But seeing Son still holding her sword high, everyone fell further into despair. That person is the one who took down 200 of our people by herself. Seeing their frightened expressions, she laughed and summoned her familiar monster. It's okay, you're fighting Hei and high school's strongest person, the White Jade Fairy. CO Jin Wong, seeing the monster behind her, turned pale. I think we should retreat and wait for Jin to come. Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Jin arrived, eyes filled with murderous intent, saying, where are you brats going? Realizing who had come, he was frightened. Jin, hearing that name, Son narrowed her eyes and observed carefully. Kong Jin Ho, he's here. I thought it would take him longer. His subordinates didn't even care. Jin slowly approached her. Are you the famous fairy? Before she could reply, he sneered. The strongest person. All these pebbles here say the same thing. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin appeared before Son in the blink of an eye. Before she could regain her senses, he prepared to attack. You weaklings are annoying, making such noise. After saying that, Jin threw a hook, causing Son to freeze. Nevertheless, fortunately, she retreated safely and put some distance between them. I thought I could block it, but that technique sent me flying. Although initially flustered, she quickly calmed down and assessed, judging by that attack just now, this guy's combat ability is around A grade. Knowing this, Son slowly equipped additional armor and confidently declared, "There's no other way. I didn't want to use this when there were so many cameras around. But if I lose because I don't use it, I'll have to endure nagging." Jin looked at the woman before him and wondered, "Are there regulations at Heian High School for female students to wear armor on the walls?" He frowned. "I just took down a guy wearing this kind of shining armor too," Son sneered, seemingly recognizing who the protagonist in his words was. "You seem to be talking about Senior Ju." A strong wind swiftly passed across the ground. Son, sword in one hand, charged towards the opponent with sharp eyes. "Even though both of us wear armor, I'm on a completely different level." Jin was also very calm. He was ready to attack. "What do you mean you're different? If you get hit by this punch, you'll be broken." Seeing Jin's punch approaching, Son coldly glanced. "I warned you in advance." Two attacked each other. Son successfully blocked Jin's wicked punch with her cloak as a shield, and he was startled. "What?" Son not only blocked his punch but also sent him flying far away. Jin's body hit the ground, but he couldn't believe it. Blocking with a cloak and attacking with a weapon, quite good. Son sneered. "I didn't learn this technique to satisfy you." Jin gnashed his teeth in anger. "You're really the type to make people mad." At this moment he was truly enraged. He roared loudly and hot flames blazed from both his arms. "You made me angry." Jin launched a flaming attack, striking his opponent. "Why don't you try blocking this attack with that great cloak?" Son looked at the attack and calculated. "A wide-range attack will generate a lot of steam. If I dodge, the people behind me will get hurt." She also used her skill, and the cloak behind her unfurled. "I won't let that happen." The power of fire and the icy power of the cloak clashed. The cloak's power pushed the flames several meters away from Son. She sneered, looking at the smoke scattering before her eyes. "It seems that's how you tormented the 53 people. But it won't work on me." Jin truly couldn't control his anger. Veins bulged in his neck, his teeth were clenched, and both his eyes were bloodshot. "You damn bitch." He furiously rushed forward and attacked. "You really made me angry." He launched a powerful technique, but Son quickly flew to dodge. "I told you to retreat quietly." Son at this moment very calmly assessed that he was using anger as energy. If he can maintain his anger, he can keep attacking without getting exhausted. She closed her eyes and calculated. Then there are only two ways to win. One is to stop his anger, and the other is to take him down in one blow. Son, as if duplicating her body into three people, quickly and reflexively attacked Jin simultaneously. Jin, seeing the situation before him, was confused. "What? Why are there suddenly three of them?" As three powerful attacks rained down on Jin, he screamed. Son, with her sword in hand, smiled. "What do you mean? Are you possessed by a fairy?" Jin sat on the ground, cursing incessantly. "Damn it, why does such a thing exist?" Behind him, Du Dongho rushed over worriedly. "Jinho, are you okay?" But Jin retorted angrily, shouting at him. "Hey, what about the left flank?" Du Dongho was bewildered. It would be dangerous to call them here now. I think it's better to wait a little longer." Jin said even more fiercely. "Are you defying my orders?" Du Dongho, frightened, frantically searched for a solution. "Hey, understood, I'll contact them first." Son, hearing their conversation, seemed to notice something. The left flank, her eyes hardened. A group of people was observing the area below from a high cliff. "What? That wall is too far for the ranged group." "Wait." The left flank. The large rock fragment seemed to have been enchanted by someone. Below the cliff, Son was confronting Jin's group. Son, utilizing the height difference, assessed the group using natural Edia. "If this continues, the center and rear teams will be caught." Son shouted loudly, "Everyone retreat to the entrance. Don't let the enemy occupy the rear." The people on the cliff sat in a long line and suddenly descended as fast as birds. Seeing their speed, she couldn't help but be surprised. "Their descent speed is too fast. If our forces retreat, they'll lose stamina. If that happens, we'll be in a disadvantageous situation." Seizing her moment of distraction, Jin rushed forward and attacked. "Where are you looking? You should be playing with me." Son duplicated herself again. Fairy clone. Jin also used his technique not to be outdone. Mud pit. After the attack, Jin assessed that she seemed weaker than before. "That armor seems to consume a lot of energy." Jin seemed to be in an advantageous position at this moment. "I'm in front of you, and the left flank team is behind you. What are you going to do now?" Son proposed a hypothesis. If I defeat you and the forces behind me." But before she could finish speaking, Jin cut her off. "It's useless to act tough now. Look at your face. You won't last even 5 minutes." At this moment, Son's face was pale, but she still held her sword ready to attack. As expected of the military training advisory team, "I have to defeat this damn guy at least." Suddenly a scream came from somewhere. "What? Who are these crazy bastards?" They were Shim Ta Saw's team. "You guys won't get past us." Son, seeing the newly appeared people, recognized them and was happy. "That team? Then I can do anything now." Jin showed contempt. "Who are those weaklings?" Son frowned unpleasantly and reminded him. "Watch your mouth. Those are the commander's friends. You might even be my potential husband." Jin gnashed his teeth and scoffed. "What are high school boys doing playing house?" He turned his back. "I'm leaving." He clenched his two hands tightly. "I thought you were all right, but fighting you seems like a waste of time." Jin's expression was cold, as if foreshadowing something ominous. "You won't gain anything anyway. Let's finish this now." System notification. Forgotten Rage. Edia grade AC. Overall combatability A. Unique 3 stages. Increased leg strength. Son felt the atmosphere change and the temperature grow colder. In the blink of an eye, nothing was visible before Son's eyes, and then Jinho quickly appeared beside her. He raised his knee and struck Son, who quickly defended with her scarf. A kick. He changed his attack style. Son flew far away, evading Jinho. His strength and speed were not the same as before. He prepared to attack again. "I'll finish this soon." The two counterattacked each other, emitting dazzling light. Jin Ho still maintained a contemptuous attitude. HMPH, instead of stopping this annoying cloak, I should stop your weapon. He raised his leg and attacked, and Son flew far away, but she remained calm and showed no sign of panic. Yes, you're right, I need to train more with this armor. But everyone here will be fine without me, Jin Ho scoffed. Are you declaring surrender? Who gave you the right to run away? Son raised her sword with a cold face. Who are you asking? Blue light emanated from Son's body. A beam of light enveloped the sword. The sword glowed as if possessing a spirit and grew larger. Son raised her sword-wielding hand to the sky, and her shadow formed a snowflake shape on the ground. Who else could it be but me? Son tilted her head back and shouted loudly. Seeing her movement, Jin Ho raised an eyebrow and assessed. HMPH, do you think that's your wise move? Do you think I'll lose to such an obvious attack? Son sneered. Your learning ability is still lacking, isn't it? You saw that power earlier. Son again raised her sword with both hands to the sky. It was exactly like her. She saw the momentum before her eyes. Jin Ho took a step back, observed, and assessed. This technique also seems extraordinary. Son began her attack. Since you already know, just accept it and get lost. Powerful beams of light poured in from 3 directions, and there was nothing but dust before their eyes. After the attack, Son also seemed to have expended a lot of energy. Her comrades behind her cheered happily. Lady Boss is the best. She dealt with 998's ace in a single blow. Son was not particularly happy at this moment. Unfortunately, I couldn't take down everyone at once. They were bewildered. Ha! She looked at them and explained. If Kong Jin Ho had defended earlier, the shockwave wouldn't have reached those 998 guys behind him. Kong Jin Ho doesn't care whether his comrades are behind him or not. He probably jumped down the cliff right before the attack hit. Even from such a high place, if he uses the spreading steam and his stamina, he can land without any problem. She imagined him quickly jumping into the pit. A comrade exclaimed in admiration. Wow, that's amazing, another two-headed comrade said, folding his arms. Our leader would have sacrificed himself to block it. Of course we would have all blocked it together too. Son turned her head back and thought. But where did that squint-eyed guy go? At this moment, Jin Ho tied from the bottom of the pit and said, Phew, that was really dangerous earlier. He rubbed the back of his head and said, Anyway, now if I kick that guy and ring the bell, it'll go according to plan, right? Seeing Dong Ho before him, he asked again, What? Hung, are you still here? How long did I stall for? Dong Ho was terrified. What's wrong? Just then, someone's shadow appeared at the top of the stairs and said, He's here. It was Jin Zung, sitting on the stone steps waiting for something interesting to happen. I heard the training ended while I was waiting. After that, a fire-pushing battle happened. Jin Ho looked coldly at the opponent before him. You're the F-grade killer, aren't you? Were you waiting to take revenge for that damn guy? Jin Zung still maintained a playful attitude. Really? Jin Ho assessed. To have predicted their secret infiltration down the cliff, your intuition is good, however, Jin Zung said, seemingly uninterested. Tired? Your words are too long. You're talking as if you're hiding something great. Jin Ho looked displeased. Veins of anger popped out on his forehead. He rubbed the back of his head and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Ron won't go down the cliff, will he? It wouldn't be bad to die in an accident. Jin Zung took on a provocative attitude. If you can kill me, try it. Jin Ho began to charge. Wait, he swung a powerful arm and charged furiously. However, Jin Zung on this side was very calm and coldly extended his arm to defend against the attack. He quickly turned his body sideways, then unleashed a powerful kick to Jin Zung's face. But Jin Zung still defended indifferently, completely unharmed. He's still arrogant even while enduring like this? Jin was extremely displeased at this moment. This damn guy. Jin Zung then took a stance and shook his arm. Fight properly. Kong Jin Ho, are you still hiding your strength? Jin Ho gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Do you really have to provoke me? Don't regret it, he reminded. I'm going to use my stage 4 technique. Get out of here quickly. Dong Ho behind him was astonished when he was reminded. Wait, Jin Ho, for stage 4 you need the instructor's permission except when fighting on Seong Ho, he said indifferently, even knowing that. Fight first, report later. This guy's strength is beyond imagination. Dong Ho, knowing he could no longer stop him, also shouted loudly to his comrades beside him. He's really going to use stage 4. Everyone run away quickly. Otherwise we'll get caught up in it too. Jin Zung then understood a little. Ah, they're from Brigade 998. If you want to run you should go that way. Dong Ho was startled. What? That's the way to your rear, he playfully tempted. If you're not going, how about fighting together here? However, knowing that a large-scale battle was about to break out, Dong Ho's group dared not stay and quickly fled. We're leaving. Jin Ho clenched his fist. I don't know what you're plotting, but it's too late now. Survive properly. His 2 eyes gleamed. After that, a cry full of rage and passion erupted. The power that burst forth was none other than forgotten rage. Overall combat ability was A3. The steam symbolizing stage 4 berserk rage reflects an unilateral determination for a solo attack for the next year. Now, the maximum growth rate will double and explode. Jin Ho tilted his head back and shouted loudly. The surroundings were covered in light. Targets with lower emotional limits than the owner cannot be touched by the steam, and only the steam performs solo attacks through physical force. The owner in stage 4 state is consumed by madness and loses reason. Jin Zung raised one hand to his eyes and he made a small sound. Jin seemed completely upgraded now. He sneered and charged furiously. He extended one leg and prepared a terrifying attack. Jin Zung also raised his weapon to defend, but the attack was so strong that he had to take a few steps back. He then felt that the intensity of the attack had definitely changed. Jin Ho quickly rushed forward with an excited momentum. He clenched both fists, raised them and brought them down with great force. Everything was covered in dazzling light. Jin Zung struggled to escape from the thick smoke. Jin Ho was no different from a man fighting madly. He continued to take a stance and prepare to attack. Seeing him charge powerfully and seeing himself surrounded by purple smoke, Jin Zung was also confused. What is this? I'm suppressed. Jin Ho, with joyous eyes, furiously swung his fist and charged. A massive light appeared and now everything was covered in thick smoke. Jin Zung sat blankly on the ground, having been hit by the attack. Normally the steam would spread and exert maximum power, which is really annoying. If he had attacked from above, even Son wouldn't have been able to withstand it. The person on the opposite side still seemed to have no intention of stopping and was still preparing to attack again with a growling face. Jin Zung then calmly looked at the opponent's furious face and assessed. What? Given Jin Ho's personality, he would try to subdue others with violence. But I won't fight him in this unconscious state, however, he then sneered. Nevertheless, now a worthy opponent has appeared to test myself against. He stood up, still holding the knife in his hand. His laughter grew increasingly eerie. Jin Zung swung his knife once. He was as sinister as Jin Ho at this moment. Welcome, friend, let's play. Let's play together. On the other side, Dong Ho's group was rushing. We need to finish this quickly before Jin Ho has problems using stage 4. But wasn't something strange? A comrade looked around. Why haven't we encountered any defense teams on our way here? Their tactics may be poor, but this is too much. Dong Ho stood in front and said blankly. I don't know either. Suddenly, everyone stopped. Someone was standing in front. The person standing in front was none other than Seong Ho. I haven't received a report that the front line was completely destroyed, as expected. 998 made a hidden path in advance. A comrade trembled. Is that on Seong Ho? Did they leave their strongest person in the rear? Look around with Edia. A surprise attack will come soon. Dong Ho looked at the group before him. I'm the only one here. There's no one else. That comrade said in a threatening voice. Do you think we'll believe your words? He pinched his fingers. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not, he said with a cold demeanor. But I was waiting for you. Help Dong Ho. This comrade was still worried. Help Dong Ho. Is there really no one else around, no matter how much I use Edia to search? Can't find anyone. However, Dong Ho was slightly worried but still shouted loudly. Then there's no problem. How can Seong Ho defeat me? Seong Ho took an attacking stance. I'll definitely catch you. He quickly brushed past Dong Ho. After that, Dong Ho's comrades fell to the floor in the blink of an eye. Dong Ho gritted his teeth and frowned. You can defeat others, but that doesn't matter because you can't defeat me. If the person defending here was the guy who uses a dagger instead of you, it would have been better. Dong Ho seemed to have heard a crucial keyword. A dagger? Then I understand, Dong Ho said threateningly. Then if I defeat you, we'll definitely win. However, he just sneered. So you planned this. At this moment, Dong Ho charged powerfully and shouted his technique. It's not just me who gets fat. It's not just me who gets fat. Edia grade B, overall combat ability C, increases the weight of oneself and the opponent. Also increases the mass of items held by the opponent. Maximum mass increase is 20 times. He swung both hands and charged furiously, and at the same time Seong Ho blocked him. Dong Ho seemed surprised by something, and Dong Ho's eyes were still cold. After being hit by you that day, I kept thinking about the reason for my defeat. He recalled when he was lying in the hospital. Was it because I was exhausted after training, or was this a battle that didn't suit my Edia? Then he raised his bandaged hand. No, at this moment he clenched his fist. No, Seong Ho tightly grabbed Dong Ho's collar, ready to unleash all the anger he had accumulated. All those words are just excuses. You just weren't strong enough to defeat me. Dong Ho was startled when he was caught at this moment. After that, he gently lifted Dong Ho. His feet sank into the ground and Dong Ho was still bewildered. Was I lifted off the ground? How can such an impossible thing happen? Seong Ho's eyes were sharp and he threw Dong Ho to the ground. Meanwhile, Jin Zung was standing preparing to attack at this moment. He kept laughing as he looked at Jin Ho before him. I wanted to go easy on you. He covered his eyes with one hand and his eyes were already bloodshot. But I can't now. Jin Zung quickly charged and the collision was filled with light and everything was just the light of power and thick smoke. Jin Ho's two eyes gleamed and he gritted his teeth. He tilted his head back and shouted loudly again. And Jin Zung was interested. Indeed, I knew it. It's really impossible. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Because if I had gone easy on you, I wouldn't have been able to kill you. White light quickly charged and the purple light on this side did the same. The two engaged again and the surroundings were filled with the movement of light. Jin Ho then flew into the air and he furiously gritted his teeth. Jin Ho emitted an immense purple light from the air. Below, Jin Zung's white light was moving, dodging. The purple light attacked furiously, and the white light skillfully dodged the attacks. Jin Zung then jumped into a hiding spot and he smiled, as if confident of victory. Jin then turned his body and Jin Zung flew straight at him and collided. What should I do now if I don't kill you? After that, a huge explosion occurred. Jin was lying with his arms and legs outstretched at the bottom of the pit, and Jin Zung landed lightly on the ground. He looked at the person on the opposite side and said, "It's already over? How boring." Jin's eyes seemed a little shocked. Jin Zung took a step. "Where are you going? Aren't you going to suffer now?" He smiled wickedly and raised his knife. "This time, unlike before, I can use pink clouds too." His eyes were cold. "Let's finish this now." Just as the knife was about to come down, Jin Ho covered his face with both hands and shouted loudly. Finally, a huge light burst forth. The scene was not covered in red blood. The knife was only embedded in the ground a few centimeters from Jinho's side. Phew, I finally removed your Edia. Jin Zung pulled out the knife. Unbelievable. I couldn't remove it when you were interested. If you hadn't lost your will to fight, you might have died. Jinho then looked around blankly and was flustered. What is this injury? Why did my Edia suddenly turn off? Jin Zung scratched his head at that reaction. Do you lose your memory when you reach stage 4? That's really enviable. I remember all my damn memories. Jin Zung looked at the person sitting on the ground. I heard you defeated Senior An Seong-ho. He put one hand on his hip and said, so I was really looking forward to fighting him. I'm really disappointed. Kong Jinho. Jinho was angry to hear that. How dare you compare me to that guy? Suddenly his body trembled. Jinho's body began to shake. What is this? Why is my body suddenly shaking? Jin Zung also speculated. HMPH, you don't have any memory of what happened, but your instincts seem to remember it. He turned his body and walked away. Anyway, I've done what I needed to do, so you go do what you need to do. Kong Jinho. Jin gritted his teeth, stepped back and quickly ran. You'll regret not finishing everything here, F-grade killer, he sneered. Who knows, maybe it won't happen. Jinho frantically ran in the direction Dong-ho and his gang had gone. He suddenly stopped, and there was Seong-ho in front of him. Seong-ho continued to be lost in thought, believing it was the senior's role to defeat him. Jinho was suddenly startled by the situation before him. What's wrong with Haekyuk, you stepping stone? What have you done? Seong-ho just said coldly. It's exactly as you see it. Kong Jinho, I fought Dong-ho and I won. He was angry, disbelieving. That's impossible. There's no way you could have beaten Haekyuk. What trick did you pull? Dong-ho remained calm. Nothing. Today I was stronger than you and Dong-ho. That was all. He couldn't accept that fact. That's impossible. How could a mere stepping stone? Haekyuk must have made a mistake. He sneered and approached. Anyway, one of your arms is injured, so how do you plan to stop me now? Jinho clenched his fist. How, you bastard, you won't be able to defeat me. Seong-ho coldly extended his arm and took off his jacket. Anyway, you can't defeat me. It would be a bit difficult to defeat him in this state. Suddenly Jinho's eyes paused. What's that clothing? Seong-ho was wearing armor, a training vest filled with sandbags. Jinho still didn't notice the problem, and there seemed to be no big change. It's the same even if you take that off. Seong-ho lightly dropped the vest to the ground and a loud sound accompanied by a cloud of dust erupted. Jinho looked at the vest on the ground. How can a vest make such a loud sound when it falls? Don't tell me you endured Haekyuk's Edia while wearing that vest. Seong-ho raised his arm and light appeared. Both of us are injured, so it's fair now. He punched him in the stomach with lightning speed. Before Jinho could even collect himself, he cursed, how could someone like you? He was sent flying by Seong-ho's single punch. Jinho steadied himself with one leg on the ground. You bastard, how dare you touch me? He stepped forward and delivered a legendary kick, saying, die you stepping stone. A powerful kick rushed in, but Seong-ho blocked it with one hand. I kept wondering about the attack in the alley. Why didn't you do anything directly? Seong-ho held Jinho's leg with one hand and a lot of red liquid was still flowing from his injured hand. But with this attack I understand, I've grown stronger over the past 3 years, but you haven't changed much from 3 years ago. Jinho gritted his teeth. Are you saying I didn't participate in that because I was scared? He was extremely angry at this moment. How dare a mere stepping stone say such things? Seong-ho observed with his eyes, and then Jinho attacked, pushing Seong-ho far away. Seong-ho stood in the thick dust, but he was unharmed. Is that the secret of your Edia, a combat technique that robs consciousness and increases power? He remained calm. That's a mistake, Kong Jinho. Jinho still attacked madly. He stretched out his arm and charged, and Seong-ho also lightly tilted his body to dodge. You need to know my combat technique. He grabbed him by the scruff of his neck with one hand. Seong-ho swung Jinho and threw him against a giant rock behind him. Jinho coughed up red liquid, and both his eyes lost focus. Seeing Jinho embedded in the rock before him, Seong-ho remained unperturbed. A judo technique that uses the opponent's strength. If you lose consciousness and attack me by relying on your own strength, it will be too easy to defeat me. Seeing his opponent lying on the ground, he declared, I won. Kong Jinho, what a boring ending. Everything's over, so don't hide anymore and come out. Park Jin Wong's shadow flickered behind the rock. That person was Jin Wong. He scratched the back of his head and laughed. As expected, senior. When did you find me? Seong-ho exposed him. I knew you followed Kong Jinho all the way here, he smiled. So you planned this? How did it turn out in the end? He hesitated. Speaking of that, senior, you should have pressed 998's button. He had one hand on his hip, but seeing his action, it seemed he already knew he wouldn't do it. Jin Wong looked tired at this moment. Really? Seong-ho looked at Jin, who was unconscious behind him. According to the training regulations, after defeating Jin, I had to be eliminated because I injured my left arm. If Kong Jinho had come all the way here with his bracelet intact, I would have had to let him pass. He turned around and said, I'll retreat now. Seong-ho smiled. Won't you finish it? Park Jin Wong. Jin Wong placed his hand on his forehead and saluted. Yes, I have no choice. I'll finish it quickly and return. At this moment his comrades on the opposite side were fighting hard. The two-faced friend and Shim Taesa sneered. We'll keep fighting until all of you fall. The enemies were displeased internally. Damn it, there's no time. If we can't defeat these zombie bastards, we'll only be able to catch the remaining small fish. The boss shouted loudly. Everyone prepare. But before he could finish speaking, Jin Wong appeared. The small fish are here. His comrades rejoiced. Leader, Jin Wong defeated them with a single blow and praised them. Thank you for holding out so far. You all did really well. He had one hand on his hip. "How's the situation?" his comrade hastily reported. "The professor retreated and we've been pushed back a bit, but now that you're back, if we hold out for 30 more minutes, we'll win." He looked at the distant crowd before him. "More than 30 minutes? Can we break through them?" Shim Taesa was shocked. "How we have to break through them?" Jin Wong sneered and explained, "Because Senior Dongho said we have to finish this." The two-faced friend also understood the situation but thought it was too much. Jin Wong entered focus mode. He wished he had more time, but now only 30 minutes remained. He replayed the moments he fought Jinho. Using the killing intent state didn't help. Now he had to focus only on what was possible. He needed to expand his control range. Should he use his legs to increase speed? His 2 feet were still standing. And should he clench his fists or use his left hand to increase his power? No, Jin Wong closed his eyes and calmed himself. What he needed most now was an eye that could penetrate the battlefield. His eyes opened bloodshot. Part of the killer's Edia was Atrox. Overall combatability was A. The manipulation area was the eyes. Focusing on a target allowed him to detect the opponent's weaknesses and Edia. He could find ways to defeat the opponent, but only the most difficult methods applied. The person on the opposite side saw the situation and said that Heian wasn't moving. The girl said, "They'll win if they hold out for another 30 minutes. Do you think they'll move?" The girl regretted. "We lost because we couldn't reach Jin and Dong Ho. Anyway, we're going to lose soon. It's best not to get hurt." "What's in front?" the boy reminded. "Hey, one of us is running towards them." The girl also looked and assessed. Which madman is going to fight alone?" Far away there was Jin Wong with sharp eyes. Damn it, who is that guy? His eyes are really crazy." At this moment in another place, 2 people were drinking tea and talking. C's grandfather was holding the tea. "What do you think of that kid?" The other person was confident. "I'll definitely win." While Jin Wong was fighting, that person assessed. "The weapon Jin Wong is using is just a sword, so there's no way I'll lose." He looked straight at the person before him. "At least you should have that much confidence to expect me to give you my granddaughter. You're still too lacking despite learning swordsmanship, and the armor is too much." He thought of Jin Wong's sharp eyes. "The white jade fairy of the Kim family is not someone he can dare to touch." The other person sneered. "Don't worry, head of household." "Head of household, the notification that 998's container has been occupied echoed. Heian Special Training Brigade 1. At this moment, Jin Wong held the red flag, watching it flutter in the wind, and smiled in victory. The other person placed his hand on his chest and said resolutely, "I will take responsibility for Son." Shiro's body fell to the cold ground. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. 998 successfully ambushed Ung Ho, Heian's strongest student. Immediately after that, the preliminary round of the large-scale friendly counter-training officially began. The selected names appeared one after another. On the far left was Bai Rang, who showed outstanding abilities with a unique hair color and powerful Edia. Next was Ju, who proved that the alliance was lying and deceiving, and led the entire team with amazing defensive capabilities. Next was a lucky first-year student who blocked the opposing team's advantages with immature abilities. Several other names were called in turn, and finally, the most anticipated face was mentioned. The white jade fairy Kim Son showed her strength in a vivid and eye-catching way in the last test. In addition, there was also a person who successfully avenged and regained the throne of the strongest in Korean high schools. Ung Ho achieved an overwhelming victory despite a 3-fold difference in troops. The class difference was truly immense. But what attracted the most attention was the F-grade killer Zombie Corps with an ordinary Edia grade. Originally just an F-grade student, he alone broke through the encirclement of hundreds of B-grade students. The moment he raised the victory flag high with a bright smile was truly a dramatic scene. Students who had originally given up due to their low grades received a lot of encouragement. The principal's loud laughter echoed throughout the room, as if the glory was his own, very proud. The principal patted Park Jin Wong on the shoulder and declared him the pride of Heian Special Training High School. Today's School Excellence Award would go to him. Jin Wong felt extremely uncomfortable with the principal's praise and in front of the camera lenses. The principal discriminated against students by their grades and was very skilled at using such external show-off situations. But he couldn't do anything after that incident. A new trend called explosive training emerged at Heian Special Training High School. All trainees put their full effort into training. As a result, the HT Club, the starting point of this explosion, steadily increased its members. The number of people enrolling also increased day by day. Yoon Dong-ho smiled with a proud face, watching the trainees register one by one at the club door. "I knew it. My beloved Park Jin Wong wouldn't disappoint me." On the other hand, Park Jin Wong and Kim Son were taking a walk together. Jin Wong confided his thoughts after the last incident. He just wanted to live peacefully. Son heard that and, instead of comforting him, she asked if he finally understood her pain. Then she emphasized that the only thing left was for him to marry her. Park Jin Wong scratched his head and frowned. "When did the conversation turn to marriage?" Kim Son replied cheerfully. She asserted that she would be good to Jin Wong and suggested they live together while avoiding reporters. Jin Wong was speechless. "How can you be good to me? I don't want to suffer anymore. It's truly a nightmare." Kim Son got angry and her face turned red, and since normal conversation was no longer working, she resorted to threats. "If you don't want to die, just kill him. It's too simple." Just as she grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and was about to deal with him, a small voice stopped her actions. Someone saw the two of them and shouted. Suddenly receiving the attention of many people, Park Jin Wong broke out in a sweat and tried to brush it off with a laugh, making an excuse that it was training time. But before he could finish speaking, Kim Seon continued, "My husband is famous, isn't he?" His classmates were also there and called out to Jin Wong. He looked at them and asked if they had joined the HT club. The red-haired friend admitted to joining, but another friend said he failed. The red-haired friend said he was too overconfident. But he ran out of energy before even reaching the second cycle. His hands were trembling and he still couldn't believe that Park Jin Wong could pass in one go. It meant he had trained really hard even before joining the HT club, which they didn't know. The two bowed at a right angle and sincerely apologized to Jin Wong. They themselves knew that asking for forgiveness for their bullying was too trivial, but they also wanted to improve and change like him, so they pleaded with him for a chance. The two knew they had failed this time but were still determined and would try again. Therefore they would accept anything if Jin Wong would just teach them the training methods. Jin Wong smiled, curling the corners of his mouth, and said he would train them himself, but his smile was truly terrifying in the eyes of others. As soon as they saw that smile, some of them ran away in front of Jin Wong's unknown expression. Kim Seon placed her hand on his shoulder and said that since only she remained by his side he should marry her. Just as Kim Seon was arguing with him about marriage, a girl appeared from somewhere and called out to Jin Wong. He turned his head and asked her what was wrong. The girl honestly asked about their relationship and he replied that he and Seon were not dating. The girl's small pretty face showed clear joy and a fleeting unpleasantness crossed Seon's eyes. She seemed to sense danger. Just as the girl was about to confess her feelings to Jin Wong, Seon quickly covered his ear and he screamed in pain. Then, using the excuse of being busy, she tried to drag him elsewhere. The girl was bewildered and with a tearful expression she said that she envied Seon for meeting Jin Wong every day, and that she had gathered all her courage and waited to meet him today to confess her feelings for him. Seon seemed to realize what she had done wrong, took her hand off Jin Wong, turned around and left, telling him to talk to the girl. Jin Wong had a blank expression, as if he regretted something. This attitude was seen by the girl and she no longer wanted to confess her feelings. She shouted to Jin Wong to quickly follow Seon. He still didn't understand what was happening. Someone told him to go, someone told him to stay, but in the end he instinctively ran in the direction Seon had disappeared. The little girl watched his retreating figure and sighed with regret. After a while in the team training room, other members were talking to Jin Wong. They wondered why Seon had such an unpleasant and terrifying expression. Jin Wong also didn't know and had followed her to ask but didn't get an answer. He remembered that when he followed Seon to ask earlier, she asked him back why he hadn't talked to the cute and lovely junior. Jin Wong honestly said that he was too awkward to talk, and after that, Seon's face hardened and she growled at him. Moreover, she even hit him. Jin Wong didn't believe that the girl would confess her love to him. Such things only happen in dreams, and Seon said such things to him every day. But he didn't notice. She was clearly attractive, seductive, lovely, and even strong, making her a perfect lover. But Jin Wong still foolishly didn't realize the meaning of her words and tried to go to train. This truly made Seon extremely displeased. It was all his fault. Suddenly she received a message from someone. That person wanted to come to their place. Seon quickly asked Jin Zung if he lived alone. She wanted to stay at his house for a while. Everyone at the training ground was bewildered because his room only had one bed. Seon pressed her hand to her forehead, asking Jin Zung for help, saying that for some strange reason an odd person would be looking for her. A moment later a strange voice echoed from behind. Seon trembled and ran behind Park Jin Zung. The man who had just appeared had an unpleasant expression at her behavior. He confirmed Jin Zung's identity, stated his reason for coming and said he was there to pick up Seon, so he was glad to have met him. Jin Zung was surprised that the other person knew him. The man introduced himself as Bratislava or Pet, and said he had heard about Jin Zung from the White Jade Kim clan. He was even more surprised that Seon's family had mentioned him. The man politely apologized and challenged Jin Zung to a duel. Jin Zung was surprised by the sudden challenge from the person who had just appeared. Others, hearing the name Pet, recognized him as a former European Youth Tournament champion. However, at this time he was wearing a Hay and high school uniform. Jin Zung didn't know who he was, but he seemed like a fairly famous person. But what concerned him was Seon's strange reaction. She was afraid and refused to acknowledge him as a friend, saying he was an assassin sent by her family. Seeing her attitude, he didn't understand what was happening but said there was no reason to fight, so the other person should calm down. It would be better to talk calmly. Who would suddenly rush in and attack as soon as they met? Pet refused to talk. The reason he came here was to escort Miss Seon, but he wanted to duel Jin Zung. Everyone whispered, saying their leader seemed ready to fight. Just then, An Seong-ho approached and asked what was going on and also asked about the identity of the newcomer. Pet shook hands with An Seong-ho and introduced himself. He said he was from Slovakia. An Seong-ho seemed to know him. Pet described it as an honor. Seong-ho, the interim leader of the HT team, asked Jin Zung what Pet wanted. Pet simply said he wanted to spar with him. Seong-ho explained the rule that Edia could only be used within the battalion with the permission of a superior, and said that he was the superior here. He thought for a moment, then grabbed Pet's and Jin Zung's hands separately, wanting them to have an arm wrestling match. Pet laughed as if genuinely pleased, praising, "You're really clever." Jin Zung couldn't say anything, but Seong-ho considered both of them to have agreed to this method of competition, despite Jin Zung's surprised, sweating expression. An Seong-ho sternly warned Jin Zung that he had to win for the honor of the HT club. Jin Zung wondered if it was really necessary, but then Seon gave him a hard flick on the ear. She forced him to win no matter what. Jin Zung scratched his head and rubbed his forehead. He had a bad feeling about this. Pete loosened his wrist joints and told Jin Zung to go easy on him. Then he told Son to watch, as he would definitely win for her. Jin Zung looked away with an unpleasant expression. The match was ready to begin, and it was stated that there would be only one round and no other rules. Then he asked the two if they were ready. As soon as they were ready, the clock started ticking. Powerful techniques appeared one after another. Pete had the upper hand. His speed was very fast. He asked Jin Zung if he believed in absolute talent, and Jin Zung didn't hear him well but felt that he was very nervous. Pete said that talent always exists in the world and it is very clear even in a game like this. Jin Zung, as if something had come to his mind, asked Pete with a cold expression if he believed there was a connection between souls. Power was swirling around Pete's body. Pete didn't think all weak people were weak, but he asserted that outstanding people were on a completely different level, much higher than the ordinary level. The two energies clashed. Because of Pete's words, Jin Zung became even more determined not to lose this match. He was about to say surrender, but red power already wrapped around Jin Zung's hand. It was a blow that pushed Pete back. He saw that this energy source was not very clean and wanted confirmation from Jin Zung. Jin Zung didn't answer, warning that if Pete didn't lift his foot immediately, his hand would be crushed beyond recognition. Pete, unlike his initial non-serious attitude, became more wary. Blue light followed all his techniques. It clashed with Jin Zung's red light one after another. Just then, Seong Ho appeared in time to stop the two. He was worried that problems would arise if they continued like this. Pete, sweating, rubbed his hands and wondered if the terrifying power just now was Jin Zung's Edia. Jin Zung, with bloodshot eyes, nodded in confirmation and suggested deciding the winner by another means to prevent Pete from continuing his words. Pete said that he had only thought of Jin Zung's power as ordinary swordsmanship, but he never imagined it would be an energy he didn't want to absorb at all. Pete, thinking this was enough, turned his body and waved his hand in farewell, about to leave. But An Seong Ho called him back. Seong Ho asked him if he had a place to train in Korea. Pete said he didn't yet, and Seong Ho seemed to want to suggest he join his team. An Seong Ho stated his clear position. He wasn't interested in other trivial matters, but if Pete wanted, he could use the HT Club facilities anytime. Pete thanked him and declined the offer. He looked like someone who didn't need to exercise and disdained Seong Ho. Seong Ho ignored his words, adding objectively that Pete handled Edia excellently, and his natural combat spirit had reached the highest level, so he didn't need to train his muscles further. However, not learning didn't mean stopping everything, and he hoped everyone would continue to strive. Pete, after hearing all those moralizing words, turned to the door, not forgetting to say that An Seong Ho was interesting and coming to Korea was a really good idea. In Class 20's classroom, Pete and Son were discussing national values, lack of morality, and some other things. Just then, she saw Jin Zung about to go somewhere. Son thought he was going to sit down and asserted that his seat was right next to hers. But Jin Zung scratched his head and said he was going to exercise. Son, angry, hit the wall next to her hard, growling, "Mr. Useless." Jin Zung noticed and immediately tried to negotiate with Pete to get his seat back. Pete, with a bewildered expression, raised his hand to touch Son. She was startled and immediately shouted at Pete to get lost, threatening to slap his face. Just then, an announcement echoed from the school broadcasting room. "Staff Sergeant Kim Son of 2nd Flight 10th Company, please report to the medic's office." Son immediately rejoiced, glad to have escaped Pete's persistent questioning, and left. Jin Zung also saw that and got up to go exercise, but Pete grabbed him and started talking. Jin Zung thought he wouldn't be able to go exercise. Meanwhile, Kim Son had just run into the medic's office, and as soon as she was called in, she enjoyed desserts and conversation. Hearing that, she was nervous and scared, but still obediently sat down on the chair, not forgetting to thank the nurse. The nurse, with a bright face, told her to eat comfortably, saying there was still plenty if she needed more. Son asked the nurse if she usually ate this much and was told that today's bread was bought for her. The nurse took a bite of bread and lowered her voice slightly, asking Son if she knew something. As her movements slowed, the nurse quickly thought she had burdened her and apologized. Kim Son also bowed her head, saying the offer was too good to accept. Seeing that, the nurse naturally reached out her hand, tempting Son to join Messery, as she would definitely become a master. Messery is a master group in Korea, where only the best in each field can join. The White Jade Kim clan is a master group that focuses on training warriors using the clan's secrets. Ma-ji recruited talented individuals from all over the country. This is a special elite unit created by Lee Shin, the true power of Korea, comprising the best masters in all fields in preparation for national emergencies. That was Messery. After much deliberation, Awang decided to invite her to Messery Ski, because Awang believed Kim Son would become a great master. She heard that and shook her head, refusing. It was because she wasn't confident in her swordsmanship skills. Awang heard that and, chewing on her bread, smiled and explained. She didn't think highly of Kim Son's swordsmanship skills, and the division she was offering was for a defense and security master. This remark made Kim Son even more sentimental, but she still firmly said she wanted to succeed as a swordsman. Awang, adding to her opinion, mentioned that Son had wanted to ask her about an energy shield and promised to develop the ion if she agreed. Son still reacted gloomily, calling herself a fairy. She is closely related to swords and must become a swordsman in the future. After mentioning it twice, Awang lost patience and turned around, saying, "We have no intention of stopping her swordsmanship. Wouldn't it be a good thing if she became a swordsman with good defense?" At this point, Son no longer cared. In her mind, she thought from the beginning that she didn't understand Awakens. Since childhood she had wished not to have swordsmanship talent, and always pretended to be clumsy because she didn't want to use it to defeat others and become the strongest. But Edia became stronger and stronger. The teacher also got angry several times about her always skipping class. But he didn't know that the student he always despised was a master who had reached the highest level of energy. Thinking this far, she was about to start explaining, but Awakens stopped her with a vague understanding of her family. Because all members of the White Jade Kim clan are not ordinary people. But wouldn't it be really interesting if she secretly participated? It wasn't a bad idea to learn everything and then leave. Kim Son silently evaluated Awakens' words, because she was a master related to Mei and someone who had reached the highest level. People who became masters usually had a different level of self-esteem and ambition, and she was the same, so she thought Awakens wouldn't understand her. Can people who don't have the same ambition really not change? How would Jin Zung answer in this situation? After a long hesitation, Kim Son bowed her head in refusal and decided to take more time to think. Because others saw his Edia as trash, he always had difficulty proving himself, and always had to struggle to control the Edia he wanted to swallow. If my energy had first appeared, I would have jumped for joy. But when I saw Jin Zung running down the cliff, I realized if I had only focused on defense, I would have been overwhelmed. But if I use the power of the shield, there is a 99% chance of attacking, and if the best people in Korea teach me, can they lead me in the right direction? Or will it backfire and cause me to harm others by using defense? I can't do anything. After Kim Son finished her internal monologue, another story began. On the school rooftop, Bratislava Pet, like a CEO with trillions of won, ordered Jin Zung to give up Son. Jin Zung heard that and scratched his head, cursing inwardly. How could he give up something that was never there in the first place? When Jin Zung remained silent, Pet flattered him, saying his power was very respectable but generally not suitable for Son. The person who secretly liked Son was so arrogant that he could only helplessly wave his hand and explain that it was all a misunderstanding. But people become foolish when in love. Bratislava Pet ignored everything and warned that talented people had their own path. The path he was on would not bring happiness to Son. Hearing that, he froze. Happiness? He understood the man's objective. He should have realized it when the man mentioned talent, and the two looked at each other like lightning because their perspectives were different. Sergeant Pet believed that talent was important, and Jin Zung believed that people were more important. Without hesitation, he asked him if he didn't believe that all souls were equal, and only received a few nods. His arrogant attitude made him even angrier, and he immediately presented his views on what subordinates should do, and whether they should live in mediocrity forever or not. For some reason, a light effect suddenly appeared around Bratislava Lavapet, as if to affirm the duties of nobles, people of high social standing, and those with great power, that they also had a responsibility to care for them. Jin Zung quickly countered with his scattered logic that souls cannot be divided into various grades, and that verbose naming evaluation systems and meaningless boasts have no right to determine another's future. And Jojo's music played, and Pet took on the role of Dio, countering him by saying that untalented people cannot help Son. But he only asked him if he was sure. Even if that man thought Edia determined all lives, he didn't care. But he would not accept forcing such an idea on someone who desired change. As if looking into each other's eyes again, Pet began to overwhelm him again with the argument that talented people must fulfill their responsibilities. Jin Zung argued back, asking if they should ignore their personal wishes. He countered with the evidence that Son's energy shield had achieved astonishing results, but she should not go in that direction. Jin Zung countered that Son's life was her own. Even if she used swordsmanship Edia, whether she wanted to fight or cook, it was her decision. But he still argued loudly that she was chosen as the greatest swordsman from birth, and Jin Zung no longer wanted to talk. He turned his head, thinking their personalities didn't match, and Pet also agreed with this view. After a minute he opened his mouth again to disagree with that opinion, and he angrily demanded to prepare to fight, and of course before fighting he praised his strength a few words, but it was still incomplete, and it was difficult to reach the strength of talented people. On this side, Jin Zung didn't care and summoned his dagger, saying, he didn't know what Pet's Edia was, but he thought it was too arrogant if he hadn't fully activated it yet. With astonishing speed he flew like an arrow towards the man, warning him to check if his superior Edia could see well. Pet merely frowned and simply blocked the fight with his hand, firmly grasping Jin Zung's trembling wrist, and said with a light laugh, "You underestimated me too much. Where's the killing intent you showed last time? Give up the idea of defeating me without using all your strength." Then he threw him far away. In front of this overwhelming power he could only observe silently. The warning action just now touched his pride, and he had to unleash his technique. At the same time he advised to be careful, otherwise he would get hurt. And of course Jin Zung recognized that the man had good stamina despite his appearance, not looking like someone who exercised often, and highly valued him. Pet nodded, admitting it was true. Hearing that, Jin Zung looked at Pet with even more displeasure, but he couldn't help it. This was the difference in talent. After a short conversation he picked up his knife and asserted that the opponent had good stamina. Nevertheless he still had a way. The first step was to bounce off the ground, the second step was to hope Pet would be hospitalized with numerous knife cuts. But he merely dodged smoothly, and Jin Zung finally expressed admiration that he was trying to fight him seriously. Son thought that the reason he was interested in him was because Jin was only D grade but was still attacking, but then he frowned, concentrated power into his knife, and confidently said he would take Pet to the hospital. Just fall down comfortably. This childish action annoyed him greatly, and he suppressed it by blocking the knife once. He hoped to see the power Jin Zung had shown at the training ground, but Jin Zung didn't seem to intend to use it on the grass field. At this moment a fierce battle was unfolding at the training ground. Bratislava looked at his opponent with cold eyes. He thought his opponent was still hiding his strength and not showing his full power. Pet's opponent was Jin Zung, and he looked at the man with greedy eyes. Seeing Sergeant Pet calmly blocking his attacks and moreover seeing this style of attack, Jin Zung was slightly flustered. Sergeant Pet raised the sword in his hand and declared with a confident voice that Jin Zung had not yet unleashed his full power. He was uncomfortable with this situation. He was determined to make Jin Zung reveal all his talent, no matter the cost, so he scoffed at Jin Zung in a provocative tone, saying he was deeply disappointed. In the face of Sergeant Pet's continuous attacks, Jin Zung dodged quickly, like lightning. Jin Zung looked at Sergeant Pet and made a judgment. He felt that Sergeant Pet was deliberately mimicking his attack style, as Pet had a talent for learning and imitating things instantly. Sergeant Pet glared at Park Jin Zung. He growled, wanting to end this fight quickly. Jin Zung rubbed his head with one hand and slowly stood up. He also thought that defeating Pet with just a dagger would be the best outcome. Suddenly his eyes changed and he uttered an ominous remark that would make his opponent wary. Sergeant Pet, facing Jin Zung's fiery gaze, was finally satisfied that Jin Zung had changed his mind and decided to unleash all his strategies. The two glared at each other like hungry tigers as if they were about to pounce and attack their prey at any moment. Jin Zung activated a new technique called Muscle Ilban. It was also known by another elegant name, Evil Aura. This technique activated the muscle absolute ability of the eyes, causing sensitive targets to lose their will to fight when the user's killing intent reacted. Sergeant Pet flinched slightly. Seeing that this aura was more evil than before, Jin Zung no longer gave way, scoffing at Sergeant Pet, who was more evil than this aura. Jin Zung thought this because Sergeant Pet had mimicked his attack style. Pet shrugged and spread his arms as if trying to explain something very politely. He thought that doing so would provoke Jin Zung. It worked. Jin Zung was now truly provoked. His eyes were sharp. Every time Pet spoke, Jin Zung responded in an annoying tone. Jin Zung thought Pet was very arrogant for acting that way. Pet was surprised for a few seconds, then quickly composed himself and his eyes quickly returned to a calm state. Hearing Jin Zung say that he was arrogant, he was puzzled and wanted to show Jin Zung what true arrogance was. Pet also activated a new technique, Gat Block, an Edia A-grade technique. Its overall combat ability was also A. This was the magical sword puss from Icelandic mythology. It was left in the land of the fairies and was called Great Greed or the All-Devourer. This technique allowed the wielder to perfectly mimic the opponent's movements. However, it limited the wielder's range of movement. Jin Zung felt to himself that Pet would have the advantage in this fight. He smiled slightly and declared that Pet had the right to be arrogant, as this technique was simply too powerful. Jin Zung continued to praise his opponent with a slightly scoffing expression. He thought Sergeant Pet had a suitable body to use this ability. Sergeant Pet looked annoyed seeing Jin Zung speak about his abilities as if he knew everything. The ability was indeed powerful. Gat Block, absolute talent. It devours the target's Eda and improves and develops it for the wielder. Only one Eda can be devoured at a time, and if two EDAs are devoured too closely, the first one disappears. The size of the Eda that can be devoured depends on the wielder's mental power. The currently devoured Eda was in none state. Jin Zung also admired Sergeant Pet's strength and philosophy as very high. He saw that Pet did not feel threatened even when faced with this level of killing intent, and he guessed that his daily life was probably not very smooth. But what did that matter? Why should he endure when it had nothing to do with him? Jin Zung with patience resolved not to back down. Pet also knew that Jin Zung disliked being mimicked, so he changed tactics and decided to use his own swordsmanship. Naval Hood, he shouted loudly, tail. Immediately the tip of the sword aimed at Jin Zung. Jin Zung could not counterattack immediately and retreated. Groaning in slight pain, Jin Zung knelt on one knee, maintaining his balance, and slid backward a long distance. Jin Zung admired that Sergeant Pet could push him back even with a slower attack. Sergeant Pet arrogantly declared that he had not even started his technique yet, meaning he still had many techniques left. Sergeant Pet used his next technique, again. Jin Zung frowned and sweat began to form. He was slightly surprised to see the air around him change just by Pet changing his stance. He didn't think so. Thrusting the sword forward was merely a stance. Jin Zung analyzed that Sergeant Pet's previous sideways stance minimized the range of force his body received and helped block incoming attacks. Jin Zung felt he was at a slight disadvantage because his attack path was lighter than usual. He admitted that Sergeant Pet's talent was truly astonishing. Sergeant Pet provocatively told Jin Zung to attack first, but when Jin Zung did not move, he changed his attitude and tried to attack first. Sergeant Pet rushed straight at Jin Zung. Jin Zung defended and took a few light breaths. Jin Zung looked at Sergeant Pet, who held a gleaming sword aloft, and wondered what it was. Jin Zung couldn't understand how Sergeant Pet could prepare his next attack so quickly. In the face of Sergeant Pet's powerful attack, Jin Zung was sent flying backward this time. Jin Zung hit the wall hard. Sergeant Pet still harbored doubts that Jin Zung was hiding his abilities. Sergeant Pet was angry again. Seeing Jin Zung's smile unsettling his opponent, indeed Jin Zung wore a scary smile, full of an evil aura. It turned out Jin Zung was scoffing at himself because he had never met an opponent stronger than him in every aspect. Jin Zung changed his tone again, adopting an arrogant tone and a cunning smile. He even apologized for his rude behavior. Finally, Jin Zung decided to use an ability he had intentionally not used until now. Jin Zung was confident that he could block Sergeant Pet without using this power until now. Jin Zung scoffed at himself, thinking he had underestimated his enemy too much, and believed he was wrong. Jin Zung now swung his enlarged dagger, imbued with a bit of dark magic, and looked at his opponent, Sergeant Pet, with cold eyes, praising him in a cold voice, saying his opponent was very excellent. Sergeant Pet was interested, seeing Jin Zung use the power he had seen before. Sergeant Pet had been less wary when he was in the training room, but this time he was determined not to show any openings. He was not careless. The attack began, and Sergeant Pet rushed at Jin Zung with destructive power and a magic sword. But this time was different. Jin Zung comfortably blocked Sergeant Pet's attack even while standing still. Sergeant Pet also fell into doubt. Seeing him block with one hand, Sergeant Pet found this fact hard to believe. Jin Zung smiled gently, but his eyes were cold and he found Sergeant Pet's strength hard to believe. Jin Zung had arrogantly thought he could easily defeat Sergeant Pet until now, but it seemed he wouldn't be able to finish in time if he didn't use this power. Jin Zung decided to launch a resolute attack. The most powerful one was Muscle Ilban, which he had used before. Edia Grade A uses part of the combat power of Muscle Absolute. The currently unsealed part was the right arm. Jin Zung shouted loudly for Sergeant Pet to take responsibility for his actions. Jin Zung launched a resolute attack and chaotic energy swirled around him. Jin Zung firmly believed this was what Sergeant Pet wanted to see. Sergeant Pet began to be surprised, overwhelmed by this power. He dared not believe that Jin Zung's internal energy would be so strong even with only his right arm strengthened. Sergeant Pet had thought until now that Jin Zung's ability was only focused on one side. Jin Zung smiled coldly, seeing Sergeant Pet think that way, and still freely launched attacks after that. Jin Zung glared fiercely at Sergeant Pet. He agreed with the opinion that his power was focused on one side, but it was only a temporary agreement. Sergeant Pet could not counterattack and retreated. Groaning annoyed a few times, Sergeant Pet opened his eyes wide and glared forward. Jin Zung took a new stance and introduced Sergeant Pet to a new wonderful show. Sergeant Pet probably expected it. Jin Zung hastily launched the Navel Hood Tail attack. Jin Zung continued to chant the key spell he had used before with a slight hint of interest. Sergeant Pet was truly surprised at this moment. The dagger was right in front of Sergeant Pet, but suddenly small holes appeared on Sergeant Pet's body. It was unknown what they were. For a moment the space was inverted due to the divine aura emanating from Sergeant Pet. The fight between the two seemed to be over. Sergeant Pet praised Jin Zung for being able to stop in time even while swinging his sword at such a fast speed. Sergeant Pet praised Jin Zung as truly excellent. Jin Zung, excited, asked Sergeant Pet if he could mimic that technique. But Sergeant Pet did not answer and continued to praise Jin Zung as stronger than himself and praised Jin Zung's right arm as the true form of Edia. At this praise, Jin Zung shrugged and gave a bitter smile, asserting that he could mimic it to some extent with a dagger. But he said he wouldn't be able to do it perfectly like Sergeant Pet. Sergeant Pet also humbly said that he could not mimic that technique and did not think Jin Zung could mimic his technique. Jin Zung playfully pointed at himself and winked, asking, "Is my Edia too dirty for Sergeant Pet to devour?" Sergeant Pet looked back at Jin Zung with curious eyes and asked if Jin Zung could see other people's auras, and humorously said that he only ate delicious things and did not eat dirty things. Jin Zung also slyly said that eating his Edia would cause a stomach ache. Sergeant Pet informed him that he already had an Edia he wanted to devour. Sergeant Pet wanted to keep his stomach empty until then. Sergeant Pet's eyes suddenly became dangerous, filled with ominous intent. Jin Zung also exuded terrifying killing intent. Jin Zung warned Sergeant Pet not to cross his line. Sergeant Pet shrugged and said it was the family head's business. Jin Zung bowed his head, feeling helpless at the fact that he could not interfere in other people's affairs. But Sergeant Pet casually said that the family head wanted to meet Jin Zung. Jin Zung was bewildered and asked himself what the two had just fought for. Sergeant Pet replied concisely that he just wanted to see his ability. Knowing that Jin Zung had won the fight, Sergeant Pet gave sincere advice not to try to understand his family head. He said he wouldn't be able to understand and that the family head was twice as bad as himself. Jin Zung asked himself if someone with aristocratic tendencies could be worse than Sergeant Pet. Jin Zung still didn't understand why Sergeant Pet listened to the commands of the White Jade Kim clan. Sergeant Pet laughed at that question, knowing that Jin Zung would learn it today. Hearing the two words today, Jin Zung trembled in fear and stammered, asking again if it was really today. At Sainan International Airport, Li Xin got out of his car and immediately scoffed at something, exclaiming that it was truly ridiculous. An Edia resembling a brown bear was roaring, a terrifying scream. It covered the airplanes with its huge body. The Edia's eyes glowed red. It was very fierce and ferocious, as it had heard someone say that there was a lot of meat for it here. Li Xin looked at the hungry and deranged Edia, and when he heard it speak human words fluently he couldn't help but wonder how an Edia could speak. The Edia still focused only on finding its meat. Li Xin was flustered. He had met various kinds of Edia, but it was the first time he had seen one so big and capable of speaking. Li Xin guessed that this was the work of the Peste gang or other terrorist organizations. Li Xin speculated for a long time, then told himself that he had to step in himself to end this quickly. At the sudden appearance of the Edia, all citizens were in chaos, fleeing in fear. Li Xin introduced himself as the leader of Ten Bun. Upon hearing his name, the citizens were relieved, confident that they would soon be rescued. This place would soon return to stability. The Edia was solely focused on finding delicious prey. Upon hearing Li Xin introduce himself, the Edia turned its head and stared with wide eyes. At this moment it looked cute. It wanted to know who Li Xin really was and how strong he was. The Edia knelt on the ground and met Li Xin's gaze. Li Xin introduced himself again. The Edia sniffed a few times, then praised him, saying he smelled very attractive. Li Xin was slightly interested, but his expression remained cold. He asked the Edia who its master was, as it was the first time he had seen an Edia that could speak. Suddenly, hearing the two words, master, the Edia became annoyed and uncomfortable, and its suppressed anger surged again. This was because its master had told it that it could eat a pile of meat when it woke up, but it had not yet received a single piece. Li Xin evaluated to himself that the Edia's attitude was no different from a 3-year-old child throwing a tantrum, and thought that this Edia was not very smart. Li Xin suddenly burst out laughing, covered the Edia's mouth and said it smelled. He advised the Edia to rinse its mouth with water after meals to reduce the smell. But as soon as he finished his joke he frowned. His eyes were full of vigilance. He told himself that Li Xin needed to take a more active role in case of uncertainty. So Li Xin attacked the Edia first. The Edia was startled by the dazzling light, covered its eyes and turned its face away. The system explained that some families had long researched to create species similar to Edia from human myths and legends, achieving some results. Among them was the White Jade Kim clan. Li Xin quickly changed into sturdy armor. He arrogantly declared one truth: those who do not fear death shall live, and those who resort to any means to live shall die. But the process of creating Edia was never easy. Most experiments failed and only a few individuals could accept the power of legend into their souls. Li Xin emphasized the previous truth again: those who do not fear death shall live, and those who resort to any means to live shall die. At this moment, in the light that intruded upon space, the past repeated itself. One of them was Li Xin, who possessed the power of a great figure in Korean history. His name was Yun Xin. He was a naval admiral and military genius, and his Edia grade was S-Tro, which was very high. His overall combat ability was also S-grade. Sergeant Pet Combat Victory. Sergeant Pet Combat Log. Battleship and Twin Dragon Swords currently have no information. Li Xin spread his two arms and looked at his opponent. He was summoning the Twin Dragon Swords. After holding the Twin Dragon Swords, the system notified that Yun Xin, a naval admiral and military genius, had obtained the Twin Dragon Swords of Edia S-Tro grade. This sword must be used by the famous General Yun Xin to unleash his full power. He recited poetry while fighting. The poem Li Xin recited was rivers and mountains stained with blood by a single sword, but the Edia seemed completely unaffected. It opened its eyes wide and asked what Li Xin was doing. After staring with innocent eyes, it opened its mouth wide and growled a few times, its two eyes glowing red. The system again notified that the Twin Dragon Swords were a left-hand sword and rivers and mountains stained with blood by a single sword. The monster roared in pain from being attacked. It turned out it was stunned by the attack. Not strong enough to endure the pain, the attack Li Xin had just used condensed the moisture of surrounding objects when activated, striking the enemy with sharp spears. Li Xin looked up at the Edia and calmly told it to be quiet, saying it would annoy him a little if it kept roaring. Seeing black smoke rising from behind, the Edia whimpered and turned its head, fleeing. It cried as it ran, not wanting to eat rotten meat. Li Xin shouted at it from behind not to run towards the sea, but it seemed already too late. It splashed into the water, sending water flying high. Seeing the Edia fall, Li Xin sighed, feeling helpless, as he wanted to get more information about its owner. But it seemed to be over now. It wouldn't be that easy. Li Xin did not give up. He swung the Twin Dragon Swords, determined not to let it go, thinking that if he let it go so easily he would be scorned. He feared that foreigners and Koreans would scorn him, using this as an excuse. He swung his sword again and fought. 3 consecutive slashes was the new command. I must change these rivers and mountains. As Li Xin pointed his sword straight to the sky, lightning immediately converged to a single point. The sky turned purple black. The lightning struck straight into the sea. The hairy Edia was immediately attacked, its fur standing on end, eyes bulging, mouth agape, screaming. This time the system notified that the Twin Dragon Swords were a right-hand sword, and 3 consecutive slashes would change these rivers and mountains. This ability, when activated, could control the weather of the sea. It was startled numerous times in just a few minutes. The Edia was in so much pain that it cried and pleaded. It didn't need meat anymore, just let it go. Li Xin was slightly surprised to see it endure that lightning attack and scream so loudly. Li Xin extended the Twin Dragon Swords again. Immediately, the Edia was caught in a water vortex. It asked, "What is this?" Firmly trapped in the water vortex, it cried out that it didn't know how to swim. However, Li Xin was slightly surprised. He thought the Edia's endurance was terrifying. After observing it, Li Xin concluded that this Edia could speak was very strong and healthy, but was not yet mature enough to show a strong primary will to attack humans. Li Xin found everything very suspicious and felt the need for further investigation. But for now he still had to be decisive. He thought that if he hesitated further, he would lose. Li Xin shouted, summoning his battleship. Following his command, the battleship immediately appeared on the sea. Summoning the battleship increases combat power. The legendary battleship fleet capable of facing S-grade Edias had defeated pirate armies. The system notified that Lieutenant Jin Zung's battleship had been summoned. This battleship was equipped with full firepower and defense systems. It could not be destroyed on the sea and could shoot purgatory fire from the dragon's head. Li Xin ordered all ships to fire with caution. Immediately, yellow fireballs shot out from the dragon's head. All attacks were directed at the brown bear Edia. The Edia found nowhere to hide and received all the fire attacks. It cried out to the sky, saying it was too painful and hot. However, despite such pain, it was unharmed. Li Xin was impressed to see it still enduring. He rated this Edia as having the strongest endurance among all the Edias he had fought. After being attacked for a long time, it loudly cried out, "Please leave me alone. I'm still young and want to live a long time and eat more meat." Li Xin held his swords high in both hands, forming an X shape. He quietly asked the Edia to leave here, saying he would take responsibility for its care and food supply in the future. The battleships were arranged in a circular formation according to the crane wing formation command. Li Xin seemed to be trying to escort the Edia. He guessed wrong. Heh. This formation surrounds the enemy, creating a formation like a crane spreading its wings to crush the enemy forces. An emerald light shot out from the dragon's head. The system warned that the destructive power of the purgatory fire had doubled. The overall combat ability was SSS. The battleships fired the purgatory fire straight ahead. The giant baby Edia cried out again that it didn't want to die. Li Xin, seeing its body shattered, felt relieved when the battle ended. The truth was he could only attack and it could do nothing. After the sea became calm again, Li Xin lamented that this incident was too troublesome. Li Xin stood there with a vacant expression and a foolish smile. Li Xin wondered how the bear's owner would react. Inside the campus, still brightly lit, the space was quiet. Kim In-wong slowly walked through a dark tunnel, complaining, "It's so dark here. Don't the others' eyes hurt?" Kim In-wong looked at the other person with provocative eyes and scoffed, saying it must be because they were used to it. He admitted that the other person was the best. Excellent. Satan was already waiting, and looked back at Kim In-wong, asking, "Is number 2 back?" These two referred to each other by pseudonyms. Number 1 inch earlier was the pseudonym for this person named Satan, not a compliment from Kim In-wong. Kim In-wong was pleased and thanked Satan. Thanks to him, he could finish his work so early. Satan didn't mind and changed the subject because he said he had something to say. Satan bowed his head and said in a disappointed voice that the B-grade monster he sent to the place Kim In-wong mentioned had been eliminated. This monster was probably the brown bear Edia from earlier. Kim In-wong had a look on his face as if he had expected this. He could predict this outcome because he knew the Edia's opponent was Li Xin. Satan suspected it wasn't dead. If it were dead, its body would have floated in the sea, but it couldn't be found at all. Kim In-wong guessed that Li Xin had hidden it. However, Satan denied it. He couldn't feel its aura. If it were alive, he should be able to feel it. Kim In-wong shrugged and said helplessly, because he didn't know if Li Xin had such an ability either. Satan bowed his head and worried. He still remembered that the A-grade monster he sent to Korea was still alive. Satan looked back at Kim In-wong, fearing that the outcome for this monster would be the same as for the brown bear. If so, their plan would be ruined. Kim In-wong complained, no matter what, if he didn't prepare sufficiently, he couldn't attack Li Xin. If possible, he could only divert Li Xin when the monster arrived. Satan asked if there was a way to revive the bear. Kim In-wong said helplessly that the brown bear had forgotten his instructions not to go into the sea. In fact, it hadn't forgotten. It had just been too flustered and closed its eyes and fled. Kim In-wong thought there was no other way and gave up. Satan also gave up. Below where the two stood, there were numerous manhole covers stamped with a red star symbol. The two were relieved that they could summon other monsters. A staff member respectfully invited Jin Zung inside. Jin Zung stared blankly. Before Jin Zung lay a complex of old Korean-style villas. He was entering with a bodyguard. It was already night. The bodyguard and Jin Zung stopped in front of a room. The bodyguard bowed and informed the master that he had brought Jin Zung. A voice from inside invited Jin Zung in. The room door opened and Jin Zung felt uneasy. Before him was the master of the house. He sat at the head of a long table which was laden with delicacies. Jin Zung hesitated, making a few hum sounds, and introduced his name. However, before he could fully introduce himself, he was scolded for being too late and rude. This master of the house was an old man with a long beard, but his eyes were still sharp and keen. Kim Son's grandfather frowned, and his voice, low and clear, told Park Jin Zung that he was too late. At that, Park Jin Zung merely scratched his head and forced a laugh, replying that the distance between them was too far to talk comfortably. To create a more relaxed atmosphere, he wanted to move closer. However, Kim Son's grandfather disagreed, sternly ordering him to simply sit still. Park Jin Zung felt a little uncomfortable but still nodded and politely obeyed the grandfather's words, although in his heart he vaguely felt that he might have already been disliked by the grandfather. The The room was decorated in an antique style. All the doors were tightly closed, creating a suffocating and somewhat tense atmosphere. Only Kim Seon's grandfather and Park Jin Zung sat facing each other across a long table over 10 meters in length. The entire room was filled with suffocating silence, and the atmosphere seemed to make Jin Zung even more flustered. Kim Seon's grandfather sat with a straight back, comfortably crossing his legs, wearing a poker face and a cold expression, while Jin Zung knelt, adopting a slightly timid and unconfident posture. He bowed his head and cautiously glanced at the grandfather's face, then, too nervous, quickly looked elsewhere. Park Jin Zung grew more fearful at the sight of the grandfather, and all sorts of thoughts raced through his mind, wondering why Kim Seon's grandfather only glared at him without saying anything. Breaking the heavy silence, Park Jin Zung hesitantly spoke to Kim Seon's grandfather, asking if he could eat some food. Kim Seon's grandfather didn't even look at him, and with his arms crossed calmly replied, "The food is already served, eat if you wish." The atmosphere between the two was once again plunged into tense silence. Park Jin Zung hesitated, not knowing how to proceed. After a moment of silence, Kim Seon's grandfather suddenly pointed straight at him with a sharp and direct tone. He stated his opinion without hesitation. He said he had always thought Park Jin Zung was someone who spoke trivial words to his granddaughter Kim Seon. His words struck directly at Park Jin Zung's pride, making him even more flustered about how to respond in this situation. Just a few seconds later, as Kim Seon's grandfather flew into a rage, the atmosphere in the room exploded. He slammed the table and chairs. A loud, thunderous noise echoed throughout the room, making the already tense atmosphere even more suffocating. His face flushed, and a megaphone-like shout erupted from his mouth. He vehemently repeated his words. He demanded that Park Jin Zung answer him. He was asking if Park Jin Zung was the one who had corrupted his granddaughter. His heavy words froze Park Jin Zung. He hadn't expected the situation to turn this bad. For a moment he didn't know how to respond in the face of the grandfather's intense fury. However, he calmly replied, "Are you referring to the Shield of Radiance?" explaining that it was an ability Seon had gained through effort and struggle, and Park Jin Zung asked the grandfather why he was so angry. Kim Seon's grandfather frowned and with a cold, contemptuous voice scolded Park Jin Zung, "You're foolish and know nothing." He asserted without hesitation that Park Jin Zung had seduced his granddaughter. Park Jin Zung broke out in a cold sweat, immediately waving his hands, strongly denying it. He tried to maintain his composure and advised the grandfather to postpone his scolding for a moment. At the same time, he emphasized that he had something he wanted to ask the grandfather, and that he also had something he wanted to talk to the grandfather about. Kim Seon's grandfather placed his hands on the table and replied to Park Jin Zung's words with a tone full of mockery. He sarcastically remarked that Park Jin Zung had received no education and would eventually unleash all his anger on Peng. The tension continued to escalate, but Park Jin Zung mustered his courage and began to ask the grandfather the reason he had been summoned here. Kim Seon's grandfather answered directly, without mincing words. He said that besides Jin Zung bothering his granddaughter, another reason was that he was present when Peste attacked. The grandfather was clearly suspicious of Park Jin Zung. His eyes were sharp, as if piercing through Jin Zung's every small movement, and Jin Zung felt even more pressure, needing to prepare his next excuse. The table was laden with food, but the atmosphere was too tense for Park Jin Zung to swallow anything. Kim Seon's grandfather, without relenting his sharp gaze, wanted to know what Jin Zung's granddaughter had done there. Park Jin Zung was slightly flustered. Park Jin Zung asked, "The bank?" Then he began to recount how she had stood at the front to save people, as reported in the newspapers. However, this answer only displeased Kim Seon's grandfather further. He scolded him as a fool, asking if he dared to think he had summoned him here to ask about something so obvious that everyone in the world knew. He emphasized that what he was interested in was not what the media wrote, but whether Park Jin Zung had personally witnessed Kim Seon defeating Kim Young. Park Jin Zung didn't understand and asked the grandfather again, "What did you just say?" Kim Seon's grandfather lost his patience but tried to explain again, emphasizing that those considered the best were not just because of their fame or the recognition of others. They were the best anytime, anywhere. He simply wondered if Seon was truly worthy of the title Spirit Swordsman she was called, and wanted to know if Park Jin Zung had personally witnessed her victory or only heard it through rumors. Park Jin Zung placed his hands on his knees, looking elsewhere, and replied, "I fought Kim Young the longest." He then asked the grandfather if he hadn't heard it from his granddaughter. Cutting him off, the grandfather told him to answer clearly and directly. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, and from the moment he pointed his sword at it, the flow of memories began. He thought to himself that even if Seon had fought the longest, in reality Park Jin Zung himself had defeated him. This was a fact known only to Bun Ji Rang and Lee Seong-ah. Thinking this far, he knew that if he told the truth he would put Seon in a difficult position. At this moment his entire body began to feel uncomfortable and pressured. However, he still replied that Seon had driven out Kim Young and come to save him. Hearing this, Kim Seon's grandfather nodded and said he understood. However, he repeated these words again, making Park Jin Zung flinch. "If my granddaughter can't defeat petty scoundrels like Peste herself, then of course she's not worthy of being my granddaughter." He He clenched his hands and begged Kim Son's grandfather for forgiveness. This was because the grandfather's words were too far-fetched from the truth that Son had almost died fighting Kim Young. He also added that even with an S-grade Edia, she was still just a high school student. Hearing this, Kim Son's grandfather retorted, "Are you saying you didn't almost die?" Grandfather Kim asserted that his granddaughter was different from ordinary people, no matter if she was a high school student. He gritted his teeth helplessly at this stubbornness. So he asked the grandfather, "So?" Kim Son's grandfather crossed his arms and said coldly, "I told you, you fool. That's how people named the best are. They are the best anytime, anywhere." Park Jin Zung gritted his teeth at the way the grandfather spoke of his young granddaughter with such arrogant words. His words were him. Park Jin Zung frowned. He said to the grandfather, "She is your granddaughter. What will you do if she loses her life?" This time, Grandfather Kim slammed the table, striking a painting of a roaring tiger, and warned, "Don't mention the possibility of losing her life fighting that scoundrel." The tiger in the painting suddenly gained a soul and appeared. The grandfather warned Park Jin Zung to watch his mouth. The white tiger, its eyes glowing blue, approached Park Jin Zung and assessed the situation. The tiger roared, its eyes rolled back, looking like a demon king. Without the slightest tremor, he warned the tiger to step aside. It was blocking his view. Grandfather Kim was surprised by Park Jin Zung's words. The tiger was no longer fierce and had a flustered expression like Grandfather Kim. The grandfather was quite surprised that he didn't fear his meticulously crafted creation. The grandfather thought Park Jin Zung exuded a strong scent of blood for his age. His red power was summoned. He loudly told the tiger to get off the table. However, his voice carried a slightly sweet tone. The white tiger now made strange noises, as docile as a cat. Grandfather Kim still seemed satisfied, believing his creation was made with strong willpower, and thought Park Jin Zung couldn't scare the tiger. The white tiger summoned by Grandfather Kim retreated, and he asked the grandfather if it was okay, as there were many rumors that Park Jin Zung was a noisy person. Grandfather Kim admitted that Park Jin Zung had strong willpower for his age, but it wasn't enough to threaten Grandfather Kim. His eyes glowed red and glared at Grandfather Kim. He scoffed and said the grandfather was right. The system displayed that blood bone art was a C grade and overall combat ability was a C. The user could summon anything they drew. The more complex the drawing and the more the user concentrates on the summoned creature, the more realistic it will feel. Park Jin Zung asked the grandfather why he chose to fight when he had such an excellent Edia, vaguely guessing that the grandfather must have a reason to use that ability to fight. The grandfather scolded him as a fool, saying he knew what he was thinking. He sighed and explained that the White Jade Kim clan needed to create a stronger generation of spirits. This was because the grandfather was a man, not a spirit. However, Grandfather Kim, still as a firm head of the family, led his family here. He asked the grandfather if he valued Staff Sergeant Kim Son, and he received a vague answer that Park Jin Zung had seen Grandfather Kim's anger, so he wouldn't repeat it. He began to ask Grandfather Kim if he cherished Son because she was his granddaughter, or because she was the best fairy swordsman produced by the family. Grandfather Kim did not answer, only saying that Park Jin Zung asked too many questions. Park Jin Zung continued to ask if Grandfather Kim would still love Son if she was an ordinary person instead of a fairy swordsman. The image of a horned demon with red eyes appeared in his mind. This was because the White Jade Kim clan was a family that used its entire lineage to monitor beings called fairies and their transformations. The madness that the family had endured for generations was unimaginable for an ordinary person. Park Jin Zung began to delve into his own thoughts. Outsiders could not hide their expectation for the appearance of a talent like Son, but he could. Jin Zung thought she had everything simply because she was born into an esteemed family, but he never imagined that Son was treated so cruelly. Park Jin Zung recalled a time when he and Son were taking gym class and relaxing, and he had asked her if going home late every day wasn't a problem. Son had replied very frankly that she didn't like being at home. The scene returned to the present as Son's grandfather told him he was challenging him. He also replied very arrogantly, "If grandfather needs me to, I can repeat myself." Son's grandfather liked this courage. Park Jin Zung asked for permission from the grandfather before asking, and he received it. He asked the grandfather why he brought Pet to Korea, and why Pet, a Slovakian, listened to Grandfather Kim's commands. The grandfather was about to tell him stories from his youth, but he laughed and said, "This dirty fellow doesn't listen to orders." He had merely proposed Pet's engagement to Son. He believed his idea was right because they didn't care about Son's opinion. He asked why Pet. When he got to this point, his rationality stopped him because the White Jade Kim clan did not allow engagement with outsiders to preserve the White Jade fairy bloodline. What was Pet's ability at the point where he was lost in thought holding his sword? He paused for a moment, then asked Grandfather Kim how long he had planned to wait for Pet to use Edia. Son's grandfather replied. He knew Pet's abilities, and if Son didn't meet expectations he would feed Son's fairy to Pet. Nevertheless, he wanted Son to become strong so that Pet couldn't absorb her. Park Jin Zung finally realized why Son didn't want to go home. He was furious that this was why the grandfather was angry when Son learned the Shield of Radiance. He stated that he didn't want her to be the best person using a weak sword designed to protect others. Instead, she had to reach the top, because that was what the White Jade Kim clan had been waiting for 1,000 years. It was Son. Park Jin Zung scratched his neck as if it was impossible to persuade Grandfather Kim and said he understood why Son wanted to run away from this house. Grandfather Kim gritted his teeth and warned that he had gone too far. The entire space was filled with white birds. Son's grandfather frankly stated that this story had been prolonged because of Park Jin Zung's courage, but in the end he told him to stay away from his granddaughter Son. He explained to him that he was of no benefit to the grandfather's family. In front of him were spirit animals like eagles and lions, looking at him with blue eyes. His power exploded as he claimed he had no intention of doing anything. The 4 spirit animals struggled to make a sound, floating in the air. He thought that his power and thoughts must be due to the poem he was hiding thanks to the courage Park Jin Zung had shown. He was a guy whose background, ability and Edia were unclear. Jin Zung's eyes burned with killing intent. Son's grandfather accurately guessed that he was not at all suitable for Son. Grandfather Min Son immediately judged that Jin Zung was truly unsuitable for Son. A poisonous viper flew towards him to attack. Just as Jin Zung was about to counterattack, a familiar voice shouted, "Grandfather!" Suddenly the door swung open. Son, with an angry expression, burst in and called out loudly to her grandfather. The poisonous viper immediately disappeared. He also calmed down and withdrew his killing intent. Son stomped on the floor, frowning, and wondered why she was assigned to the same patrol as Pet. The grandfather looked at her, lowered his voice and asked Son what was wrong. Hadn't he already told her to approach Pet? Son immediately became enraged. Hadn't she already told him she hated Pet? Son turned her face to Jin Zung and hesitated, trying to say something. He smiled brightly and waved to Son in greeting. She immediately called him Mr. Useless loudly. Son was very bewildered, having no idea why Jin Zung was here. He sweated and struggled to explain that it was just a coincidence. Son came over, patted Jin Zung's shoulder and called him. First, she playfully called him Mr. Useless, then later corrected it to Jin Son. Son smiled widely like a flower, thinking that Jin Zung had come to greet her family and propose to her. Why hadn't he told her in advance? Hearing her words, Jin Zung had a very bewildered expression and said that this was not the place for her to play such pranks. Son whispered into Jin Zung's ear. She softly told him she was sorry, she needed him to help her. Without hesitation, Son called out loudly to her grandfather. Jin Zung called her with a slightly uneasy expression. Son loudly shouted to her grandfather to forget the name Pet. Why didn't the grandfather consider her marrying Jin Zung? Suddenly, at this moment, from behind the two, a sharp voice echoed, telling Son that she had caused enough commotion. Sejin frowned angrily and immediately demanded that Son maintain her dignity as the young lady of the White Jade Kim clan. Her face immediately turned pale, and she stammered, calling Sejin something. Jin Zung was also very bewildered to hear what she called him. Wasn't she her older sister? Sejin looked very young, like someone in her early 20s. The grandfather, seeing Sejin appear at this moment, immediately ordered her to escort Son and Jin Zung out after they had just finished their conversation. Hearing the grandfather's order, Sejin immediately agreed. She angrily asked again if both Son and Jin Zung had heard her. "Hurry up and move." He frowned slightly at Sejin, chasing him away again, but there was nothing he could do. Son, with an uneasy face, quickly urged Jin Zung to come with her. "Hurry." The two immediately left the room. Sejin crossed her arms and began to ask, "So are you the rumored Park Jin Zung?" Jin Zung bowed his body in affirmation. But before he could finish speaking, Sejin interrupted him, saying that Jin Zung didn't need to explain. She said it was uncertain if she and he would meet again after today. Jin Zung couldn't help but give a bewildered laugh, realizing that she was acting exactly like Son's grandfather. It was like a younger version of the grandfather. Sejin was the White Jade Fairy. Her Edia grade was A. It controlled the power of the White Jade Fairy within the user's body. The previous fairy could recreate the power of imaginary creatures, and her overall combat ability was A. Jin Zung mumbled as he discovered she was from the White Jade Kim clan and the previous fairy. Sejin still frowned angrily and quickly urged Son to change her clothes and go patrol Sector 3 with Pet. Son immediately shouted loudly when she heard Sejin wanted her to go with Pet again. She refused to go with Pet. Sejin narrowed her eyes and softly told her that she had no right to refuse. An hour ago, a massive Edia attacked Incheon Port. It was dealt with, but the government was still very vigilant, so they requested support from X. She continued to assert that it was the responsibility of the White Jade Kim clan to maintain national security. Jin Zung was startled to hear that there had been an attack in Incheon. Sejin slowly explained that the commander had dealt with the incident, but there were still many casualties. The special mental hospital was largely destroyed. Many people were still missing. The government was still trying to find them. Hearing her story, Jin Zung now understood everything, looking at his face. Sejin was slightly curious why his face was pale. He had looked very confident in front of the family, so why was Jin Zung's face pale now? She also asked Jin Zung if his family lived in Incheon. His face immediately darkened, and he remained silent for a moment before explaining that he did not. Sejin realized that he seemed to have some personal worries and said she would not ask further, but the situation was as it was. She told Son to get ready quickly and go. Jin Zung was slightly surprised to see Son's deeply thoughtful face. This was the first time he had seen Kim Son like this. Anyway, she had no other choice. Jin Zung's face became serious and he told her he had something to say. Son was immediately surprised and looked up at him. Sejin narrowed her eyes and explained, Jin Zung should remember that he was just an outsider and had no right to interfere in the affairs of the White Jade Kim clan. Son's face turned pale as soon as he declared that starting today. Jin Zung with a serious face said he would patrol with Son every night. At this moment the two were patrolling together and Jin Zung sighed, saying today was truly the worst. Son softly told him she was sorry. Jin Zung comforted her, saying it was okay, she didn't need to apologize. Son's face suddenly turned red and awkward and she turned away. She was slightly surprised that he could stand up to her grandfather like that. Jin Zung, bewildered, gave an awkward laugh and explained that it was just his temporary feelings. Hearing Jin Zung's words, Son immediately burst out laughing, unable to understand what kind of feelings those were. Her eyes narrowed slightly as if she had realized something. Son wondered if Jin Zung knew that the medic was working with Masa. He sighed and said of course she was talented. She softly began to say that she had invited him and Son to Masa ski, but not for the position of a swordsman but for a completely different position. Jin Zung said that it was a good thing for Son. She realized that she could wield a sword skillfully and became anxious. However, Jin Zung, sensing Son's anxiety, immediately reassured her. What are you worrying about? He looked at her with a bright smile and began to advise her. If you know a technique that can harm others, you'll also know how to avoid that technique. Just do what you like. Don't worry about anything else. Jin Zung softly advised her, get up and chase your dreams. His words deeply moved Son. Her eyes became moist and she looked at him. She slowly took his hand and Jin Zung's face suddenly flushed. Son softly told Son she was grateful. She smiled brightly. Seeing her smile so brightly, his face flushed slightly. A week later, the editor-in-chief tiredly sighed, saying everything was too unstable. He held a note in his hand, staring at it intently, blaming himself for not having posted the article online that day. Who would have thought that something terrible would happen in Incheon that day? The editor-in-chief sighed, disappointed that his article only received a few interactions and was ignored by everyone. The editor-in-chief slowly opened the note. He was slightly surprised that he had investigated a student and never expected that student to have gone through so much. He began to think again. He sympathized with his unfortunate childhood. He was a victim of the Peste economic crisis. After the Incheon port incident, his only living relative, his uncle, also went missing. He stared intently at the photo in the note. And if the bear-shaped Edia was Peste's new weapon, then this attack. The editor-in-chief bowed his head in disappointment, tiredly thinking that he had delved too deeply into this matter. He felt a slight headache because of this. Suddenly at this moment, a mysterious old lady slowly approached and called the editor-in-chief. He looked at the old lady quizzically and asked her what he could do for her. The old lady handed him a book and asked him to hold it for her. The editor-in-chief was very bewildered, wondering if this was an invitation to some cult. He thought he should just take it and throw it away later. He slowly received the book from the old lady's hand. The editor-in-chief looked at the strange book quizzically, and was curious when he saw that it had an inverted cross. This book was made of quite good material. He slowly opened the book and looked at the pictures inside, secretly admiring the fact that there were pictures as well. The editor-in-chief continued to turn the pages of the book. He couldn't understand what the winged lion meant, and the pictures were made very realistically and in great detail. He turned to another page, realizing that the bear-shaped Edia that attacked Incheon port was this one, and stared at it curiously. The editor-in-chief immediately jumped up from his seat, even more bewildered, having no idea what this book was hiding. If there hadn't been a language barrier, he would have understood it. Just as the editor-in-chief was planning to take the book to investigate further, a huge shadow appeared behind him and scoffed, "How truly disgraceful." The editor-in-chief immediately froze and looked up, and at this moment he saw sharp claws above his head trying to attack him. A loud noise echoed, and the vehicle that had to patrol for 3 hours every day starts at 8 p.m. Usually the person who patrolled with her was Jin Zung. Being with Jin Zung felt like being with a celebrity. Women on the street would smile, their eyes sparkling at the sight of him, and some even claimed to be his avid fans. Son still found it strange that her family didn't interfere in this matter, but she thought it was even better for her. Son looked at her phone screen and realized there were only 3 minutes left until patrol time. She mumbled to herself, anyway. Son was eagerly looking forward to meeting Jin Zung. She looked at her watch and told herself that she would meet him in a few minutes. However, something was strange about the appearance of the approaching person. When she turned her head, she still thought it was Jin Zung as she hadn't recognized him yet. She was slightly happy, but that long messy hair was not Jin Zung's. That's right, it was not the person Son wanted to meet. The person who would patrol with her today was Pet, Jin Zung's romantic rival. Of course, Son was immediately surprised. She stammered, asking why it wasn't Jin Zung. Pet greeted her elegantly and courteously, calling her milady. It was a little creepy. He informed her that he would be patrolling with her today. Son was a little uneasy. She was worried that something might have happened to Jin Zung. She didn't know if her grandfather had put pressure on him, and she urgently asked Pet if it was because of grandfather Sejin. Pet, seeing Son overreacting, waved his hand and denied it, reminding her not to overthink it, as it wasn't because of the grandfather. Hearing his words, Son asked again why the patrol partner had changed if it wasn't because of the grandfather. It was only then that Pet slowly and clearly explained. He said he had pleaded very fiercely with Jin Zung to patrol with her. This was because he had something important to say. Son frankly asked Pet if he had truly come to Korea to absorb her Edia before Pet could even finish explaining. Then she said that if he wanted it she would give it to him immediately. She suggested to him that after she gave him everything, shouldn't Pet return to his country? Pet said he couldn't return to Slovakia in the near future. Son immediately wondered why. He suddenly bent down, looked at Son more closely and winked, saying in an endearing voice that the reason was because he liked her so much that no one could control him. Needless to say, Son was shocked. Son was so shocked that she froze speechless for a while. Suddenly seeing him so close to her face, Son unconsciously stepped back slightly and wondered why Pet liked her. This was because the two had only recently met. Pet gave an awkward laugh and his cheeks flushed. He confessed that he had fallen in love spontaneously after watching Son's videos. Hearing these shameless words from him, Son's hands stiffened. If her phone hadn't rung, she would have stood there like a stone statue. Seeing her phone as a savior, Son immediately grabbed it and quickly told Pet to wait a moment. It was a superior's warning message, an urgent notification that a terrorist had appeared in the city center. All family members were immediately ordered to go to the designated address. Son asked Pet if he had received this message. Pet confirmed that he had received the same message. Work took precedence over everything else. The back-and-forth conversation, in which only Pet had participated moments before, was put aside for a while. Both focused on the emergency mission. Son too became serious again, deciding to handle other personal matters later. However, Son reminded him why he needed another opportunity when they met every day. She seemed eager to decisively end the sudden confession. As soon as she finished speaking, both of them fiercely sped down the street, disregarding the surprised glances of passers-by. They vowed to reach their destination immediately. At this moment, in a gym, first-year Shim Tae-saw entered with an excited voice greeting them. He said he was excited to see the leader after a long time. Jin Zung was training his disciples at the time, making them do push-ups. Seeing Shim Tae-saw's arrival, he turned around without any change in expression. Jin Zung slowly greeted Shim Tae-saw, calling him by the cute nickname Squinty Eyes. He warned Squinty Eyes that if he teased him again, he would immediately gift him 10 push-ups. Some boys doing push-ups on the floor curiously asked Jin Zung what it felt like to date an idol. Another one asked what the two of them did late at night. It was unclear what the questioner's intention was, but it was a very sensitive question for the listener. Frog forgets it was once a tadpole. As soon as he finished the question, Jin Zung gifted them an additional 20 push-ups. However, he casually replied that they had only patrolled that night. They did not accept this simple answer. Dong Yang-ho shouted, refusing to give up, and said he was ready to burn every last drop of his life until he received a satisfactory answer. At this moment, people passing by the training ground might have heard their heroic words and mistaken them for cooperating to uncover a national secret. A declaration echoed throughout the entire training ground, and even the backpack seemed unable to sleep due to the noise, but in reality a phone was ringing. One person who received the notification stood up to check. The other boys shouted, asking why he was suddenly leaving when they were having fun teasing their senior. Another boy asked if it was a notification from the school. Jin Zung loudly shouted, "Senior, what's wrong all of a sudden?" As soon as An Seong-ho opened the door and entered, he hastily announced that today's training would end earlier than usual. At this moment, the phone screen displayed the same notification that Pet and Son had received earlier, and they had to go to the assembly point immediately. At the same time, a giant Edia monster appeared on the street. Its appearance was similar to a lion's, and it seemed to have been there for quite some time. Many surrounding buildings were cracked and all citizens had evacuated. In the dark and dusty space, only soldiers were gathered to deal with the situation. Someone was ordering, "Quickly retreat. You must withdraw immediately. We need to carefully reorganize the unit." One person's voice replied, asking somewhat worriedly if they really needed to reorganize again, and if the monster in front of them was really an Edia. The monster looked at the soldiers standing with swords and bows and arrows in their hands and thought it was too unlucky. It explained to the soldiers that it only wanted to go north and had no intention of harming anyone. Even as it explained, the soldiers resolutely formed ranks and attacked. They were told to maintain an attacking formation from the 1st to the 3rd lines, and to prepare for ranged attacks from the 8th to the 12th lines. Even though it had already explained that it had no intention of harming anyone, it was ignored. The monster gritted its teeth in anger as its path was blocked. It said it only wanted to go north, so why did they keep blocking it? All the soldiers took their positions. They raised their bows and prepared to shoot, and the order to fire was immediately given. Cannons boomed, attacking the monster, and the monster was annoyed. It narrowed its eyes and still gritted its teeth, muttering, "I'm really unlucky. Should I choose a day when I set out next time?" The arrows embedded in its body broke against its tough skin. The monster still muttered that it was unlucky today. Below, the soldiers began to advance, and this time, soldiers with swords charged. The monster could no longer endure and began to counterattack. As its giant foot stomped on the ground cracked. Nearby soldiers were sent flying far away. It growled. Seeing it counterattack, the soldiers immediately retreated. At this moment, masked people were moving elsewhere. Someone wondered if this monster was truly just one, and was surprised that it could easily destroy half the army just by moving. At the front of the group was Son's grandfather. He called Sejin. She immediately prepared to receive orders. He commanded her to attack the monster head-on, and he said he would have others attack as much as possible from the flanks. Sejin understood. She asked him where Pet and Son were now. He turned his back to her and casually guessed that both of them were probably on their way, so she shouldn't worry. Sejin understood his words and immediately ordered everyone to begin the battle. The people obeyed him in unison. Son's grandfather unfurled an old scroll. His Edia Jaho appeared beside him. He reminded it that the situation was not good. It indicated its understanding with a growl. The lion Edia was still advancing. All the surrounding scenery was destroyed. In the air, shadows moved fiercely. A giant foot stomped down on the ground with a thump, and it glared at the person annoyedly. Seeing someone blocking its way, it warned them, calling out only one person. Seijin landed in front of him. It observed her and immediately assessed that Seijin was far more special than the others earlier. The lion Edia crouched down, a movement it made whenever it prepared to attack. It threatened her, telling her to quickly get out of the way as she couldn't do anything alone. Seijin calmly asked him who his master was. The monster said its master was sleeping in a dimension too far away so it couldn't even feel him. It introduced itself as the first creature born from a cursed relic and told her to feel free to call it Jail. Seijin also entered a battle stance. She praised it as one of the few Edias that could speak quite well, however. She also firmly declared that it was no different from a terrorist weapon that needed to be subjugated. Her combat form was called Wujung Bek OK at this time. Its Edia grade was A3, and its overall combat ability was also A3. This form materializes the Wujung Bek OK within the caster's body, reproducing the imagination of the previous generation of Wujung onto a real entity. She stomped her foot forcefully and majestically declared that she was walking the steps of the Eastern Dragon. The Edia was bored, seeing her still trying to fight it. It muttered those unlucky words from earlier and blamed humans for not understanding its words. She ignored whatever it said and instead asked it what she didn't understand. She rushed forward like lightning in the air. Son thought to herself, no matter how huge and solid the opponent is, if I aim for his eyes from a blind spot in his vision, and immediately put it into action. She attacked gracefully and decisively. In an instant she landed in front of the monster's eyes. It was still muttering those unlucky words. Son was slightly flustered that its movements were so fast that it could tilt its head just before being attacked. She asked, surprised, how it knew her movements when they couldn't be seen with ordinary eyes. The Edia asked her in return if she really wanted to be harmed. Son continued to circle around it, searching to see if it had wild instincts because it belonged to the animal Edia species. She vowed to herself that this time she would move silently and attack from another blind spot. Her two legs were stretched straight, moving silently, but it seemed to have noticed again. It still monologued those unlucky words. This time was no different. It quickly dodged her attack. Seijin was horrified that it could accurately sense her position without seeing her. She was immediately attacked by it and crashed into the building behind. Son screamed in pain. She felt that this was not just instinct but something hidden inside its body. Having regained her senses, she flew down. Seeing Jaho appear, she knew the patriarch had arrived. It was holding Seijin's clothes in its mouth so she wouldn't land too painfully. Seijin gently thanked it. The Edia's foot went towards both of them. With one attack, both were sent flying in opposite directions, and it stomped its foot forcefully on the ground. Seeing the small and cute Jaho lying on the ground, the Edia felt a sense of camaraderie, thinking it was in the same predicament as itself. The giant Edia still arrogantly pitied its opponent. Jaho groaned in pain, crushed under its foot. The Edia still didn't stop its mocking words and express sympathy for Jaho. As its foot crushed it, Jaho's black blood pooled under the Edia's foot. It was unknown whether it quickly disappeared or was severely injured. The Edia still contentedly repeated those unlucky words it had been saying since earlier. Son's grandfather silently watched the Edia, unable to hide his regret. He didn't expect Jaho to lose so regrettably. It was still standing blankly, without a single scratch on its body. The grandfather put another plan into action. He intended to stop this monster by using the next spirit beast. He ordered his subordinates to immediately bring Seijin to his side. They obeyed, replying, "Yes, understood." The grandfather unfurled another scroll and a blue energy immediately shone. Soon a new spirit beast was about to be summoned. He ordered it to go there and protect Seijin. Another black energy appeared from the scroll. Not one but two, and then 3 spirit beasts were summoned. But the Edia was not afraid or hesitant at all. Instead, it arrogantly asked him if he thought such weaklings could stop it. The usually calm man suddenly became slightly angry at the monster's provocation, and loudly declared that his true enemy would appear soon. At this moment a spirit beast even more powerful than Jaho appeared before the Edia's eyes. Sharp fangs protruded outwards. It bared its sharp fangs and teeth and growled from its mouth as if it would bite off the opponent's head in one go. The grandfather's subordinates were on the ground. They helped Seijin up, asking worriedly if she was okay, and reminded her to quickly return to the patriarch's side. Son's grandfather asked Seijin worriedly if she could move. She seemed quite badly injured, barely able to stand up with the help of 2 others. However, she still insisted she could move. He was still worried about her condition and wanted her to rest, but nothing could stop that monster. And his eyes were sharp and his voice could no longer be more resolute. He asserted that nothing could stop that monster except his attack, and he stubbornly insisted that humans were very stubborn. He mocked that stubbornness wouldn't even touch a single strand of its fur. The Edia again wore a contemptuous expression, pitying them, and rushed forward to quickly deal with the group of spirit beasts, resolutely and cleanly. The grandfather still tightly held the scroll and was slightly disappointed that it had destroyed his most powerful spirit beast in an instant, Before he could even finish his words, the Edia again wore an indifferent expression, expressing regret that humans had only wasted their strength in attacking so far and had gained no sign of victory. And the Edia stood upright on 2 feet, put its 2 arms on its hips, and assumed an arrogant posture like a human. It warned them. The Edia, no matter what, shouted that they would never be able to escape. As it shouted and rushed towards the patriarch, another subordinate, seeing the urgent situation, flew over to help the patriarch and warned him loudly. The Edia's giant foot stomped forcefully on the ground again, and this person quickly dodged. It was Seijin. She had regained her strength, and seeing her father in a precarious situation, how could she, as a subordinate and his daughter, remain still? One of her eyes shone brightly, and she cast the dragon roar style, immediately making the dragon and lion fight. At this moment, Seijin's white dragon powerfully twisted its body, but unfortunately, the Edia was not threatened by such a technique. It threw both the dragon and the lion to either side with its head. Son was sent flying far away again, but this time, fortunately, she balanced herself with her feet, so it wasn't as painful as before. She gritted her teeth and coldly scoffed. The Edia praised her for her improved attack and nodded its head. She was provoked and loudly warned that she still had many techniques left. The Edia was tired of having to continuously fight boring attacks. It wanted to end everything now. It mercilessly stomped on Seijin's body. A lot of blood flowed from her body, and her body was shattered. This time, a good ending didn't seem to smile upon her. The patriarch, standing to one side, froze at the sight of his daughter covered in blood. He groaned Seijin's name, and couldn't believe this painful incident had happened to him. As the notification sounded, his sorrow turned to shock. The notification reported that no aura could be felt. Seijin's death was confirmed. The Edia shouted, preparing to deliver the final blow to the patriarch. It growled that the next turn would definitely be his. The grandfather fell silent. His mouth had been continuously calling Seijin's name since earlier. Lost in grief, he was startled by the familiar voice of his granddaughter. "Grandfather." The voice was clearly Son's. A brightly shining spatial circle appeared before his eyes. Son appeared from that circle, both of them in battle-ready stances. As soon as Son appeared, she greeted her grandfather, worrying if he was okay. The Edia looked at them curiously and regretted that many potential young people had to die because of the patriarch. Pet was shocked to see the blood splattered around. He truly couldn't believe that someone and so miserably had died here. The grandfather, in fear, hastily shouted to Son, "Run away quickly." He didn't think his granddaughter could fight that monster. Pet, seeing him lose his composure, reassured him. He bowed his head in fear. Son, sensing an ominous sign, asked her grandfather where Seijin was. He immediately ordered Pet to take his beloved granddaughter out of here. That was his last request to Pet. He reluctantly respected his decision and immediately obeyed, but Son was stubborn, and despite Sergeant P trying to stop her, she refused to leave. She struggled, refusing to go, and Pet called her name. He told her to leave quickly, and he would explain everything later. Before Pet could take Son and leave, she immediately transformed into her battle form. Pet could no longer stop her. Son shouted loudly in front of Pet. She was angry that he thought she didn't know what was happening. The grandfather was surprised to see his granddaughter in blue armor. He put his hand inside his robe. He thought to himself. In the past, he thought the power to protect others was meaningless. But at this moment, seeing Seijin sacrificed for the safety of others, he realized that the power to protect someone was truly beautiful. The grandfather regained his composure and momentum. He drew his weapon and glared at the monster head-on. He decided that with his old body he would have to protect both Pet and Son from this monster. He saw Pet standing blankly and reminded him to move quickly. Sergeant P sighed, closed his eyes tightly, and bowed his head slightly. Pet quickly lifted Son and temporarily avoided the battlefield in front of them. Son was surprised and asked what he was doing, and kept calling her grandfather's name. The grandfather was holding a brush and writing something, and as he wrote, he recalled the moment just now. He still couldn't believe that monster had killed Seijin. Son's grandfather would definitely make it regret it. The Edia still acted arrogantly. It once again pitied the old man. He remained calm. Even with the monster right in front of him, he leisurely warned that it didn't understand humans. He slowly recalled the evil dragon from Legends. Rumors said its power sucked the life force from all living things around it. And the white jade fairy, his daughter Seijin, was no different. He looked at the portrait of Seijin he had just painted, touching each stroke of the painting with his hand, pleading for something, and he loudly announced the name of this work as Evil Dragon and Fairy. Immediately, the phantoms of Youngzu and Seijin appeared from the painting. It was impossible to tell if this was reality or illusion. The grandfather, burning with will from below, was confident in his last creation, the greatest combination he had made. But this was merely buying time for the two children. The phantom Youngzu rushed forward and bit the Edia. Seijin's phantom also appeared and fought. The Edia still repeated the words, "What a waste," from before. It was irritating to continuously hear the monster's arrogance. The Edia eloquently declared that legends or fate would not be enough to favor him. In the blink of an eye, the Edia once again firmly defeated them. No opponent was left. The white dragon biting the Edia's neck was caught in one hand. The Edia crushed the white dragon. Blood poured out like water. Blood dripped. The grandfather looked up blankly. He put down his brush. He was disappointed. He thought he had reached the pinnacle of calligraphy, but it was still not enough. He told himself he had a lot more to learn. The Edia approached him and promised to let him meet his loved ones. However, he scoffed with a cynical laugh, ridiculing the monster's words as too offensive. At this moment, the academy was filled with murmurs. They couldn't believe the current situation. Just then, Jin Wong asked An Seong-ho if he had seen the lieutenant team, because he hadn't seen them. An Seong-ho, hearing Jin Wong's question, told him to call them quickly. However, the phone showed a network disconnected status. Jin Wong asked An Seong-ho if his phone had any network connection or signal, but likewise it was the same situation. Jin Wong was anxious. He felt something was wrong. An Seong-ho speculated that the perpetrator had cut off all signals in the area. The two didn't speak, but they thought the same thing. The White Jade family was fighting near the academy. They were also the cause of this bottle's sound. Jin Wong couldn't see Pet. He probably assumed Pet was also fighting with the White Jade family. Jin Wong reassured himself that since the White Jade family was the strongest, nothing too serious would happen. There was no need to worry, but even thinking that brought no comfort. He was still anxious in his heart. His footsteps were restless and he wanted to leave. He kept harboring negative thoughts in his mind. What if that family wasn't strong enough to contend with that monster? What if something happened to them? An Seong-ho saw through Jin Wong's mind. He knew at a glance what he was trying to do. As soon as Jin Wong turned around, he warned that if he left now, he would immediately be considered a deserter. Jin Wong heard that and spun around, calling out to Sergeant An Seong-ho. He thought this punishment was too severe and he hesitated a little. An Seong-ho reprimanded Jin Wong. He explained to Jin Wong that their mission was to evacuate civilians to a safe place. That alone was not an easy task. However, Jin Wong's heart was still anxious. An Seong-ho looked at Jin Wong and couldn't say anything. In the end, An Seong-ho couldn't let Jin Wong continue to worry like that either. He quickly took advantage of the congested network situation and requested more people for the search team, asking them to investigate the situation. This mission was also not easy. An Seong-ho continued to pretend to give orders, but in fact he was tacitly allowing Jin Wong to leave. He excused himself by saying that Jin Wong had experience working with the White Jade family, so he was the most suitable person for the job, and he said he would go report to the other officers. Jin Wong heard that and bowed 90 degrees, thanking Sergeant An Seong-ho. An Seong-ho continued to pretend to order Jin Wong to return quickly once he had gathered enough information. Jin Wong raised his hand in acknowledgement, saluting An Seong-ho, and Jin Wong immediately moved to that area. He prayed in his heart that everything would be all right. The large lion told Pet that it was very curious what the old man had, that those children had to sacrifice themselves. In the face of the lion's contempt, Pet appeared very calm. He thought the large lion was not worthy of being a divine lion. At the same time he was thinking. He realized that he too could not infiltrate the hiding place that the family head and young lady Seijin could not enter. So he decided to use his strength to save the family head. Thinking that, he dashed forward and embraced the family head. His actions greatly startled the family head. The family head asked Pet why he was here. Hadn't he told him to go with Son? Pet smiled as he saw the girl running from behind. He explained that he saved the family head because he didn't want the person he loved to suffer. From afar, Staff Sergeant Kim Son was very happy to see her grandfather rescued. She ran over, calling out to the family head. Pet suddenly grabbed the family head's hand. He asked the family head to allow him to do something. The family head was surprised, realizing the intention in his words. Caravan absolute talent can only be used on one target, absorbs the target's Edia and makes it the user's own. If another Edia is absorbed while already having an Edia absorbed, the previous Edia's ability disappears. The size of the Edia that can be absorbed is proportional to the owner's mental power. The large lion looked at them with admiration, and at this moment it emitted a dazzling red light from its mouth. It roared, making no one able to stand. Pet trembled and covered his ears. He stood up and in a challenging tone told the lion that it was not worthy of being a divine lion. The large lion was surprised and wanted to know why Pet thought it was not worthy of being a divine lion, despite humans attacking it first. Pet contemptuously told the lion that its wings were merely temporary. The lion rested its chin in its hand and in a challenging tone thought he was trying to empathize with it. Pet exposed it. It had no intention of leaving the city. It deliberately passed through this city intending to harm civilians and destroy the city. The lion roared angrily at him. It said that only it had the trust of the people, and because it empathized it became even more cruel. Pet immediately denied it. His words were merely an excuse, and he was actually trash. He used humans as an excuse to attack. He also said that the lion's original intention was to kill them. His plan exposed, it no longer wanted to pretend. Its roar enveloped this city so no one could come to their rescue. It wanted to make this place everyone's grave, but Pet intended to let them live. Pet heard that and coldly refused. He began to use his internal energy, Caravan absolute talent. The Edia absorbed blood-bone art with an absorption rate of 30. It changed its imagination to create weapons, and its combat ability was a CC. He rejoiced, thinking he and the family head were a good match, but it took a little time to absorb. He looked down at his hands and felt that only his two hands could absorb. The lion told him to step back and not give it a chance to kill him. A staff appeared from his hand. It was a destructive weapon against demons. Pet threw it at the lion. After that throw, he exhausted all his life force. He collapsed, thinking he had to summon it again. The wound on the lion's hand also couldn't be healed by its self-healing ability. It grabbed Pet and praised him, saying he was quite good. He could even summon a holy spear. He asked it if its promise to let him live was still valid. It still agreed to let him live, but it seemed to have discovered that he had other worries. At this moment, his concern was the safety of the person he loved. Pet looked at Son holding her grandfather, worried and pale. She was afraid and didn't know what to do, nor could she escape. She couldn't abandon her grandfather. She worried that she would die like this. She cried tears of worry and fear. Pet began to negotiate with the lion. He offered the condition of saving one person, the person the lion had seen since earlier. If the lion agreed, he promised not to resist any further. The lion stared at him and did not agree to his proposal. It thought he had no right to negotiate with it. Since the woman didn't empathize with it, there was no reason to save Son. Pet scoffed as if he had predicted that he was merely trying to buy time. He once again prayed to God to be able to create something to fight the evil lion. Fortunately, God seemed to have heard his prayer. He created a dagger. He was surprised why he had created Jin Wong's dagger. While he was still lost in thought, the lion opened its mouth wide and bit his hand. It said it only wanted its Edia. Pet collapsed. Son hurriedly ran over. The lion pretended to mourn Pet's death. Pet weakly said he only wanted to protect everyone. The lion said his death was to protect everyone. Pet empathized with Son, but Son did not. Son angrily said, "Lion, shut up." The lion pretended not to hear. It challenged her to speak louder if she wanted to empathize with it. She screamed in anger, saying the lion was the cause of everything. She thought she wasn't strong enough, which led to such consequences for everyone. The same went for things she couldn't resolve, or her deceased Aunt Seijin. That will made her explode with powerful force. She transformed into Myung-Baek K. She was determined to fight that damned lion. She fiercely rushed forward, continuously attacking the lion. Her attack greatly surprised the lion because she pushed it back. She leaped into the air, continuously launching attacks, giving the lion no chance to counterattack. She had a strong will to kill the lion. The lion looked at her contemptuously. It thought that everyone would only be able to defeat it if they attacked together. It seemed that Son still couldn't empathize with others. It continued to say, "Humans only learn lessons when they suffer." It thought she was the type to shed tears only when she saw the coffin. She was very angry to hear its provocation and continuously attacked to shut it up. Suddenly, someone's voice called the lion. The person who spoke was Jin. He looked at the lion with cold eyes, saying there was no need to talk nonsense here if it had driven them to a corner. Kim Son looked blankly at the male protagonist's appearance, then was surprised and asked him why he was here, wanting to fight him in anger. Jin Wong was beyond words. He assessed the surrounding situation, and it was much more dangerous than he had previously thought. Dead bodies were scattered, and Pet was dying. This situation confused Jin Wong. He felt guilty and apologized. Jin dropped his arms and continuously punched Jin Wong fiercely in the chest. He desperately asked him why the strongest person couldn't smell this terrible odor. He also discovered that a strange smell emanated from Jin Wong. At this moment, Jin Wong looked back at this strongest person, the instigator, and asked if he was the cause of all this. The strongest person admitted it without hesitation. He said he wanted to make those who lacked empathy live in despair. Jin Wong didn't understand what nonsense he was talking about, but this time he was sure. First, he wanted to scout the opponent's Edia. His two bloodshot eyes turned towards that giant monster. However, this time his ability was overloaded, and Jin Wong's two eyes were in pain, and the strongest person smelled the scent of his own kind even stronger when Jin Wong used his ability. In the end, his Edia was ineffective, and he couldn't see through the opponent's combat ability. At this moment, the strongest person became even more curious about Jin Wong. What exactly did he do to smell like them? Jin Wong felt helpless in his heart. He was a little exhausted from being unable to see through the monster's Edia for the first time, but outwardly he scoffed at this guy, asking him how he usually lived, if he lived dirtily or if he played too messily. All the scoffing disappeared and Jin focused on the smell emanating from him. Hearing that, Jin Wong was flustered and insisted he was lying. He said he brushed his teeth cleanly every day, so how could he smell? It was definitely a trick. From behind, Son was reaching her limit and was about to collapse. Jin Wong turned around and as soon as he saw her, he quickly supported the girl. He carefully sat her down in a safe corner. Son also guessed what he would do next. However, she couldn't stop him. Jin Wong had already rushed forward holding a hot weapon in his hand. He turned around and told the girl that he was fine to reassure her, but he was already exerting his combat ability. Half the killing intent, both his right arm and eyes were enhanced in combat power, but the strongest person was disappointed. He thought he was weaker than the previous people. However, Jin Wong was just getting started. He continuously awakened his inner killing intent bit by bit and finally did so until he could see its information. Half the killing intent continuously increased and each part was continuously absorbed. Each time the killing intent occurred in a different part. It was his right foot, lower abdomen and left shoulder. Jin Wong couldn't suppress his outward excitement, but he didn't want Son to see him in such a crazy state. However, as his power grew stronger, Jin Wong lost control and became increasingly mad. His entire body was awakened and strengthened. Jin Wong continuously let out crazy laughter. At this moment, the strongest person's S-grade combat ability was no longer hidden. It was the first monster in Daniel's book executed for treason against King Nebuchadnezzar. The book on dream monsters states that everything he wrote is related to actual facts. The first monster is the only monster with a human heart. Infinite empathy can arise in humans. At this moment, Jin Wong was affected by the killing intent. Because of the monster, everything had come to this point. The strongest person could predict his next action. He would soon rush at him. Because it had the ability to perceive the will and malice of others, it was empathy. Jin Wong understood why he couldn't see anything earlier because of it. The strongest person didn't want to kill the male protagonist right now. He was even more curious about the smell emanating from this human. Was it related to the person he was looking for? The strongest person wanted to play with him a little. Just as its claws were about to approach, Jin Wong shouted at it to stop. He retreated, and his laughter became even more bizarre. He told him to listen to his words. Then the strongest person became wary. The smell was so strong that his nose was almost numb. Jin Wong's combat ability soared to S grade. As his madness intensified. Now, killing was easy. The strongest person laughed loudly, disbelieving that Jin Wong could harm him. Come here and try Youngwoo. However, Jin Wong's next action surprised him. He turned his head and looked the other way, and at this moment he was possessed by murderous intent. Jin Wong turned on his heel and left, and the strongest person angrily threw a tea at him. Jin Wong was unaffected, but that action successfully stimulated his will. Killing intent grew thicker, and Jin Wong harbored murderous intent. The strongest person became wary. Jin Wong, like lightning, threw an earplug at the monster's foot. Although it had the ability not to take damage from attacks below A grade, that ability was meaningless in front of Jin Wong's S grade blade. The strongest person looked at the bleeding wound and couldn't believe it was a D grade knife attack worth 5 million won. Jin Wong made a Yamate expression after the attack. Seeing the blood on the knife, he realized that this giant dog bled like a human. He asked it if it wasn't a dog or was it a special species. The strongest person was startled to find that that terrible smell had reappeared. Without time to think, Jin Wong appeared. He asked it if it knew what his uncle used to do to his dog, and then he madly butchered it. The strongest person was in so much pain that he gritted his teeth and said, "You're a madman." He emitted killing intent, continuously engulfing him, making him lose consciousness, and he struggled, throwing him far away. However, Jin Wong was already standing on his hand, asking him if he knew that his arm was cut off because he was abandoned like a dog. Saying that, Jin Wong raised his knife, plunged it deep into the monster's arm, and sliced it lengthwise. A sharp scream echoed. Jin Wong asked him how it felt to have his shoulder cut. Dale merely swatted away the person bothering him as if scratching an itch. Jin Wong crashed heavily to the ground like a missile, and looking up at the monster, it still spoke with eyes that seemed to look at an ant. "You won't be able to defeat me." The intense battle between Dale and protagonist Park Jin Wong continued. After striking down Park Jin Wong, Dale thought that even if Edia's died, they would only return to their owner and not disappear completely. However, he was quite curious, and after much thought he said to Park Jin Wong, "Hey human, have you ever reflected on yourself?" Park Jin Wong, not quite understanding his words, asked, "Huh, what?" Dale repeated. "Have you ever observed your own filthy nature, human?" Externally, Park Jin Wong seemed fine, but internally he was completely shaken. He still hesitated, blankly saying, Why? Seeing his reaction, Dale continued to pour out aggressive words. "Indeed, you've never seen it, of course, because others are the ones who have to accept your true nature." Park Jin Wong, annoyed by Dale's continuous accusations, shouted, "Enough, why should you have to see anyone else's face besides your aunt's?" Dale frowned and explained that the other person Park Jin Wong needed to see was himself.